in room 1520, the first affiliated hospital of Yuzhong University. I absolutely won't agree to this, Shu Zhiqiang. Even a tiger won't eat its own cub. How are you any different from an animal if you do this? A fashionably dressed woman with a sharp and sour expression was shouting furiously. The target of her rage was none other than Shu Zhiqiang himself, lying weakly on a hospital bed. Seeing how emotionally unstable his wife was, Shu Zhiqiang said weakly, "I want to live." And they all volunteered willingly. That still doesn't justify it. If someone loses part of their liver, their health will never be the same again. Shu Zhiqiang was in his 50s, worth millions, but had fallen critically ill with liver failure. A transplant was the only way for him to survive. He had already delayed the surgery for over half a month, and now he was running out of time. For reasons unknown, his 3 sons had surprisingly offered to donate part of their livers. But when his wife Fu Huijuan heard about it, she refused outright. Shu Zhiqiang understood her maternal instincts, so he didn't blame her. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the 3 men standing behind her, their 3 sons. Meeting his eyes, the 3 sons stepped forward and tried to persuade Fu Huijuan. "Mom, Dad has no one else but us now. If we don't donate our livers, he'll die." Hearing that, Fu Huijuan glared at them furiously. "If you donate your livers, you might not live much longer either. I absolutely won't allow it." Cough, cough. Shu Zhiqiang became so angry he couldn't breathe properly, despairing at his wife's attitude. It looked like today would truly be the day he died. Seeing this, the eldest son quickly stepped forward, gently pulling Fu Huijuan aside and whispering, "Mom, what happens to Dad's estate if he dies? He hasn't written a will yet. We should at least show some effort as his sons." Upon hearing this, Fu Huijuan's pupils constricted. She glanced at the other 2 sons in shock. They didn't say anything, but identical expressions appeared on their faces. Creak! At that moment, the door to the room opened, and a man wearing a white coat and silver-rimmed glasses walked in. Behind him was a nurse carrying a folder. "Dr. Liu, how are the test results?" We saw the folder in their hands. Shu Zhiqiang's eyes lit up with hope. All 3 sons had undergone various medical tests to determine if their livers were suitable for transplantation. If the blood types matched, he could have a transplant and live another 10 years. However, to his shock, Dr. Liu took the file from the nurse and shook his head. "I'm sorry, Mr. Shu. Your 3 sons' blood types don't match yours. They can't donate their livers for the transplant surgery." Upon hearing this, Fu Huijuan and her 3 sons immediately relaxed. Especially the 3 sons, they wore expressions of sheer relief. Fu Huijuan approached the bedside, looking at Shu Zhiqiang with deep concern. "Zhiqiang, see? Even heaven doesn't want our sons to suffer. Let's wait a bit longer. Maybe someone willing to donate their liver will come along soon." Slap! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out. Fu Huijuan looked stunned at the man before her. She raised her hand to touch her face, the burning sting reminding her it was real. "Mom!" The 3 sons rushed forward, their faces changing instantly. "Mom, are you okay?" "Shu Zhiqiang, you actually hit me?" Fu Huijuan quickly recovered, her nails aiming straight for Shu Zhiqiang's face. Cough, cough, cough. Already weak, Shu Zhiqiang began coughing violently after the commotion. Dr. Liu and the nurse hurried forward to separate them. "Stop. The patient is extremely weak. Do you want to kill him?" This was happening in their hospital. If Shu Zhiqiang died here, they'd definitely be reprimanded by the management. Although Fu Huijuan was pulled away, her anger hadn't subsided. "Shu Zhiqiang, if you don't give me a proper explanation today, I won't let you off." Hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang had just calmed down, let out a cold laugh. "You want an explanation? Huh?" He looked at Dr. Liu and pointed at the 3 sons. "Dr. Liu, these are my sons. How come their blood types don't match mine? Doesn't that mean they aren't really my biological sons?" At those words, Fu Huijuan's face paled significantly. But instead of calming down, she grabbed the folder and slammed it at Shu Zhiqiang's head. "Shu Zhiqiang, you suspect me of cheating? Have you gone mad?" Her 3 sons also changed expressions, exchanging shocked glances before staring at Dr. Liu. Though their relationship with Shu Zhiqiang wasn't great, they had never considered the possibility that none of them were his biological children. And if there was no blood relation, what happened to his inheritance? Would they even have the right to inherit? If they weren't related by blood, they wouldn't be entitled to his wealth at all. Dr. Liu hesitated for a moment, then nodded after seeing the expressions on Fu Huijuan and her sons' faces. "In theory, you're not their biological father." As soon as the words left his mouth, it felt like thunder had struck both Shu Zhiqiang and Fu Huijuan's family. Cough, cough, cough. Shu Zhiqiang was furious, his coughing becoming nonstop. Still, he pointed at Fu Huijuan with red-faced rage. "Fu Huijuan, so that's why you didn't want them donating their livers to me. Tell me, who's the bastard who did this? For decades, he had worked himself to the bone for this family. Fu Huijuan and the three sons always had the best food and clothes. Yet in the end, none of the three kids were truly his. No wonder he had always thought none of these brats looked like him. Turns out they weren't even his flesh and blood. What bastard? Watch your language. Fu Huijuan's eyes darted around. Suddenly, she shouted out, "Is bloodline really that important? Don't they still call you dad?" Thankfully, they aren't your real sons, or they'd have ended up donating their livers to you anyway. They've called you dad for all these years, and you're ready to make them sacrifice themselves like this? Tell me, you hat makes you any different from an animal? Dr. Liu and the nurse stared in shock at the scene unfolding before them, then quickly turned and left the room. This woman's moral compass was terrifying. They'd better not get involved in their family affairs. Scoundrel, even if I die, I won't let you benefit from it. Enraged, Shu Zhiqiang flushed red, grabbing his phone to donate all his assets. The three sons, upon hearing this, rushed forward to snatch the phone. "You old bastard, put the phone down, bang, bang, bang." Shu Zhiqiang took a few hits on his hands, his fury rising further. Suddenly, he grabbed his second son's hair, yanked hard, and sank his teeth into him. "Aya!" A piercing scream echoed through the air as unbearable pain shot through the second son's ear. Fu Huijuan and the others looked horrified, increasing the force of their attacks. Shu Zhiqiang's pupils burned red, blood filling his mouth. The next second, he pulled hard and hot blood sprayed across his face. The agonized screams grew fainter, his vision blurred. Beep. Chapter 2 Rebirth in 83. In this day and age, who does not adhere to the custom of the 3 turns and 1 ring when marrying off a daughter? You believe that a mere sewing machine and a bicycle from your household could win my daughter's hand? I assure you, it is utterly impossible. Just look at that sewing machine. Oh heavens, it appears to be an antiquated relic. Is it not likely that you have simply transported an old machine from your home? Xiangzi, having watched you grow up, I implore you not to accuse me of being harsh. After all, who can claim that raising a daughter is an easy endeavor? Moreover, she has secured a position at the candy factory in our county, ensuring a stable future. If you wish to marry my daughter Huijuan, you must present the 3 turns and 1 ring along with an additional 200 yuan, not a cent less. In a courtyard with wooden beams, mud-plastered walls, and a thatched roof, a robust woman clad in a red checked shirt relentlessly berated the taciturn Shu Zhiqiang. Xiaoying, with Xiangzi's strength, he would certainly be able to contribute significantly to the farm as your son-in-law, wouldn't he? Furthermore, you previously agreed upon the bride price. How can you suddenly demand more? The woman's sharp and caustic demeanor rendered the faces of the onlookers from the village exceedingly grim. In this era, the notion of 3 turns and 1 ring does indeed prevail, yet it is not an absolute rule. In villages governed by Changhu Brigade, many couples wed with merely a turn or a ring supplemented by a few dozen yuan. After all, a son-in-law is akin to half a son, and having an extra pair of hands in the fields is beneficial. It is indeed rare to encounter someone like Su Xiaoying, who suddenly alters the terms of the bride price. Xiaoying, you are well aware of our family's circumstances. Xiangzi's father works away from home, and the meager funds he sends back are barely sufficient to keep me and the siblings from going hungry, while I have used that sewing machine for several years. The bicycle is brand new, and I truly cannot offer anything more. How about this? Let Xiangzi make up the difference once he earns some money. Shu Zhiqiang's mother, Xiong Fengxia, stepped forward, grasping Su Xiaoying's hand with a pleading expression. With her eldest daughter married, her only wish was for her eldest son to find a wife, even if it meant enduring some humiliation. Who do you think you are? Without money, how can you marry anyone? Our Huijuan is exceptionally talented. Suitors line up from Changhu Brigade to Zhu Nyogang Brigade just for her. Everyone knows what sort of scoundrel your son is, merely frittering away his days. It is already a concession on my part to consider marrying my daughter into your family, and now you dare ask for a promissory note? Su Xiaoying's snobbish demeanor was laid bare as she scornfully shoved Xiong Fengxiao away. The courtyard was no longer the smooth cement of the future. It was riddled with potholes. Xiong Fengxia stumbled back 2 steps, losing her balance and nearly falling to the ground. Mother! Shu Zhiqiang finally returned to his senses and rushed to steady her. Are you all right? After ensuring his mother was stable, Shu Zhiqiang, filled with rage, stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap across Su Xiaoying's face. Slap. Ah, she cried out, crashing down onto the uneven yellow mud. As he surveyed his surroundings and the familiar yet strange visage before him, Shu Zhiqiang realized he had indeed been reborn. And it was on the very day he was to deliver the bride price to Huijuan's family. On that very day, Su Zhiqiang decided to double the originally agreed-upon betrothal gifts. Not only did she demand that Shu Zhiqiang provide an additional radio and watch, but she also insisted on an extra 200 yuan. It is worth noting that this was 1983, an era when the average wage hovered around 30 to 40 yuan. Such items held considerable value. Su Zhiqiang's audacity to raise the betrothal gifts on a whim stemmed from Fu Huijuan securing a position at a candy factory in the city through a connection. Although it was said to pay 20 to 30 yuan a month, after their marriage, Fu Huijuan contributed her earnings to support her family. As for Shu Zhiqiang's family, they had already exhausted every possible loan due to the previously inflated betrothal gifts. His elder sister, who had married into the city, even sacrificed funds meant for her mother-in-law's medical treatment, only to be tragically killed by her husband in a moment of rage. At that time, the autopsy revealed that his sister was over 2 months pregnant. Ultimately, to repay debts, his younger brother, at the tender age of 15 or 16, accompanied their father to work menial jobs, only to meet his untimely demise under a machine due to exhaustion. Despite the arduous effort to marry Fu Huijuan, she turned out to be a woman with numerous faults. Not only did she indulge in a life of leisure, contributing nothing to the household, but she also tormented Shu Zhiqiang's 8-year-old sister whenever he was absent. In a fit of rage, Shu Zhiqiang contemplated violence against Fu Huijuan. Yet, she then claimed to be pregnant, striking at the very heart of Shu's family. Lacking education and influenced by the prevailing societal norms, Shu Zhiqiang failed to question the legitimacy of the child. His family began to cherish Fu Huijuan's pregnancy, gradually neglecting the feelings of his sister. Eventually, unable to endure Fu Huijuan's cruelty, his sister attempted to take her own life by jumping into a lake. Had it not been for a passing female teacher who intervened, the outcome would have been dire. Shu Zhiqiang lived his life burdened by guilt and remorse. And perhaps it was karma that led him to suffer liver failure in his 50s. It was only on his deathbed that he realized Fu Huijuan had been unfaithful both before and after their marriage. None of their 3 sons were his biological children, and he remained oblivious to the identity of her lover. How dare you strike me? Su Zhiqiang initially felt somewhat guilty regarding the incident with Xiang Fengxia. But upon receiving a sudden slap, her anger flared. With one hand covering her face and the other pointing accusatorily at Shu Zhiqiang, she exclaimed, "Ah, so this is your true nature, is it? My Huijuan is not even married to you yet, and you dare to hit her mother? If Huijuan were to marry you, what kind of future could she possibly have? I had considered, out of respect for the village, to waive 10 or 8 yuan from the betrothal gifts, but now, let me make it clear, I will never allow Huijuan to marry you." Upon hearing this, Xiang Fengxia panicked and quickly grasped Shu Zhiqiang's arm, pleading, "Xiangzi, how could you behave so recklessly? That is your mother-in-law. Quickly, kneel and apologize to her." "Yes, Xiangzi, hurry and apologize to your mother-in-law. And we can put this behind us," they urged. "Indeed, your mother-in-law merely pushed your mother by accident. It is not a serious matter. Apologize to her. And then you can continue discussing your future with Huijuan." The villagers seated in the yard began to voice their opinions, hoping to persuade Shu Zhiqiang to bow his head. They had not anticipated such audacity from the other party, who boldly confronted Su Zhiqiang. Amid their trepidation, there was also an undeniable admiration for this display of filial piety. To seek vengeance for his mother, he dared to offend his future mother-in-law. No need for that. I cannot accept his apology. If apologies were effective, what purpose would the red armband serve? Xiangzi, I assure you, I will never allow you to marry Huijuan. Upon hearing this, Xiang Fengxia attempted to intercede, but Shu Zhiqiang restrained her. He cast a mild glance at Su Zhiqiang before addressing his mother. "Mother, you need not concern yourself with this matter. I will handle it." Xiang Fengxia nodded repeatedly, smiling, "Very well, go and apologize to your mother-in-law." Chapter 3. Better to lay eggs at home, please. Do not apologize on my behalf. I cannot bear it. You all should take your belongings and leave immediately. And regarding the slap you dealt me, I will not let that slide. Su Zhiqiang had completely disavowed this son-in-law. No amount of money could change her mind. After all, her daughter had not yet married into the family, and she had already endured a slap. What would happen in the future? You overestimate things. Who said I would apologize? To dare lay hands on my mother. I consider merely slapping you a generous act. As for your daughter, who lacks propriety and is as fickle as the wind, let her stay home and lay her own eggs. Shu Zhiqiang sneered as he delivered this tirade, then turned to support his mother. "Mother, let us return." Seeing that he not only refused to apologize, but had also irrevocably offended Su Zhiqiang, Xiang Fengxia was filled with frustration. The entire family had exhausted every conceivable effort to secure a bride for her son, after painstakingly gathering enough for a new bicycle and 100 yuan. How could this be dismissed? Qiangzi, mother, today you must heed my words. We cannot aspire to this family. Trust me, I will bring home a daughter-in-law from the city. As Xiong Fengxiao prepared to reprimand him, Shu Zhiqiang interrupted her without granting her the opportunity. Having been granted a second chance at life, he was resolute in his refusal to marry Fu Huijuan. Let the foolish one choose whoever they wished. Most importantly, he did not wish to lose any more family members. Upon hearing Shu Zhiqiang's explanation, Xiong Fengxiao could only let out a deep sigh. She understood that Su Xiuying would not back down, and their family could not produce the required offerings. Thus, they decided to heed their son's advice and temporarily set the matter aside, planning to revisit it later. Shu Zhiqiang stepped forward to grasp the two bamboo handles of the cart, preparing to depart. Due to the sewing machine's considerable size, they had transported it alongside the bicycle on the cart. This cart, constructed from bamboo, measured 2 meters long and 1 meter wide, with railings on either side. Perfect for hauling goods. At the county train station, under the bridge, numerous unemployed men were seen dragging these carts, helping others transport items. This was what Shu Zhiqiang observed upon entering the city, a striking sight of dozens of carts lined up under the bridge, with a burly man squatting in front of each. The bamboo slats of the cart are hardly a rarity. The most expensive components are the 2 tires. Such items are typically found only in the homes of village leaders, who use tractors to transport a group of villagers to town during market days. Chong, do not be so obstinate. It is nothing to bow your head before your future mother-in-law. Indeed, a simple apology could win back Huijuan, allowing for a tranquil life together. As Shu Zhiqiang truly began to pull away with the cart, a chorus of villagers implored him to reconsider. After all, there is an old adage that suggests it is better to dismantle a temple than to disrupt a marriage, and they felt compelled to intervene. As for the slanderous remarks about being reckless and promiscuous, they decided to discuss those matters privately later. Beast, what nonsense are you spouting? Su Xiuying, already furious from receiving a slap, was further enraged by the defamation of her daughter. With a fierce shout, she rushed in front of Shu Zhiqiang, arms outstretched to block his path. You foolish boy, whom are you calling promiscuous and reckless? I tell you, you shall not leave this courtyard until you clarify your words. Get lost. Shu Zhiqiang glared, raising his hand to strike once more. The grief of losing his siblings, the suffering endured by his sister, and the bitter life of raising 3 sons for others, which ultimately led to her demise. All of this filled him with an immense fury. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to unleash all his pent-up resentment. Su Xiuying cried out in pain as she fell into the muddy ground, dazedly clutching her bruised face, unable to regain her composure for quite a while. Shu Zhiqiang was audacious indeed, having struck her twice in a single day. In all her years, she had never endured such humiliation. Humph! With a cold snort, Shu Zhiqiang dragged the cart toward the courtyard exit. As he passed Su Xiuying, he couldn't help but leave her with a parting remark. If you wish to understand what I meant, wait for your daughter to return and ask her. With that, he departed without a backward glance, while Xiong Fengxiao cast an apologetic glance at Su Xiuying before following suit. Once the mother and son had vacated the courtyard, Su Xiuying could no longer contain her anguish and broke into tears. Oh my heavens! Shu Zhiqiang has struck a woman. Their family is truly tyrannical. Why must my life be so wretched? I have raised my daughter with such care, and this poor wretch cannot afford to marry yet still dares to slander Huijuan. Fu Zhongqing, you scoundrel! How will your daughter ever find a husband now? As Su Xiuying began to throw a fit, the villagers who had been lingering in the courtyard quickly opted to distance themselves. They had witnessed enough of her crying, shouting, and tantrums to know that it was best to avoid the flames of her fury. Just then, a woman in a floral dress rushed in, her face awash with concern. She hurried to Su Xiuying's side, supporting her under the arms. What is the matter? Why are you sitting on the ground? This is no way to behave. You must get up. With an exquisite face and fair skin, she bore no signs of being a rural girl aside from her somewhat worn attire. This woman was Su Xiuying's daughter, Fu Huijuan, a product of her mother's indulgence and a life of leisure at home. Su Xiuying's entire family relies on her. What benefits might she bring to them in the future? Upon seeing her daughter return, Su Xiuying not only remained seated but rushed over to embrace her daughter's legs, wailing loudly, "My dear daughter, that beast Shu Zhiqiang is truly inhumane. He not only slapped me twice, but also spread vile rumors claiming you are reckless and promiscuous. Now everyone is speaking ill of you. How will you ever find a husband? Hearing these words, Fu Huijuan quickly covered her mother's mouth, her face shifting through shades of green and white. Indeed, she had been indiscreet and involved with others. But how could Shu Zhiqiang possibly know? And how could such slander be uttered? If it weren't for her unexpected pregnancy, would she have chosen to marry a rural man like Shu Zhiqiang? Mother, let's discuss this inside. Fu Huijuan felt an overwhelming urge to cry, yet she could not permit her mother to continue her loud lamentations. Thus, they retreated to their dilapidated home, where Fu Huijuan could no longer contain herself. Mother, what on earth is happening? Wasn't Shu Zhiqiang's family supposed to come today with the betrothal gifts? And what happened to your face? Did he hit you? Yes, they did bring the betrothal gifts. But can today be compared to the past? You are about to enter a candy factory and secure a stable job. The meager offerings from his family are utterly unworthy of you. Upon hearing Su Xiaoying's words, Fu Huijuan felt as though she were on the brink of madness. Chapter 4. Stay away from their family. The Changhu Brigade oversees a dozen or so villages, each not too far from the next. Shu Zhiqiang's home is in Shujia village. 2 kilometers ahead lies Shangshu village, which is Su Xiaoying's maternal home. To the right is Zhangjia, while to the left and behind, 2 kilometers away, are the Upper Fu family and the Lower Fu family. These villages encircle Shujia village, each comprising 20 to 30 households, totaling merely a few hundred souls. At this moment, Shu Zhiqiang was pulling a cart, feeling melancholic as he made his way towards the home of his memories. He heard Su Xiaoying's raucous cries, yet he was indifferent. Fu Huijuan was someone he would never consider marrying. If given the chance, he would seek revenge on her and her illicit partner. He was uncertain whether he had been reborn into the same world or a parallel one. If it were a parallel world, it would mean that his inheritance would be claimed by Fu Huijuan and 3 illegitimate children. The mere thought of his wife using his money for her illicit affairs filled him with rage. Xiangzi, do you truly believe Fu Huijuan is promiscuous? Or is that just nonsense? Xiong Fengxia, with a worried expression, walked beside Shu Zhiqiang, ultimately unable to resist inquiring about his earlier statements. Offending Su Xiaoying had led to her son being unable to find a wife, and she felt a twinge of guilt. After all, Shu Zhiqiang was already in his 20s. Other children his age would be taking their first steps into adulthood. However, if what Shu Zhiqiang said was true, she would feel a sense of relief. In this era, women placed great importance on their chastity and reputation. Otherwise, the saying that widows bring calamity would not exist. Mother, I am not spreading rumors. That woman truly does not deserve to be your daughter-in-law. Just wait and see. In less than 8 months, she will be a mother herself. Shu Zhiqiang cast a glance at his mother, his heart ablaze with fury as he explained. In her previous life, Fu Huijuan proclaimed her pregnancy shortly after marrying him. Claiming to have given birth 6 months later, she attributed her premature delivery to insufficient nutrition provided by the Shu Zhiqiang family and the excessive labor she endured. This assertion was wholeheartedly believed by her uneducated family, who ultimately pampered Fu Huijuan, laden with guilt. Consequently, Shu Zhiqiang's brother labored day and night alongside their father, tragically meeting his demise beneath a machine. The Shuji family mourned deeply, yet the incident bore little connection to Fu Huijuan. Had Shu Zhiqiang not married her, he would not have incurred debts, nor would he have caused the death of his sister and brother, let alone the unborn nephew. Thus, the blame fell squarely on Shu Zhiqiang, who harbored a deeper resentment that the child was not his own. Hence, they resolved that this woman was not only undesirable but that they should also distance themselves from her family. Observing Shu Zhiqiang's seriousness, Xiong Fengxia began to believe him, losing all fondness for Fu Huijuan's family. However, she did not abandon her quest to find a bride for her son, swiftly moving to align herself with Shu Zhiqiang. A glimmer of hope illuminated her face as she inquired with an exuberant smile, Xiangzi, is what you just told mother about marrying a city girl true or false? It was astonishing that she, unable to even afford the bride price for a village girl, was now contemplating a city lass. Shu Zhiqiang felt a sense of admiration for his mother's aspirations, which seemed a departure from her typically simple nature. Nevertheless, he nodded affirmatively, stating, of course, it is true. Would I deceive you? Before Xiong Fengxia could beam with delight, he continued, however, we must first earn more money. Only when our family is financially stable will city girls consider us, and we cannot allow them to endure hardship after marrying into our family, can we? Upon hearing this, Xiong Fengxia enthusiastically nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, yes. It is rare for you to have such determination. Your father and I can endure hardships, but we must not let the girl suffer. Despite her words, Xiong Fingxia was acutely aware that money was not easily earned. Observing his mother's demeanor, Shu Zhiqiang shook his head in resignation. Indeed, her actions mirrored her words. In his previous life, Fu Huijuan had not endured much hardship. She was always prioritized, even having her clothes washed by others, lest anyone accuse her of being mistreated. After all, Fu Huijuan held a stable job, earning 20 to 30 yuan a month, though most of it went to her family. Regrettably, no matter how well she was treated, Fu Huijuan never uttered a single word of gratitude. Reflecting on this, Shu Zhiqiang felt an overwhelming sense of remorse, vowing that such a situation would never arise again in this life. He was not inherently a good person, but decades of experience had illuminated what truly mattered. Soon, they arrived at their home, where a young man and woman awaited them outside the courtyard. The boy, around 15 or 16, donned a patched checkered outfit and stood at a height of slightly over 1.60 meters, embodying the traits of the Shu Zhi family, albeit rather slender. Had it not been for malnutrition, he might have grown several more centimeters, yet such was the norm in rural areas during the 1980s. As for the girl, she appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, clad in a floral long dress with patches of checkered fabric sewn onto it. Standing at a height of approximately 1.30 meters to 40, her physique more frail than the men beside her. This frailty was the result of childhood malnutrition, a consequence of the scarcity of sustenance during their formative years. During that period, the system relied heavily on labor points, and merely having enough to eat was considered fortunate. It was not until the end of 1978 that the village implemented a system of land distribution, allowing for a modest intake of rice only after a year or two. As for the luxury of pork, it was a rare indulgence, reserved for festive occasions. Mom, brother. Upon seeing Shu Zhiqiang's return, they immediately dashed towards him. The sight of his younger siblings evoked a sudden mistiness in Shu Zhiqiang's eyes. In his previous life, they endured hardships far greater than his own to ensure his marriage. Particularly, his younger brother, Shu Zhiqiang, sacrificed his very life at a tender age. Reflecting on this, Shu Zhiqiang hastily set down his cart and approached them with quickened steps. Before his brother could react, he enveloped him in a heartfelt embrace. Zhiqiang! This exclamation conveyed Shu Zhiqiang's profound guilt towards his brother and his own self-reproach. He vowed never to allow his siblings to suffer such indignities again. Brother, what's wrong? Shu Zhiqiang, taken aback, was puzzled by his elder brother's sudden fervor. Nothing. I'm just happy to see you. Upon hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang broke into a grin. I'm happy too, but I can hardly breathe now. Shu Zhiqiang promptly released him and turned to his younger sister, Shu Zhiqiang. However, she weakly glanced at him and took a few steps back. Brother, I'm so thin. It's quite constricting. Shu Zhiqiang was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Don't worry, I'll make sure you gain some weight. After reminiscing with his siblings, Shu Zhiqiang moved the sewing machine and bicycle from the cart into the earthen house topped with straw. Mom, brother, isn't this the dowry for Sister Huijuan? Why did you bring it back? It's been blown away. From now on, keep your distance from Fu Huijuan, understood? Chapter 5. Why curse my brother Chang to remain single? Shu Zhiqiang's family was exceedingly impoverished. His grandparents had passed away in their 40s, leaving his father with 3 siblings. His father, Shu Biao, had an elder sister, Shu Fingxiao, and an elder brother, Shu Long. Shu Fingxiao had long since married into the county. With the assistance of their aunt, both Shu Zhiqiang's father and uncle were able to find wives. His sister, Shu Zhihong, also benefited from this aunt's support, marrying into the city and living a relatively comfortable life. Had it not been for the funds intended for his mother-in-law's medical treatment being used for Shu Zhiqiang's marriage, his brother-in-law would not have accidentally killed him. Ultimately, his sister's mother-in-law passed away from illness, and the brother-in-law was imprisoned for unintentional homicide. In his quest to marry Fu Huijuan, Shu Zhiqiang not only caused his sister's demise, but also brought misfortune to his brother-in-law's family, due to their financial struggles. Although Shu Zhiqiang's uncle and father had ostensibly separated their households, they still shared a common wall. However, the uncle had no sons, only 2 daughters, the elder, Shu Dandan, and the younger, Shu Qingqing. They had initially planned to have a son, but Shu Muying's health suddenly deteriorated, preventing any further pregnancies. However, Shu Dan proved to be quite remarkable, having been admitted to a normal university. When the news reached the village, it truly brought joy to everyone. Fengxia Qiangzi, weren't you supposed to be at the Fu family discussing marriage? Why have you brought these things back? Uncle Shulong and Aunt Zhou emerged from their room, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Shu Zhiqiang carrying a sewing machine. The couple was indeed supportive of their nephew's marriage. However, their family was struggling financially, with only 2 daughters and a lack of labor force, rendering them unable to provide substantial assistance. Xiaoying unexpexpectedly demanded to add a watch, a radio, and an additional 200 yuan to the betrothal gifts, which was beyond their means. Without hesitation, Xiong Fengxia recounted the events that had transpired at Su Xiaoying's house. Shulong furrowed his brow, and a flicker of anger crossed his face. This woman has gone too far. How can she change the terms of an already agreed-upon betrothal? Anyone would feel uncomfortable with Su Xiaoying's inconsistency. Nevertheless, Shu Zhiqiang found it rather favorable. This way, he would not be pressured by his parents to marry her. If the other party had not suddenly changed their mind, and he chose not to marry, his parents would certainly object. If she wants to change her mind, let her. She is merely a fickle woman. I have no intention of engaging in a buy-one-get-one-free deal. After leaving these words, Shu Zhiqiang moved the sewing machine into his mother's room. Hey, what nonsense are you talking? Shulong exclaimed. If she changes her mind, where will you find a wife? And what do you mean by fickle and buy-one-get-one-free? I don't understand. Shulong gazed at Shu Zhiqiang's retreating figure with a mixture of disappointment and confusion. Aunt Zhou Muqing also frowned and cautioned Jiangzi. You must not speak carelessly. You cannot tarnish Huijuan's reputation just because Su Xiaoying raised her price. You have liked her for so long. Don't let your unfulfilled desires harm someone else. Moreover, there are many gossips in the village. If your words spread, the brigade will hold you accountable. Watching her husband and his wife exchange remarks, Xiong Fengxia couldn't help but feel concerned. Fu Huijuan was a flower of Changhu, known for her understanding, purity, and beauty. Hearing her son label her as fickle made her somewhat skeptical. However, she felt that since her son had liked Fu Huijuan for such a long time, there must be some truth behind his words. Shu Zhiqiang refrained from elaborating. The more he explained, the more convoluted the narrative would become. Although Aunt Zhou seemed reasonable most of the time, her conversations often lacked discretion. Some matters should be mentioned briefly, as excessive discussion could lead to misinterpretation. Based on his experiences from a previous life, it appeared that the other party moved to the city by the end of that year, with the support of his brothers. He rented a room in the city and started a breakfast business. In the 1980s, business proved to be quite lucrative. Within 2 to 3 years of moving to the city, he had managed to purchase a house. At that time, Shu Zhiqiang felt envious, but this time would be different. This household comprised 4 rooms, in addition to a backyard designated for cooking. Before him stood a shared wall, a barrier that echoed the creaks of the floorboards as he laid down to sleep at night. One could not help but acknowledge the resilience of the other party. At that moment, Shu Zhiqiang's voice suddenly rang out from outside, calling, "Brother, elder sister has returned." Upon hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang's expression shifted instantaneously. He was acutely aware of the reason behind his sister's return. It was to deliver financial assistance. However, this money was intended for the treatment of the opposing party's mother-in-law. And tragically, his sister had ultimately lost her life because of it. Hence, he felt compelled to intervene and urge her to return home at once. With this thought in mind, Shu Zhiqiang swiftly turned and made his way outside. Before he could exit the hall, he spotted a woman conversing with his mother in the courtyard. The sight of her reignited a profound sense of guilt within him. She was his elder sister, akin to a second mother to him, having risked her life for him and their mother. In her quest to support him, her own family had been shattered, and she, along with her unborn child, had met an untimely demise. Shu Zhiqiang's lips trembled, and he called out, his voice tinged with sorrow. Upon hearing his call, Shu Zhiqiang turned around, her heart aching at the sight of her brother's distress. She hurried over and produced a cloth pouch from her pocket, presenting it to him. "Jiangzi, I have heard about your situation from mother. Don't worry, I am here for you. This is a contribution from your sister and brother-in-law. Take it and marry Huijuan. Rest assured, both your sister and I will support you unconditionally." Perhaps it was the quiver in his voice that made her feel that he had suffered immensely. In their era, the eldest brother assumed the role of a father, and the eldest sister that of a mother. This was a reflection of familial bonds prevalent at that time. Sister. Shu Zhiqiang did not accept the money, but instead embraced her. Their relationship had always been one of mutual care, each fearful of the other's suffering. Yet, in his previous life, he had harbored an intense hatred for himself over his sister's demise. Now, seeing her again, he was terrified that this might all be a figment of his imagination as he approached death. "Jiangzi, why do you still act like a child? Please take the money and apologize to your future mother-in-law, will you?" Shu Zhiqiang did not push him away but instead patted his shoulder, encouraging him. Only upon hearing her words did Shu Zhiqiang realize the importance of the money. He promptly pushed her away, his expression grave as he stated, "Sister, I understand the purpose of this money. I will not marry Fu Huijuan. I will marry a city girl in the future. You must take the money back immediately and take your mother-in-law to the hospital. Never mind. I will ride my bicycle to escort you home. Otherwise, I will be uneasy." Chapter 6. 2 months pregnant, 6 months to become a mother. "Wait, how do you know my mother-in-law is ill?" Shu Zhiqiang asked, her expression one of surprise as she gazed at Shu Zhiqiang in confusion. Her brother had never set foot in the city. How could he possibly know about her family's affairs? Upon receiving Shu Zhiqiang's confirmation, Xiong Fengxia's expression suddenly changed, and she rushed to grasp Shu Zhiqiang's hand. "Zhiqiang, is your mother-in-law truly unwell?" Although she did not comprehend how her brother had acquired this knowledge, Shu Zhiqiang nodded in response. "Yesterday, she did indeed have a slight fever. However, I purchased some medicine for her this morning and came over only after preparing lunch. Mother, please do not worry." Upon hearing this explanation, Xiong Fengxia finally exhaled in relief, as she did not wish for her daughter to face any hardships in her marital home. Nevertheless, Shu Zhiqiang shook his head and spoke with utmost seriousness. "Sister, did you witness your mother-in-law's fever subsiding with your own eyes? She is a woman in her 60s, and her health is already quite fragile. What if the fever persists? You have left her alone at home. What if something goes awry? Furthermore, you are using the money intended for her treatment to marry a wife. What would our brother-in-law think if he learned of this?" Shu Zhiqiang could only smile helplessly. "Jiangzi, you are overthinking it. It is not so easy for something to go wrong. No, you must return and take your mother-in-law to the hospital. If you do not go, I will go in your stead." Shu Zhiqiang attempted to explain, but Shu Zhiqiang would not grant her the opportunity, firmly grasping her wrist and insisting on accompanying her back to the city. Having lived a second life, Shu Zhiqiang was acutely aware of the situation regarding her mother-in-law. The medicine purchased from the small clinic was utterly ineffective, culminating in a high fever exceeding 40 degrees Celsius. Their brother-in-law, engaged in small business ventures in the city, would not return until evening, thus missing the optimal window for treatment. The elderly woman not only suffered cognitive impairment due to the fever, but also contracted pneumonia, and soon departed from this world. Shu Zhiqiang could not allow this tragedy to unfold, nor could he permit his sister to face such a dire fate. "All right, I will return, but you must take this money to apologize to Su Zhiqiang and then marry Huijuan. She is a woman who can secure a stable future, and marrying her would be akin to striking gold. Do you understand?" Ultimately, Shu Zhiqiang could not withstand Shu Zhiqiang's insistence and reluctantly agreed to return to care for her mother-in-law. However, she still extended the money, urging her brother to pursue that fickle woman. Shu Zhiqiang felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, sensing that he was looked down upon by everyone. He was a millionaire, albeit from a past life, yet his perspective was far beyond what they could comprehend. "Sister, do you truly view me as such a failure? Marrying someone who merely draws a salary is considered striking gold? Isn't it true?" Reflecting on her brother's humble origins as a farmer, Shu Zhiqiang could not resist retorting. Shu Zhiqiang found himself momentarily speechless, yet he refrained from countering her argument, instead reaching out towards their mother. "Mother, may I have 10 yuan?" Xiong Fengxia was taken aback, questioning, "Why do you need so much money? 10 yuan is all your father brings home in a month, and yet you are asking for such a sum?" Shu Zhiqiang's father, Shu Biao, worked for others as a laborer, earning 30 yuan a month when work was available, but had to provide for his own sustenance. He would only return home during periods of continuous rain or on payday, bringing back a meager 10 yuan. "I will accompany my sister back and take the opportunity to buy some items for earning money," Shu Zhiqiang stated candidly. Although Xiong Fengxia was uncertain about what he intended to purchase, she nonetheless retrieved a cloth pouch from her waist, carefully unwrapping it. Coins and small denominations gleamed before their eyes. "I do not require your escort. I am capable of returning on my own. You must promptly heed my advice and apologize to Su Zhiqiang." Shu Zhiqiang exhibited a hint of reluctance. However, Shu Zhiqiang paid no heed, accepting the money handed to him by their mother and promptly ushering his companion away. He felt uneasy about not escorting her home, and besides, he had genuine business in the city. "Brother, I also want to go to the city," Shu Zhiqiang exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she hurriedly followed after him. "Jiangzi, do not squander your money indiscriminately," exclaimed Xiong Fengxia, watching her son as he wheeled his bicycle out from the courtyard. "Understood." Shu Zhiqiang's voice echoed from outside the courtyard, which alleviated some of Xiong Fengxia's concerns. He then turned to the eager Shu Zhiqiang and commanded, "Zhiqiang, return the cart to the village chief." Suppressing his urge to venture into the city, Shu Zhiqiang nodded and dragged the cart away from the courtyard. At that moment, an elderly woman approached Xiong Fengxia and cautioned, "Fengxia, how can you give Qiangzi so much money? How much does your brother earn in a month? Why allow Qiangzi to waste it so carelessly?" As soon as she finished speaking, Shu Long, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, Fengxia. There are many temptations in the city. If Qiangzi cannot resist and squanders the money, you may find yourself going hungry this month." Upon hearing this, a flicker of worry crossed Xiong Fengxia's face, yet she felt compelled to trust her son. Thus, she shook her head and replied with a smile. "Did Qiangzi not say he would purchase something profitable? I believe he will not waste it." The elderly woman rolled her eyes and, with a serious tone, remarked, "Profit. Does he even know how to earn money? A farmer should focus on cultivating the land, not indulge in dreams of sudden wealth." Uncle Shu Long found his wife's argument compelling and readily supported her, asserting, "Yes, Fengxia, it is not easy for Biaozi to earn money. You must not indulge the children so much, understand?" As their discussion grew more fervent, Xiong Fengxia, though slightly anxious, chose to maintain her faith in her son. Unbeknownst to Shu Zhiqiang, who rode his bicycle alongside his sister Shu Zhiqiang toward the city, his uncle and aunt were gossiping at home. Even if he had known, it would not have troubled him. At this moment, he pedaled vigorously, carrying his sister along. Shu Zhiqiang, riding her own bicycle alongside them, could not resist asking, "Qiangzi, are you truly not considering marrying that girl, Fu Huijuan?" Upon hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang suddenly scoffed, revealing a scandalous rumor about Fu Huijuan. "Sister, I have heard a whisper. That woman is actually carrying a child from an affair and is in a hurry to find someone to marry." As soon as he spoke, Shu Zhiqiang's expression shifted dramatically. "Qiangzi, such words should not be uttered lightly. A woman's virtue is of utmost importance. If you speak carelessly, you could ruin Huijuan." Fu Huijuan had a respectable reputation among the neighboring villages surrounding Shu family village. She was obedient, well-mannered, and promising. Furthermore, she was fair-skinned, beautiful, and curvaceous, exuding an aura of prosperity and fertility, quite unlike the average village woman. If anyone were to label her as a fallen flower, no one would believe such slander. In fact, she had given birth to 3 sons, though it remained uncertain whose they were. "Sister, I am not speaking without reason. Consider this. Why? After I pursued her for so long without success, did she suddenly agree? Moreover, she is involved with the candy factory. Why would a mere farmer like me be appealing enough for her to marry? Do not rush to find a father for the child. Just wait and see. Within 2 months her belly will undoubtedly swell, and by 6 months, she will surely be a mother." Chapter 7. A close call. The words spoken by Shu Zhiqiang seemed utterly fantastical to Shu Zhiqiang. How could a girl who appeared as refined as a city dweller possibly become a wanton woman of loose morals? However, observing her brother's earnestness, Shu Zhiqiang couldn't help but entertain a flicker of belief. Besides, the truth of whether Fu Huijuan was indeed pregnant would soon become apparent. When the time comes, the veracity of her brother's claims would be unmistakable. "Qiangzi, then we shall not pursue this woman," Shu Zhiqiang asserted, her trust in her brother unwavering, yet concern clouding her gaze. "But Qiangzi, what about your plans for marriage?" Upon hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang immediately shook his head and chuckled. "There's no rush regarding marriage. I intend to find a girl from the city to be my bride. But first, I must amass wealth. I cannot allow anyone to look down upon me. Nor can I let a girl marry me only to endure hardship." At his initial statement, Shu Zhiqiang felt somewhat skeptical. After all, how easy could it be to achieve prosperity? However, his subsequent words ignited a spark of admiration within her, and she raised her thumb in approval. "Well done, Qiangzi. It's commendable that you are aware of the importance of ambition and consideration for others. Surely, any girl who marries you will live a life of comfort." "Absolutely. I want you, dear sister, to enjoy a life of ease as well," Shu Zhiqiang responded with a hearty laugh, his tone brimming with confidence. In truth, he merely sought to comfort his sister, as the thought of marriage did not genuinely appeal to him. Once a person has endured the trials of marriage, they often develop a lingering apprehension, leading to a loss of trust in women, which is inherently unfair to a potential partner. "And me. I also want to ensure that sister enjoys comfort," piped up Shu Zhiqiang from her seat on the back of the bicycle, waving her hand earnestly. "All right. Then I shall await the day you both bring me joy," Shu Zhiqiang replied with a gentle smile, warmth blossoming in her heart. The 3 siblings shared laughter and conversation. And after an hour, They arrived at Zhongling County. As they passed a square, a familiar yet foreign tune reached their ears. It was said that candied hawthorns were sour, yet sweet within, and the attractive bamboo skewers added to their charm. An older gentleman, in his 50s, was pushing a bicycle while selling candied hawthorns, cheerfully calling out the familiar tune. "Who wants candied hawthorns?" he sang. "Elder sister, elder brother, I want to eat candied hawthorns," Shu Zhiqiang exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she eagerly looked towards Shu Zhiqiang and Shu Zhiqiang. Huh? The very person who just spoke of ensuring sister's comfort is now seeking a reward? Shu Zhiqiang remarked with a hint of exasperation, yet she still reached into her pocket for a bill to buy 2 skewers, only to be halted by Shu Zhiqiang. "Sister, it is more important to return home and care for your mother-in-law's illness. I will buy this little glutton some candied hawthorns later when we return," he insisted. Though Shu Zhiqiang was puzzled by her brother's insistence, she too felt a twinge of worry. She nodded in agreement, mounting her bicycle once more as they headed towards home. While Shu Zhiqiang sulked, her gaze lingering longingly on the vendor's retreating figure. After cycling for another 10 minutes, the trio finally arrived at the doorstep of Shu Zhiqiang's home. Shu Zhiqiang resides in a modest 2-story flat-roofed building, complete with a small courtyard. After parking their bicycles in the yard, she and her mother hurriedly made their way to her mother-in-law's room. However, upon entering, Shu Zhiqiang's expression changed dramatically. The uneaten dishes lay untouched by the bedside, and the elderly woman on the bed was flushed, clearly suffering from a high fever. "Mother, quickly take her to the hospital." Shu Zhiqiang's face also paled as he rushed forward to carry the elderly woman, sprinting towards the door. In her panic, Shu Zhiqiang grasped her sister Shu Zhiqiang's hand tightly to keep up. The old lady was gravely ill, cycling was out of the question, and she could only be carried to the hospital. Fortunately, as they reached the main street, a man riding a tricycle approached. Shu Zhiqiang's eyes lit up, and he promptly carried his sister's mother-in-law over. "Comrade, could you please assist in taking my elder to the hospital?" In this era, addressing someone with respect may be seen as polite, but calling them comrade ignites a fervent spirit. Hence, whatever favor one seeks is already half accomplished. Indeed. The man nodded in understanding at Shu Zhiqiang's plea. "No problem." He stepped forward to lend a hand, helping to place Shu Zhiqiang's mother-in-law onto the tricycle. "Sister, you take a seat and care for your mother-in-law. I will ride my bicycle behind you." After ensuring Shu Zhiqiang was seated on the tricycle, Shu Zhiqiang turned back to retrieve his bicycle. "Xianxian, hop on." "Oh, all right," Shu Zhiqiang responded, quickly leaping onto the back seat of the bicycle. Shu Zhiqiang immediately increased his pace, following closely behind the tricycle. After more than 10 minutes, as there was no public hospital nearby, Shu Zhiqiang instructed the man to take his sister's mother-in-law to the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. "Thank you, comrade." After securing the bicycle, Shu Zhiqiang handed the man 2 dimes, then hurriedly carried the elderly woman into the hospital lobby. "Hey, this young man is quite considerate." The man chuckled softly as he looked at the 2 dimes in his hand. He had prepared himself to be a good Samaritan, but was pleasantly surprised to receive payment. Half an hour later, after much commotion, Shu Zhiqiang's mother-in-law finally saw a doctor and was placed on an 4 drip. "I must say, you children, why did you not bring the elderly woman in sooner, given her severe fever? If you had delayed any longer, her brain and lungs could have been irreparably harmed." A middle-aged doctor in a white coat, sporting silver-rimmed glasses, admonished Shu Zhiqiang and his sister, gesturing emphatically. "I have previously bought medicine for my mother at the clinic." Shu Zhiqiang felt a wave of guilt and wished to explain, but the doctor interrupted her. "Do clinics treat every ailment? Can medication guarantee a cure? And did your mother's fever subside at that time? In critical situations, one must seek hospital care promptly. Do you understand?" The doctor, while stern, was not entirely unkind. He made a point to remind them of the importance of timely medical attention. Unable to bear witnessing his sister's distress, Shu Zhiqiang stepped in front of her, interrupting the conversation. "Doctor, thank you for your reminder. We will certainly be more attentive in the future. May I inquire about the current condition of my elder?" The doctor glanced at Shu Zhiqiang, initially intending to ask about his relationship with the patient, but ultimately shook his head. "The fever is subsiding to a normal level. Once the final 4 drip is completed, I will prescribe some medication, and then you may return home. Furthermore, please refrain from water contact and avoid consuming cold foods for the next few days. Should any complications arise, bring her to the hospital immediately." Upon hearing that her mother-in-law was safe, Shu Zhiqiang finally exhaled in relief, promptly standing to bow in gratitude towards the doctor. Chapter 8. Aspiring to be self-employed without capital after escorting the elderly lady home. It was already 1:30 in the afternoon. Shu Zhiqiang, exhausted, collapsed onto the wooden sofa. Shu Zhiqiang approached, shaking his hand with a pitiful expression, saying, "Brother, I am hungry. After running for several hours without a drop to drink, I wouldn't have come to the city had I known it would be this arduous." Observing her woeful demeanor, Shu Zhiqiang felt his heart ache. At that moment, Shu Zhiqiang emerged from her mother-in-law's room, bringing 2 bottles of drinks. After handing them to her younger siblings, her eyes suddenly filled with tears. "Jiangzi, you have truly borne a great burden today. Had it not been for you, I shudder to think what might have happened to my mother-in-law." She had gone to deliver money to her brother and intended to assist in finalizing his marriage. Had she returned later, she could only imagine the state her mother-in-law might have been in, and even if she had hurried to the hospital, what difference would it have made? If her brother had not refused her money, how could she have afforded to take her mother-in-law to the hospital? All of this was thanks to her brother Shu Zhiqiang. Otherwise, she would have been utterly devastated. "Sister, what are you saying?" Shu Zhiqiang rose, looking at her with mild displeasure. "I am your dear brother. As long as you are well, what is this minor matter in comparison?" As he spoke, he tenderly wiped away her tears. "Isn't everything all right now? Do not cry. However, as your younger brother, I must advise you, you are married now, and your family should take precedence. My marriage is a trivial matter. There is no need for you to exhaust all your savings to assist me, you understand?" His sister truly was the best sister in the world. Perhaps everyone yearns for a sister like her. However, if any man were to marry such a wife, it could be said he was destined for misfortune. Shu Zhiqiang, oblivious to her brother's thoughts, rolled her eyes in reproach. "What nonsense! How can my dear brother's marriage be considered a trivial matter? If I, as the sister, do not lend a hand in such significant affairs, what would that make me?" Shu Zhiqiang, somewhat speechless, ultimately resolved to ensure his sister would no longer worry for him. As long as he worked diligently to earn money, he would lack nothing, and his sister would not have to neglect her family because of him. "You and Xian should have lunch here. I just happened to fry a dish of meat." Noting that it was getting late, Shu Zhiqiang suggested. "All right." Shu Zhiqiang did not hesitate, nodding in agreement, then turning to his sister. "Let us eat first. This afternoon, I will take you to the department store to buy some food, shall we?" Shu Zhiqiang's eyes sparkled as she extended her pinky finger, inquiring, "Are you serious?" Shu Zhiqiang smiled gently, intertwining his fingers with hers. "Would I deceive you, dear sister? I would like to indulge in candied hawthorn, peach crisp, and a big white rabbit candy. Are you not concerned about bursting from overeating?" "Hiki, I can save some for tomorrow." Shu Zhiqiang and Shu Zhiqiang exchanged knowing shakes of their heads before taking their seats at the dining table. 3 dishes were presented: stir-fried meat with chili, hollow-stemmed vegetables, and winter melon soup with meat slices. Shu Zhiqiang's family was relatively well off. Although they couldn't afford meat every day, enjoying it occasionally was certainly manageable, especially given that the grandmother was unwell. Shu Zhiqiang couldn't help but gulp as she eagerly dug into the food once Shu Zhiqiang served it. After taking a bite, Shu Zhiqiang chewed thoughtfully while glancing at Shu Zhiqiang. "Sister, how is brother-in-law's tea business faring?" "Quite well. Our tea shop is considered a time-honored establishment. Neighbors often drop by for a sip. On a daily basis, we earn no less than a yuan, and during peak times, we can make over 2. Speaking of the family's business, Shu Zhiqiang felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, in this era, a stable job might only yield 30 or 40 yuan a month. Their family, at the very least, earned 30, sometimes even 40 or 50, which was certainly more than many others. "That's commendable," Shu Zhiqiang nodded, reflecting that it was indeed respectable. He was aware of brother-in-law's tea shop, which sold ordinary teas, each bowl earning just a few cents, and on busy days, they could sell 100 or 80 bowls with ease. However, he found it hard to view such a venture as lucrative. With this thought, Shu Zhiqiang inquired, "Jiangzi, I recall you mentioning wanting to venture into the city to acquire profitable goods. On the road, you mentioned aspirations for wealth. What do you intend to pursue?" Noticing his sister's curiosity, Shu Zhiqiang decided to be forthright. Now that the reforms have commenced, the state is vigorously supporting individual enterprises. "I aspire to engage in business, but I currently lack the capital." Before he could finish, he noticed Shu Zhiqiang reaching into her pocket, evidently wishing to sponsor him. Shu Zhiqiang quickly raised his hand to stop her, shaking his head helplessly. "Sister, have you already forgotten what I just said? You must prioritize your family and refrain from hastily offering your savings to support me. If I fail and squander the money, how will you manage?" He was deeply touched by his sister's willingness to assist. After all, she was his beloved sister. How could he have been so despicable in his previous life to have caused such a wonderful sister's demise? But you mentioned lacking funds. My brother is rarely so ambitious. Should I not lend my support? Shu Zhiqiang gazed at Shu Zhiqiang with a hint of innocence, her voice laced with affection. I have ways to procure capital myself. So you needn't worry. If I come across a profitable venture, I will invite you to invest. Shu Zhiqiang waved his hand, resolute, no matter what Shu Zhiqiang said. He would not accept her money at this moment. With a resigned expression, Shu Zhiqiang indicated he could reach out to her if necessary. Shu Zhiqiang did not refuse. And after enjoying 2 large bowls of rice with his sister, he prepared to take his leave. Qiangzi, just before stepping out the door, Shu Zhiqiang suddenly called out to him, handing over a stack of tickets. You're heading to the department store shortly, and you'll surely have a list of items to purchase. I won't be giving you any money, so take these tickets. In this era, purchasing anything requires tickets. Without them, one must pay a premium to acquire the desired goods. Thus, Shu Zhiqiang did not refuse this time, extending his hand to accept the tickets. Thank you, sister. Having grown up, Qiangzi understood the importance of not appearing distant from his sister. He wondered if, upon marrying in the future, he might forget her. Shu Zhiqiang's expression darkened, and she became somewhat displeased. Recognizing her teasing, Shu Zhiqiang merely chuckled and went out, supporting his bicycle. Xian, hop on. With a cheerful exclamation, he placed both feet on the pedals. Shu Zhiqiang responded promptly, taking a few quick steps before leaping onto the rear seat of the bicycle. Gripping tightly onto Shu Zhiqiang's clothing, watching her younger brother and sister depart, Shu Zhiqiang sighed and turned back into the house. Chapter 9. If your parents hit you, remember to run away. The department store in the 1980s stood only 2 or 3 stories tall, offering a limited selection of goods. After spending 5 fen at the entrance to buy a string of candied hawthorns, Shu Zhiqiang led his sister through the aisles. As she licked the candy, Shu Zhiqiang's eyes sparkled with curiosity, surveying everything around her. Having seldom ventured into the city throughout her life, the experience of browsing a department store was entirely novel. To her, it felt like entering a new world, where everything appeared fascinating. Especially when passing a food stall, her eyes gleamed with longing as she glanced at Shu Zhiqiang. Witnessing her excitement over even the smallest of snacks tugged at Shu Zhiqiang's heartstrings. Such treats would be commonplace in the future, affordable to all. Yet for people in this time, they were luxuries seldom indulged in even during the new year. With a vow to ensure his sister enjoys a better life and his second chance at life, Shu Zhiqiang had no intention of dismissing her desires. Although he was using the family's money, buying a little something for his sister was certainly acceptable. Thus, he guided her toward the stall, calling out to the vendor, who was chatting and cracking sunflower seeds with a colleague. Comrade. Upon hearing Shu Zhiqiang's call, the vendor did not even turn his head, continuing to engage in lighthearted banter. This exemplified the employee attitude of the time, a significant factor contributing to the decline of state-owned enterprises. Relying on policies that prevented arbitrary dismissals, many employees became complacent and unproductive. Shu Zhiqiang smiled slightly and tapped on the counter. Comrade. Hearing his tone become more insistent, the vendor rolled his eyes. After exchanging a few words with the colleague, he sauntered over at a leisurely pace. What would you like? The vendor's demeanor was exceedingly dismissive. Familiar with the prevailing attitudes of the era, Shu Zhiqiang paid it no mind. Ruffling Shu Zhiqiang's hair affectionately, he gently inquired, Xin, what would you like to eat? Although Shu Zhiqiang was put off by the vendor's attitude and intimidated by his dismissive glare, she nonetheless stepped forward upon hearing her brother's question. Pointing at 2 items on display, she had tasted this delicacy a couple of times at her aunt's house, thus she was well aware of its exquisite flavor. As for the other items, she was reluctant to squander the opportunity to indulge in their taste. Once her sister had selected her desired treat, Shu Zhiqiang turned to the vendor and requested, could you please weigh out half a pound of peach crisps and half a pound of coconut cookies? Although he had no intention of consuming them himself, he wished to purchase them for his younger siblings, and ideally, he wanted their mother to sample them as well. Regarding the matter of whose money would be used, he was confident he would resolve that swiftly. The vendor lazily packaged half a pound of peach crisps and coconut cookies, then handed them over, stating that LLB 80 cents. What? 80 cents? Upon hearing the price from the vendor, Shu Zhiqiang gasped in astonishment. Although she didn't possess a clear understanding of money, she was aware that 5 cents could buy a skewer of candied hawthorn. With 80 cents, she could purchase 1, 2, or even 4 skewers of candied hawthorn. Quite a substantial amount. If her parents were to discover that she had squandered 80 cents on a whim, they would surely scold her severely. At this thought, she immediately tugged at Shu Zhiqiang's sleeve, her eyes brimming with tears, and said, Brother, I don't want it anymore. In truth, she had rarely faced any punishment. Even if her parents were to discipline her, her older siblings would shield her. However, she had witnessed the consequences of Shu Zhiqiang's punishments and knew that the leather strap stung like a whip on pork. Just the thought of such a scenario befalling her made her want to cry. Upon hearing Shu Zhiqiang's declaration of withdrawal, the vendor's expression soured instantly. Hey, I've already packaged it, and now you say you don't want it? Are you playing with me? Her voice rose, drawing the attention of surrounding customers. And rather than calming down, she became even more brazen. Come, everyone, take a look at these two. Shut up. Shu Zhiqiang bellowed. Unable to tolerate the vendor's attempt to escalate the situation, Shu Zhiqiang could no longer bear the scrutinizing gazes of the onlookers, clutching Shu Zhiqiang's hand timidly. Her eyes cast downward. Seeing his sister in such distress filled Shu Zhiqiang with heartache. Without hesitation, he pulled out money and slapped it onto the counter, asserting, Who said I don't want it? Give me my change. Upon seeing Shu Zhiqiang produce cash, the vendor ceased her complaints, though her demeanor remained far from pleasant. Such was the disposition of vendors nowadays, and Shu Zhiqiang was disinclined to argue. He collected $9 in change and grabbed 4 large white rabbit milk candies. Then, casting a glance at the surrounding crowd, he took Shu Zhiqiang's hand and led her away to a quieter part of the market. Once they were out of sight, he halted and turned to snatch the candied hawthorn skewer from his sister's grasp. After taking a bite, he inquired, Xian, why did you suddenly decide against the cookies? This little one surely wouldn't change her mind without reason. She must have thought of something. As she watched her candied hawthorn being seized and bitten into, Shu Zhiqiang's earlier panic dissipated. She looked up at Shu Zhiqiang, asking timidly, Brother, will Mom and Dad hit me later? Why would they hit you? Shu Zhiqiang replied, momentarily taken aback, gazing at his sister in confusion. I was craving the peach crisps, and it cost 80 cents. I heard that 80 cents can buy a pound of pork. It's been ages since we've had meat at home, yet I made you spend that much for a treat. She lamented her own gluttony, perplexed by her own desires. What do you mean by craving? Indulging in a moment of longing, Shu Zhiqiang chuckled softly upon sensing his sister's concern. Rest assured, our parents will not punish you. If anyone is to be chastised, it shall be me. His words left Shu Zhiqiang momentarily bewildered. Unable to comprehend why her brother would claim himself to be the one craving indulgence. She seemed to grasp the essence of his intentions, but struggled to articulate her thoughts. However, upon hearing her brother's willingness to take the blame, she timidly replied, If Mom and Dad do punish you, remember to run away. Shu Zhiqiang paused, casting a surprised glance her way before erupting into hearty laughter. Fear not, I shall flee with great swiftness. This elicited a smile and a nod from Shu Zhiqiang. Although her gaze lingered on the candied hawthorn skewers in his hand, she had been content to merely lick at her treat, but now, after witnessing him take a bite, she found herself grappling with an unexpected pang of heartache. Come on now, that's enough. Shu Zhiqiang playfully pointed at her and returned the candied skewer. Is it truly necessary to make such a fuss over one piece? I have already borne the consequences for you. Does this sugary morsel truly warrant such distress? He felt an overwhelming weariness settle in his heart, while Shu Zhiqiang continued to savor her treat without a care in the world. Moments later, the two siblings strolled hand in hand into a fishing tackle shop, where the proprietor was engrossed in a comic book. Excuse me, do you happen to have boat hooks and braided nets? Shu Zhiqiang approached, his demeanor amiable. Yes, the shopkeeper nodded, producing a box of fish hooks and offering it to Shu Zhiqiang. 10 cents. He then gestured towards a selection of fishing rods, lines, and other tackle. Are you interested in fishing, young man? Take a look and see what you require. His tone was notably more courteous than that of the previous clerk, perhaps due to his age and the rarity of customers in this secluded location. Shu Zhiqiang did not engage in small talk. Instead, he retrieved 4 hooks from the box and shook his head. I only need a few hooks and the largest braided net. The rest is unnecessary. He found himself devoid of funds, his family's circumstances so dire that even the cost of a bicycle was borrowed. While his aunt's family enjoyed a comfortable life, their 2 sons were preparing for marriage and were in need of loans themselves. After all, city life differed vastly from rural existence. Especially when marrying a woman from a stable profession, rental housing was available, but the essentials were non-negotiable. Thus, Shu Zhiqiang resolved to accumulate capital for his ventures by starting with a zero investment business. As the adage goes, one who relies on the mountains eats from the mountains. One who relies on the waters eats from the waters. The 1980s were rich with resources in both mountainous and aquatic environments. Yuzhong was not a mountainous area. Yet the vicinity of Changhu Brigade was home to wild rabbits and pheasants, elusive and few in number. Consequently, Shu Zhiqiang set his sights on the wild lake near Changhu Brigade, which boasted a wealth of aquatic life. While hooks and nets could be crafted at home, purchasing them was far more convenient. The nails for hooks were too thick for proper baiting, and using all the household needles to make fish hooks would surely earn him a scolding from his mother. Additionally, crafting fishing nets required an abundance of hemp rope and immense time, whereas Shu Zhiqiang yearned to earn his first pot of gold swiftly. Upon hearing Shu Zhiqiang's words, the sales clerk discerned his intentions and promptly retrieved a woven net. The net is $1.50, and for 4 fish hooks, I shall charge you just 2 cents, she stated. Without hesitation, Shu Zhiqiang produced $1.52 along with a ticket, expressing his gratitude. After completing his purchase, he took his sister, Shu Zhiqiang, by the hand and guided her towards the exit of the marketplace. However, as they passed the clothing stall, a glimmer of desire sparkled in Shu Zhiqiang's eyes. Particularly, upon noticing the patchwork on her own garment, her longing for new attire intensified. It had been ages since she last acquired new clothes. Was it a year, or perhaps 3? Yet, she refrained from voicing her wish, merely casting a glance before lowering her gaze to follow Shu Zhiqiang. Perceiving her yearning, Shu Zhiqiang affectionately ruffled her hair and said, "Xian, how about I buy you new clothes in a few days?" Shu Zhiqiang's eyes brightened, and after a fleeting glance at her brother, she shook her head, declaring, "No, I have clothes to wear." Sensing her concern, Shu Zhiqiang smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, I keep my promises. Once I earn some money in a few days, I will buy you new clothes, and I will also get outfits for our parents in Jigua. As long as the money is earned legitimately, we can spend it however we wish." Upon hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang's mood transformed from despondency to anticipation, her face aglow with joy as she gazed at Shu Zhiqiang. "Then, brother, let us hurry and earn some money." Shu Zhiqiang chuckled and nodded in agreement. "All right, let us return and make some money." Hand in hand, they exited the department store, where a vintage bicycle they stood parked not far away. In that era, bicycles were akin to the luxury cars of the future, a symbol of affluence that no one dared to touch. Moreover, following a recent crackdown on crime, it was even less likely that anyone would dare to offend the law. After placing the woven net in a large jar, Shu Zhiqiang mounted the bicycle, carrying his sister homeward. A few minutes later, they halted at a shoemaker's stall. The shoemaker glanced at the familiar rubber slippers before looking up at Shu Zhiqiang. "Young man, need your shoes repaired?" "No repairs needed," Shu Zhiqiang replied. Getting straight to the point, "Do you have any durable rope?" "Indeed. What do you need it for?" "Fishing. Could you sell me a roll?" Shu Zhiqiang answered candidly. The durable rope, stronger than nylon, was typically used for shoe repairs, yet in this era, it proved far superior for fishing. The shoemaker rummaged through his toolbox and produced a spool resembling a sewing thread reel, wrapped in durable rope. He handed it to Shu Zhiqiang, stating, "Here you go. Just 10 cents. Although 10 cents felt slightly inflated, the item did not require a ticket, so Shu Zhiqiang opted not to haggle. After completing the transaction, he continued on his way home with his sister, the relentless sun beating down upon them, causing sweat to cascade like rain. An hour later, they finally returned to Shu family village, drenched and weary. Just as they entered the courtyard, an 8 or 9-year-old girl emerged from their uncle's house. Upon spotting the plastic bag in Shu Zhiqiang's hand, her eyes lit up, and she dashed over. "Brother Chong, Xian, what delicious food have you bought?" This was Shu Zhiqiang, the second daughter of uncle, born in the same year but a different month as Shu Zhiqiang. Her personality mirrored that of her mother, sharp-tongued, miserly, and materialistic. Her sister, Shu Dandan, was studying at university in the provincial capital, thus absent from home. Upon seeing her cousin approach, Shu Zhiqiang instinctively shielded the bag of biscuits in her embrace. After all, those biscuits cost 8 dimes, and she had no intention of sharing with this snobbish girl. Shu Zhiqiang was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such behavior from her cousin. However, after staring at the bag for a prolonged moment, she turned and dashed back to her home, shouting at the top of her lungs, "Mom, Brother Chong and Xian have bought tasty treats." Witnessing Shu Zhiqiang's antics, the siblings, Shu Zhiqiang and Shu Zhiqiang, were left speechless. "Let us go. Don't mind her," Shu Zhiqiang sighed, setting aside the woven net and pulling his sister towards their home. Yet, just before entering, an old, rusty bicycle caught their attention. "Brother, it seems Dad has returned?" Shu Zhiqiang instantly recognized the vehicle and stated it outright. This bicycle was a wedding gift for Shu Zhiqiang, which Shu Biao had been riding since it was delivered. After all, having a bicycle made commuting for work much more convenient. So he has come back. I suppose he went to the fields, Shu Zhiqiang remarked nonchalantly as he stepped inside and approached the table. He picked up a teacup from the tray, poured himself a cup of tea, and handed it to his sister, Shu Zhiqiang, before lifting the teapot to pour for himself. He drank deeply, quenching some of the heat he felt within. Xian, stay at home and don't wander about. If mom and dad ask, just say you win a play by the river. Grabbing a nearby machete, Shu Zhiqiang prepared to chop some bamboo. However, just as he turned, a middle-aged man stormed into the courtyard with an imposing demeanor. Seeing their father's grim expression, Shu Zhiqiang felt a pang of fear and shouted, "Brother, you'd better run." Run? Where to? Hearing Shu Zhiqiang's urgent cry, Shu Biao's face darkened further. He had returned home today specifically to discuss his son's marriage with his in-laws, having postponed his work for this occasion. It was important to note that one day of work could earn him over $1, and this job wasn't guaranteed daily. Nonetheless, he prioritized witnessing his son's successful marriage, yet upon his return, he learned that the union with the daughter of the Fu family had fallen through due to their demand for extravagant gifts, including a costly dowry. Of course, I'm going to the river to chop some bamboo, Shu Zhiqiang stated matter-of-factly, unperturbed. What use is that? You're not allowed to go. Shu Biao's frustration boiled over at his son's apparent lack of ambition. This son, who seemed utterly unremarkable aside from his agricultural skills, had failed to excel in his studies and now jeopardized his engagement. Instead of seeking to placate his future mother-in-law, he was preoccupied with chopping bamboo. Dad, chopping bamboo is not pointless. It's a crucial step towards my future earnings. Upon encountering his deceased father once more, Shu Zhiqiang had no intention of engaging in a quarrel. Instead, he patiently commenced an explanation. In truth, in his previous life, his father was also quite pitiable. Yet every pitiable soul possesses their own flaws. In that past existence, in order to repay debts, his father had dragged his son, merely 10 years of age, to toil on construction sites, often working overtime. This ultimately led to the child's demise, and thereafter, he fell into the clutches of alcoholism, drinking at every opportunity. It was only after learning of Fu Huijuan's pregnancy that things began to improve, but his attitude towards Xiong Fengxia took a turn for the worse. He demanded that she serve Fu Huijuan unconditionally and unleashed all his negative emotions upon her. Meanwhile, he cradled a young bastard in his arms, joining Fu Huijuan in tormenting his own wife, disregarding even when Shu Zhiqiang's sister was wronged. He too did not live past 65, succumbing to a grave illness similar to Xiong Fengxia's fate. Yet, even when both elders were bedridden, Fu Huijuan never attended to them in the hospital. Earn money? Nonsense. If you could earn money, even the ancestral graves would emit smoke. Now go change your clothes and deliver the sewing machine and bicycle to your future mother-in-law's home. I have already arranged it. That kind-hearted Huijuan is willing to marry you without hesitation. Encountering such a splendid girl, one wonders what merit you accrued in your past life. Shu Biao dismissed his son's words, instead launching a verbal assault. His father's remarks left Shu Zhiqiang utterly bewildered. Was the other party truly heading to Su Xiaoying's residence? And did Fu Huijuan genuinely intend to pursue him relentlessly? Absolutely not. He would never marry that promiscuous woman, even at the cost of severing ties with his father. Thus, he shook his head and retorted, "Merit? I see it more as a curse." Shu Zhiqiang, lurking behind his parents, could not stifle his laughter but was met with two piercing glares that silenced him. Nevertheless, he discreetly gave his elder brother a thumbs up, admiring his courage to confront their father. "What are you saying? Who insisted on marrying Fu Huijuan back then? Now you claim you refuse? Impossible. I tell you, you must marry that girl tomorrow." Taking a deep breath, Shu Biao fixed a threatening gaze upon Shu Zhiqiang, as if he would lose control should his son refuse. However, Shu Zhiqiang was resolute. No matter how grim his father's expression became, he shook his head. "I will not marry that woman. I refuse to engage in a buy-one-get-one-free arrangement." He had reiterated this sentiment countless times, for he truly did not wish to explain himself repeatedly. Moreover, this was a conversation meant for family. Sharing it with others would only lead to gossip that could spread throughout the village. If Fu Huijuan were to turn the tables and accuse him, he could very well find himself imprisoned for several days. Upon hearing his words, Shu Biao erupted in fury, drawing his belt from his waist. "You little rascal. A fine young lady, and you spread rumors about her. If outsiders hear this, they will surely report you." Brother, Qiangzi, run quickly. Witnessing Shu Biao's serious demeanor, Shu Mu and Shu Zhiqiang called out in alarm. Shu Mu boldly stepped forward, wrapping her arms tightly around Shu Fu's robust waist. Shu Zhiqiang, unwilling to engage further with his father, uttered a remark before hastily departing with a hatchet in hand. Father, go ahead and shout. Soon the entire village will know you are spreading slander about Fu Huijuan. Upon hearing this, Shu Biao immediately ceased his shouting. Though he cast a fierce glare at Xiong Fengxia, still not letting go, that little rascal has been spoiled by you. Huijuan is on the verge of securing a stable job. Even as an apprentice, she earns 30 yuan a month. What right does Shu Zhiqiang, a mere peasant, have to look down upon her? Spreading rumors about her, I suspect he wishes to end up in jail. Xiong Fengxia reluctantly released her hold, stepping back a couple of paces as she weakly defended her son. Old Shu, Qiangzi has his own aspirations, and what's wrong with being a farmer? Aren't you a farmer as well? With your loud outbursts, do you want the villagers to know it was Qiangzi who spoke those words? This was not Xiong Fengxia's first confrontation with Shu Biao, but each time, it was for the sake of her son, as long as her son remained unharmed. She endured the burdens of the household with unwavering diligence. Shu Biao, filled with indignation, nodded vehemently, his face flushed. Fine. I toil endlessly outside. And you both conspire with that little brat against me. From now on, when it comes time for him to marry, do not expect my assistance. That responsibility lies solely with you. Xiong Fengxia fell silent, pondering how a mere village woman could assist her son in finding a wife. Elder brother says he will earn a great deal of money, that he intends to marry a city girl, and will buy clothes for me, my younger brother, and our parents. Shu Zhiqiang, witnessing her father's obstinate demeanor, stepped forward boldly and declared, her small hand clutching Shu Zhiqiang's garment tightly. Him? Daydreaming in broad daylight. Shu Fu scoffed, convinced that his foolish son was being overly optimistic. After all, having mingled in the world for so long, he understood the challenges of earning money. Yet, upon hearing that his son intended to purchase clothes for him, a flicker of warmth ignited in his heart. It seemed his parenting had not been in vain. At least the boy recognized the value of filial piety. Xian, have you bought snacks? How about sharing a bit with Qing? At that moment, Zhou Muing approached with Shu Qing in tow, adopting a tone of negotiation. Chapter 12. Harvesting bamboo for fishing rods in Zhongling County. Ding refers to the stretch of waterway at the lake's edge, leading to the reservoir. Whenever the dry season arrives, the sluice gate opens, allowing the lake's waters to flow into the reservoir, safeguarding against natural disasters. Shu Zhiqiang remained oblivious to the happenings at home, but was certain that his father would never harm his mother. After all, in his previous life, no matter how much his father drank or conspired with Fu Huijuan against his mother, he had never resorted to violence. Understanding his father's character gave him the confidence to ascend the Diying. This Diying stood merely a dozen meters high, making the climb relatively easy, and at the other end lay a small hill abundant with bamboo. Shu Zhiqiang's intention was to cut down a few bamboo stalks there. So he ventured across the deep ravine before him once more. Just as he leaped down into the deep gorge, he stumbled upon a delightful find, the snake-gourd fruit. A smile spread across his face as he picked one and tossed it into his mouth, savoring the sweet flavor that instantly enveloped his palate. This fruit resembled a strawberry. Albeit smaller, no larger than a marble, yet its sweetness rivaled that of the strawberry. To put it simply, it was a wild strawberry, scientifically known as snake-gourd fruit, or dragon pearl, among other names. Although he was unaware of what it was called elsewhere, in his region, it was affectionately referred to as bubble fruit. Each time the sluice gate opened and water flowed through, the snake-gourd fruit would flourish in this deep gorge a month or so later. In the rural landscapes of this era, where food was scarce, foraging for snake-gourd fruit was one of the greatest joys for children. And this wild fruit became one of their few sources of sustenance. Shu Zhiqiang had partaken in this activity before, though it had been ages since he had last enjoyed such an experience. The sweetness of the snake-gourd fruit stirred memories of the hardships he had endured in his previous life. He shook his head to dispel those thoughts and diligently harvested all the snake-gourd fruits, ensuring he did everything to the fullest. As long as his younger siblings relished the fruit, he cared little whether other children had any to eat. After gathering the fruits in a cloth pouch, he secured it to the rope tied around his waist, ensuring that he would not accidentally crush them while he went about cutting bamboo. The snake-gourd fruit was not as resilient as strawberries. A gentle pinch could ruin them, let alone any significant pressure. Once he completed this task, Shu Zhiqiang scrambled toward the bamboo grove, ultimately emerging with his clothes stained. This endeavor was indeed somewhat troublesome, he resolved to find a plank to lay across the gorge, which would spare him the need to climb up and down the gorge repeatedly. In this era, people were quite nimble, ascending and descending with remarkable speed. Hence he had not considered the idea of placing a plank before. Moreover, the bamboo on this mountain was seldom harvested, leading to its flourishing growth. Shu Zhiqiang did not climb too high, but instead sought out several slender bamboo shoots at the edge of the grove, skillfully wielding his knife to cut them down. He was not reckless. He targeted the base to avoid damaging the bamboo. The cutting tool was quite powerful, and soon, he had brought down a slender bamboo shoot. Inspecting it, he noted that it was neither too old nor too young, free of insect holes, with densely packed nodes, making it ideal for crafting a fishing rod. Satisfied with his selection, he then stripped the branches and leaves from the bamboo, rendering it smooth and safe to handle. Following the same criteria, he proceeded to cut down 4 or 5 more slender bamboo shoots, cleaning them of any foliage before binding them together with hemp rope. He did not leave just yet. Instead, he cut a few more thin bamboo shoots to prepare for making a trap for fish and shrimp. After tying these bamboo pieces together, he prepared to return home, only to nearly trip over a wild bamboo shoot at his feet. "Ah, you're really asking for trouble? Eager to become food for your elder brother?" Shu Zhiqiang scoffed, then swung his knife to dig out the bamboo shoot, inadvertently uprooting its siblings as well. The season had turned to summer, the spring and winter shoots had vanished. Yet the flavor of the wild bamboo was still delightful, especially when stir-fried with slices of meat. Shu Zhiqiang descended from the bamboo grove, standing on the ridge from which he could behold a considerable portion of the Changhu village. Only a dozen households made up Shu family village, encircled by the villages of Fu, Zhang, and Su, reminiscent of a cornered beast preparing for a struggle. The feng shui of this place was evidently lacking, compelling him to earn more to enable his family to reside in the city. With determination, Shu Zhiqiang hurled the bamboo from his back to the opposite side of the ridge. Climbing up and down while carrying it was exhausting. Tossing it across was undoubtedly more effortless. Fortunately, his strength was ample, and he did not miscast the bamboo into the deep ravine. After considerable effort, Shu Zhiqiang finally returned home with all his belongings. He reasoned that after such a long time, his father's anger should have subsided. However, as he stepped into the courtyard, he noticed his younger sister, Shu Zhiqiang, sitting on a stool with her head bowed, seemingly lost in thought. Perhaps sensing the movement, she lifted her head and, upon seeing her brother return, rushed over, clutching her garment. "Brother, look what I saved for you," she exclaimed, unveiling a piece of peach crisp and several coconut cakes. "Is this what you saved for me? Did you finish the rest?" Observing the proud expression on his sister's face, Shu Zhiqiang chuckled helplessly. "What do you mean I finished it?" Shu Zhiqiang retorted, her eyes widening in protest. It turned out that their snacks had been discovered by their father, just as their aunt had brought Qing over. Consequently, Shu Biao had shared some with the mother and daughter, leaving only a few for Zhiqiang. The cookies had initially been plentiful, especially the peach crisp, which amounted to only a few pieces despite weighing half a pound. Shu Zhiqiang had intended the treats for his younger siblings, and if he shared with their aunt and Qing, there would be insufficient for them all. Nevertheless, Zhiqiang still wished to save some for him, which stirred a mixture of gratitude and guilt within Shu Zhiqiang. He affectionately ruffled her hair and said, "Thank you, but you should keep the cakes for yourself." Then, with a mischievous smile, he added, "Now, see what your brother has brought back for you." At this, Shu Zhiqiang released his leg and watched as he opened the cloth pouch at his waist. "Wow, so many bubble fruits," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight at the crimson berries. However, she quickly covered her mouth, glancing anxiously at the door of the neighboring house. If Qing heard, she would undoubtedly demand to share some. "Shu, if Qing sees, then she sees. We must learn to share, all right?" Shu Zhiqiang smiled gently as he handed over all the fruits. Watching Shu Zhiqiang happily carry the fruits to enjoy, he smiled and began crafting the tools he would need next. As for the cookies that were shared, they had originally been purchased with their parents' money. He had no say in whom his father chose to share with, nor did he feel it necessary to quarrel over a few cents with his family. Tomorrow, he would earn money again to buy more treats for his younger siblings. Chapter 13. Fishing rods, baskets, and traps. Shu Zhiqiang untied the rope binding the bamboo, extracting several pieces to fashion into fishing rods. After piercing the bamboo segments, he utilized a spade to excavate some mud, forming a pit with the mixture of clay and gravel, and subsequently ignited a fire within it. This method of kindling flames was rather convenient. In his childhood, Shu Zhiqiang often used this technique with his friends to roast sunflower seeds and sweet potatoes. Once the fire blazed, he placed the bamboo pole, which he had hollowed out, over the flames to straighten it. Although this method of straightening was not comparable to professional techniques, Shu Zhiqiang lacked such expertise. His ability to perform these tasks stemmed from his previous life, where, after quarreling with Fu Huijuan, he found solace in fishing with friends. After engaging in casual discussions about fishing knowledge, he acquired these skills. As he diligently straightened the fishing rod, a voice interrupted from behind. "Brother, open your mouth." Shu Zhiqiang instinctively complied, and a snake fruit was tossed into his mouth. Upon gently biting into it, a rich, sweet and sour flavor enveloped his palate, providing immense satisfaction. "Is it sweet?" Shu Zhiqiang's sister, Shu Zhiqiang, leaned in with a beaming smile. "Indeed," he replied with a slight smile, then inquired, "But did you wash it?" Shu Zhiqiang paused, looking puzzled at the snake fruit in her pocket. "Does this need washing? When we used to climb trees to pick these, we always ate them directly, didn't we?" Observing his sister's bewilderment, Shu Zhiqiang internally chided himself for becoming overly fastidious. Nevertheless, hygiene was paramount, so he advised, "Remember to wash them before eating next time. Otherwise, you might get worms in your stomach." Shu Zhiqiang's pupils dilated as she recalled the white worm from a previous bout of diarrhea. She shuddered involuntarily and immediately dashed towards the backyard, clutching her cloth pouch. Shu Zhiqiang shook his head and returned to straightening the fishing rods, a task that took over an hour to complete for the 4 rods. However, after straightening them, he needed to prepare other essentials, particularly tying the fishing lines. He rummaged through the room for some iron wire and sewing thread, twisting the wire into a loop while leaving 2 straight ends. He then laid the straight wire along the small end of the fishing rod and secured it with sewing thread. This way, the twisted loop rested at the top of the rod, ready for the braided fishing line to be affixed. Although he could have crafted a reel to gather the fishing line, time constraints and limited resources led him to forego that idea. "Brother, are you planning to go fishing?" Shu Zhiqiang asked with admiration as she gazed at the exquisite fishing rod. Noticing her empty hands, Shu Zhiqiang realized she had finished the snake fruit without saving any for Zhigua. However, he knew Zhigua wouldn't mind, as he was quite understanding and focused on work rather than indulging in food. Acknowledging his shortcomings towards his younger brother, Shu Zhiqiang resolved to bring him prosperity and possibly a beautiful bride in the future. Stowing away the fishing rod, he smiled at Shu Zhiqiang and said, "Yes, big brother will catch fish for you to eat." Her eyes lit up, and she clapped her hands in excitement, exclaiming, "Great! I want to eat fish." "All right. Tomorrow I shall prepare fish for you," Shu Zhiqiang replied with a gentle smile, confident in his fishing prowess. The crux of the matter lies in the abundant aquatic resources of this era, which serves as a source of his confidence. After sending his sister away, he resumed the task of peeling the remaining tender bamboo, ultimately crafting it into bamboo strips. He polished the strips to prevent any splinters from injuring his hands. Once all were prepared, he selected some suitable bamboo to begin constructing a fish basket. In rural areas, there are many artisans who create vegetable baskets from bamboo strips, each basket costing just a few cents, both practical and efficient. Skilled craftsmen can produce dozens of baskets in a single day, selling them at the market to sustain themselves. Shu Zhiqiang was not a virtuous person. During his childhood, he had once dismantled someone else's vegetable basket with his friends. After receiving a few lashes from his father, he was compelled to apologize to the artisan and make amends by weaving a number of baskets equivalent to those he had taken apart. The artisan, after some coaxing, reluctantly agreed to let Shu Zhiqiang assist in weaving baskets. It is worth noting that his father was quite shrewd, ensuring that Shu Zhiqiang learned a valuable skill in the process. Thus, crafting a fish basket from bamboo strips posed no challenge for him. Although he spent a bit more time peeling the bamboo, his weaving motions were swift, and within the span of an hour, he had fashioned a fish basket over 1 meter in length. Upon completing the basket and setting it aside, his parents and Shu Zhigua entered, carrying farming tools. Their faces flushed from the sun. The scorching heat had drenched them in sweat, their skin appearing increasingly darkened and ruddy. "You rascal! Returning home without offering a hand in the fields, merely busying yourself with these trifles," Shu Biao exclaimed in frustration upon seeing Shu Zhiqiang engrossed in his handiwork. However, Shu Zhigua's eyes lit up as he dashed over to pick up a fishing rod. "Brother, did you make this?" he inquired eagerly. He too enjoyed fishing during his leisure time, primarily for the purpose of grilling the catch. Yet, for reasons unknown, They sometimes spent an entire day fishing without landing a single fish. Upon seeing his brother's handcrafted rod, he perhaps began to understand the reason. Indeed, if you like it, I shall gift it to you, Shu Zhiqiang replied with a slight smile, displaying generosity. He was aware of the reasons behind his brother's fishing struggles: poor technique, lack of baiting knowledge, and oversized hooks that pierced straight through the bait, exposing it. While using nails as fish hooks was a viable option, the yield would likely be minimal. Seeing his brother's enthusiasm, he naturally felt no hesitation in offering assistance. Observing his two sons in such a state, Shu Biao's expression was one of disappointment. Two good-for-nothings. You can't even compare to Dan Dan in your studies. The girl is proactive, yet you do not even consider marrying her. All you know is to engage in these futile pursuits. On the sidelines, Xiang Fengxia could no longer contain herself and promptly defended her son. Enough of that. He is doing this to earn money through fishing. Can't you see the merit in it? What did you say? You've spoiled both of them, Shu Biao retorted. Why don't you hurry and prepare dinner? Are we to go without our evening meal? His authority as the head of the household was challenged, intensifying the anger within him. Xiang Fengxia chose not to respond further. She set down the farming tools and headed to the backyard to cook. Shu Zhiqiang glanced at her and then patted Shu Zhiqiang on the shoulder. Go help Mom with the fire. I shall craft 2 more fish traps and venture to Yinsi Lake this evening to catch fish. Very well. Shu Zhiqiang did not decline. Turning to follow his mother into the backyard, Shu Zhiqiang squatted down once more to arrange the bamboo, then commenced the construction of the traps. At that moment, a rough, weathered hand, as dark as the earth, reached out. How much of the 10 yuan your mother gave you remains? Show it to me. Chapter 14. Marrying such a woman is a dead, and Shu Zhiqiang glanced up at his father, shaking his head under the weight of his father's stormy gaze. I need change for tomorrow. I plan to sell fish at the town. I can return it by tomorrow afternoon or the day after. He was confident in his fishing skills, certain that a night of angling would yield dozens of pounds of fish. The primary reason was that few ventured to fish in the Changhu Brigade's waters. Even those who did would not reap substantial rewards, resulting in an abundance of aquatic resources in the nearby lakes. Although the rural community had transitioned from labor points to household farming, this change was relatively recent, and all villagers were preoccupied with their field work. Activities such as fishing and shrimping were primarily undertaken by idle children. As for selling fish in the market, very few dared to do so. At most, they would catch a couple for personal consumption. Therefore, armed with advanced baiting techniques and fishing prowess, he was poised for a bountiful harvest in the fish-rich lake waters. Moreover, Shu Zhiqiang had no competitors, allowing him to accumulate some initial capital. Once he had the funds, what business could he not pursue? Selling fish. Where will your fish come from? Do you genuinely believe that with these few useless items, you can catch fish? Don't be delusional. Even if you manage to catch some, how many can you sell for 10 yuan? Should you be apprehended by the red armbands for speculation? Don't dare say I'm your father. I cannot bear such disgrace. Shu Biao had no faith in Shu Zhiqiang's ability to catch fish. Instead, he worried that his son might be arrested for speculation, which would not only endanger his son's life but also bring him shame. Shu Zhiqiang glanced at his father, resuming his task of constructing the trap as he spoke. Father, you will soon see how much I can catch. Regarding your comments on speculation, I believe it is necessary to enlighten you. Acquiring goods at a low price from one location and selling them at a higher price to another constitutes speculation. This practice generates no value and leads to waste. Those apprehended by the red armbands in previous years were engaged in such activities. However, our situation differs. Fish and shrimp hold little value in the lake, but once harvested, they gain significance. We are extracting the lake's resources and providing them to our local community. This not only avoids waste, but also offers fresh fish to the people, thereby creating value. It is worth noting that since the issuance of the first business licenses in 1979, individual entrepreneurs have sprung up like bamboo shoots after a rain. At that time, the scarcity of resources was palpable, and many engaged in the wasteful practice of speculation. Viewed from that perspective, these entrepreneurs did not contribute value to society. Instead, they created chaos in the market. Consequently, in 1981, the government took vigorous action against certain speculative individual entrepreneurs. This crackdown led many ordinary citizens to hesitate before selling goods, even if they wished to do so secretly. However, it is now the year of 1983. Although speculation still lingers in the market, it is no longer as stringent as before. Shu Biao's concerns are valid, and Shu Zhiqiang understands his father's perspective, thus maintaining a very amicable demeanor. Yet, Shu Biao is momentarily taken aback, questioning how this peasant can articulate so eloquently. Had he known this lad had merely an elementary education, he would not have expected him to be more articulate than their foreman. Soon, however, he shook his head and coldly remarked, "Do not speak to me of trivial matters. I can forego money, and I can disregard your fishing, but you must bring back that girl, Huijuan, tomorrow. She is a rare beauty in the surrounding villages, and soon she will be gainfully employed, earning 30 yuan a month. Where will you, a mere farmer, find such a remarkable woman?" Shu Zhiqiang felt somewhat speechless. How did the conversation shift back to Fu Huijuan? He had already explained himself countless times. Must it escalate to the point where the entire village is aware? After designing the inner layer of the fish trap, he added another layer of reeds around it, topped with an entrance. The structure of the trap consists of 3 layers. Once the loaches and eels enter, they will find it impossible to escape. Shu Biao, somewhat perplexed, could only admonish, "I am speaking to you. Are you listening?" Shu Zhiqiang paused, securing the trap before turning to his father. "Father, what do you think? Grant me 3 months, and I shall demonstrate my capability to win a city girl's heart. If Fu Huijuan's condition remains unchanged during this time, we can revisit the topic of marrying her." There was no other choice. In the eyes of ordinary folk, a woman who is both attractive and holds a stable job, like Fu Huijuan, is deemed the ideal spouse. Any man encountering such a woman would desire to marry her, and Shu Zhiqiang was no different in his past life. However, after decades of living, he understood that such a woman is not only idle but also carries a child. Marrying such a woman would not only bring misfortune for 3 generations but could also lead to a lineage's extinction. Yet, Shu Biao and Xiong Fengxia were oblivious to this. Shu Zhiqiang could only articulate his thoughts carefully, for his sole objective was clear: he would not marry Fu Huijuan. "What are you thinking? Am I so unaware of your abilities? Besides, if you delay Huijuan for 3 months, it would be a miracle if she still wants to marry you." Shu Biao shook his head but did not press further. Instead, after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly inquired, "You rascal, is the rumor about Huijuan carrying a child credible?" In truth, there were 2 reasons for his insistence. One was his desire for grandchildren. The other was Huijuan's admirable qualities. She was willing to marry his son. If it were anyone else, the mere thought would induce laughter in their sleep. Yet, he was not foolish. Wanting a grandchild did not equate to desiring an illegitimate child. Observing Shu Zhiqiang's earnestness, he began to harbor doubts. After all, though his son was mischievous, he had never spread rumors about women. Seeing his father somewhat convinced, Shu Zhiqiang suddenly smiled. "Father, just wait and see. As long as that woman does not undergo surgery or take medication, her belly will surely grow in 3 months. But please, do not speak carelessly. The more people who know, the greater the trouble." Shu Biao nodded, casting a skeptical glance at Shu Zhiqiang, and chose not to pursue the matter further. Delighted by the tranquility, Shu Zhiqiang crafted 2 fish traps half an hour later. Their mother, Xiong Fengxia, called them to dinner, and the family gathered around an old 8 immortals table. The meal consisted solely of water spinach prepared in 2 ways. One dish featured the stems with green chili and fermented black beans, while the other displayed the leaves. The staple was a corn porridge, devoid of any white flour or rice. Shu Zhiqiang found it somewhat unpalatable, drumming his fingers on the table as he turned to his mother. "Mother, father has toiled under the sun and rain, and you serve him this?" Shu Zhiqiang's siblings, Shu Zhigua and Shu Zhishuan, exchanged bewildered glances, puzzled by their elder brother's sudden display of concern. Shu Biao was momentarily taken aback. Feeling a warm surge of affection for his son, he waved his hand dismissively, replying, "What's wrong with this? As long as it fills our stomachs, it suffices." Chapter 15. The curious glance of Fu Yunshan at the widow bathing the suggestion from Shu Zhiqiang left the others in mild astonishment, particularly Shu Biao, who had not anticipated that his son would exhibit such empathy. However, since the earnings were his own, the fatigue was his to bear, and thus, a modest meal held little significance. Hearing Shu Biao's words, Xiong Fengxia shook her head, stating, "As long as we have food, that's enough. Rather than indulging in lavish meals, we should save money for you and Zhigua to marry." With Shu Biao being the sole breadwinner, his daily wages were barely sufficient to purchase 2 kilograms of rice. For the family to rely on rice alone for sustenance was a futile endeavor, let alone saving for the future. With 2 sons destined to marry, the question loomed, where would the funds come from? Listening to his parents, Shu Zhigua suddenly found the corn porridge more palatable. Indeed, it was satisfactory enough to stave off hunger. Shu Zhiqiang refrained from further commentary. deciding it best to improve the family's diet once he earned his own income. At present, he felt unqualified to voice such concerns. After finishing the porridge in a few bites, he set down his bowl and chopsticks, preparing to leave the table. I'm going to Yinsi Lake to fish. I shall return later. Upon hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang quickly swallowed the remaining porridge, casting a conflicted glance at the dwindling contents of his bowl. Ultimately, he set down his utensils and called out, "Brother, wait for me." Shu Zhiqiang, her eyes darting, wished to accompany them. But a stern look from their father quelled her enthusiasm. "Finish your meal and go to bed. You have classes tomorrow. If you cannot attend university like your cousin Dandin, do not blame me for not supporting your education." The 1980s were adorned not only by innocent maidens but also by a sky filled with twinkling stars. Countless shimmering stars evoked a deep sense of nostalgia in Shu Zhiqiang. The silvery moonlight bathed the earth, rendering even the narrow, uneven paths of the countryside obscured. Shu Zhiqiang, carrying a fishing rod and a fish trap, looked anxiously at his elder brother. "Brother, if father finds out you took the eggs from home, he will be furious." For reasons he could not quite grasp, he sensed that his elder brother was somewhat different now. Although he still challenged their parents, his words bore more conviction. Moreover, there is this fishing rod and net. Wasn't the elder brother once averse to fishing? Even more absurd was that when Fu Huijuan expressed her desire to marry him, he was quite elated. Yet, he seemed to lose heart and change his mind simply because Shu Zhiqiang raised her offer at the last moment. Unable to comprehend this, Shu Zhiqiang chose not to inquire further, as long as the other party did not turn ill-natured. Anger? He would surely calm down once we returned with a bountiful catch. Shu Zhiqiang, carrying half a bag of corn flour and a fish basket, shook his head and chuckled nonchalantly. Eggs are essential tools for baiting and attracting fish. Neglecting them would undoubtedly affect his haul tonight. The two brothers fell silent, proceeding quietly towards Yinsi Lake. Just as they were about to navigate a bend, a woman's furious voice echoed from the village. "Which scoundrel is lurking about? Peeking at me again? Have you never seen a woman before? Go home and watch your mother bathe." The Shu brothers exchanged glances, and Shu Zhiqiang remarked, "Brother, is someone peeping at Aunt Yuqin again? It's normal. But it doesn't concern us." Shu Zhiqiang nodded, having no intention to meddle. Shu Yuqin was a widow from their village, having 4 or 5 sisters, and her parents had arranged for her to marry a suitor. However, the man turned out to be unfaithful, abandoning her for a woman from the city before establishing any fortune, leaving behind a son. Consequently, Shu Yuqin never remarried, which was challenging in this era, and devoted herself entirely to raising her boy. Yet, because she remained single, she became the target of lascivious old bachelors from surrounding villages. Indeed, there were always those who took advantage of her bathing moments to lurk about. Shu Zhiqiang, not being a paragon of virtue, had joined his friends in such escapades before. Her figure was quite remarkable. Lost in thought, a startled figure suddenly darted from around the corner, heading straight for the brothers. "Brother, it's that old bachelor Fu Huijuan." Shu Zhiqiang instantly recognized the man and quickly alerted his brother. Upon seeing him, Shu Zhiqiang conceived a clever idea and seized the opportunity to grab Fu Huijuan just as he was about to pass by. "Old man Fu, oh dear." The old man trembled, nearly collapsing from fright. In the pitch darkness, feeling guilty for his actions, he had not been paying attention while fleeing, and the sudden shout startled him immensely. Upon recognizing the Shu brothers, his anger flared, and he shouted, "What do you want? Let me go?" He waved his hand in an attempt to free himself from Shu Zhiqiang's grip, but to no avail. After all, in his 50s, he was no match for the vigor of a youthful rival. "Aunt Yuqin." Shu Zhiqiang hoped the man would behave, so he called out. However, as soon as the words escaped his lips, Fu Huijuan covered his mouth. With a look of terror, he glanced back and fixed his gaze on Shu Zhiqiang, saying, "Don't shout recklessly. Old man Fu, you didn't tea-wipe after doing your business, did you?" Shu Zhiqiang disdainfully pried his hand away and shook his head. "If you don't want me to shout, you must agree to one condition." People in rural areas of the 80s were generally unrefined, and this old man, being single, had grown accustomed to a rather slovenly lifestyle. If it weren't for the valuable possessions in his family, Shu Zhiqiang wouldn't even bother to acknowledge him. "You little rascal. Are you trying to take advantage of the chaos?" Fu Huijuan scoffed coldly, glaring at Shu Zhiqiang. "Aunt Yuqin." Fu Huijuan's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly covered Shu Zhiqiang's mouth, only to have his hand evaded. With a mix of anger and helplessness, he queried, "What on earth do you intend to do, you little ancestor?" The embodiment of a thief's heart without the courage, this fellow dared to steal glances while fearing exposure. It was precisely this trait that allowed Shu Zhiqiang to have him firmly under control. Shu Zhiqiang smiled slightly and replied nonchalantly, I plan to visit the market tomorrow. May I borrow your family's donkey? Absolutely not. Don't even think about it. Fu Huijuan shook his head vehemently. That donkey was his prized possession. How could he possibly lend it out, especially to this troublemaker from his childhood? Not lending it. Very well. Shu Zhiqiang chuckled coldly, turning to his younger brother, Zhigua. Go summon Aunt Yuqin. Okay. Shu Zhigua grinned and turned to head to Shu Yuqin's house. Fu Huijuan panicked, struggling desperately but unable to escape Shu Zhiqiang's grip. Ultimately, he could only nod dejectedly. You two little ancestors, fine, I will lend it to you. Chapter 16. I will not marry a widow. I've heard they bring misfortune. Why not just agree earlier and save us the trouble? Shu Zhiqiang patted Su Yunshan's shoulder, speaking triumphantly. Tomorrow, just stay home. I will come early to fetch the donkey. Understood. Fu Huijuan, realizing he had fallen into the hands of a thief, could only nod begrudgingly. Rest assured, I won't let you suffer. After another pat on the shoulder, Shu Zhiqiang allowed him to leave. Fu Huijuan did not believe the boy's words and stormed off towards Shangshu village in frustration. Observing his retreating figure, Shu Zhigua scoffed disdainfully. What a shameless old man. The people from the Fu family are sneaking around our Shu family. Let us go. It's getting late. Shu Zhiqiang smiled slightly, picking up his fish basket and heading towards Yinsi Lake once more. The two brothers walked in tandem along the rural path, and as they turned a corner, they collided with someone. Ouch! Two surprised exclamations rang out, and Shu Zhiqiang stepped back, clutching his belly, only to clearly see the person before him. It was a woman in her 40s, with wet long hair and a floral shirt. Perhaps due to her laborious tasks, despite her age, her figure was remarkably well proportioned. The thin shirt clung to her body, revealing her perfect form in the moonlight, likely just washed. Cough. Aunt Yuqin, why are you bumping into people at this late hour? After recognizing her, Shu Zhiqiang remarked with a peculiar expression while rubbing his belly. The sensation was indeed delightful, leaving a lingering impression. Especially since rural women of this era rarely wore bras, at most donning a simple bodice. Regrettably, age had begun to take its toll, leading to some sagging. Oh, it's you, Brother Chong. Aunt Yuqin, feeling the impact, rubbed herself and finally recognized who stood before her. She hurriedly tidied her hair and adjusted her clothes. Beaming as she looked at Shu Zhiqiang and his companion, Andy came out in a rush and didn't see anyone ahead. I hope I didn't bump into you, she said, preparing to reach out and touch Shu Zhiqiang's firm chest, clearly eager for some attention. Naturally, Shu Zhiqiang could not allow her to take advantage of him. Retreating while shaking his head. It's nothing, Auntie. I'm still young, just got hit by a ball a couple of times. It's nothing serious. But why are you dressed like this out so late? Upon hearing this, Shu Yuqin immediately grew annoyed, launching into a tirade. She chastised the lecherous peeping Tom, cursing him for his audacity and wishing ill upon him, which made Shu Zhiqiang feel rather embarrassed. He was unsure if she included him in her accusations from their childhood escapades of peeking. As she continued her rant, seemingly noticing his discomfort, she fervently clarified, Oh dear. Look at my mouth. I never know when to stop. Xiangzi, Annie wasn't cursing you. Please don't misunderstand. At this, Shu Zhigua couldn't help but chuckle. He was well aware that his brother had often sneaked glances at Aunt Yuqin while she bathed in their youth and had been caught several times, earning a good scolding from their father. Shu Zhiqiang shot him a glare, then awkwardly smiled. It's all right, Auntie. I just saw someone run up towards the Fu family. You might want to check it out. My brother and I have some matters to attend to, so we'll be on our way. Oh, all right, all right. Shu Yuqin nodded eagerly, her gaze scanning the two of them with concern. You two are off fishing, right? Be careful. Thank you, Auntie. The brothers nodded and continued towards Yinsi Lake. You're such a polite child, Shu Yuqin smiled, then sighed softly as she watched their retreating figures. The boy who once hid in her garden to peek had now grown into a robust man. She rubbed her chest, reminiscing about the earlier sensations, before suddenly glaring in the direction of the Fu family. You, Fu Huijuan, dare to come and spy on me while I bathe again. I swear, if I catch you, I want to spare your old face. Achio. Fu Huijuan wiped his nose, then rubbed his hands together lewdly. That slender waist, those ample curves. Such a fine figure for bearing children, yet no one wants her. This thought ignited a flicker of indignation within him. If it hadn't been for his severe illness back in the day, how could that fool Ji Bing have had a chance? Now, at over 50, he remained a bachelor. What a tragedy. Meanwhile, Shu Zhiqiang looked at his grinning brother with exasperation and scolded. You brat. Haven't you laughed enough? At his words, Shu Zhiqiang quickly wiped the grin off his face and shook his head. I've had my fill of laughter. But, brother, Aunt Yuqin is quite pitiful, having to raise children and care for the elderly all by herself. During the day, she is out in the fields planting rice and vegetables, doing more work than both men combined. Shu Zhiqiang reminisced for a moment, acknowledging that the other party had indeed endured considerable hardships. However, upon further reflection, he questioned what relevance it had to him. With this thought, he cast a glance at Shu Zhiqiang and remarked nonchalantly, feeling sympathetic? If that's the case, why not marry her? Shu Zhiqiang shuddered at the suggestion, hurriedly shaking his head in refusal. I won't marry a widow. I've heard they bring misfortune. Enough of this. While banter is one thing, jesting about a widow is quite another. Shu Zhiqiang shot him a stern look, his tone gravely serious. Let us hasten our journey, otherwise, we shall find no rest tonight. On this occasion, the two encountered no further incidents along the way and soon arrived at Yinsi Lake. This body of water lies beneath a bridge known as Yinsi Bridge, hence its name. The lake's area remains unknown for the time being, but in the future, he would drive around it and ascertain it to be 12 kilometers in circumference. This lake is quite expansive, with its downstream flowing through the river channels of several villages in Hualing Township, while upstream, it is said to connect to Poyang Lake. Shu Zhiqiang located a large tree and placed all his fishing gear underneath before retrieving a net. Zhiqiang, go to the nearby rice fields and lure some rock chickens, spiny frogs, then catch them with the net. Upon hearing this, a flicker of worry and fear crossed Shu Zhiqiang's face. He shook his head, saying, Brother, I heard from Grandma, May, that luring rock chickens at night can attract malevolent spirits. It was common knowledge that mimicking the calls of rock chickens at night could draw them out, with many people capturing them to sell or roast. These creatures were not particularly cheap, priced slightly lower than turtles. However, it was rumored that, for some time, elders had warned that imitating rock chickens at night would invite the supernatural. Consequently, fewer people engaged in this practice, leading to an increase in the price of rock chickens. Then you fish here while I go catch rock chickens? Shu Zhiqiang regarded his brother, speaking in a calm tone. Shu Zhiqiang hesitated momentarily before ultimately shaking his head. Never mind, I'll go after all. His primary concern was his lack of fishing knowledge. He didn't want to squander time. After Shu Zhiqiang departed with the net, Shu Zhiqiang took out cornmeal and poured it into the small bucket he had brought. He then produced 3 eggs, cracking them one by one into the mixture to add a touch of fishiness. These eggs were not particularly cheap, costing around 4 to 5 cents per pound, translating to roughly 3 cents each. He had taken 3 eggs from home, a move that would surely earn him a scolding from Shu Biao under normal circumstances. This was precisely why Shu Zhiqiang felt apprehensive. However, Shu Zhiqiang remained unfazed. As long as he could catch a substantial number of fish, any transgressions could be overlooked, and his father would feel too embarrassed to reprimand him. After combining the eggs with the cornmeal, he began to stir vigorously, first clockwise for several seconds, then counterclockwise. The consistency of the mixture was evidently insufficient, so he scooped some water from the lake and added it. While stirring, he monitored the dough's thickness, stopping only when he deemed it satisfactory. He then shaped the mixture into small balls, setting them aside to dry in the wind for use as bait. Villagers from Changhu Brigade typically did not use bait for fishing, preferring to employ earthworms instead. One can imagine the peculiar sight of a fine earthworm dangling from a fishhook the size of a nail. Some artificially raised fish may readily take the bait. Yet the fish inhabiting wild lakes are exceedingly astute. It is quite challenging to catch fish with bait that is prominently displayed on hooks, which serves as an advantage for Shu Zhiqiang. After air-drying the bait, he commenced creating a feeding spot near the aquatic vegetation on the lake's surface, using both clump and powder bait to attract a greater variety of fish to the area. There are 2 methods for establishing a feeding site. One involves pre-baiting, where bait is cast 1 to 3 days in advance, allowing the fish ample time to locate the feeding ground. Consequently, this baited location becomes a hot spot where fish congregate. However, Shu Zhiqiang lacked the luxury of time for pre-baiting, opting instead for immediate baiting, where he cast bait and fished simultaneously. He threaded corn bait onto the fishing hooks, adjusted the duck feather floats, and cast his line into the lake, trying several times. After 4 casts, all positioned near the aquatic plants, where fish are most likely to conceal themselves, he deemed the site promising and evenly scattered the powdered bait around the hook. Though this spread significantly reduced his clump bait by nearly half, Shu Zhiqiang remained unfazed, gripping 2 fishing rods while his gaze remained fixed on the 4 duck feather floats. A fundamental principle of professional fishing is to keep one's hands on the rods and eyes on the floats. After a brief wait of about 10 minutes, one of the floats suddenly dipped and then angled sharply underwater, indicating that a fish was preparing to seize the bait. A seasoned angler could instantly discern that a grass carp was hooked. Shu Zhiqiang swiftly set the hook, and a grass carp, as thick as an arm, leapt from the water before commencing a vigorous struggle. Fortunately, Shu Zhiqiang employed a robust braided line. Had he used nylon, it would have easily snapped. After thrashing about several times, the grass carp gradually succumbed, allowing Shu Zhiqiang to remove the hook and deposit it into his catch basket. The successful capture of the first fish confirmed that the school was moving toward his location. Indeed, as soon as Shu Zhiqiang cast the hook back into the water, the floats of the other 3 hooks began to react. Some bobbed upwards, indicating either crucian carp or common carp had taken the bait. Others exhibited slight jerks and persistent tremors, likely signifying a silver carp was hooked. A smile spread across Shu Zhiqiang's face as he began fervently reeling in fish, replenishing bait, and casting again. Once fish are hooked in the vicinity of a feeding spot, it is highly probable that a flurry of bites will follow. This was precisely Shu Zhiqiang's experience. With every rod cast, fish were biting. Within a mere half hour, he had already caught approximately 30 to 60 pounds of fish, predominantly crucian and common carp. In a parallel narrative, Shu Zhiqiang's situation became increasingly amusing. Nearby, by a small lotus pond downstream of Yinzi Lake, a figure squatted beside a large tree, emitting peculiar sounds. The rural technique for capturing stone chickens is not particularly sophisticated, yet it possesses its own rationale. By mimicking the call of stone chickens, one can attract quite a number of them. This assertion has been validated. Otherwise, few would take the time to learn the method. At this moment, Shu Zhiqiang gazed intently at the lake's surface, his throat muscles undulating as he produced strange sounds. A sudden gust of wind swept through, causing the surrounding flowers, grasses, and trees to sway gracefully. Shu Zhiqiang trembled all over, as the tale recounted by Grandma May resurfaced in his mind. Who could endure such eerie stories at this late hour? He shook his head and glanced at the few stone chickens in his pocket, realizing that they were undoubtedly insufficient. Summoning his courage once more, he emitted a peculiar sound towards the water's surface. Perhaps fortune smiled upon him, for the water responded with an identical echo. Quack! A smile broke across Shu Zhiqiang's face as he eagerly harmonized his voice with that of the unseen counterpart. The stone chickens crouched upon the lotus leaves leapt into the air, producing a guh. Grasping his woven net, Shu Zhiqiang followed suit with a resonating quack. The duo, a man and a frog, engaged in a peculiar exchange, as if conversing in a language incomprehensible to others. The chorus of stone chickens grew increasingly boisterous, and Shu Zhiqiang realized that the frog swarm was approaching. With the faint illumination of the moonlight, he discerned the general location of the frogs. Quack! I curse you to your demise. Prepare to meet your fate. A furious shout echoed as a massive net descended from the sky, ensnaring 7 or 8 stone chickens within its grasp. The cacophony of guh intensified, as the stone chickens seemed to scold the audacious intruder for his lack of honor. Unperturbed, Shu Zhiqiang pulled the net, along with the lotus leaves, back towards him. Gazing at the dozen or so stone chickens now in his possession, a flicker of hesitation crossed his face. Was this enough? He contemplated luring a few more. But a sudden gust of wind sent his previously calm heart into a state of turmoil. Unsure of how many his elder brother required, he presumed that a dozen would suffice. Yet lingering any longer filled him with trepidation. He promptly secured the stone chickens in his pouch, grasped the woven net, and headed back. Soon, he returned to Yinzi Lake, where he found his brother just lifting his rod, a fish as thick as an arm thrashing wildly. Shu Zhiqiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. It appeared his brother had made a bountiful catch. Indeed, his brother had transformed. He had never possessed such prowess before. Yet this was most commendable. He rushed forward, exclaiming, "Brother, how many fish have you caught? Keep your voice down. You'll scare the fish away," Shu Zhiqiang cautioned, gesturing towards the fish basket. "They're all in there. Take a look for yourself." "Oh, brother, here are the stone chickens you requested." Shu Zhiqiang set the stone chickens aside and began rummaging through the fish basket. The night was dark, rendering it difficult to discern the exact quantity, but he could see shadows flitting within. "Brother, how many are there?" "Not much, just over 20 pounds. Chapter 18, A Bountiful Harvest. What? Over 20 pounds? Shu Zhiqiang's pupils dilated in shock as he tilted the fish basket towards the moonlight, attempting to discern its contents better. How could he have caught so many fish in just over an hour? Had he stumbled upon a fish nest? In the past, they would be fortunate to reel in 1 or 2 fish in an entire afternoon. This was precisely why they had refrained from wasting their time fishing instead of tending to farm work. Yet, what about his brother? Merely because a betrothal discussion had faltered. He had undergone a remarkable transformation. Just over 20 pounds is nothing, Shu Zhiqiang remarked, casting a glance at his younger brother before shaking his head. Let us fish for another 2 hours. We'll head home before midnight. As he spoke, he had already gutted the stone chicken in his hands and extracted its entrails. After dispatching 4 of them, he stuffed the innards into the trap as bait. He then handed the trap to Shu Zhiqiang, instructing him, Zhiqiang, place this in the downstream river. Remember to find a spot abundant with aquatic vegetation and ensure it goes unnoticed. Mark the location in your memory and return for it tomorrow morning. What for? Shu Zhiqiang asked, eyeing the peculiar trap, the pungent odor causing him to wrinkle his brow. Shu Zhiqiang washed his hands and replied mysteriously, what it's for is not your concern. You'll find out when you collect the trap tomorrow. Oh, confused. Shu Zhiqiang nodded and turned to run downstream once more. As long as it was not meant to lure the stone chickens, he had nothing to fear. Shu Zhiqiang smiled slightly, casting his line again, and soon pulled up a 2-pound white catfish. 20 minutes later, after placing the trap, Shu Zhiqiang returned and sat beside Shu Zhiqiang. Look at these 2 rods. Whether the fish float dips or rises, you can pull up the rod. Do you understand? Shu Zhiqiang did not hold back, showing the rods to his brother and imparting fishing wisdom. Shu Zhiqiang listened intently, a sense of admiration blossoming in his heart. As time passed, the 2 brothers continuously cast and reeled in their lines, their catch accumulating in the basket. It was only when the village roosters began to crow and the moon started its descent that they realized their bait was nearly exhausted, prompting them to abandon their fishing endeavor. Wow, this basket must weigh 50 or 60 pounds. Shu Zhiqiang exclaimed in surprise as he lifted the basket. He was astonished at how many fish they had caught without realizing it. If we sell this in town, it would likely exceed a month's wages. Indeed. Let us head back. We can still catch some sleep before dawn, Shu Zhiqiang said, lifting the basket and organizing their fishing gear. The abundance of fish they had caught was solely due to the lake remaining undeveloped, allowing the aquatic life to flourish. Before competition arose, Shu Zhiqiang could still reap significant rewards. However, if more people began fishing, it would soon lead to depletion and necessitate artificial breeding, which explained the dwindling availability of wild game in later times. Excited, Shu Zhiqiang eagerly walked alongside his brother, both carrying the basket towards home. He could already envision their father's expression upon seeing such a bounty. Soon, the brothers returned home amidst the barking of the village dogs. Qiangzi, Zhiqiang, is that you? A familiar voice suddenly rang out, causing the brothers to pause. Mom, why are you still awake? Shu Zhiqiang's expression shifted as he set down the basket and hurried towards the figure at the door. There stood Xiong Fengxia, wearing a thin shirt and trousers. Looking fatigued. Upon seeing Shu Zhiqiang approach, she sighed in relief. I woke and noticed you 2 were still not back. I couldn't help but worry. Your father is snoring loudly, and it's too hot inside, so I decided to wait outside. Upon hearing his mother's words, Shu Zhiqiang felt an immediate warmth in his heart, a manifestation of maternal love. In his previous life, she had departed early, leaving him with no opportunity to fulfill his filial duties and ensure her comfort. Indeed, with that woman, Fu Huijuan, around, his entire family was destined for misfortune. She was a harbinger of ill fate. Whoever married her would surely suffer. He shook his head and turned to his mother, expressing concern. We are fine. You should return to your rest. Yes, mother, you should go to sleep, Shu Zhiqiang added, also showing his concern, before heading toward the backyard with a fish basket in hand. Just as Xiong Fengxia was about to nod in agreement, a voice from behind interrupted, eager for entertainment. Sleep? After bragging so much this afternoon, I must see how many fish you caught. No one is sleeping today. Faced with his father's skeptical gaze and his mother's expectant look, Shu Zhiqiang could only smile helplessly. Well, let's take a look. I won't say too much, but it will definitely surprise you. Upon hearing this, his parents fell silent, simply following him to where Shu Zhiqiang stood. He had already overturned the fish basket, pouring its contents into a tank that resembled Sima Guang's. This tank, made of delicate porcelain, was prone to breakage and could fetch hundreds of dollars in the future. Nowadays, nearly every household possessed one, typically used for holding water or rice, and in winter, for brewing rice wine. As dozens of fish were dumped inside, It was clear that space was becoming inadequate. My goodness, did you really catch so many fish? Even mandarin fish? If sold, how much could this fetch? You didn't just go fishing. You must have raided a fish den. Witnessing the tank brimming with fish, both Shu's father and mother were astonished. Their eyes filled with disbelief. Having lived in Shujia village for decades, this was the first time they had seen anyone procure such a bounty. While fish dens were improbable, one could certainly create their own. Shu Zhiqiang exchanged glances with his brothers, both wearing expressions of pride. They had long anticipated their parents' astonishment, and in that moment, they realized just how gratifying it felt. Well, feeling quite proud, are we? No matter how skilled you are still my son. Shu Biao scoffed, though he couldn't suppress a smile. He then turned to Xiong Fengxia and said, let us fry some mandarin fish for tomorrow, shall we? It's been ages since I had meat. My stomach is practically empty. Frying fish consumes a lot of oil, and you want mandarin fish, which cost a small fortune. You wouldn't earn enough in a day's work to afford one. How dare you ask for it? Cooking with river delicacies was indeed costly in terms of oil, and Xiong Fengxia was reluctant, especially since mandarin fish were quite valuable. Selling a single mandarin fish could buy 2 pounds of meat. Who would be willing to indulge? All right, mother, if father wishes to eat, let us prepare a fish tomorrow. You, Jigua, and Xian also need to nourish your bodies. As for how to prepare it, you can figure that out yourselves. I'm off to bed now. Shu Zhiqiang patted his mother's shoulder and then led Shu Zhigua to their room. Well, not only has my son become successful, but he also knows how to care for others. Shu Biao felt a warmth in his heart, and it was rare for him to praise Shu Zhiqiang. Just make sure to cover the tank properly so the fish don't escape. Xiong Fengxia shot him a glance before turning and returning to her room. Chapter 19. Borrowing the cart again the following day, before dawn had broken, Shu Zhiqiang awoke early, burdened by thoughts that weighed heavily on his mind. He also roused Shu Zhigua, instructing him to retrieve the fish trap. If all went as expected, it would surely contain a fair number of loaches and eels. Despite yawning continuously, he made his way to the backyard, where he extracted a carp weighing over a pound from the fish tank. He then took 2 strands of straw, threading them through the fish's gills, and proceeded towards the village chief's home, the fish in tow. Ah, Xiangzi, where are you headed with that sizable carp? Someone called out. Are you delivering it to your future bride? Ha ha. As summer had fully set in, the weather was pleasantly cool in the early morning hours, prompting many to rise early and attend to their farming tasks. Upon seeing the carp in Shu Zhiqiang's hands, expressions of curiosity and desire flickered across the faces of the onlookers. Although frying fish required a considerable amount of oil, the prospect of indulging in meat was already a treat. Worst case, it could be roasted. Thus, even a single fish stirred a thirst for knowledge among the villagers. Good morning, uncles and aunts. I'm on my way to the village chief's house. I borrowed his cart previously, and since I still need it today, I thought it would be courteous to bring him a fish as a token of gratitude. Shu Zhiqiang greeted them with a smile, explaining the purpose of his visit. As for the mention of a future wife, he felt compelled to clarify. Shaking his head, he called out to the uncle who had just inquired, Uncle Jinli. Please don't joke around. I'm still a bachelor. Where would I find a wife? If this rumor spreads, I might just have to set my sights on your daughter Fangfang. The local state-owned enterprises had yet to decline, and private enterprises were only just beginning to emerge, resulting in a lack of a labor migration wave. Many young men and women remained in the countryside. There were also numerous young women in Changhu Brigade, including 2 from the very uncle's household. Upon hearing Shu Zhiqiang's words, the uncle grew agitated. You little rascal. Fangfang is only 10. Are you looking for a fight? ISNT your future bride, that girl Fu Huijuan? I've heard your betrothal gifts have already been discussed. Indeed, your father returned specifically to negotiate it for you. And you still feel shy about admitting it? Ha ha ha, there is no need for embarrassment, Xiangzi. Huijuan is truly a fine girl. A crowd of men and women, drawn by the amusing exchange, began to tease Shu Zhiqiang. He shook his head again and declared, let me reiterate, Fu Huijuan is not my wife. I would neither marry her nor could I ever do so. If you continue to jest about her, be wary of being accused of defamation. I must hurry to borrow the cart, so I can't linger with you all. Ignoring the crowd's inquiries, he briskly made his way to the village chief's house. The chief, named Shu Chaomian, was a man in his 50s but held in high regard due to his parents, who were respected figures from the older generation. Consequently, the villagers had elected him as their leader. Before long, Shu Zhiqiang arrived at the chief's residence, just in time to see him exiting the courtyard on a tractor. The thunderous roar of the engine echoed, releasing puffs of black smoke in a rhythmic dance. Shu Zhiqiang quickened his pace, taking a couple of strides before calling out to the village chief, Uncle Zhao Mian. Shu Zhao Mian paused, turning back with a smile. "Ah, it's you, Qiangzi. What brings you here?" "Uncle, I would like to borrow your cart once more," Shu Zhiqiang replied with a slight smile, straightforward in his request. "Sure, the cart is inside. Feel free to take it," he said. However, no sooner had the words left his lips than a woman's voice echoed from within the courtyard. "What do you mean borrow?" "Absolutely not." Both men turned in surprise to see a woman emerging with a broom from the yard. This was Shu Zhaomian's wife. Hailing from a different brigade in Hualing Township, Shu Zhaomian was a fair-minded village chief, always accommodating, but his wife was quite formidable. Whenever someone sought assistance from him, there was an 80% chance she would object. The last time Shu Zhiqiang borrowed the cart, it was due to the significant matter of marriage negotiations. The other party knew that refusing would lead to gossip, thus lending it. However, Shu Zhiqiang was no longer the same person he once was. He had his ways of handling such situations. With a hearty laugh, he approached Song Huaji. "Oh, and Huaji, what is your secret to looking even more radiant lately?" The unexpected compliment left both Shu Zhaomian and his wife momentarily stunned. In this era, few would dare to praise a woman so openly, as it often carried a hint of impropriety. Yet, did women not enjoy such flattery? Indeed, many appreciated it. But this particular compliment came so abruptly that the couple was taken aback. Though flattered, Song Huaji was not easily swayed. Moreover, having uttered her words, she could not retract them. "Qiangzi, flattery won't work. We need the cart today, and you cannot borrow it." Upon hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang glanced at Shu Zhaomian. Recognizing that Song Huaji was speaking untruthfully, he shook his head with a sigh, lifting the carp in his hands. "What a pity then. I understand that assistance is mutual, and I have felt a bit guilty for borrowing your cart repeatedly. Coincidentally, I caught a few fish yesterday, and I intended to bring some for you both to savor." Seeing the lively carp, Song Huaji's eyes gleamed with interest. "Wow, that's a carp. You could sell it for quite a bit. Judging by its size, it must weigh at least a pound." Shu Zhiqiang noticed the glimmer of desire in her gaze and chuckled softly as he turned to leave. "Since you need the cart, I shall seek another from the Fu family down the road." Alarmed, Song Huaji rushed forward to grasp Shu Zhiqiang's arm. "Qiangzi, wait. There's no rush to leave. The rice harvest is still several days away, and right now, we only need the cart for the late seedlings." Her insistence on needing the cart was merely an excuse to deny Shu Zhiqiang. However, if fish were to be offered in exchange, the situation would be entirely different. Life for village chiefs was not markedly better than for others, and fresh meat was a rarity. Her children were undernourished, thin as twigs. A meal featuring braised fish or fish soup would be a delightful treat. You cannot lend me this cart. Why would you keep me around?" Shu Zhiqiang looked at Song Huaji with a puzzled expression, simultaneously concealing the fish behind his back. "I cannot simply give you this fish. It is meant for borrowing the cart." With the fish now out of sight, Song Huaji could only retract her gaze and smile warmly. "What are you talking about, Qiangzi? What fish? I want to need the cart for a few days. If you had mentioned needing it now, I would certainly lend it to you." Upon hearing this, Shu Zhao could not help but shake his head in disbelief. Chapter 20. Why not? Because cheap goods lack quality. After parting with a carp, Shu Zhiqiang finally secured the cart. Song Huaji, beaming with joy as she held the fish, expressed her desire to use it for as long as needed, though it must be returned before the harvest. Shu Zhiqiang agreed, while secretly plotting to acquire a cart of his own. Upon his return, Shu Zhiqiang was met with the excited face of Shu Zhiqiang, who exclaimed, "Brother, there are so many eels and loaches in the trap." Shu Zhiqiang responded with a grunt, inquiring, "Anything else? Isn't it normal to catch loaches and eels?" He felt no surprise. After all, in the 1980s, such creatures could be caught in abundance from the ditches, and few people consumed them. The reasons were twofold. They consumed too much fuel to catch, and their muddy taste was overwhelming. Shu Zhiqiang could sell them, but lacking connections in the city, he found it less convenient than selling fish. "There are also many large bugs, but I threw them all away," Shu Zhiqiang added. Shu Zhiqiang was taken aback and exclaimed, "What? You threw them away?" "Yes, those things are useless and have killed quite a few loaches and eels," Shu Zhiqiang replied. Observing his brother's shock, Shu Zhiqiang felt puzzled yet indifferent. After all, those bugs were armored and primarily known for damaging crops. What purpose did they serve? "My fault for not explaining it to you beforehand," Shu Zhiqiang said, shaking his head in self-reproach. The so-called large bugs were actually the now popular lobsters. In those times of low living standards, no one had yet experimented with them as food. In the future, the shells of leftover lobsters could circle the globe twice and commanded a high price. However, it was understandable that Shu Zhiqiang did not comprehend this, as lobsters indeed harmed crops. Moreover, among the common folk, they were perceived as a product of bacterial evolution. When the common folk initially invaded, they not only pillaged but also bathed in the village's lakes. Although they were ultimately driven back to their homeland, they left behind bacteria. Over time, these bacteria evolved in the lakes, eventually transforming into the large bugs that continued to afflict the common people. Of course, this was merely speculation among the villagers and should not be taken literally. Shu Zhiqiang did not chastise his brother, but rather solemnly reminded him, "Zhiqiang, do not throw away the large bugs from the trap in the future." "But, brother, what do you want those for?" Shu Zhiqiang inquired, perplexed. "There are plenty in the ditches. Would you like me to catch some for you?" Shu Zhiqiang pressed for clarity. In response, Shu Zhiqiang did not refuse, nodding, "All right. Then when you help mom and dad with the farming later, catch some to bring back." In his previous life, he had not savored lobster in years due to his advancing age, and he yearned for that exquisite taste. Had it not been for Shu Zhiqiang's impulsive decision to discard the lobster, he would have enjoyed a splendid meal that evening. Nevertheless, since the other party had proposed the idea of fishing, he found it unreasonable to decline. However, upon hearing his words, Shu Zhiqiang's demeanor soured. "What do you mean by farming? Aren't we supposed to go to town to sell fish today?" Shu Zhiqiang shook his head and waved his hand dismissively. "I will handle the fish selling. You stay home and assist our parents with the farming. Once this harvest and planting season concludes, I will take you to explore the county." Despite his reluctance, Shu Zhiqiang had no choice but to acquiesce. Yet, the thought of venturing into the county filled him with anticipation. Shu Zhiqiang patted his shoulder and then pulled 4 large white rabbit milk candies from his pocket, offering them to him. "When Xian goes to school later, give her 2. The rest are for you." White rabbit milk candies. Such a delicacy was not inexpensive. Shu Zhiqiang's eyes lit up as he eagerly accepted the treats, his prior disappointment at not being able to sell fish vanishing in an instant. Shu Zhiqiang smiled faintly, placed the cart in the courtyard, and proceeded to the backyard. He retrieved a carp from the fish tank and skillfully threaded straw through its gills and mouth. After weighing it slightly, he carried the fish toward the Fu family's home. Moments later, he arrived at the residence of Fu Huijuan. In the rural setting of the 1980s, it was customary for homes to leave their doors ajar during the day, a practice that persisted in many places. The Fu household was no exception. The door was wide open. Shu Zhiqiang intended to walk straight in, but an approaching figure ignited his anger. There stood Fu Huijuan, adorned in a floral dress, her long, fair legs subtly swaying beneath the hem. Despite the rural hardships, the 20-something woman had developed quite pleasingly. Her bosom bounced rhythmically as she jogged, an objective testament to her allure. It was no wonder that in his past life, Shu Zhiqiang had been utterly captivated by her beauty. Alas, while her exterior was striking, her heart was as dark as night. This was the first encounter he had with Fu Huijuan since his rebirth, and an overwhelming fury surged within him. This woman had brought his family to ruin, and he had suffered for decades as a result. None of the 3 children were his own, and he remained ignorant of the extent of his deception. Although his own demise had been imminent, he had ultimately perished from the anguish she caused. He felt an urge to confront her, to choke the life out of this woman, yet he managed to restrain himself. After all, he had been reborn. It would be foolish to entangle himself further with her. If he focused on earning a good living and providing for his family, he would find fulfillment. "Zhiqiang, you've come," Fu Huijuan exclaimed with delight, approaching him with a soft call. After her conversation with Shu's father the previous day, she had eagerly awaited his arrival, even going so far as to adorn herself for the occasion. There was no choice. If she did not ensnare this unsuspecting fool, the children would remain unattached. Shu Zhiqiang cast her a dispassionate glance and shook his head. "I did not come to seek you out." As Fu Huijuan's smile gradually faded, a hint of displeasure brewed within her. Here she was, a remarkable beauty from a nearby village, a diligent employee at a candy factory, speaking to him with a radiant smile, and yet he dared to cast her a scornful glance. Nevertheless, for the sake of the child to be born, she approached him, attempting to grasp his hand, only to have it evaded. Gritting her silver teeth, she forced a smile and said, "Zhiqiang, please don't be angry. I apologize for my mother's mistakes. I no longer desire a bride price. Let us move forward amicably, shall we?" Shu Zhiqiang glanced at her, a cold smile forming in his heart. This woman was truly putting forth a considerable effort. Had he heard such words in a past life, he would have been overjoyed. Yet, times had changed. He shook his head with indifference, stating, Fu Huijuan, stop pretending. I tell you, I shall not marry you, not in this lifetime. Fu Huijuan was taken aback, only realizing the gravity of his words after he had walked away, at which point she shouted in fury, Shu Zhiqiang, you scoundrel. It was you who said you liked me and wished to marry me. Now, I ask for nothing but to be your wife, and you have the audacity to refuse? Shu Zhiqiang turned back, pointing at Fu Huijuan, why not? Because something that is cheap is never good. Chapter 21. The market and fish selling. After delivering a harsh reprimand to Fu Huijuan, Shu Zhiqiang did not look back, but instead strode directly into Fu Yunshan's home. Old man Fu, he called out upon entering, a gesture of respect towards the homeowner. Otherwise, one might be mistaken for a thief. After waiting for 2 minutes without a response, he mused, could this old coot be having second thoughts and ignoring me? No, if he were to reconsider, he would have simply shut the door. Perhaps he was still asleep? The sun had just risen, so it was indeed a possibility. Old man Fu, Shu Zhiqiang called again, then proceeded to enter the man's room. Looking at Fu Yunshan, who lay snoring on the bed, Shu Zhiqiang shook his head in exasperation. He held out the fish he had brought, waving it in front of the old man's nose. The pungent smell caused Fu Yunshan to frown, his face contorting in response. Achoo! A loud sneeze propelled Fu Yunshan upright, but after wiping his nose, he lay back down. Hey! Shu Zhiqiang was truly exasperated, stepping forward to shout, Old man Fu, someone has come to introduce you to a bride. Bride? Fu Yunshan's eyes flew open, and he sat up quickly, without even putting on his shoes. He ignored the living person before him and gazed out into the courtyard. Fu Huijuan? She is one of my servants, not suitable for me. The old man was quite perceptive, yet it also showed his self-awareness. Fu Yunshan turned back in disappointment, regarding Shu Zhiqiang. What brings you here, boy? Are you here to amuse yourself at my expense? Did we not agree last night that I could borrow the donkey? I have come to collect it. Shu Zhiqiang smiled slightly, lifting the fish in his hand. See this? An 8-tailed carp. Consider it a token of gratitude for borrowing your donkey. Fu Yunshan glanced at the fish with indifference, nodding casually. All right, I understand. The donkey is in the pig pen. Go and lead it out. After you're done, make sure to feed it well before returning it. After finishing his words, he disregarded Shu Zhiqiang and prepared to indulge in a nap. Shu Zhiqiang placed the fish aside and could not help but ask, Are you still sleeping, old man? Aren't there chores in the fields? In response, Fu Yunshan simply turned over, saying, That is of no concern to you. As the only one in my household, I can tend to the fields whenever I please. A well-fed man has no worries. You, young lad, wouldn't he understand? Indeed, this old man had long lost his parents, and his siblings paid him no heed. He could easily cultivate a small plot of land, and even if he encountered pests, he would have more than enough to eat. With no elders above or children below, he could live as he wished, though holidays could feel rather lonely. Shu Zhiqiang shook his head and turned towards the pig pen. Previously, the pigs were raised for the collective, and regardless of their size, they had to be surrendered to the team in exchange for labor points to procure food. Now, with land allocated to households, the pig pen had been repurposed by the old man to raise donkeys. Though donkeys could be stubborn, they were also quite perceptive. Upon seeing Shu Zhiqiang enter, one approached him eagerly, perhaps aware that he was about to take it out for a stroll. Shu Zhiqiang appraised the donkey, noting its glossy black coat, sturdy limbs, and well-rounded belly, indicating it had been well fed. After all, it was Fu Yunshan's sole companion, and he would certainly not neglect it. Brother donkey, I shall take you to the market, he exclaimed, patting its head before leading it back to his home. On the way, he did not encounter Fu Huijuan and had no idea where she had gone after hearing his words. It was perhaps for the best that she did not seek him out again, lest he be provoked to violence. Brother, you're back. Shu Zhiqiang, who was enjoying a bowl of corn porridge, hurried over upon seeing Shu Zhiqiang return. Shu Zhiqiang glanced around the house before inquiring, Have Mom and Dad gone to the fields? Shu Zhiqiang nodded, affirming, Xian took 2 sweet potatoes to school as well. Mom and Dad asked me to finish my meal and wait for you to see if you need help. After I'm done, I'll head to the fields to plant seedlings. Without hesitation, Shu Zhiqiang organized their tasks. All right, then put all the fish into the basin Xian uses for her bath. Subsequently, the 2 brothers secured the cart to the donkey with twine, then poured the fish from the tank into a large wooden basin. This basin, typically used for washing clothes and bathing children, was perfectly suited for holding fish. They filled 2 basins with dozens of pounds of fish, placing them on the cart and covering them with straw to prevent any from leaping out. After completing these arrangements, Shu Zhiqiang turned to his brother. All right. You go help mom and dad in the fields, and remember to bring back some big worms. This afternoon when I return, I'll prepare spicy crayfish for you. Shu Zhiqiang was taken aback, confusion etched on his face as he asked, Crayfish? What is that? Delicious. You'll find out soon enough. Shu Zhiqiang waved his hand dismissively before lifting his bowl of corn porridge to take a few sips. After a simple drink, he mounted the cart, guiding the donkey towards the market. In the countryside, market days typically occurred every 3 days, on the 1st, 4th, and 7th, the 2nd, 5th, and 8th, and the 3rd, 6th, and 9th. In Hualing Township, the market convenes on the 1st, 4th, 7th, 11th, 14th, and 17th days of the lunar month. The market is situated a short distance from Changhu Brigade, approximately less than 10 kilometers away. Shu Zhiqiang, guiding his donkey, arrived at the market within an hour, having set out early enough to reach just as the sun began to rise. However, the early risers of the countryside had already created a bustling atmosphere at the market. Although many harbor reservations about speculative trading, the artisans exhibited no signs of anxiety. Along the roadside, numerous vendors sold woven baskets, crafted sugar figures, and baked flatbreads. Shu Zhiqiang secured a spot with a pole, tethering his donkey to it. He retrieved a bundle of straw from his cart and laid it before the animal to satisfy its hunger. With everything in place, he positioned himself beside the cart and called out loudly, fresh and plump grass carp, silver carp, and big carp for sale. Live fish just caught from the lake. Come and have a look, comrades. Perhaps in response to his call, a robust crucian carp leapt from the basin. At that moment, a woman passing by was startled by Shu Zhiqiang's voice and caught sight of the fish. Her eyes brightened, and she approached him, inquiring, Young man, your fish look splendid. How much are they? Delighted by the swift interest, Shu Zhiqiang replied, 72 cents per gene, but seeing as you are my first customer, how about I offer you a price of 70 cents? The woman momentarily paused, almost enchanted by the repeated term of sister. With a smile gracing her face, she remarked, You certainly know how to conduct business. All right, I'll take 2 crucian carp. Very well. How many members are there in your family? I'll select 2 larger ones for you. They need not be too big, just of decent size will do. Hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang promptly extracted 2 crucian carp weighing around 6 to 7 liang from the basin and hooked their mouths with the scale's hooks. Once the fish settled, he grasped the string of the scale and affixed the weight. A slight slip caused the weight to halt at approximately 1 jin and 4 liang, requiring a minor adjustment for precision. Sister, 1 jin and 4 liang is a bit low on the scale. I'll count it as this weight. So it will be 98 cents, but you can pay 95. Although such scales are not entirely accurate, in business, every cent counts. Shu Zhiqiang's words were pleasing to the woman, who cheerfully produced a 1 yuan note. Young man, you're quite persuasive. I'll be sure to seek you out for fish in the future. Thank you, sister. I'll offer you a discount next time, Shu Zhiqiang replied with a subtle smile, carefully securing the fish with straw before handing them to her along with 5 cents. The woman nodded with a smile and turned to leave. The fish from Yinsi Lake had not been overfished, allowing them to grow to a splendid size. Several women, upon seeing the fish in the woman's hands, couldn't help but inquire, Sister, where did you purchase that fish? It looks so fresh and plump. Upon hearing this, the woman beamed with friendliness and pointed in Shu Zhiqiang's direction. He purchased it right there. The young man was quite amiable, and the fish were not only fresh and plump, but also offered at substantial discounts. Upon hearing this, several women exchanged glances, thanked the elder lady, and made their way to Shu Zhiqiang's fish stall. At that moment, Shu Zhiqiang was bustling about, diligently selecting fish for customers, weighing them, collecting payments, and giving change. After the elder lady departed, more customers began to arrive at his stall, leaving him utterly occupied. Despite the chaos, he felt an exhilarating thrill. His first entrepreneurial venture after Rebirth was unfolding so smoothly. Fortunately, he had the foresight not to return the 8 yuan and some coins to his father yesterday, or he would have been short on change. Young man, this grass carp looks impressive. How much per pound? Sister, this fish weighs nearly 2 pounds. The market price is 78 cents, but I'll charge you 75 cents. You are quite honest, then I'll take one. All right, it weighs 1 pound and 8 ounces, which comes to 35 yuan. You can just give me 30. How genuine. Will you be back tomorrow? My daughter is pregnant and needs crucian carp for soup. Young man, how much for the crucian carp? 72 cents. You remind me of my sister. How about I charge you 70 cents? Oh dear, I'm 50. How old is your sister then? All right then, please weigh out 3 for me. And make sure it's full weight. Don't think flattery will get you anywhere. Rest assured, everyone in the village calls me the honest young man. I conduct business with sincerity. Ha ha ha, you truly know how to charm. 2 pounds and 1 ounce. I'll charge you for 2 pounds flat. Just give me 1. 40. As more people gathered at the fish stall, it was evident that Shu Zhiqiang's charming demeanor, addressing women as sister and men as brother regardless of age, made customers feel at ease. As they departed, they often recommended his stall to others. Furthermore, his fish were indeed sizable and lively, offered at prices lower than those of competitors. Even with fair pricing, he could afford to give discounts, and who wouldn't relish such generous bargains? In the realm of street vending, one must embrace a friendly approach. Those who cannot shed their pride are destined to fail in business. Observing the nearby stalls, the vendors sat like mute gourds, failing to engage with customers. Even when approached, they struggled to articulate their offerings. As for discounts, in an era where 2 cents could buy an egg, such sacrifices were unfathomable for them. As a reborn individual who had experienced numerous ups and downs, Shu Zhiqiang found such matters trivial. The poorer people were, the more they clung to their pride. Yet how much is pride worth when one cannot fill their belly? Thanks to Shu Zhiqiang's amiable nature and willingness to offer discounts, a basin of fish weighing over 20 pounds was swiftly sold out. The sun had risen high in the sky, and the remaining fish dwindled at a visible pace. Gazing at the pile of coins in his pocket, Shu Zhiqiang felt a profound sense of satisfaction. In his previous life, when he first ventured into business, it was already the late 1980s, and he had been coerced by Fu Huijuan. After all, she held a stable job, and even though 30 yuan had been returned to her family, his lifestyle had not changed. In a world where one seeks to indulge in the finest of meals yet remains idle, the tide of unemployment eventually swept through, catching Fu Huijuan off guard. Once a figure of authority at home, she found herself languishing in the aftermath of her job loss, casting disdainful glances at her surroundings. However, as a few villagers ascended to wealth, Fu Huijuan's discontent reached a boiling point. She berated Shu Zhiqiang, deeming him a failure and urging him to learn from the prosperous. Eventually, Shu Zhiqiang heeded her advice, and after enduring a series of setbacks, he finally stumbled upon a promising opportunity. His journey culminated in success. Not only did he cultivate a resilient spirit through his business endeavors, but he also amassed a fortune in the millions. Regrettably, fate dealt him a cruel hand, as he succumbed to a terminal illness, leaving him without heirs, ultimately driving him to despair. Taking a deep breath, Shu Zhiqiang meticulously organized the money in his pocket. He had sold dozens of fish for a total of over 30 yuan, with larger fish fetching around 8 dimes per pound and smaller ones between 7 dimes and 7 dimes 50. Altogether, his earnings amounted to 46 yuan and 85 cents. While this sum may seem modest, it equated to the monthly salary of an average factory worker, a profit he made in just one morning. If he could maintain this rate of income daily, he could become a wealthy man within a year. Nevertheless, Shu Zhiqiang aspired for more than this modest gain. Shaking his head, he tucked the neatly organized money into his underwear pocket, choosing not to dwell on it for now. With a few fish still remaining in the basin, he intended to take them home to nourish his family, who were severely lacking in nutrition. It was time to remedy that. Excuse me. Do you still have Christian carp for sale? Just as Shu Zhiqiang was about to pack up, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice interrupted his thoughts. He shivered slightly, his gaze fixed on the young woman who approached his stall. Her glossy, jet-black hair framed a capable visage, her dark pupils glimmering with a hint of innocence. Despite her casual attire of a plain shirt and loose trousers, she exuded an air of elegance. Clutching a book in her hands, she embodied the essence of an intellectual. Hey, why are you staring at me? The girl waved her hand before Shu Zhiqiang's eyes, her expression one of confusion. She sensed no lewd intentions in his gaze, merely a blend of guilt and inexplicable emotion. Although she was unsure why the fish vendor displayed such sentiments, she was certain this was their first encounter, and being scrutinized in such a manner was rather uncomfortable. What did you say? Shu Zhiqiang snapped back to reality, hastily inquiring. I asked if you have Christian carp for sale, Xiao Wenyun replied, casting a resigned glance at him. Yes, how many would you like? Shu Zhiqiang forced down his excitement, donning a smile as he asked. Just one will suffice. I cannot finish more. Upon hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang immediately selected the largest fish, threading it through the mouth with a straw. Without weighing it, he was confident it weighed at least 1 pound and 2 ounces. Xiao Wenyun frowned, realizing the fish was rather large, far more than she could consume. Nevertheless, she thought to herself that the vendor must have his struggles, and she could always share it with her students. Here you go, teacher Xiao, your fish. After preparing the fish, Shu Zhiqiang handed it over. Do you know me? Xiao Wenyun was taken aback, unable to comprehend how the other person recognized her. Shu Zhiqiang quickly realized his oversight, feeling a pang of regret for being so careless. However, since the words had already escaped his lips, he could not feign ignorance. Thus, he nodded and replied with a smile, "Of course, I know you. You are a teacher at Baiguo Primary School, and my sister has spoken highly of you, saying that you are kind-hearted and treat your students as if they were your own siblings." Hearing this, Xiao Wenyun felt a warm glow in her heart, pleasantly surprised to learn of her favorable reputation among students. Yet, in the next moment, she was once again perplexed, looking at Shu Zhiqiang with curiosity. Today is actually my first day teaching at Baiguo Primary School. This is my first encounter with the students. I wonder when your sister mentioned me? The school lacked a cafeteria, and all the students brought their lunches from home. Since it was her first day on the job, she hadn't made any preparations. After class, some members from her team invited her to dinner, but she knew that the surrounding villages didn't offer the best living conditions. So there was no way she could accept their hospitality. Instead, she planned to return to her dormitory to cook. Having come to the market today, just to take a look, little did she expect to run into such an unusual person while merely attempting to buy a fish. Oh, it's Xiao Laosher's first day. Haha. Shu Zhiqiang felt a bit awkward and could only chuckle to mask his discomfort. In his previous life, he had only exchanged a few words with her, never delving into her background, thus remaining unaware of her arrival at Baiguo Primary School. She was revered by the students, and Shu Zhiqiang's sister, Shu Zhiwen, held her in high regard. Regrettably, this lovely young woman, the best teacher in the eyes of her students, had tragically drowned while attempting to save someone. The person she rescued was none other than Shu Zhiqiang's sister, Shu Zhiwen. At that time, Shu Zhiwen had been enduring persistent bullying from Fu Huijuan, which had left her increasingly fragile, ultimately leading her to despair and jump into the lake. Xiao Wenyun, for reasons unknown, had appeared at that moment and had jumped into the water without hesitation. After experiencing intense suffocation, Shu Zhiwen lost the will to end her life when she was pushed into the diving area. However, due to her height, Xiao Wenyun became entangled in the underwater vegetation and was unable to move. By the time Shu Zhiqiang arrived, guided by his sister, she was already floating lifelessly. The haunting image of her lifeless form would remain etched in Shu Zhiqiang's memory forever. Thus, he felt a profound gratitude towards her, which caused him to lose his composure upon seeing her for the first time. Enough, Xiao Wenyun said, noticing the awkwardness on Shu Zhiqiang's face rendering him speechless. She waved her hand dismissively. I don't wish to hear your explanation. Just tell me how much this fish costs. Hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang suppressed his excitement and gradually regained his composure. He looked at Xiao Wenyun, offering a sheepish smile. I apologize, Xiao Laosher. There are some matters I cannot explain to you. To express my regret, I'll give you a 50% discount on this fish. You can have it for just 40 cents. He refrained from offering the fish as a gift because he knew she would decline. He wanted to convey his gratitude, but he was uncertain about how to do so at that moment. Xiao Wenyun paid him no mind and instead took out 80 cents from her pocket. Placing it on the cart, she chose to remain silent, dismissing any need for apologies. Corruption was not her path, thus she had no interest in accepting favors. With that, she hung the crucian carp on the handlebars of her bicycle and rode away. Gazing at her graceful silhouette, Shu Zhiqiang watched for a while before suddenly calling out, Teacher Xiao, remember not to wander by the lake. The bicycle came to an abrupt halt, causing Xiao Wenyun to lean forward slightly. She turned to glance at Shu Zhiqiang, offering a sweet smile. What a peculiar person. Shaking her head, she resumed her journey toward the dormitory of Baiguo Primary School. Her smile only enhanced her beauty. Shu Zhiqiang shook his head, displaying a warm, affectionate smile. After all, she was his benefactor. He pondered how he could repay her kindness. Hey, are you selling that fish? A stout man approached, calling out loudly. Returning to reality, Shu Zhiqiang glanced at him, then responded with a humble smile. Yes, big brother. What kind of fish would you like? Aspirations were essential, yet earning money was equally important. It brought him one step closer to realizing those dreams. After selling a few more fish, he stacked the 2 basins together and decided to close up shop. The remaining fish would be saved for his family, as he intended to buy some provisions for home. Having earned some money, he felt it imperative to nourish his family. Moreover, after having consumed merely a bowl of corn porridge in the morning, he was now quite famished. He untied the donkey's rope from the post and made his way to the pancake stall, spending 5 cents on a large pancake filled with pickled vegetables. and 30 cents on 3 pork and scallion pancakes. Freshly made, they were still warm in his hands. After placing the pork pancake carefully, Shu Zhiqiang alternated holding the pickled vegetable pancake with both hands before taking a bite. The flaky bread and savory flavor of the pickles instantly filled his mouth. Though he had recently been reborn, he found this bite more delectable than any delicacy from his past life. The donkey behind him emitted a series of hungry brays, seemingly expressing its discontent. "Hey, brother donkey, are you hungry too?" Shu Zhiqiang glanced back at it and offered the straw that covered the fish. However, the donkey not only refused to eat but also knocked the straw to the ground with a toss of its head. "Well, if you want to eat, you can just go hungry," Shu Zhiqiang retorted, tossing the straw onto the cart and leading the donkey forward. Yet the stubborn creature refused to budge, even stepping backward. Amused and exasperated, Shu Zhiqiang resolved to finish his pancake before giving the donkey a good lesson. But upon seeing him eat, the donkey's cries grew more urgent and insistent. The pancake vendor, witnessing this, burst into laughter. "Young man, your donkey is quite amusing. It ignores the straw but craves your pancake." Hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang looked at the half-eaten pancake in his hand and the donkey's eager expression. All right, you can have some," he said, extending the pancake toward it. The donkey immediately opened its mouth to bite, its eyes squinting with delight. Onlookers were charmed by the scene, giving Shu Zhiqiang a thumbs up. What a generous young man. This pancake cost 5 cents, so many would hesitate to indulge, yet you offer it to a donkey. Shu Zhiqiang chuckled and led the donkey toward the meat processing plant stall. Chapter 24. The Grand Purchase. Brother, how do you sell your meat? Shu Zhiqiang inquired as he led his donkey beside the meat stall. Do you have a ticket? The vendor asked, lifting his gaze to scrutinize Shu Zhiqiang. Shu Zhiqiang presented the ticket his sister had given him, finding only a single pound of meat ticket. In this era of scarcity, every commodity was in limited supply, necessitating tickets for the purchase of most items. The fact that his sister could spare a ticket for a pound of meat likely meant she had relinquished half of the family's meat tickets. Concealing the ticket, Shu Zhiqiang turned to the vendor and asked, "How much do you sell without a ticket?" Despite the requirement for tickets, it was still possible to buy without one by paying a premium. The vendor, unfazed, promptly explained, "Fat meat is 1 yuan per pound. Chopped meat is 90 cents per pound, lean meat is 85 cents per pound, and pork belly is 80 cents per pound." These were the prices without tickets. With tickets, one could enjoy a discount of a few cents to a dime. Recalling that his family had not indulged in meat for quite some time, as all their savings were allocated for his and his brother's future brides, Shu Zhiqiang felt a pang of regret. In his past life, he had drained his family's resources in pursuit of Fu Huijuan. In this life, he vowed to distance himself from her and ensure that his family lived without want. Resolutely, he addressed the vendor. "I would like 2 pounds of fat meat and 1 pound of pork belly." Given the sweltering weather and the absence of a refrigerator at home, purchasing in excess would undoubtedly lead to spoilage. As he would be setting up a stall daily, he could buy fresh ingredients regularly. The vendor, taken aback by Shu Zhiqiang's request, cast a curious glance at the patches on his clothing. Despite his humble attire, he was purchasing an ample amount of meat. Nevertheless, the vendor quickly proceeded to cut the pork. For the 2 pounds of fat meat and 1 pound of pork belly, the total came to 3 yuan. Shu Zhiqiang handed over the money and received the meat. However, as he lowered his gaze, he noticed a large bone on the meat rack. Although it bore little meat, it would be excellent for stewing with winter melon. He turned to the vendor. "Brother, how much for that bone? This item is rarely sought after. If you want it, I can part with it for 20 cents. "Very well, thank you." Perhaps sensing the scent of meat, the donkey at the dock began to breathe rapidly. Clearly, it was no herbivore, but rather a reincarnated carnivore. Shu Zhiqiang cast a fierce look at the donkey, attempting to intimidate it. "Stop that noise. You won't be getting any of this. If you continue, I shall sell you off and let others feast upon your flesh." This tactic proved effective, as the donkey emitted a pitiful whimper before falling silent. Shu Zhiqiang smiled slightly and proceeded to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase daily necessities. He acquired a pack of Qianmen cigarettes, offering 2 to an elderly gentleman at the entrance, asking him to watch over his donkey cart. The man gratefully accepted the cigarettes, assuring Shu Zhiqiang that he would keep an eye on the donkey. In this era, most elders were quite simple-hearted, and Shu Zhiqiang harbored no concerns. Previously, he had shared his bread with an elderly woman, leaving Xianyan without any. Thus, he first purchased a pound of peach crisp and coconut cakes. After securing the pastries, he also bought some white rabbit milk candies. Though they were expensive, they were worth it for his younger siblings. Initially, he had intended to purchase 2 bottles of malt extract, but after some contemplation, he decided against it. Priced at 350 a bottle, 2 would amount to 7 yuan, and he still had numerous items to acquire. After procuring snacks, he proceeded to buy 2 tubes of aluminum toothpaste and 5 toothbrushes. The toothpaste was rather costly, as the aluminum packaging alone could fetch a few cents. However, for the sake of his family's oral health, Shu Zhiqiang did not hesitate to spend in this regard. Next, he acquired 2 rolls of toilet paper. The children of future generations would likely never experience the discomfort of using wooden blocks or leaves. The sensation of soiling one's hands was simply unbearable. After purchasing daily necessities, he sought out various spices, including star anise and cinnamon, among dozens of others. These ingredients were essential for cooking, as meat lacked flavor without them. Subsequently, Shu Zhiqiang visited the grain and oil store, where he bought 5 kilograms of rice, 2 kilograms of flour, and 5 kilograms of rapeseed oil. He had little desire to consume corn porridge anymore, as its texture was far inferior to the cornmeal of later generations. After a day of shopping, having spent over half of his earnings, Shu Zhiqiang refrained from further expenditures. Upon bringing these items home, he anticipated a scolding from his parents, followed by months of their concern for him. Exiting the supply and marketing cooperative, he noticed an elderly man, who was holding a donkey, gazing intently in his direction. Upon seeing Shu Zhiqiang emerge, the old man stood up immediately. Such innocence in the old man stirred a sense of compassion within him. "Thank you, sir," Shu Zhiqiang said as he placed his purchases on the cart, and then offered a cigarette. The old man stared at his belongings for quite a while before regaining his composure to accept the cigarette. "Have you had important guests at home, young man? You've bought quite a lot," he exclaimed. "How much did all this cost? Your family would splurge on such items for years. There are no guests. I simply feel that I have neglected my family in the past, and now that I have the opportunity, I wish to treat them well," Shu Zhiqiang explained as he led the donkey towards home, stopping along the way to buy 2 bottles of liquor. When he had come to the market with fish, he had walked slowly to prevent them from jumping out, taking nearly an hour. Now, with only supplies on the cart, his return journey was considerably quicker. In about half an hour, he arrived at the Fu family home and made his way directly to the centrally located Shu household. Just as mealtime approached, villagers were returning from the fields. Their faces lit up with curiosity upon seeing Shu Zhiqiang returning with the donkey. "Hey, Xiangzi, where did you get that donkey? It looks a bit like that old bachelor Fu Huijuan. Xiangzi, where are you taking the donkey? To the market? Goodness, you have so much meat, big bones, and even several fish. How much have you bought? Do you plan on living lavishly? Don't be ridiculous. This is definitely for that girl Huijuan. Seeing as you two are practically family now, right?" Amidst the banter of his fellow villagers, Shu Zhiqiang remained calm, but upon hearing Huijuan's name mentioned, he felt compelled to clarify. "Dear relatives, I wish to clarify once more that I have no association with Fu Huijuan. I shall not marry her nor enter into any union with her. Let us simply consider that I am unworthy of her, and put this matter to rest, shall we?" Having said this, I paid no heed to the astonishment of the crowd and hastened homeward with my donkey cart. Observing his retreating figure, the villagers exchanged bewildered glances. Has Xiangzi lost his mind, or is he speaking nonsense? Why would Huijuan forsake such a promising suitor? He must have gone mad. Otherwise, he would not have returned with such an abundance of goods. Those items must have cost a pretty penny. Who among us could afford such extravagance? Do not speak in haste. Xiangzi is aware of his own limitations. A mere farmer like him is indeed not a match for Huijuan. It is said that Huijuan is to start work at the candy factory tomorrow, a position with guaranteed stability and a monthly salary of 30 yuan. At this, the villagers turned their heads toward the man who had spoken. Chapter 25. Splendid. At long last, we can feast on meat. Aside from encountering that group of individuals returning home, Shu Zhiqiang encountered few others. Most had already returned to prepare dinner, leaving only a handful who lingered. Even when they crossed paths, they merely expressed surprise at the quantity of goods he had procured. As for the matter concerning Fu Huijuan, it remained unspoken, confined to their thoughts. Upon returning home, he found his father seated beneath the eaves, smoking his pipe, his gaze directed towards him. As soon as he spotted Shu Zhiqiang approaching with the donkey cart, he sprang to his feet. However, he quickly recognized the impulsiveness of his reaction, and with one hand clutching the pipe and the other resting behind his back, he strolled over nonchalantly. "How did it go, you rascal? How much did you sell the fish for?" As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at the wash basin on the cart. Shu Zhiqiang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, shaking his head and letting out a sigh. "Not all of it sold. I thought you. Shu Biao scoffed derisively, ready to undermine his son's confidence. Yet, upon witnessing the array of goods and the few fish in the wash basin, he fell silent. He could hardly believe his eyes and turned to Shu Zhiqiang, who merely raised an eyebrow in response. This is all that remains. Otherwise, I could have sold a bit more. Hearing this, Shu Biao fell into a contemplative silence. Then, twisting his pipe in hand, he swung it toward Shu Zhiqiang. You little rascal, daring to mock your father. Shu Zhiqiang grinned and inquired, where are Mother and Jigua? Why haven't I seen them? They're in the kitchen cooking. Is all this really you're doing? Shu Biao gestured towards the backyard, then began to rummage through the cart's contents. Upon seeing the assortment of small items, his brow furrowed immediately. Just as you start to earn a little, you lose your sense of direction, don't you? Can you still afford to live with such spending? Noticing his father's raised voice, Shu Zhiqiang lifted his chin to glance at the neighboring house. Seeing that his uncle and aunt were absent, he breathed a sigh of relief and directed the donkey cart towards the pigsty, explaining to his father. These are necessities for our family. Jigua and Xian are too thin and need to be nourished. And what about Mother's health? Don't you want her to regain her strength? As he spoke, he lifted 2 bottles of liquor from the cart, shaking them before his father. Care for a drink? Shu Biao had already been chastised by his son, and upon seeing the 2 bottles of wine, he swallowed hard. No more wastefulness next time, he declared stubbornly before turning to enter the house. Outside, on the construction site, the workers dared not indulge in alcohol, for the dangers of their labor were ever present. Even the slightest mistake could lead to grave accidents. Thus, he had long craved a drink, but upon finally returning home, he was met with the disappointing news of his son's failed marriage arrangements. Consequently, he felt even more reluctant to indulge, wishing to stretch every penny. Now that his son was earning money and had brought home wine to honor him, he felt it was time to relent. Watching his father's stubborn silhouette, Shu Zhiqiang smiled as he carried the goods into the house. His father had endured much hardship in his lifetime, although some of it was self-inflicted. He believed that as long as he did not marry Fu Huijuan, their family could find happiness. His father yearned for a grandchild, and in due time, he would wed a gentle and virtuous bride to bear him several. In the backyard, his mother, Xiong Fingxia, was washing pots by the stove, with 2 plates set aside. The aroma wafted through the air, one of potatoes and the other of wild amaranth, indicating yet another day of vegetarian fare. His younger brother, Shu Zhiqiang, crouched behind the stove, stuffing firewood into the corner, the roaring flames casting a rosy glow upon his gaunt face, while the visible soot permeated his lungs. Are you cooking? He coughed. Brother. Upon hearing Shu Zhiqiang's cough, Shu Zhiqiang turned and rushed over with an expression of delight. How was the fish? Did you sell it well? He asked, his voice trembling with excitement. Having contributed to the effort, he was particularly eager to know the outcome. Shu Zhiqiang had no intention of keeping secrets from his brother and shared the results. It went well. Nearly everything is sold, with just a few left for us to eat. Really? That must amount to over 30 yuan. Shu Zhiqiang exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. Over 30 yuan. That's more than what our father earns in a month of labor. Yet, his brother had merely spent a few hours fishing and half a day selling to achieve such earnings. Xiong Fingxia, having finished washing the pots, approached with an expectant gaze directed at Shu Zhiqiang. Xiangzi, you really sold all the fish? At the fervent looks of his mother and brother, Shu Zhiqiang nodded affirmatively. Indeed, they sold remarkably well. He then lifted the supplies in his hands and joyfully proclaimed, to celebrate our success in selling fish, we shall feast on fish and meat today. Wonderful. Finally, we can eat meat. Shu Zhiqiang shouted in uncontainable excitement in the backyard. Shu Zhiqiang glanced at him and reminded, if you keep shouting, Uncle and Auntie will surely come. Upon hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang quickly covered his mouth, fearing that he might inadvertently summon those 2 miserly relatives. Nevertheless, his cheeks were flushed. Whether from the heat of the flames or the thrill of anticipation, he could not tell. Xiangzi, how did you manage to buy so many things? This must have cost a fortune. Xiong Fingxia, accustomed to frugality, felt a pang of pain at the sight of such lavish goods. Shu Zhiqiang intended to explain, but at that moment, his father entered the room as well. The money is earned by him, so if he wishes to spend it, let him do so. After all, you and the children also require some nourishment. Upon hearing these words, Xiong Fingxia and the Shujia brothers exchanged astonished glances. Could such a sentiment truly be expressed by the other? It seemed impossible. One must understand that the household's income, aside from agricultural produce, was solely derived from this head of the family. Any additional expenditure would equate to him having to toil harder, carrying more bags of sand and ash. What are you staring at? Is there something wrong with what I said? Shu Jiao glared, feeling a tad embarrassed as he spoke in a low voice. Hurry up and prepare the fish and meat. What time is it? Why haven't we started cooking yet? All you think about is eating. If you don't save, how will you provide for the children when it comes time for them to marry? Xiong Fengxia shot him a glare, feeling confident in her ability to confront Shu Jiao over matters of frugality. Shu Jiao, uninterested in further discussion, turned and exited the room. Shu Zhiqiang smiled faintly, retrieving the meat and spices. Mother, allow me to prepare the meal today. He then handed a meat pie to his mother and younger brother, Xiong Zhigua, saying, "This is a meat pie. You and Zhigua can each have a piece to tide you over. I will save one for Xian and take it to her at school later." "Thank you, brother." Shu Zhiguo's eyes lit up as he eagerly grabbed a pie, devouring it with fervor. Though it had cooled, he found it to be far more delectable than dragon meat. Chapter 26. The aroma of meat wafts for miles. Tempting all Xiangzi, can you cook? Xiong Fengxia expressed skepticism regarding Shu Zhiqiang's culinary skills. After raising this son for over 20 years, how could she not know whether he could cook? It would indeed be a crime to waste the precious few pounds of meat they had just acquired. "Don't worry, mother. If you're still concerned, you can sit beside me and watch," Shu Zhiqiang replied with a smile, then turned to his brother, who was still ravenously consuming the pie. "Zhigua, start the fire." "Got it." Shu Zhigua wiped his hands and, still chewing, squatted behind the stove. Shu Zhiqiang did not delay, promptly taking out 2 pounds of fatty meat and quickly cutting it into strips. This meat was destined to be rendered into lard, and during this time, oil resources were exceedingly scarce. Thus, most ordinary people relied on either lard or vegetable oil for cooking. However, for those yearning for a taste of meat, lard was the preferred choice. After all, the flavor of the crispy remnants after rendering lard was simply irresistible. In his past life, when forced to enter the realm of business, Fu Huijuan had insisted on separating from his parents. Without their support, they were left to fend for themselves in the kitchen. But Fu Huijuan was not one to lift a finger for household chores. For the sake of the children, Shu Zhiqiang had no choice but to learn to cook while juggling business responsibilities. At that time, their family could hardly afford a nanny. However, as a man unaccustomed to cooking, he often faced Fu Huijuan's disdain for his culinary skills. To remedy this, Shu Zhiqiang had to spend money seeking advice from various chefs, gradually honing his culinary prowess. His family had sacrificed so much for him, and he too had given a great deal, yet in the end, he faced a fate of being childless and alone. Sighing, Xiong Fengxia watched in astonishment as Shu Zhiqiang skillfully sliced the 2 pounds of fatty meat into neat strips. She appeared as though she was meeting her son for the very first time, perplexed as to when he had acquired such remarkable culinary skills. Shu Zhiqiang swiftly chopped the fatty meat into pieces, tossing them into the pot. He then retrieved some lard from a nearby tin and added it to the mixture. This was done to expedite the rendering of the fat. Otherwise, the meat would stick to the pan for too long, causing it to shrink and lose its flavor. After completing these tasks, Shu Zhiqiang diligently stirred the meat with a spatula to prevent it from sticking, while glancing toward his younger brother, whose face was flushed from the heat of the fire. "Zhigua, where are the lobsters I asked you to catch?" "Lobsters? What lobsters?" Zhigua looked momentarily bewildered as he regarded Shu Zhiqiang. Shu Zhiqiang slapped his forehead, realizing he had never explained it to him, making it understandable that Zhigua was confused. "The big bugs. Remember I asked you to catch 2 pounds from the ditch this morning?" "Oh, right. Zhigua suddenly understood and rose to fetch a wooden bucket from the back door. "Brother, they're all here. What do you call this thing? Lobster?" "Yes, that's what it's called. I'll prepare a dish for you to taste shortly." Shu Zhiqiang glanced down at the bucket, which held large, blackish red, armored creatures resembling giant scorpions. During this era, lobsters had not yet been overfished, resulting in their unusually large sizes. Once future generations began consuming lobsters and utilizing pesticides and fertilizers, finding such large specimens would become a rarity. "What? This thing is edible?" Zhigua's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at his elder brother and then down at the dark creature. "What part of this can be eaten? The hard shell?" "Xiangzi, please don't waste the oil. I've never heard of this being edible," Xiong Fengxia said, her expression filled with concern as she gazed at Shu Zhiqiang, fearing he would ruin the ingredients. "It's definitely edible, I assure you. You will find it insufficient." Shu Zhiqiang smiled slightly, confidently assuring them. Before long, the fatty meat in the pot began to sizzle, releasing a rich, savory aroma that filled the entire backyard and wafted outside. "How fragrant!" Zhigua gulped, his gaze fixed on the bubbling fat with fervor. It had been ages since he had tasted meat, and the familiar scent was a true indulgence. Whose house is rendering fat? Is it a festive occasion, or are they still managing to get by? Zhou Muing, who lived next door, inhaled deeply, as if trying to draw the enticing aroma into her very being. The fragrance was utterly irresistible. With only 2 daughters at home, their labor force was woefully inadequate. If not for the support of her husband's 2 nephews, they would struggle to harvest the rice in their fields. Nonetheless, they were merely scraping by. Fortunately, their eldest daughter had been accepted into university, providing some relief to their impoverished household. However, with their daughter studying away, they dared not squander her scholarship and financial aid. Thus, enjoying a meal of meat was a luxury reserved for the rare occasions when their daughter returned home. Muing, whose house is rendering fat. It smells divine, Shu Long said, greedily looking up at Zhou Muing while sipping corn porridge. Zhou Muing shook her head, glancing towards the adjacent house. It seemed that the delightful aroma wafting from the Bai family was once again tantalizing her senses. Were they indulging in meat again? This marked at least the 2nd or 3rd occasion this month. While Shu Long harbored feelings of surprise, he could not help but feel a twinge of envy and jealousy. The Bai family dined on meat every few days, their savory scents drifting through the air for miles. Here they were, inhaling the mouth-watering fragrance yet unable to partake in it. Who could endure such torment? A glance at their own table, laden with corn porridge and sweet potatoes, extinguished any lingering appetite. In comparison to the allure of meat, their meal felt utterly unappetizing. Indeed, it mattered little how often the Bai family feasted. After all, they had 2 steady incomes supporting them. Zhou Muing rolled her eyes, her voice laced with envy and resentment. The Bai family was among the affluent in Shu family village, their household comprising factory employees, with an income of 60 to 70 yuan a month. Indulging in a few meat dishes was hardly a luxury for them. The real agony lay in the fact that they lived right next door, while she and Shu Long were left with their monotonous fare of corn porridge and sweet potatoes. I can't bear it any longer, Shu Long declared, shaking his head as he set down his chopsticks and left the room. Zhou Muing mirrored his sentiments, equally unable to stomach the unvarying meals. As they stepped into the courtyard, they spotted Old Bai passing by, hoe in hand. Old Bai, are you off to work in the fields? Skipping lunch? The enticing scent of the oil residue simmering in his wife's kitchen reached them from afar. Upon hearing Zhou Muing's call, Old Bai turned, looking at them with a bemused expression. Haven't you just had meat a few days ago? Do you even have a life anymore? He gestured towards the home of Shu Zhiqiang. You're unaware of the meat aroma wafting from the Shaokita household, and you still call yourselves brothers? With that, he dismissed them, grumbling as he continued on his way. Biaozi's family is cooking meat. Shu Long and Zhou Muing exchanged incredulous glances, their disbelief evident in their eyes. Chapter 27. I mentioned that shrimp tails are edible, but I didn't ask you to bring out the meat. The fat content of the pork quickly rendered down, each piece shrinking significantly. Shu Zhiqiang deftly removed the crispy bits and set them aside to cool, knowing they would only become delectable once chilled. However, before they could cool, a hand reached over and snatched a piece away. Ah! Shu Zhiqiang inhaled sharply as he juggled the crispy morsel, tossing it from his left hand to his right, catching it with dexterous skill, until at last it was cool enough to pop into his mouth. With a few gratifying crunches, he swallowed it down, his expression radiating sheer delight. Xiang Fengxiao playfully slapped his head, admonishing him, "You little rascal, be careful not to burn your hands." Shu Zhiqiang chuckled, reaching for another piece to offer her. "Mom, you must try this. It's truly delicious." "No, you enjoy it," Xiang Fengxiao replied, shaking her head as she turned to Shu Zhiqiang. "Jiangzi, how about we ease off on the oil residue? If we cook too much, we won't be able to finish it. We've already prepared 2 vegetable dishes. Although they're plant-based, we now have 1 dish of oil residue. A meat dish alongside 2 vegetable ones would certainly be a feast, a rarity throughout the year. Don't worry, I'll fry some pork belly with bamboo shoots and prepare the lobster as well. If we don't finish it now, we can always enjoy it later. Meat doesn't stay fresh for long," Shu Zhiqiang replied with a smile, shaking his head. He then proceeded to place the bamboo shoots he had chopped the day prior into the pot, ensuring all parts were submerged in water. Upon witnessing the scene, Shu Zhiqiang, after savoring another piece of pork crackling, continued to crouch behind the stove, despite the smoke from the pot making it difficult to open his eyes. A smile played at the corners of his mouth. The aroma of the pork crackling was utterly delightful, filling his heart with a sense of happiness. Shu Zhiqiang covered the bamboo shoots with a lid, knowing they would be ready for slicing once cooked. After completing this task, he He settled down on a small stool to peel the shells off the lobsters. The lobster's pincers were quite fierce, capable of inflicting bruises or even drawing blood if caught. Therefore, Shu Zhiqiang carefully grasped the lobster by its back, holding the tail firmly with his left hand while using his right to pry open the gap between the helmet and the tail. The lobster's pincers flailed wildly, as if in a desperate struggle. In the next moment, the entire helmet was dislodged by Shu Zhiqiang, along with its brain and roe, which were discarded into the trash. Witnessing this, Xiong Fengxia couldn't help but furrow her brow, feeling it was somewhat cruel. Yet, considering these creatures were germs that plagued crops, she felt a sense of relief. She pulled over a low stool from the side, seating herself opposite Shu Zhiqiang, ready to assist. However, Shu Zhiqiang waved his hand, expressing concern. Mom, this is quite dangerous. You shouldn't touch it. I'll handle it. Having always cooked for herself, Xiong Fengxia felt a bit at a loss, wanting to help her son, but being prevented from doing so, leaving her standing idly by. Noticing her predicament, Shu Zhiqiang suggested that she chop some pork belly slices and green chili strips for later use. Upon hearing his request, Xiong Fengxia's face brightened as she began to prepare the ingredients. Shu Zhiqiang sighed and shook his head, gripping the peeled lobster body. He pressed, twisted, and pulled at the middle of the tail. A black and white striped excretory canal was extracted along with the tail fan. Curious, Shu Zhiqiang, who was tending the fire, added a couple of sticks to the flames before moving his stool closer. Watching Shu Zhiqiang deftly peel the lobster shells, he couldn't help but ask, "Bro, which part of this bug is edible?" In response, Shu Zhiqiang pointed directly to the tail. Hey, I meant the tail is edible. Not for you to peel the meat out." His brother truly was a character. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the other peeling back the shell of the tail to reveal the pristine white lobster meat. Holding the piece of lobster meat in his hand, Shu Zhiqiang grinned. "I was just a bit curious." Despite his words, he was practically drooling over the piece of meat. It looked so white and smooth. Surely it would be delicious once cooked. Shu Zhiqiang chuckled and soon had several pounds of lobster shelled and deveined. He instructed Shu Zhiqiang to wash them, while he fished the bamboo shoots from the pot. After boiling, the shoots had softened considerably. He placed them on the cutting board, slicing them into pieces before arranging them on a plate for later. Subsequently, he turned to pour out the water from the pot and wiped it clean with a cloth. The iron pan quickly turned crimson as Shu Zhiqiang promptly scooped some lard into it, causing the surface to glisten with an enticing sheen. Without hesitation, he added the diced pork belly that Xiong Fengxia had prepared, initiating a sizzling stir-fry. The lingering aroma of the previously rendered meat fat was soon overshadowed by an even richer fragrance emanating from the fresh pork. In this era, pigs had been raised without any feed, resulting in truly organic, pollution-free pork. The delectable scent wafting from this pork was so potent that it could be said to permeate the entire village. Especially when garlic, ginger, and a variety of dried chilies were tossed in, the fragrance became utterly indescribable. Brother and sister-in-law, that lad bought 2 bottles of aged liquor. Would you care to join us for a drink? Shu Biao, seated outside enjoying his dry tobacco, welcomed his brother and sister-in-law, who had approached drawn by the savory aroma. He mentioned that his son had purchased several pounds of pork, which they might not finish, thus inviting them to partake in a drink. Observing the envy flickering in their eyes, he felt an overwhelming sense of self-satisfaction. Now, Biaozi, where did Xiangzi find the money for all this? Zhou Muying directly entered the house, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over her at the sight of the lavish spread. How much could all this possibly cost? It's not as though money grows on trees. This younger brother of mine is truly foolish. He toils for mere pennies at the construction site for an entire month. How can he allow his son to squander money like this? With such spending habits, how will he ever marry and raise a family? Ah, well, Xiangzi caught a few fish last night and sold them at the market, didn't he? That lad is filial. As soon as he earned a little money, he thought of treating me and Fengxia. Shu Biao, basking in the admiration of his brother and sister-in-law, spoke with a sense of pride that bordered on arrogance. Upon hearing his words, Shu Long and Zhou Muying exchanged knowing glances, their minds already calculating a plan to uncover the details of the fishing escapade during their drinking session. At that moment, the rich aromas of the ingredients and meat wafted from the backyard, causing all 3 stomachs to rumble in unison. Unable to contain himself, Shu Biao strode purposefully into the backyard. What is taking so long? The smell of that meat is making me ravenous. Shu Long and Zhou Muying followed suit, their eyes widening at the sight of Shu Zhiqiang skillfully stir-frying the bamboo shoots with pork belly. Chapter 28. The aunt is truly annoying. Noticing his uncle and aunt entering, Shu Zhiqiang exchanged a glance with his father, but refrained from speaking. He understood his father well. Despite his limited abilities, he possessed a keen sense of pride, as did many men of his generation. Having finally prepared a sumptuous meal, he surely wanted to impress his elder brother. Don't fret. I'll prepare a dish of crawfish, and then you can begin your drinks. Handing the stir-fried pork belly and bamboo shoots to his mother, Shu Zhiqiang then retrieved an aluminum lunchbox from the side. This container had belonged to Shu Zhiqiang during his school days. Though he had not excelled academically and had returned home after finishing primary school to work the land, he packed the remaining pork belly and bamboo shoots into the lunchbox and set it aside before beginning to saute the crawfish. And Zhou Muying, unabashed, popped some of the rendered fat into her mouth, chewing eagerly. When she noticed Shu Zhiqiang's actions, her expression soured considerably. Jiangzi, what do you mean by packing up the food like this? Did we not agree to dine here together? Why are there still some dishes left? What? Are you afraid we might devour all your food? Shu Zhiqiang cast a glance at her, instantly perceiving the thoughts swirling in her mind. However, he was too indifferent to engage in such trivialities. He replied nonchalantly, Xian only brought a sweet potato this morning. I feared she might not have enough to eat, so I intended to bring her some food. Upon hearing this, Zhou Muying, who had initially harbored some resentment, was suddenly enlightened. She nodded at Shu Zhiqiang, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yes, that child Xian is too thin, just like Qingqing. She certainly needs to replenish her strength. Coming over to eat for free is one thing, but now she wants me to bring her daughter a portion of food? Shu Zhiqiang felt a bit speechless and chose to disregard the conversation, pouring the purchased cooking oil into the pot. He did not use much, as cooking the prawns required a considerable amount of oil, but the oil used for cooking prawns could not be reused for other dishes, resulting in some waste. Thus, he opted for a moderate amount to steam the lobsters, aiming only to cook them until the meat separated from the shell. Once the oil reached a boil, he added the lobsters, which immediately erupted with a series of popping sounds. Zhou Muying, startled, took a few steps back and remarked, Jiangzi, can these big bugs even be eaten? With all that shell, what is there to eat? Such a waste of oil. Hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang, who was tending to the fire, could no longer hold his tongue and shouted, Auntie, is it the oil residue that you find unappetizing? Or do you simply dislike the stir-fried pork with bamboo shoots? You're being treated to a meal, yet you still complain. It's truly vexing. Zhou Muying noticed the unwelcoming demeanor of the two brothers and rolled her eyes, replying, It's fine, I suppose. With that, she turned and left, soon engaging in conversation with Shu Biao outside about the waste of oil. Brother, that aunt is truly insufferable, Shu Zhiqiang complained, furrowing his brow as he looked at Shu Zhiqiang. She seems amiable enough on ordinary days, but that's only because her interests are not at stake. As long as we don't encroach on her family's benefits, we can coexist peacefully. But once it involves interests, the situation becomes precarious. However, that is to be expected. Even blood brothers may quarrel over profits. There's no remedy for dislike. She won't heed reason, and we cannot resort to violence. Shu Zhiqiang shrugged, feeling equally helpless. Yet, he had not abandoned his plans, so he smiled and reassured, Once I earn money, I will take you both to live in the city, and then we shall be free of such worries. Upon hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang immediately nodded, affirming that he would also earn plenty of money. The two brothers encouraged one another, and soon, the lobsters had nearly finished steaming. Shu Zhiqiang lifted the pot lid. The oil, already scant, had reduced to mere drops, while the lobsters had turned a vibrant red with a hint of char. The rich aroma of river delicacies wafted through the air, causing Shu Zhiqiang to furrow his brow involuntarily. Brother, are you certain this can be eaten? Well, the smell of these, cooked without any seasoning, is indeed less than pleasant. I hope you won't try to snatch them from me later. With a light chuckle directed at Shu Zhiqiang, Shu Zhiqiang proceeded to add the prepared spices into the pot. The harmonious blend of star anise, cinnamon, Sichuan pepper, rock sugar, and white liquor transformed the initially pungent aroma into something altogether delightful. It was indeed fragrant. Shu Zhiqiang gave his brother a thumbs up, unable to suppress a swallow as the rich scent of spices enveloped him. Had it truly become so enticing so quickly? Truly, one could not underestimate the palate of a youth. Shu Zhiqiang, chuckling softly, sprinkled an appropriate amount of salt into the pot and then, with a spatula, mixed the lobsters with the ingredients until they were well combined. After covering the pot, he anticipated that in about 7 or 8 minutes, it would be ready. However, at that moment, a sharp reprimand echoed through the hall. I said to put down the dishes. The expressions of the Shu brothers shifted. and they hurriedly made their way toward the dining area. Upon arrival, they found Shu Biao seated at the table alongside his brothers and Zhou Muying. The brothers' faces were slightly flushed, and it was evident that they had already indulged in the 2 bottles of liquor that Shu Zhiqiang had purchased. Meanwhile, their mother stood beside them, pale-faced, holding a plate of stir-fried bamboo shoots and pork. It was clear from the earlier admonishment that Shu Biao was directing his ire at Xiong Fengxia. What is happening? Shu Zhiqiang furrowed his brow as he approached his mother, observing the trio at the table. Impressive. While I was bustling about in the kitchen, you all have already begun your meal. Especially the couple, Shu Long and his wife. Did they not consider themselves outsiders? Before the Shu brothers could speak, Zhou Muying interjected, casting herself as the accuser. Xiangzi, it's not that Auntie is criticizing your mother. It's just that your father and uncle are here dining, yet your mother has taken the dishes away. What are we to eat? At this remark, Shu Zhiqiang did not take Zhou Muying's words at face value, but instead turned to look at his mother. At that moment, he noticed that the plate she was holding, which had originally been filled with stir-fried bamboo shoots, was now nearly empty. Given the abundance of bamboo shoots, Shu Zhiqiang had prepared a large plateful, with even more remaining in the pot. Yet, how could it be that so little was left after such a short span of time? Xiangzi, your father and uncle are voracious eaters. They take 2 pieces of meat in a single bite. I saw you and Zhigua were busy inside, so I thought to save some for you, Xiong Fengxia explained, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. Her grievance stemmed not from anything else but from her desire to protect her children, which had drawn the ire of Shu Biao. Having consumed 2 liang of liquor, this father had succumbed to drunken rage. What do you mean voracious? Isn't the purpose of cooking to eat? Your uncle and I rarely have the chance to share a meal together, and you, a mere woman, cannot discern the situation? Shu Biao's face flushed as he glared at Xiong Fengxia, pounding the table in a drunken fury. Seeing this, Zhou Muying joined in the fray. Indeed, Fengxia, you should know better. I just mentioned that Xiangzi saved some food for himself. Chapter 29. Warning: the family had always been impoverished, and Shu Biao had rarely indulged in drinking during his previous life, as it was an expensive habit. It was only after Shu Zhigua's death that he developed a severe addiction to alcohol, and his temperament became increasingly erratic. It was disheartening for Shu Zhiqiang to realize that his father transformed in such a manner once he consumed liquor, especially upon hearing the condescending remarks from Zhou Muying. He felt a surge of indignation. He immediately shielded his mother close to him, glaring fiercely at Zhou Muying. Do you even know who that food is intended for? Who gave you the audacity to speak to my mother in such a manner? Zhou Muying was momentarily taken aback, nearly intimidated by Shu Zhiqiang's tone. Having lived next door for so long, she had watched him grow up, and she never anticipated that one day he would confront her with such intensity. Yet, she was not one to be easily intimidated, otherwise she would lose face in the future. Thus, she retaliated with a fierce glare, declaring, "What does it matter who it is for? Moreover, I am your aunt, your mother's sister-in-law. What's wrong with saying a few words to her? If you ask me, you were just reluctant to part with that plate of meat. If you are so attached, then don't invite us in for a drink." As she spoke, her gaze shifted to the blushing Shu Biao beside her. Shu Biao had not anticipated that his son would suddenly confront his sister-in-law, but upon hearing the mention of Xiong Fengxia, he began to realize he had indeed acted impulsively by scolding his well-meaning wife. However, when he caught a glimpse of his sister, Zhou Muying's contemptuous expression, a surge of unexplainable anger welled up within him. After all, it was he who had invited his elder brother and sister-in-law, feeling a sense of obligation since they had both come to inquire. Moreover, their attitudes had provided him with a satisfying sense of superiority, especially considering how they had previously mocked his 2 sons for their lack of academic success when their daughter was accepted into university. The feeling of being able to hold his head high in front of his elder brother, who was generally more accomplished, was immensely gratifying. However, seeing his wife and son so antagonistic towards them was, in essence, a slap to his own face. Thus, any remnants of guilt he felt evaporated in an instant, and he slammed his palm on the table, producing a loud thud. "You little rascal, how dare you speak to your aunt like that? Hurry up and apologize." At these words, Zhou Muying let out a cold snort, secretly pleased but displaying a hint of disdain on her face. "Forget it. I wouldn't dare ask him to apologize, given how he looks like he is about to strike me." Observing such a self-satisfied aunt, Shu Zhiguo and Xiong Fengxia were seething with anger. Yet, there was little they could do. In this household, it was Shu Biao's pride that dictated the rules. They dared not voice their concerns and could only shift their gaze toward Shu Zhiqiang. Shu Zhiqiang felt a tinge of disappointment in his father. He had hoped to improve their family's circumstances, but on this very first day of earning some money and enjoying a decent meal, his father had started barking orders and aligning with outsiders to bully his own wife. If this continued, how would things unfold when he earned more in the future? He recognized that the root of the problem lay with his father, yet he felt compelled to issue a warning to this oblivious aunt. Thus, he fixed his gaze on Zhou Muying and coldly smirked, speaking in a peculiar tone. I must say, Aunt, you are indeed aware that you are my aunt, my mother's sister-in-law. As an elder, you indulge in the meat purchased by the younger generation and drink the wine they provide, all while owing money to our family. And yet you dare to criticize them. How does this differ from the treacherous wolf in the fields? Among those present, the highest level of education belonged to the Shu Zhiqiang brothers, who possess only elementary school diplomas, while the other three have barely received any schooling, having only attended state-organized tutoring sessions. Upon hearing Shu Zhiqiang's eloquent words, even Shu Zhiqiang was taken aback, let alone the others. Is this truly the same individual who has been a bane to the village since childhood, possessing little more than good looks? Although some found the term treacherous wolf difficult to grasp, it was clear to all present. Seeing the situation escalate, Shulong could no longer remain seated and stood up abruptly. You insolent brat! Who are you calling a treacherous wolf? Shu Zhiqiang did not allow him to continue, effortlessly steering the conversation. Uncle, let us not hastily engage in debate. You cannot feign ignorance about who purchased this meat today. Furthermore, you ought to recognize that your actions yield no benefit. You have only 2 daughters. If our families maintain a good relationship, I can afford to treat you to drinks and meals. Surely you do not expect your married daughters to care for you in your old age? Shulong contemplated this statement and gradually sat back down. In modern times, a woman's status is no higher than that of her historical counterparts. Once married, a daughter is akin to water that has been thrown out. Catering to in-laws consumes all her energy, leaving little room for honoring her own parents. Shulong and his wife looked forward to their eldest daughter completing her university education and returning to care for them. But what would happen as they aged? They could not possibly restrain their daughter from marrying. Ultimately, they would need to rely on their 2 nephews. Shulong faltered, yet Zhou Muying remained resolute, striking the opponent with a swift slap. What are you afraid of? Our daughter is a university student. She will surely find a wealthy husband and take us to the city. She dreamt of a future where her daughter and son-in-law would provide her with a comfortable life. However, Shulong's perspective differed. As a contemporary man, he harbored a profound desire to return to his roots and continue his lineage. Shujia village was his home, and he intended to be buried there. The Shu Zhiqiang brothers were part of his family, destined to carry on the family name. Eventually, he grasped Zhou Muying's hand and spoke in a low voice. Let us return home. Return home? You coward! Your wife was insulted, and you didn't utter a word? Though Zhou Muying resisted, she was no match for a man of his stature and was soon dragged out the door. Perhaps due to the effects of alcohol, Shulong inadvertently let out a fart as they reached the entrance. After dealing with the troublesome uncle and his wife, Shu Zhiqiang shook his head and sighed. He turned to look at Xiong Fengxia, concern etched on his face. Mother, are you all right? With tear-filled eyes, Xiong Fengxia shook her head and revealed a grateful smile. I'm fine. My child has grown up and can stand on his own. I could not be happier. Shu Zhiqiang sighed in relief before turning to his father, who had succumbed to drunken slumber, resting his head on the table. How much must one drink to become so inebriated? Shu Zhiqiang, in truth, did not wish to engage in an altercation with his father and could only remind himself to refrain from offering the elder any more alcohol. Brother, it seems the food in the pot has burned. The sudden exclamation from Shu Zhiqiang startled Shu Zhiqiang, who quickly uttered a hasty remark before dashing into the backyard. Mother, Zhiqiang, please assist father to his room for some rest. Upon entering the backyard, Shu Zhiqiang reached for the pot lid, only to recoil in pain as he instinctively sucked on his injured fingers. With no time to dwell on the discomfort, he seized a nearby cloth, wrapped it around his hand, and lifted the lid once more. A peculiar odor assailed his senses, darkening his expression. Chapter 30. Do old bachelors have fish to eat? While Shu Zhiqiang was preoccupied with resolving a myriad of domestic conflicts, considerable discord was also brewing at Fu Huijuan's home. Huijuan, did not the Shu Biao couple come to discuss matters with us yesterday? We agreed to forego the bride price. You could marry directly into their family. But why has Shu Zhiqiang not appeared this entire morning? He has come. How could he not? Fu Huijuan shot an angry glance at her mother. The mere thought of the words spoken by that man earlier filled her with unease. Did he disdain her for being unclean? Did he somehow know of her pregnancy? How could a farmer who never ventured out possess such knowledge? And what right did he have to judge her? Yet, what was her sacrifice for? If not to secure a better future? He came? When? How am I unaware of this? Shu Zhiqiang wore a perplexed expression, questioning whether she had overslept that morning. Upon learning that her daughter was unexpectedly pregnant, she was utterly bewildered. After a lengthy explanation from Fu Huijuan, she regretted her impulsive decision to change course. Had she accepted the sewing machine and bicycle from Shu Zhiqiang's family, would they not have avoided this predicament? However, she could hardly blame her daughter, after all. Both their futures depended on this union. A steady income of 30 yuan a month was nothing to scoff at. Could she afford to offend such a financial benefactor? Fortunately, Shu Zhiqiang's father had returned the previous day and brought up the subject of marriage with him once more that afternoon. She could no longer hold on to previous demands for extravagant gifts and monetary compensation. Her daughter, too, expressed a willingness to accept nothing from the Shu family, desiring only to wed Shu Zhiqiang. Though Shu Zhiqiang felt some reluctance, she ultimately consented, given the urgency of her daughter's condition. Yet, as the morning wore on, she found herself wondering why Shu Zhiqiang had still not come to discuss the marriage with Fu Huijuan. At that moment, a man standing 6 feet tall, with a broad waist and robust shoulders, strode into the room. "Mother, I want to eat fish." "Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat. Can you do anything else?" Shu Zhiqiang gazed at her son, Fu Huijuan, with a mixture of affection and exasperation. At 30, he spent his days laboring on the farm, unable to bring home a bride. Previously, a potential match had been introduced, but she demanded extravagant gifts and a sum of 200 yuan. With no other options, she had turned her hopes toward the Shu family. Why can that old bachelor next door eat fish, but I cannot? Fu Jun's eyes widened in defiance as he exclaimed. Afterward, he rolled up his sleeves, wearing a fierce expression. "Who has bullied you? I'll take care of him. You might as well give up. It would be a miracle if you survive against Shu Zhiqiang." Shu Zhiqiang rolled her eyes and felt compelled to dampen his spirits. Shu Zhiqiang was notorious in the village for his unruly behavior. He had committed every misdeed imaginable throughout his life, from sabotaging artisans to peeping on widows during their baths. He excelled at brawling as well. If her son were to provoke him, he would likely be severely beaten. However, she shifted her tone and skeptically inquired, "What did you say? The old man in the Fu family is eating fish? He hardly ever leaves the house. How could he afford fish that costs a few dimes per pound?" Fu Yinshan was notoriously lazy. Finding a grain of rice in his home would be considered a productive day for him. Given such circumstances, how could they possibly indulge in the luxury of fish? Thus, she assumed her son was merely expressing a desire for fish. "Mom, am I capable of deceiving you? I just came from their house. And that old coot is indeed cooking carp." Fu Huijuan, feeling slightly irritated that his mother doubted him, pointed towards the neighbor. Shu Zhiqiang remained unconvinced. But Fu Huijuan interjected, "That old man does have fish, but it was given to him by Shu Zhiqiang this morning." "What? Where did Shu Zhiqiang acquire fish? And why would he give it to that old bachelor?" Shu Zhiqiang was initially taken aback, then her anger flared. That fellow brought fish over in the morning and didn't he even enter their home, but instead handed it to the single man next door? Isn't this a slap in their faces? How outrageous. "Huijuan, Mom, I've also heard some news." As Fu Huijuan recalled something regarding Shu Zhiqiang, he suddenly became animated. Under the watchful eyes of his sister and mother, he furrowed his brow and said, "I heard from the villagers that Shu Zhiqiang went somewhere with a donkey cart this morning and returned with a pile of goods, including fish, meat, and peach crisps, totaling over $10. Upon hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang could no longer remain seated and stood up abruptly. Wait, if he bought those items, why didn't he bring them over? Yes, she believed that everything Shu Zhiqiang purchased was meant for their family. Only Fu Huijuan understood that the man likely had no intention of marrying her. She then slapped the table, displaying her impatience. "Enough, let us not argue. I'm starting work at the candy factory tomorrow. I hope he will inform me." She knew who the father of her children was, and now she could only seek his advice. Shu Zhiqiang exchanged glances with her son, who inquired, "Mom, are we still eating fish?" "Brother, this lobster tastes wonderful. It's both numbing and spicy, truly delightful. If you enjoy it, eat more. I'll take the meal to Xinxian first." Shu Zhiqiang smiled slightly as he held the packed meal. The lobster broth had evaporated, leaving the bottom lobsters a golden brown, though not charred enough to turn bitter. Hence, while the taste had slightly altered, the spicy flavor remained intact, making it still palatable. Shu Zhiqiang quickly devoured a bowl of rice and prepared to deliver the delicious dishes to his sister. The current time is 1 o'clock. and the other party is still on a break, so there is ample time. He hung the net bag containing his lunch on the handlebars of his bicycle and, with a couple of swift pedaling motions, effortlessly swung his leg over the sturdy frame. Xiangzi, ride slowly, reminded Xiong Fingxia as she set down her chopsticks and rose to caution him. Understood. Baigo Primary School is not far from Changhu Brigade. It would take less than an hour to walk there. However, Shu Zhiqiang arrived at the school gate in under 10 minutes on his bicycle. The school lacked any security personnel, allowing him to simply push his bike inside. At this moment, the school appeared quite modest, consisting of only 2 rows of tiled roof buildings. With no more than 10 classrooms in total, the square was merely a patch of yellow mud, devoid of even a single slab of concrete, though there was a cement well in the distance. Numerous children were gathered by the well, each holding a rope, drawing water for drinking from the well. Shu Zhiqiang surveyed the area at the entrance with his lunchbox in hand, but did not spot Shu Zhiquan among the crowd. However, he recognized some of the other children, prompting him to approach and inquire. Chapter 31. Has Xinxian gotten into a fight? Ergo, come here. Shu Zhiqiang called out to a child with braided hair in the distance, waving his hand. This child was the offspring of Aunt Yuqin, of a similar age to Shu Zhiquan. Due to Aunt Yuqin's lack of education, she had given him a rather unrefined name, believing it would be easier to raise him. The child turned to glance back, hesitated for a moment, and then ran over with the rope still in hand. It was then that Shu Zhiqiang noticed the child was using a glass jar tied to the rope to draw water from the well. Despite the scarcity of material goods in this era, the children exhibited remarkably inventive imaginations. Though there were no toys to be found, they managed to create countless games for amusement. For instance, they would fold paper into dumplings and place them on the ground, taking turns to slap them over. If they flipped over, it was the other person's turn. Additionally, one child would bend over while others vaulted over his back in a game colloquially known as jumping the horse, which was quite perilous. Shu Zhi was still engaged in the game of cockfighting, where participants would leap on one leg to collide with one another, and knocking someone down would signify victory. The girls' games were filled with charm, while the boys' games were imbued with challenge and danger. This was the essence of youth in the 70s, 80s, and even the 90s. Brother Chang, what do you want with me? Ergo soon approached Shu Zhiqiang, holding the jar, his expression one of puzzled curiosity. He harbored a strong dislike for this man, having witnessed him peeking at his mother while she bathed. Yet, this man was also known as the local ruffian, and there were times he found himself admiring him. Ergo, I have a piece of candy for you, Shu Zhiqiang said with a slight smile, retrieving a white rabbit candy from his pocket and offering it. Ergo's eyes lit up at the sight, yet he did not reach out to take it. Instead, he took a step back. Brother Chang, don't think you can win me over with just a piece of candy. My mother is truly not suited for you. At such a tender age of 7 or 8, how could he grasp the complexities of suitability in relationships? Though clever, what did his words truly mean? Shu Zhiqiang felt slightly bewildered, secretly pondering whether the child might think he harbored intentions towards his mother. He helplessly shook his head and lowered his gaze towards the other person. Ergo, I harbor no interest in your mother. This piece of candy I offer you is merely to inquire if you have seen my sister, Zhishuan. You truly do not wish for me to act as a spy, persuading my mother on your behalf, do you? Ergo appeared somewhat incredulous, fixating on Shu Zhiqiang to seek further confirmation. Observing this expression, Shu Zhiqiang realized that Ergo had likely watched too much of Huijuan, the most popular drama of 1983, which captivated throngs of viewers daily. However, this was of little consequence. Shu Zhiqiang swiftly delivered a sharp slap to Ergo's head, admonishing him to speak plainly without all this unnecessary pretense. Do not strike my head. Ergo protested, gingerly rubbing his crown. He then pointed towards the left corridor of the teaching building. Zhishuan was called to the office by the teacher during class. Upon hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang's expression shifted dramatically, and without pausing to ask further questions, he dashed towards the teaching building. Hey, my candy. Hearing the call, Shu Zhiqiang turned back, tossing a piece of white rabbit milk candy over his shoulder before continuing his sprint. Ergo picked up the candy, hesitating for a moment before unwrapping it and placing it in his mouth. The rich, milky flavor caused him to squint in delight, inwardly remarking, this Shu Zhiqiang isn't so bad after all. If you were to offer me candy daily, I wouldn't mind at all. Unbeknownst to Shu Zhiqiang, Ergo was contemplating him, while he himself hastily arrived at the entrance of the teaching building. His sister had been taken to the office by the teacher. Had she committed some wrongdoing? In his previous life, he had scarcely paid attention to his sister's studies, and thus he was unaware of her having endured such an experience. The teaching building comprised 3 sections, with 10 classrooms in total, 2 for each grade from 1 to 5, serving a multitude of children from the surrounding neighborhoods. Aside from the classrooms, the teachers' offices and storage rooms were located in the tiled building to the left. He arrived at the door, slightly out of breath, and began his search from the first teacher's office. However, the first office was unoccupied, prompting him to hasten to the next one. Inside were a young man and woman, both engrossed in writing. Upon hearing the commotion outside, they glanced up, displaying expressions of confusion. Not spotting Shu Zhiqiang, he did not linger and proceeded to the next office. The number of teachers' offices was limited. Typically, each class had 2 teachers who taught various subjects. Shu Zhiqiang scoured every office but could not locate his sister, which left him increasingly anxious. Could it be that Ergu had deceived him? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he shook his head, deeming it improbable. That boy had taken his candy. There was no reason for him to lie. Moreover, Zhishuan was indeed absent from the playground. With no other options, he turned back to the second office, directing his gaze towards the young man and woman. Hearing the noise outside, the pair once again lifted their heads. And upon seeing Shu Zhiqiang enter, the man inquired, "Comrade, may I ask what brings you here?" Shu Zhiqiang nodded, his expression friendly as he replied, "Greetings, teacher. I would like to inquire if Shu Zhiqiang from Class 2, Section 2 has been summoned to the office by any teacher, perhaps from Teacher Zhao's class?" The man momentarily froze, then turned to glance at the woman beside him. Upon hearing this, the female teacher exhibited a reminiscent expression and soon nodded in realization. Indeed, at the end of the class, Mr. Xiao had taken 2 children to the office, allegedly due to a fight. Upon learning that his sister had been involved in an altercation, Shu Zhiqiang's countenance changed dramatically. He hurriedly stepped forward, anxiously gazing at the female teacher and inquiring, "What about the fight? How are they?" The male teacher, however, was determined to prevent him from approaching his female colleague and positioned himself in front of her. "Calm down, please. First, tell me your relationship with them," he urged. Shu Zhiqiang nodded, striving to maintain his composure as he replied, "I am Shu Zhiqiang's elder brother. I kindly request you to inform me of their whereabouts." The 2 teachers exchanged glances again, and this time it was the female teacher who spoke. "Sir, it is not yet class time. Mr. Xiao should still be resting in the dormitory. If there are no unforeseen circumstances, your sister and the other child should have gone there as well. How about this? I can accompany you to search for them, shall we?" It was quite common for students to bring their lunches and not return home at noon. The possibility that the female teacher had taken them home to rest was quite high. Consequently, Shu Zhiqiang nodded vigorously and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you very much. You need not be so polite. This is the duty of a teacher." The female teacher waved her hand dismissively, then organized her belongings before rising and proceeding outside. Shu Zhiqiang, not daring to linger, quickly followed behind her. Chapter 32. The arrival of spring. The absence of students is typically taken very seriously by schools, especially in this age where everyone bears a sense of responsibility. The female teacher walked briskly, anxious that the children Shu Zhiqiang was searching for might not be with Mr. Xiao. Observing the perspiration on her forehead, Shu Zhiqiang felt a sense of concern for his sister, while also appreciating the teacher as commendable sense of duty. The school dormitory was not far from the school, comprising several vacant houses within the brigade. The 2 soon arrived at a house with yellow mud walls, where the female teacher promptly stepped over the 30-centimeter-high wooden plank at the entrance. "Mr. Xiao, are you there?" Shu Zhiqiang refrained from examining the interior decor of the house and dutifully followed the female teacher. "Mr. Xiao?" the teacher called out again, and a familiar voice emerged from the left room. "Here." Soon, hurried footsteps echoed, and the door creaked open. Shu Zhiqiang turned towards the sound, catching sight of a woman who, while not entirely familiar, was greatly respected. Her complexion was somewhat flushed, and her eyes appeared half-closed, likely having just awoken. Looking further down, he noticed a well-pressed shirt draped over her frame, with buttons fastened only halfway. The embroidered white camisole underneath, adorned with peonies, revealed a small portion of her midsection. "Ah." Xiao Wenyun rubbed her eyes, intending to inquire about the purpose of the female teacher's visit, but simultaneously noticed Shu Zhiqiang standing behind her. With a startled exclamation, she retreated into the room and hastily closed the door. The female teacher momentarily froze, then quickly turned to look at Shu Zhiqiang, who felt a twinge of embarrassment and immediately averted his gaze, examining the room's decor instead. The decor within the house is quite similar to that of his own, featuring wooden beams, while a wall in the main hall is adorned with a painting symbolizing faith. However, he could not shake the feeling that the wall behind the painting appeared vast and white, though it might just be an illusion. Teacher Xiao, what has happened? Indeed. Teacher Xiao, what is the matter with you? Suddenly, two familiar feminine voices echoed in the room, one belonging to his sister, Shu Zhiqiang, and the other to his uncle Shu Long's youngest daughter, Shu Qingqing. Had the two of them quarreled? Shu Zhiqiang furrowed his brow and turned to approach the female teacher. She had been watching him intently, her gaze markedly different from before. Creak. The door swung open once more, revealing Xiao Wenyun, who had fastened all her buttons. With a slight flush on her cheeks, she looked at the female teacher and inquired, Teacher Chen, is there something you need? Moreover, she added, why didn't you inform me in advance that you were bringing a stranger? She kept her gaze fixed on Teacher Chen, striving to avoid looking at Shu Zhiqiang. For the mere sight of him made her cheeks burn with embarrassment. My apologies, Teacher Xiao, Teacher Chen began to explain, but before she could elaborate, Shu Zhiqiang caught sight of Shu Zhiqiang from behind Xiao Wenyun. Elder brother, what brings you here? Elder brother. Xiao Wenyun was taken aback, suddenly seeming to grasp the situation. At that moment, a throng of men and women rushed in, quickly filling the entire hall. What is going on? What has happened? Teacher Xiao, are you all right? This group appeared to be teachers from the school, drawn in by Xiao Wenyun's earlier exclamation. After a little over 10 minutes, Xiao Wenyun and Teacher Chen managed to send all the teachers away. Xiao Wenyun, understanding Teacher Chen's intentions in bringing Shu Zhiqiang, bowed apologetically. I'm sorry, comrade. I heard from Zhishuan and Qingqing that they wouldn't be returning home for rest at noon. Also, I had purchased a fish from you this morning that I could not finish for lunch. Thus, I thought to bring them to the dormitory for a meal and a quick nap. Shu Zhiqiang discerned that Xiao Wenyun had brought the two children back out of goodwill. After all, he knew all too well what their lunch consisted of, merely 2 sweet potatoes. Therefore, rather than reproaching Xiao Wenyun, he found himself sincerely grateful to her. Following a bit of banter, everyone gradually forgot the earlier incident involving Xiao Wenyun. Shu Zhiqiang then pulled his sister closer and asked, Zhishuan, I heard you got into a fight? Upon hearing this, Shu Qingqing's expression soured immediately. She had not anticipated that, after Teacher Zhao's mediation, this matter would be brought up again by her cousin. Seeing her elder brother's inquiry, Shu Zhichuan nodded without hesitation and pointed at Shu Qingqing. Elder brother, this morning, second brother gave me 3 large white rabbit milk candies. When Qingqing discovered this, I gave her one, but as I was eating the second, she rushed over to snatch it, and that's when we got into a scuffle. 3. Shu Zhiqiang paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. He recalled that he had given Shiziguo 4 milk candies in the morning to share with his sister. To his surprise, the other party had given his sister 3 candies, indicating that his affection for her was no less than his own. He turned his gaze to the side where Shu Qing was standing, who immediately cowered behind Xiao Wenyun in fear. She still harbored a certain trepidation towards this cousin, who was notorious in the village for his unruly behavior. As a responsible teacher, Xiao Wenyun naturally could not neglect to protect her student. Thus, she promptly embraced Shu Qing and looked up at Shu Zhiqiang, saying, Zhishuan's brother, I have already reprimanded Qingqing about this matter. She understands her mistake. Could you possibly? Upon hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang pondered for a moment, and his sullen expression swiftly transformed into a more amiable demeanor. He laughed heartily and waved his hand, saying, What are you saying, Teacher Xiao? Both Xian and Qingqing are my sisters. Even if they are mischievous and disobedient, I would merely scold them to make them aware of their mistakes. Nothing more severe than that. Hearing these words, Xiao Wenyun smiled brightly and softly remarked, You truly are a wonderful older brother. Shu Zhiqiang felt a sense of elation within, though he maintained a facade of composure. He pulled his sister Shu Zhiqiang closer and retrieved several milk candies from his pocket, offering them. Xian, if Qingqing wants some, give her. I still have more here. But do not engage in fights, understand? What if someone gets hurt or bruised? The personalities of the 2 sisters, Shu Qing and Shu Zhiqiang, were remarkably similar to that of their aunt, and they eventually gained admission to a prestigious university in the metropolis, leading to a gradual loss of contact between the 2 families. There was truly no necessity to quarrel or engage in conflict with cousins with whom one had no bond. Shu Zhiqiang's eyes sparkled as she eagerly accepted the milk candies, exclaiming, Thank you, big brother. I realized my mistake. What are you thanking me for? I also brought you some delicious food. You must not have tasted anything this exquisite, Shu Zhiqiang replied with a slight smile, lifting the lunchbox he held. Under the watchful eyes of Xiao Wenyun and the 2 little girls, he lifted the lid. A rich, spicy aroma combined with the scent of river delicacies rapidly permeated the hall. Chapter 33, Eating Lobster Together. A big bug. Upon seeing a box of lobsters in the lunchbox, Shu Zhiqiang was taken aback. This creature was familiar to rural folk, often seen as a pest that harmed crops, and its pincers were known to leave bruises and swelling. Thus, Shu Zhiqiang and Shu Qing's first reaction was one of aversion. What big bug? This is lobster, a delicacy. Shu Zhiqiang shook his head, patiently explaining. Impossible. What nonsense, lobster? You're deceiving me. I will absolutely not eat big bugs. Both children shook their heads in refusal, while Xiao Wenyun and Teacher Chun, standing nearby, did not share their sentiments. They observed the lobsters, their shells a bright red, and the rich aroma of spices and river freshness was enough to whet anyone's appetite. Even though they had already eaten, they could not help but swallow hard. Look at you. Even your big brother doesn't believe you, Shu Zhiqiang remarked, somewhat exasperated, and then, in front of everyone, he peeled open a lobster. The tender, translucent pink meat of the tail looked exceedingly delectable. Teacher Xiao, would you care for a taste? Observing the two teachers swallowing hard, Shu Zhiqiang directly offered the shrimp meat to Xiao Wenyun. Thank you, but no, Xiao Wenyun quickly replied with a smile, shaking her head and waving her hand in refusal. How could she possibly eat something from a student's parent, especially when it was prepared by a man? Shu Zhiqiang then extended the shrimp to Teacher Chen beside him, who also waved his hand in rejection. Seeing that everyone declined to taste, Shu Zhiqiang had no choice but to pop the shrimp into his mouth. The rich and spicy flavor instantly enveloped his palate, and the tender and bouncy texture of the shrimp was exquisite, prompting him to savor it with delight. At the ages of 7 or 8, children are naturally greedy, and this spectacle had Shu Zhiqiang and Shu Qingqing drooling. Shu Zhiqiang chuckled and peeled another shrimp, presenting it to Shu Zhiqiang. Really not going to try? After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. Since my brother insists, I shall reluctantly give it a taste. She opened her mouth and placed the shrimp inside, chewing a few times before her pupils dilated. Wow, so spicy and fragrant. She immediately gasped, fanning her mouth with her hands. Xiao Wenyun, alarmed by her reaction, hurriedly fetched a jug of water and handed it to Shu Zhiqiang. Quick, drink some water. Shu Zhiqiang did not decline and gulped down several sips before feeling much better. Xiao Wenyun's brows furrowed as she chastised Shu Zhiqiang. Zhiqiang, how could you give her such spicy food? It's likely to upset her stomach. Shu Zhiqiang acknowledged his oversight, realizing he should have prepared garlic shrimp for his sister. Indeed, this oil-braised shrimp was far too spicy for someone trying it for the first time. Thus, faced with Xiao Wenyun's reprimand, he could only offer an awkward chuckle. All right, we must head to school soon. Class is about to start. Initially, Xiao Wenyun believed Shu Zhiqiang to be a good older brother, but it seemed he was not as considerate as she thought. He had not even considered that his sister could not handle spicy food, indicating a tendency towards carelessness. As class time approached, she prepared to escort the Shu sisters to school. However, at that moment, Shu Zhiqiang suddenly tugged at Shu Zhiqiang's shirt. Brother, I want to eat more. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wenyun, who had just defended Shu Zhiqiang, was taken aback. Just moments ago, she had scolded Shu Zhiqiang for not caring for his sister, yet the one she had defended seemed to have betrayed her. Uffed. Teacher Chen burst into laughter and approached Shu Zhiqiang. Xian, is this big bug meat truly that delicious? In truth, she had quite an appetite for spicy food, and the sight of the crimson delicacy ignited her hunger. Shu Zhiqiang nodded earnestly. It's a bit spicy, but the more you eat, the more addictive it becomes. Hearing this, Teacher Chen, who already had a penchant for spicy cuisine, felt her appetite surge. Having navigated through many years of experience, Shu Zhiqiang was not oblivious. Instead of waiting for Teacher Chen to speak, he proactively offered the little lobsters. Teacher Chen, thank you for bringing me to find my sister. These are my homemade lobsters. Why not give them a try and share your thoughts? Teacher Chen was eagerly waiting for such an opportunity, and with a slight blush, she extended her hand. Observing this, Xiao Wenyun quickly interjected. Teacher Chen, be cautious. As educators, we cannot partake in the food prepared by a student's parent. Upon hearing this, Teacher Chen's face indeed revealed a trace of hesitation. Since Shu Zhiqiang had broached the subject, he was undoubtedly eager for both teachers to partake. He began by directly explaining that this delicacy was of little value, as it had become a rampant nuisance in the fields and waterways. The villagers claimed it was a pest. If it could help everyone fill their stomachs, that would truly be a noble deed. He then boldly declared that what he was currently doing was indeed a good deed. as it not only aided the common folk in ridding themselves of pests, but also helped them satiate their hunger. If the two teachers could offer any suggestions, it would be a grand act of kindness. After this speech, both Teacher Xiao and Teacher Chen felt as though this peasant had wisdom surpassing their own scholarly knowledge. Teacher Xiao, why not have a taste? Shu Zhiqiang suggested, handing a lobster to Xiao Wenyan and shamelessly offering to peel it for her. This flustered Xiao Wenyan, who hastily insisted she could manage on her own. Seeing her acceptance, Teacher Chen finally felt compelled to join in. Come, let me teach you how to peel the shrimp, Shu Zhiqiang said with a slight smile, beginning to demonstrate the technique. Once the shrimp were peeled, he passed the succulent meat to his sister, Shu Huijuan, who eagerly took a bite. The two teachers imitated Shu Zhiqiang's actions, carefully extracting the shrimp meat and slowly bringing it to their mouths. As they tasted it, their pupils dilated, experiencing an explosion of unique flavors in their mouths. The taste intensified, becoming increasingly fragrant and spicy as they chewed. Oh, it's so spicy, Xiao Wenyan exclaimed, unable to handle the heat, gasping for air. On the other hand, Shu Zhiqiang quickly poured her a cup of tea, urging, quick, drink some water. Meanwhile, Teacher Chen remained unfazed, reaching for another lobster, clearly a connoisseur of spicy food, finding this level of heat trivial. 10 minutes later, hurry, we're going to be late. The 3 adults and 2 children, with their lips aflame, rushed towards the teaching building. Just then, the school bell rang. Ding, ding, ding. They all breathed a sigh of relief, grateful not to have arrived late. Xian Xian, Qing Qing, and the 2 teachers, I shall take my leave now, Shu Zhiqiang said with a gentle smile, picking up his lunchbox and turning to depart. Brother, will you come to pick me up after school? Shu Zhiqiang asked, her eyes filled with anticipation. Shu Zhiqiang glanced back at her hopeful expression and then at Xiao Wenyan beside her. Probably not. Brother needs to go fishing tonight, he replied. Shu Zhiqiang felt a tinge of disappointment, but could only respond with a subdued "oh." Chapter 34. The futility of farming. Watching Shu Zhiqiang ride away on his bicycle, Xiao Wenyan and the others returned to their respective offices and classrooms. However, Teacher Chen suddenly turned to Xiao Wenyan, teasingly inquiring, Teacher Xiao, do you not feel that Shu Zhiqiang has a certain interest in you? Based on his various actions, she found this possibility quite high. Impossible, don't speak nonsense, Xiao Wenyan retorted, her brows knitting together, her cheeks slightly flushed. Yet, recalling the moment when Shu Zhiqiang had seen her in her camisole, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Noticing her discomfort, Teacher Chen shrugged and refrained from further jesting. After leaving Baiguo Primary School, Shu Zhiqiang headed straight home. He genuinely wished to fulfill his sister Shu Zhiqiang's request, but ultimately, his thoughts were consumed by how to repay Xiao Wenyan. Everything else was momentarily set aside. The memories of the torment inflicted upon Fu Huijuan in his past life still haunted him. Furthermore, he had plans to go fishing that evening and needed to assist his family with agricultural tasks. The rice harvest season had arrived, and the fields were adorned with golden grains. His father was still inebriated, leaving his mother and younger brother Zhigua to manage the workload. Soon, he arrived at the courtyard of his home, parking his bicycle beneath the eaves. He first stepped inside to take a glance. The tableware had been neatly cleared, and the floor was spotless. However, his parents and brother were absent, prompting him to check several rooms. Apart from his father, Shu Biao, who lay snoring on the bed, his mother and brother were indeed missing, likely laboring in the fields. Even if the head of the household was asleep, the rest could not allow the land to lie fallow. As he pondered this, Shu Zhiqiang exited the room and stepped into the courtyard. Suddenly, a frantic bray from the donkey nearby jolted him back to reality. He had forgotten to feed it. It was clear that the donkey was expressing its dissatisfaction with Shu Zhiqiang's negligence. Even following the lazy Fu Yunshan, the donkey had not gone hungry. After working tirelessly all morning, it had received not a morsel of food. With a chuckle, Shu Zhiqiang hurried to the haystack and retrieved a bundle of fodder, saying, Don't be upset, dear donkey. We will need your strength tomorrow. The old donkey ignored him and began devouring the hay voraciously, evidently famished. Not wishing to linger in conversation with the donkey, Shu Zhiqiang retrieved the meal he had prepared for Shu Zhiqiang. She had dined at Xiao Wenyan's earlier, so the food remained untouched. Meanwhile, he had rushed to deliver her meal, leaving little sustenance for himself. Before long, he finished setting out the food and returned to his father's room. Observing his father's flushed face and the thunderous snores emanating from his mouth, he sighed. He then reached out and gently patted his father's face, calling, Dad, it's time to wake up and drink. As soon as the words left his lips, Shu Biao opened his eyes wide, momentarily dazed before waving his hand dismissively. No more drinking. I can't take any more. Shu Zhiqiang chuckled, secretly amused that his father was aware of his limits. Yet, he did not show him any leniency, slapping the bed with his palm and exclaiming, "If you're not drinking, then get up and work. It's just Mom and Jigua in the fields. How can you sleep?" At this, the remnants of sleep vanished from Shu Biao, who sat up straight. He gazed blankly at Shu Zhiqiang for a moment, recalling the events that had transpired earlier. Finally, he simply replied, "Oh, let's go," and shuffled outside in his shoes. Seeing his father's demeanor, Shu Zhiqiang found himself at a loss for words. As they walked along the path through the fields, they were surrounded by acres of golden rice, a sight of breathtaking beauty. Amidst the golden expanse of rice fields, a few verdant shoots emerge, eagerly awaiting their turn to be transplanted into the paddies after the harvest, commonly referred to as late rice. Households, with rolled-up trousers and sleeves, wade into the insect-laden waters, wielding sickles to bend down and reap the golden ears of rice. Once harvested, they gather the stalks to the side, preparing to use a threshing machine later to bag the grains. Each person dons a straw hat, obscuring their sweat-drenched faces from view. A gentle breeze wafts in from the south, offering a refreshing respite to their sun-scorched skin. Soon, Shu Zhiqiang and his companion arrive at their family's wheat field, spotting two figures busily toiling within. "Mother, Jigua," he calls out. Upon hearing this summons, Xiong Fengxia and Shu Jigua straighten up and remove their straw hats. "Xiangzi, what brings you here?" Xiong Fengxia glances at her son, then at Shu Biao, realizing that the old man must have prompted her son's visit out of concern. Shu Zhiqiang smiles gently, responding, "I finished delivering lunch to Xianxian and had some crayfish with her before returning. Since I have some time on my hands, I thought I might as well join you in the harvest. In a couple of days, I plan to take Jigua to see the world." He adds, "Let Jigua and I handle the harvesting, while you and Dad take care of the threshing and bagging." With that, he snatches the sickle from his mother's hands, leaving her with a few parting words before striding toward his younger brother. He refrains from revealing the entire truth, mindful not to involve Xiao Wenyun at this juncture, especially as their parents are already troubled by his decision not to marry Fu Huijuan. Brother? Really? Upon hearing his elder brother's promise to take him out into the world, Shu Zhigua's excitement surges. He had longed to escape the confines of rural life, where many of his peers had ventured out to work, while he remained home, planting rice and subsisting on corn porridge. Witnessing his brother's success in selling fish only intensified his yearning for employment beyond the fields. Shu Zhiqiang casts a glance at his brother, surprised by his eagerness to earn money. Nonetheless, he nods affirmatively. "Indeed, it's true. Farming offers little promise. Once we finish the current farm work, I will take you to the county to earn your first pot of gold." As his words hang in the air, Shu Zhigua can hardly contain his exhilaration, exclaiming, "That's wonderful." His exuberant shout draws the attention of other villagers, who cast curious glances in their direction. Embarrassed, Shu Zhigua chuckles awkwardly, lowering his gaze to resume cutting the rice, though the smile on his lips remains uncontainable. The afternoon swiftly passes, and after decades, Shu Zhiqiang once again experiences the laborious task of hand-harvesting rice. The efficiency of their family unit is apparent, as they complete the entire acre of rice before sunset. In contrast, Uncle Shu Long's household struggles to finish even half an acre in the same time frame, with their harvested rice left unthreshed. In this era, rural men represent the primary labor force, which is why families often yearn for sons. Chapter 35. Kindness not returned after completing the harvest of 1 acre of rice. The remaining fields are set to be harvested the following day. However, as Shu Biao observed the condition of his elder brother, he hesitated and glanced at his son. "Jiangzi, your uncle may be overwhelmed with work today." Shu Zhiqiang cast a brief glance at him and then chuckled, as the head of the family. "You can make this decision yourself." Shu Biao also chuckled, unable to discern whether his son was subtly mocking him. After witnessing his son's ability to earn, his masculinity softened somewhat. He realized that he would soon enjoy the fruits of his son's labor. He could no longer live as he had before. Seeing his father's newfound humility, Shu Zhiqiang patted his younger brother's shoulder. "Come on, let us lend a hand to your uncle." Without waiting for their father's astonishment to settle, he wrapped an arm around Shu Zhigua and headed towards the wheat field owned by Shu Long brother. "Since uncle and aunt have treated our family so poorly, why should we help them?" Shu Zhigua inquired, puzzled, tilting his head to whisper to Shu Zhiqiang. Shu Zhiqiang smiled faintly and provided a concise explanation. They would inevitably venture into the world beyond. and it was unlikely they could bring their parents to the city to enjoy a better life in the near future. Even if they did, their parents might be reluctant to leave. This meant the elders would remain in the village, and thus, they could not allow them to be the subject of gossip. Uncle's family only had 2 daughters, clearly lacking in labor force. As blood relatives, it would be unreasonable for them not to assist. After all, their father and uncle were, in essence, brothers, blood ties that could not be severed. They needed to shield their parents from gossip and protect their father's dignity. Upon hearing Shu Zhiqiang's explanation, Shu Zhiqiang nodded in sudden understanding, a smile gracing his face as he turned to the puzzled couple, uncle and aunt. "We have come to help you." Without waiting for a response, he bent down to harvest the rice stalks. Shu Long and Zhou Muying exchanged glances, their expressions filled with confusion as they looked at Shu Zhiqiang. "Xiangzi, what is this all about? Let us not dwell on past grievances. After all, we are family." Shu Zhiqiang waved his hand, bending down alongside his brother to harvest the rice. Upon hearing this, Shu Long and his wife fell into a state of self-doubt. They had quarreled at noon. Why were the others now so generous in assisting them with the harvest? Big K, I truly envy your family for having 2 wonderful nephews who help with the rice every year. Once they strike it rich, you 2 will surely enjoy a good life. Indeed, who says having 2 daughters is a disadvantage? Look, here are 2 fine nephews. Exactly, unlike our family, where even our own son is reluctant to toil in the fields. It feels like we are raising a burden. The villagers referred to Shu Long and his brother as Big and Small K, simply for ease of calling, with no other implications. Hearing the villagers' envy and praise, Shu Long and his wife wore awkward smiles. "Brother and sister-in-law, you just focus on separating the rice grains." At that moment, Shu Biao and Xiong Fingxia approached with smiles. Certainly. Given the situation, Shu Long and his wife had little choice but to nod and get to work. With the addition of Shu Zhiqiang's family, the entire acre of rice was harvested just as twilight descended. The current day is in June, and even though twilight has just begun to descend, the hour is already late. After returning home from school, Shu Zhiqiang hurriedly completed her homework and dashed to the rice fields, calling out, "Father, mother, elder brother, I am hungry. Let us return home to prepare a meal." Shu Zhiqiang exchanged a glance with Shu Zhiqiang before pushing the cart back. This cart, used for transporting rice, differed from the one he had borrowed from the village chief. Its wheels were wooden and rather small, a common sight in every household. Following behind Shu Zhiqiang, Shu Zhiqiang also pushed a cart, with Shu Zhiqiang assisting. Only Shu Biao and Xiong Fingxia remained behind, contemplating whether to call out to the elder brother and his wife for dinner, yet hesitating to speak. The memory of the midday altercation weighed on Shu Biao's mind, leading him to eventually shake his head. "Elder brother, sister-in-law, we shall return first," he stated succinctly before joining his 3 children. "Big brother, what do you think they are plotting?" After Shu Zhiqiang's family departed, Zhou Muying turned to Shu Long with a puzzled expression. She found it hard to believe that Shu Zhiqiang's family could be so benevolent, especially after having an argument yet still offering to help them harvest rice. Shu Long, somewhat exasperated, glanced at his wife and sighed. "I must say, your perspective is rather narrow. They are family. Can't you wish for the best for them? Besides, what do we possess that would draw their attention? His family came to assist. It brings me joy. After all, they are blood relatives. And I dislike the idea of becoming estranged over a trivial matter from midday. Ultimately, I truly hope that my 2 dear nephews will care for me in my old age. Am I wrong to be wary of them? Who am I doing this for?" Upon hearing Shu Long's reproach, Zhou Muying was instantly irked, pointing at him and passionately retorting, "Who says we have nothing of value? Our Dan, that university student, is the center of everyone's attention. In my view, your brother's family merely wishes for Dan to assist them upon her graduation." Hearing his wife's incessant chatter, Shu Long sighed, silently pushing the cart towards home. "I tell you, how much can they earn selling fish? Is there even enough fish available daily? Only a university student has promising prospects. They must have realized this as well." Thus, they walked home, one silent and the other incessantly talking. However, as they passed Shu Zhiqiang's residence, they simultaneously halted. Their noses twitched as a rich aroma of meat wafted towards them. Despite having eaten a substantial meal at midday, the enticing scent was irresistible. Are they indulging in meat again? How are they managing their finances? Zhou Muying frowned, eyeing the entrance of Shu Zhiqiang's home with a hint of disdain. In contrast, Shu Long pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "They are simmering bone soup. Don't you recall the pig's bone they bought this afternoon?" Zhou Muying instantly grasped the situation, rolling her eyes in dismissal. contemplating it as inconsequential. Father, mother. At that moment, Shu Zhiqiang dashed over, clinging to Zhou Muying's leg and exclaiming, I want to eat meat. I want to eat lobster. The lobster they had for lunch had been so delightful, yet the crowd had prevented her from enjoying enough. Eating, eating, always eating. Does our family have money for meat? Shu Long shot her a stern glance and spoke gravely. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than Zhou Muying nudged him and pointed towards the home of Shu Zhiqiang. What do you mean there is no meat? Isn't your brother currently simmering a bone broth? But Zhiqiang, what exactly is this lobster you mentioned? Chapter 36. The unruly ant. At that moment, Shu Zhiqiang was in the kitchen, preparing a meal alongside his brother. Their household possessed but a single cooking stove. If it was used for stir-frying, there could be no rice cooked. Thus, they had constructed an iron frame alongside it, using it to burn firewood for other purposes. Due to the unstable heat from this iron frame, it was primarily utilized for cooking rice. Shu Zhiqiang first placed the pig bones and winter melon together in the pot. The rich aroma of the meat wafting through the air, potent enough to envelop most of the village. Brother, will we have lobster for dinner tonight? Shu Zhiqiang inquired. Sniffing the air. Though tempted, she could not suppress her curiosity. She preferred the spicy lobster they had for lunch over the bone broth. Even Shu Zhiqiang, who was tending the fire, lifted his head at her words. However, Shu Zhiqiang's response left them disappointed. He replied, Not tonight. We still have a few fish left from the morning's catch, and since Dad mentioned wanting to eat the mandarin fish, I plan to fry one for dinner. Unexpectedly, Shu Zhiqiang exclaimed, Big brother, is it because Teacher Xiao is not around that you're not making lobster? As soon as the words left her mouth, Shu Zhiqiang noticed the unmistakable glimmer of gossip in the eyes of his mother and brother. Goodness, it seemed his sister had become quite astute, grasping such things at her young age. He shot a glare at Shu Zhiqiang and attempted to clarify, Don't speak nonsense. I had no idea Teacher Xiao was present when I delivered the lobster at noon. Shu Zhiqiang pondered for a moment, finding some logic in his words, and thus responded with a simple O. Originally, he thought the matter would end there, but suddenly, Xiong Fengxia interjected, Xian, what is this about Teacher Xiao? Teacher Xiao is Mom. Is the fish cooked? Is the rice ready? Recognizing the awkwardness of the situation, Shu Zhiqiang quickly lifted the pot lid and served the mandarin fish. Oh, let me see. The abrupt interruption caused Xiong Fengxia to hurry over to check the rice. Their family had not enjoyed plain rice in quite some time. A rare treat courtesy of Shu Zhiqiang. She had previously suggested adding some beans, but Shu Zhiqiang had dismissed the idea, insisting that what was bought should be consumed as is. Shu Zhiqiang passed the plate of fish to his brother, Shu Zhiqiang, instructing him to take it to the table outside. He glanced at Shu Zhiqiang before turning to leave. Shu Zhiqiang looked up at her older brother, suddenly sensing that the atmosphere had shifted. As the ancient military text states, retreat, she immediately turned to run outside, only to have her collar grasped by Shu Zhiqiang. In a panic, Shu Zhiqiang struggled, exclaiming, Big brother, I was wrong. I want to speak out of turn again. Shu Zhiqiang pulled her close, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Let me make this clear. If you mention Teacher Xiao to the family, I will never buy you food again. His parents are eagerly anticipating his marriage and the arrival of grandchildren, especially after the incident involving the rejection of Huijuan. If they were to discover the existence of Xiao Wenyun, who knows what kind of uproar would ensue. Elder brother, I understand. Shu Zhiqiang nodded repeatedly, prompting Shu Zhiqiang to release his hold. However, the other party did not leave. Instead, they leaned closer and whispered in his ear, Elder brother, I support you. I believe Teacher Xiao is far superior to Sister Huijuan. Go for it. With a mischievous grin, she turned and dashed out of the courtyard. This girl. Shu Zhiqiang shook his head with a smile, only to see his mother approaching with a plate of freshly prepared food. He immediately rubbed his hands together and exclaimed, Dinner is served. Yet, as he joyfully stepped out of the courtyard, he noticed his younger siblings standing off to the side. At the dining table, Uncle Shu Long, Aunt, and Shu Zhiqiang had arrived. Shu Zhiqiang's brow furrowed in annoyance. He thought to himself, how could this family be so ungrateful? They were treated to a free meal of stir-fried bamboo shoots and pork at noon, yet they acted as if they were the hosts. This afternoon, they had assisted them in harvesting the rice fields, and not a single word of thanks had been uttered. Now, they had returned, drawn by the aroma of the meat. Were they akin to dogs? Despite his inner grievances, Shu Zhiqiang maintained a cheerful facade and greeted them, Uncle, Aunt, you're all here. In truth, Uncle Shu Long had been reluctant to come, but he could not refuse his wife, Zhou Muying. Now that they were here, he could only force a nod. Zhou Muying. however, was quite brazen, chuckling as she said, Xiangzi, Qingqing mentioned she wanted to drink bone soup. As adults, we cannot neglect the needs of children, wouldn't you agree? Young Shu Qingqing, still innocent, was unaware of being used by her mother and merely nodded in agreement. And was right. One must not let their own suffering extend to the children. Shu Zhiqiang nodded and gestured for them to take their seats at the table. He then turned to Shu Zhigua and instructed, Zhigua, please bring out the winter melon bone soup. Although Shu Zhigua was somewhat reluctant, he chose to obey his elder brother's command. Soon, he returned with a pot of rich winter melon bone soup, its savory aroma wafting through the air. Shu Long's family swallowed hard, and Zhou Muying eagerly grabbed a bowl and stepped forward to serve herself. She sifted through the pot, picking out the meaty bones. And her actions caused the expressions of everyone present to darken slightly. However, Zhou Muying did not serve herself, but instead handed the bowl to her daughter, Shu Qingqing. Come. Eat up. Shu Qingqing, holding her chopsticks, looked nervously at Shu Zhiqiang. Their eyes met for a brief moment before he smiled gently. Go ahead and eat. He then turned to his parents and younger siblings. Let us eat, shall we? For the sake of our parents, I'll endure this one more time. Only then did the family reveal smiles and take their seats around the table. They had hoped for a pleasant meal, but it was evident that they were mistaken. Although the table was laden with fish and meat, a feast that would be considered extravagant even during the new year, Zhou Muying was not one to remain satisfied. After gnawing on a large bone, she turned her gaze toward Shu Zhiqiang. Xiangzi, I have heard from Qingqing that your lobster is exceptionally delectable, spicy, and utterly satisfying. As someone who also relishes spicy food, might you prepare a portion for me to sample? No sooner had the words left her lips than the atmosphere at the dining table grew frigid once more. Shulong felt that his wife had indeed overstepped this time and nudged her, saying, What are you doing? Can't you behave while we're eating? What is wrong with that? Those large critters are abundant in the fields and cost nothing. What harm would it do to prepare a taste? Zhou Muying shot a glare at Shulong before turning to Shu Zhiqiang with a playful grin. Right, Xiangzi? Shu Zhigua could no longer contain himself and stood up, shouting, Auntie, aren't you being a bit excessive? It's one thing to eat and drink for free, and we wouldn't mind lending a hand. But you really ought to know when to stop, or you'll find yourself on the receiving end of some harsh words. Chapter 37. Fu Yinshan was caught once again sneaking a glimpse of the widow bathing. Hey, what nonsense are you spouting, you little rascal? Your elder brother may be lacking in respect, but are you also disregarding your elders? Zhou Muying found it challenging to deal with Shu Zhiqiang, as he was notorious in the village for his unruliness. However, it was particularly irksome that Shu Zhigua, still a minor, dared to retort, which left her quite displeased. As another storm was brewing, Shu Zhiqiang slammed his hand on the table. Enough! His forceful gesture, coupled with an authoritative shout, startled everyone present. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. With all eyes fixed on Shu Zhiqiang, without any hesitation, he fixed Zhou Muying with a cold stare and said, Auntie, you wield quite the influence, don't you? Before throwing a tantrum in someone else's home, perhaps you should consider whose bowl you are using and whose meal you are consuming. If you believe we have failed in our hospitality, kindly return home and tend to yourself. Hey, that's enough. Seeing Zhou Muying ready to retaliate, Shu Zhiqiang raised his hand to interrupt her. He then turned to Shu Zhigua and asked softly, Have you had enough to eat? Shu Zhigua set down his chopsticks, visibly displeased, and replied, What more is there to eat? I'm already full of anger. All right, if you're full, let us leave. We should aim to catch a few more fish to sell in the county tomorrow. Shu Zhiqiang rose and stepped out from the bench, turning to his parents. Mom and Dad, please clean up once you've finished eating. Let us save the leftovers for tomorrow, even if it's for the donkey. We can't let others eat it. Otherwise, they might turn around and accuse us of neglecting them, claiming we didn't offer them any river delicacies. With that, he averted his gaze from Zhou Muying's family, wrapping an arm around his brother before heading outside. He handed the fishing rod and basket to Shu Zhigua, while he himself carried the fishing net, flour, and eggs, making his way toward Yinsi Lake. Brother, I truly did not expect Auntie to be so ungracious. Given their family's demeanor, is it even worth our while to maintain a close relationship with them? Shu Zhigua expressed his discontent, casting a sidelong glance at Shu Zhiqiang. Shu Zhiqiang chuckled at his words, patting his shoulder reassuringly. No more connections. From now on, our family will feast on fish and meat daily, leaving them in a state of envy. In this life, he had once again witnessed the ugly side of Aunt Zhou Muying, which was indeed repugnant. In his previous life, with little to eat at home, such incidents had never occurred between the two families. Later, the aunt and her family moved to the city. and all he could perceive was their superficial character. They prospered by selling breakfast, and both daughters were admitted to university while at that time. Shu Zhiqiang had yet to embark on his entrepreneurial journey, living in dire poverty. From that point onward, the two families lost all contact. Even when Xiong Fingxia was gravely ill, they refused to lend her any money. Shu Zhiqiang had never contemplated forging a deep connection with them. He merely wished to maintain his dignity. However, it now appeared that the time for severing ties had arrived sooner than expected. Yet, knowing the aunt's audacity, had she been aware of their prosperity, she would certainly have come to mooch off them. Shu Zhiqiang was acutely aware of the aunt's shamelessness, thus doubting the efficacy of his brother's approach. After a moment of silence, Shu Zhiqiang ultimately shook his head. A person devoid of shame is invincible. Shu Zhiqiang nodded in agreement. Fu Huijuan, you scoundrel. I swear I won't rest until I teach you a lesson today. Ah, please don't hit me. I was wrong. Suddenly, a woman's furious voice echoed from a distance. It was, of course, Shu Yuqing. Brother, Fu Laoan has come to spy on Aunt Yuqing bathing again. And he has been caught. If he were to be reported, he would surely face charges of indecency. Shu Zhiqiang frowned, contemplating the recklessness of that man. While lost in thought, a disheveled figure darted around the corner ahead, followed closely by another person wielding a broom. The broom struck the figure repeatedly, eliciting cries of despair. Fu Yunshan desperately shielded his head, and, upon seeing Shu Zhiqiang ahead, his eyes lit up. Xiangzi, quick, help me stop her. Upon hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang exchanged a knowing glance with his brother, and they nodded in silent accord. All right. Fu Yunshan rejoiced and prepared to hide behind Shu Zhiqiang. Intending to escape back to the Fu family home, Shu Yuqing, broom in hand, approached with her face flushed with anger, and upon seeing Shu Zhiqiang, she immediately shouted, Xiangzi, quickly catch this old lecher. Of course. Shu Zhiqiang nodded and promptly seized Fu Yunshan by the shoulder, pulling him forward. Fu Yunshan's pupils dilated as the broom's bristles struck his face, leaving scratches. You little rascal! Are you trying to kill me and claim the donkey for yourself? In response, Shu Zhiqiang raised his hands innocently. Fu Laoan, what are you talking about? You asked me to help stop Aunt Yuqing. And out of respect for our village kinship, I stood in front, didn't I? Since Aunt Yuqing is my aunt, I naturally had to assist her. I was merely acting out of goodwill. How can you accuse me of plotting against you? Listening to Shu Zhiqiang's absurd justifications, Fu Yunshan cursed him 1,000 times in his mind. He clutched his head, unable to retaliate, and could only evade the blows until he finally managed to escape. You little rascal, return my donkey by tomorrow, or you'll regret it. In the face of Fu Yunshan's threats, Shu Zhiqiang merely shrugged and turned his attention to the furious Shu Yuqing before him. Though the opponent's forehead and neck were drenched in sweat, the trembling peaks did not bear any moisture. Moreover, the opponent's hair remained dry, indicating that Fu Yunshan had not succeeded this time. He smiled faintly and inquired, Aunt Yuqing, are you all right? I'm fine. Truly thank you for your help this time, Shu Yuqing replied, shaking her head, her eyes reflecting genuine sincerity. It's good to hear that. We shall take our leave now, Shu Zhiqiang said, not lingering any longer as he moved past her towards Yanxi Lake. Shu Zhiqiang also smiled at Shu Yuqing before promptly following his elder brother. Watching the brothers retreat, Shu Yuqing couldn't help but sigh. Having a man at home was indeed beneficial, otherwise, she wouldn't have been so easily bullied. Yet, did the other party have no interest in her? Or did he find her age unappealing? However, upon further reflection, it made sense. After all, he had even turned down a girl as remarkable as Fu Huijuan. Before long, the two brothers arrived once again at Yanxi Lake, where Shu Zhiqiang handed the net to his brother. The latter readily accepted it and dashed towards the downstream ditch. Shu Zhiqiang watched him leave before turning back to prepare the bait. He continued his routine of mixing chicken eggs into the flour, vigorously stirring with his hands. Minutes later, he formed several irregular-sized balls of bait, having prepared 2 portions today. Chapter 38. Fishing with nets. Shu Zhiqiang changed his position and, adhering to his previous method, scattered the egg-infused flour to entice the fish. After approximately 10 minutes, he cast his first rod into the water for a trial. This expanse of water was vast, connecting upstream to the largest state-owned lake, Poyang Lake, ensuring an abundance of aquatic resources. It was not merely a matter of catching several dozen pounds. Even hundreds of pounds could be caught daily without exhausting the fish stock here. However, Shu Zhiqiang had his future plans once he accumulated sufficient starting capital. He intended to cease fishing. For now, he would continue with this effortless venture. Soon enough, the duck feather floats began to react. indicating that a grass carp had taken the bait. Shu Zhiqiang was quick to respond, lifting the rod, and immediately a grass carp weighing around 2 pounds was pulled ashore. Noticing the fish were biting, he then cast all 4 rods baited with hooks into the water. Less than half a minute later, 2 floats showed signs of activity, both indicating crucian carp. Calmly, Shu Zhiqiang grasped the 2 rods, exerted a pull, and swiftly lifted them. Indeed, 2 crucian carp, each weighing around a pound, were firmly hooked. These 2 fish represented the wages of an ordinary factory worker for 2 days, a significant haul. After removing the fish from the hooks and placing them in the basket, Shu Zhiqiang resumed his fishing endeavors. Suddenly, a frown crossed his brow as he prepared to raise the rod when a slap struck his face. He looked at his palm and, illuminated by the moonlight, recognized a bloodied object. Night fishing had its downsides, particularly the abundance of mosquitoes. Yet, for the sake of earning money, he had to endure such discomfort. Soon, his pulling speed increased, with each tug resulting in a fish landing in his basket. In the fish basket, the fish had unknowingly accumulated to over 20 pounds by the time Shu Zhiqiang returned, carrying the fishing net. He breathed heavily twice before sitting down beside his elder brother, Shu Zhiqiang. "Brother, there are still 5 or 6 pounds of yellow eels and loaches at home. We can surely catch a good amount tonight. What do you plan to do with them?" he inquired. "I'll take them to the county tomorrow to see if we can sell them," Shu Zhiqiang replied after a moment of contemplation. Yellow eels and loaches are abundant in the small ditches of the fields, their numbers rivaling that of the crayfish. However, they carry a strong muddy scent and consume a considerable amount of oil when cooked, which is why the villagers generally avoid them. Only a few idle children would catch them and roast them over a fire. "Tomorrow to the county. Can I come along?" Shu Zhiqiang had long awaited the opportunity to visit the county, and he felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of selling fish there. Shu Zhiqiang hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Yes, but these 4 fishing rods are entrusted to you today. Don't even think about leaving until you've caught 50 pounds of fish." "Ah." Shu Zhiqiang's expression turned to one of shock. He realized that the 2 of them had only managed to catch a few dozen pounds the previous night. Now, he was expected to tend to 4 fishing rods alone and catch a full 50 pounds. "If the fish aren't enough, we can sell them in the village." "Why go all the way to the county?" Shu Zhiqiang shot him a glare and picked up the woven net and bait, preparing to move to another spot. Seeing his brother's demeanor, Shu Zhiqiang quickly asked, "Brother, where are you going?" "Don't leave me here alone. I'm going over there to catch some fish with the net." 50 pounds isn't enough to sell, Shu Zhiqiang retorted, gesturing toward the distance and slapping his arm with a resounding smack. "Come now, enough talk. You'd better get going." Shu Zhiqiang, feeling helpless, could only agree to stay and guard the 4 rods. Shu Zhiqiang smiled slightly and walked upstream for a couple of minutes. He lowered his gaze to inspect the nearby water plants, selecting the most suitable spot for casting the net. Once he identified the ideal location, he scattered the pre-prepared bait and waited in silence. After about 5 or 6 minutes, based on past experiences, he swatted away 8 mosquitoes. When the time seemed right, he swiftly looped the fishing net's tether around his left hand and gripped the net rhythmically with both hands. 3, 2, 1, cast, he softly announced, exerting a forceful throw as the head of the net sailed through the air. With precise timing, he released his grip on the net, allowing it to spread into a vast circle before sinking rapidly into the water. Casting a fishing net requires skill, otherwise, it can become tangled upon release. Some individuals even throw the tether along with the net, necessitating a dive into the water to retrieve it. In the end, they may catch no fish at all, leaving them utterly exhausted. Many who have never used a fishing net often wonder, isn't a fishing net merely a flat mesh? Without a pocket beneath, how can it possibly capture fish? Won't the fish simply swim away from underneath? Would consuming such unintelligent fish have any impact on one's IQ? In fact, the edge of the fishing net is adorned with a ring of lead weights. When released, it descends, forming a canopy. At this moment, the fish become startled and begin to flounder within the netting. However, whether they attempt to flee sideways or upwards, they ultimately become ensnared within the fishing net. The modern fishing nets equipped with circular discs are even more impressive, as a single pull creates a pouch at the bottom. Trapping the fish inside, this encapsulates the principle of the fishing net. Shu Zhiqiang followed the sinking net, pressing the tether wrapped around his hand into the water. After a few seconds of anticipation, he began to pull back. Retrieving the net requires considerable strength, as one must counteract the water's resistance, which is compounded by the added weight of any fish caught. Shu Zhiqiang felt he was exerting significant effort, The net must have captured a substantial haul. Soon, the entire net surfaced, brimming with various species of fish. The smallest was the type commonly fried in oil, while the largest weighed 3 to 4 pounds. With plump headfish and 2 to 3 pounds of spiral-shelled fish, along with over a pound of crucian carp. Shu Zhiqiang estimated that this catch weighed no less than 20 to 30 pounds. A bountiful harvest. He hoisted the net and made his way back, quickly returning to Shu Zhiqiang's location. Wow, brother, how on earth did you catch so many fish? Shu Zhiqiang was utterly astonished upon seeing the net brimming with fish. In just half an hour, he had managed to reel in over 10 pounds, which he had thought was impressive. Yet here was his elder brother, forsaking the fishing rod for a net and capturing dozens of pounds in one go. Unbelievable. Don't be so surprised. It's merely basic technique. How could I dare enter the city without at least 100 pounds of fish? Shu Zhiqiang shook his head, methodically placing the fish into a basket. Observing the growing quantity, he resolved to craft another fishing basket when time permitted. Chapter 39, The Ways of Humanity. The two brothers, one tasked with fishing and the other with netting, soon found their basket nearly overflowing with fish. Brother, isn't it about time? This must weigh around 80 pounds. Shu Zhiqiang remarked as he watched Shu Zhiqiang transfer fish from the net into the basket under the cover of night. As he spoke, he playfully slapped his thigh, producing a sharp sound. All right, let us head back. We should sleep early to rise early, Shu Zhiqiang agreed, and together they carried the basket home. This time, they returned over an hour earlier than the previous day, yet the basket held double the amount of fish. At this rate, Shu Zhiqiang would amass enough funds for his entrepreneurial endeavors within a month or two. Before long, the two arrived home, where their mother, Xiong Fengxia, still fanned herself with a palm leaf while seated at the door. Upon seeing her son's return, she quickly rose and approached them. Xiangzi, you're back? She inquired with concern, then tiptoed to glance into the basket. My goodness! So many fish again? Yesterday's haul of 40 to 50 pounds had already astonished her. Yet today they had somehow doubled that amount. If this continued, their family would surely prosper. However, instead of feeling elated, she was overtaken by a sense of apprehension. Would their remarkable earnings attract the scrutiny of authorities for speculation? Shu Zhiqiang and his companion poured fish into the tank. When one was insufficient, they added another. After completing this task, Shu Zhiqiang turned to his mother and said, Mom, you need not wait for us to return in the evenings. Please rest early. He added with a hopeful tone, I look forward to you rising early to prepare us a delicious bowl of noodles. All right, I shall go to bed now, replied Xiong Fengxia, initially intending to dismiss the matter but quickly changed her mind upon hearing her son's sentiment. The brothers exchanged no further words, casually washed up, and retreated to their room for sleep. The bamboo mat on the bed was unbearably hot, making it uncomfortable to lie upon, and the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes surrounded them. Shu Zhiqiang occasionally slapped his face, legs, and other parts of his body in frustration. Damn mosquitoes, how dare they? He thought, seething with anger, vowing to purchase an electric fan once he earned some money. Compared to the comfort of sleeping beneath an air conditioner in his past life, the current sleeping conditions were quite intolerable. In a fit of irritation, he gradually drifted off to sleep. The next day, before dawn, he awoke to the sounds emanating from the backyard. Having returned home early the previous night and enjoyed a bit more sleep than the day before, he felt adequately rested. Slipping on his cloth shoes, he walked curiously towards the backyard. Upon entering, he discovered his mother kneading dough at the stove, evidently preparing to make noodles. Perhaps due to the heat, beads of sweat glistened on her forehead. Shu Zhiqiang paused momentarily, deeply moved by his mother's efforts. Just because of his simple request. She had remembered how foolish he had been to overlook such a wonderful mother in his previous life. Even when she eventually fell ill, he had failed to fulfill his filial duties properly. He silently vowed to ensure that his mother would enjoy a comfortable life in her later years. With this thought, he approached her and greeted, Mom, are you preparing to make noodles? Awake already? Xiong Fengxia responded, nodding. Didn't you say yesterday that you wanted noodles? I'll make them for you right away. Although there was no flour in the house, Shu Zhiqiang had purchased some the previous day. Naturally, she was reluctant to use it, but if it was for her son, it was a different matter altogether. Moreover, this flour had been earned by him, which made her even less hesitant to use it. Shu Zhiqiang glanced at the dough in the basin and asked, Wasn't there still quite a bit of pork belly and bone broth left over from yesterday? At his words, Xiong Fengxia nodded and pointed to the corner cupboard, saying, Yes, it's over there. Shu Zhiqiang nodded in acknowledgement and retrieved the meat and broth. Mom, let us skip the noodles. Could you help me make some dumpling wrappers instead? We should prepare soup dumplings. Today, I'll be going to the city with Zhiqiang to sell fish. And I intend to bring 2 back for my sister, so I may not return for lunch. I want to prepare some buns for Xin to take to school. She shouldn't go hungry at noon. Xiong Fengxia could make buns, but had never heard of soup dumplings, leaving her momentarily perplexed about how to proceed. After Shu Zhiqiang suggested she simply make some dumpling wrappers, she resumed her kneading. Meanwhile, he began slicing the pork belly into strips before chopping it finely. The kitchen knife transformed into an ethereal apparition in his hands, the blade rhythmically chopping through the meat, producing a cacophony of chopping sounds. Such a tremendous noise inevitably roused the siblings, Shu Biao and Shu Zhiqiang, from their slumber. They rose from their beds and, with expressions of bewilderment, ventured into the backyard. Observing Xiong Fengxia preparing dumpling wrappers while Shu Zhiqiang was busy chopping meat, realization dawned upon them, and their pupils sparkled with excitement. Shu Zhiqiang dashed towards them, exclaiming, "Brother, are you and mother preparing dumplings? Dumplings, you say?" "No, dear brother, I am crafting soup dumplings for you, my little glutton," replied Shu Zhiqiang, shaking his head. He then turned to Shu Zhiqiang and said, "Could you fetch some scallions for me?" Of course, though unaware of what soup dumplings were. Shu Zhiqiang understood they were a type of bun, and she swallowed her saliva in anticipation before darting towards the vegetable garden outside the backyard. Once he assigned the task to Shu Zhiqiang turned his attention to his younger brother, Shu Zhiqiang. "Zhiqiang, please collect the fish trap and select 2 carp to deliver to the village chief and Fu Huijuan's family." "Ah, another delivery?" Shu Zhiqiang exclaimed, his face reflecting his reluctance. "Brother, 1 fish is worth a pound of pork. We are merely borrowing their cart and donkey. Is it really necessary to deliver so often? The village chief's cart is seldom used. It's better to exchange it for a fish than let it sit idle. As for that lazy Fu Huijuan, he hardly tends to his donkey, which remains at home most of the time. Borrowing those items, we can hardly spare a pound of meat daily. How can it not be necessary? Do you wish to borrow from others without giving back?" Shu Zhiqiang shot a glance at his brother and shook his head. "Zhiqiang, remember this. We must not allow others to perceive that we owe them. Rather, they should feel indebted to us. Favor is the most challenging debt to repay. In this way, our future dealings will be free and unobstructed, understand?" After a moment of contemplation, Shu Zhiqiang nodded in agreement. "All right, I understand." With that, he turned around, retrieved 2 carp from the fish tank, and, after threading them through with straw, departed. "Brother, here are the scallions you asked for," Shu Zhiqiang returned, holding a bunch of scallions and handing them to Shu Zhiqiang. Xian, you did wonderfully. You shall have an extra one later," he said with a slight smile. He then washed the scallions, chopped them finely, and mixed them into the minced pork, pouring in some of yesterday's winter melon and pork bone soup for added flavor. He began to blend the mixture thoroughly. Chapter 40. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Shu Zhiqiang swiftly finished mixing the meat filling to ensure there was enough. He added some diced winter melon. He brought the meat filling over to his mother, only to find that she had already prepared dozens of dumpling wrappers. Xiong Fengxia glanced at Shu Zhiqiang and inquired, "Xiangzi, is this sufficient?" After pondering for a moment, Shu Zhiqiang nodded affirmatively. "Please continue. I will start wrapping and see how it goes." The soup dumplings were modest in size, comparable to dumplings, and it was not uncommon for a single person to consume 20 or 30. Given that there were 4 people in the family, they would need at least 70 or 80, and with Shu Zhiqiang also wanting her share for lunch, Shu Zhiqiang resolved to wrap all the filling in the bowl. Xiong Fengxia held no objections. Her son had grown and was capable of earning a living. Whatever the other party suggested, she would follow suit. However, upon catching a glimpse of the small bamboo steamer filled with dumplings, she realized that these were merely diminutive versions of buns. It was amusing that they were named Zilong Bao. Beside her, Shu Zhiqiang clapped her hands in excitement, exclaiming, "We have dumplings to eat." Shu Zhiqiang was remarkably swift, managing to wrap dozens of dumplings in less than 10 minutes. Xiong Fengxia struggled to keep up, and it seemed that the dough was running low. "Mother, there's no need to rush. I will first set the rice porridge and the steamer to cook," Shu Zhiqiang assured her. He then cleaned the large pot on the stove and poured in a bowl of rice to rinse. After rinsing the rice, he discarded the washing water, added a few scoops of fresh water, and retrieved the household steamer to wash it as well. This steamer, woven from bamboo, was a common item found in nearly every household. Once he placed the clean steamer atop the large pot, Shu Zhiqiang squatted down to ignite the fire beneath. Grasping a handful of dry grass in his left hand and kindling in his right, he struck a spark, and a flame flickered to life. After igniting the grass, he placed it in the fire pit and continued to stuff in dry sticks and bamboo leaves. As the flames began to roar, he finally added larger pieces of firewood. Lighting the fire was an art in itself. Adding wood too early could extinguish the flames, while waiting too long would leave the wood unburned by the time the fire had died. Only when the wood was ablaze could one ensure the fire would not extinguish, and the flames would grow ever brighter. After tending to the fire, Shu Zhiqiang returned to the stove and discovered that his mother had begun to assist in wrapping the dumplings. Xiong Fengxia glanced at Shu Zhiqiang and began to explain, "I believe there are over 80 dumplings now, and you've also made porridge. If we make any more, we want to be able to finish them. This is sufficient. Let us leave it at that," Shu Zhiqiang replied with a nod. His mother's skill was exceptional. Her dumplings were on par with his own. It is worth noting that Shu Zhiqiang's culinary talents had been honed under the tutelage of a master chef in his previous life, while Xiong Fengxia, a simple village woman, had reached such a level of expertise. One must commend the women of the 1980s. They truly bore half the sky. After placing all the dumplings in the steamer, Shu Zhiqiang returned, having finished delivering the fish, though a hint of displeasure was evident on his face. "Brother, I just saw Fu Huijuan riding her bicycle, but I don't know where she was headed. And that old man Fu is simply outrageous. He clearly took the fish, but still had the audacity to ask you to return the donkey. 2 fish, each weighing over a pound, amounted 2 or 3 yuan. That single man barely earns that much in a month. It's just a matter of borrowing him the donkey for a few days, and yet he is so ungrateful." The mere thought of that man's demeanor left Shu Zhiqiang quite irritated. However, Shu Zhiqiang chuckled, patting his brother's shoulder. "Don't let it bother you. That old man is just angry about last night's incident. He is likely just speaking out of frustration. When we return this afternoon, I'll have a word with him. As long as Fu Huijuan has taken his fish, he want to inquire about it. And we want to have to return the donkey. As for Fu Huijuan, why concern ourselves with where she goes?" Moments later, a tantalizing aroma of steamed meat buns wafted through the entire village, causing everyone to involuntarily inhale deeply. The family of Shu Long, who lived next door to Shu Zhiqiang, caught the scent most distinctly. Shu Muiying's expression darkened as she cast an annoyed glance at Shu Long, exclaiming, "Yesterday, we had meat for lunch, bone soup for dinner, and now meat buns for breakfast. Your brother's family is living extravagantly." Shu Long merely glanced at her, offering no response. Whose household is steaming buns again? Is there still a life to be lived? It's neither a festival nor a holiday. What's the occasion for buns? Surely, they're not filled with pickled vegetables? Unlikely. As flour isn't cheap, who would choose to make buns when they could cook noodles instead? Yet, I distinctly smell meat. These must be meat buns. A group of villagers preparing to head out to the fields paused, drawn by the enticing scent of the meat buns. In these times, few could afford to indulge in meat, and if someone did, the others would savor the aroma as if partaking in the feast themselves. Just yesterday at noon, I caught a whiff of stir-fried meat and wondered who had guests. Then, come evening, I caught the scent of bone soup again. I wonder whose household is so frivolous. Not caring about tomorrow. An elder's face betrayed a hint of distress, as if someone in his family were squandering their resources. In the Changhu Brigade, merely having a meal of white rice was seen as an act of extravagance. The villagers were hardly affluent. Any unnecessary spending was perceived as a sign of recklessness in this era. "Ah, I believe the scent of those meat buns is drifting from the Zayakita household," suddenly declared a burly man, scanning the surroundings and pointing towards Shu Zhiqiang's home. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Their family is so impoverished they can't even afford a wife. How could they possibly have meat?" Upon learning the source was Shu Zhiqiang's home, everyone shook their heads in unison. The news of Su Xiaoying increasing the betrothal gifts, leaving Shu Zhiqiang unable to marry Fu Huijuan, was common knowledge throughout the brigade. Surely, Shu Zhiqiang's family was preoccupied with how to gather the bride price, making it implausible for them to indulge in meat. However, Uncle Jinli nodded thoughtfully, suggesting that it might indeed be feasible. "Yesterday, I heard Qiangzi say he had no intention of marrying Fu Huijuan if he remained single. Then his family indulging in a meal of meat buns wouldn't be out of the question." "Exactly, I heard him say that too." A young man in his 20s brightened at the notion. He rushed to Uncle Jianli, inquiring eagerly, "Is what you said true? Did Qiangzi really say he wanted to marry Fu Huijuan?" Observing the young man's excitement, Uncle Jianli merely nodded, not thinking much of it. "Would I speak falsely? These words were spoken by Qiangzi himself yesterday in the fields. Now, I must return to my work. There are still many tasks awaiting me." Yes. Hurry and gather the rice. If it rains, we'll be in trouble." Mind your words, or I might just silence your crowing. Observing the retreating figures of the group, the young man unexpectedly exhaled a sigh of relief, a smile involuntarily gracing his face. No, after finishing my work, I must seek out Qiangzi for clarity. Chapter 41. The whimsical Shu Zhiqiang. After breakfast, the day had brightened, as a sliver of the morning sun gradually emerged from the eastern clouds. Shu Zhiqiang and his brother hoisted the fish onto the cart and turned back to their mother. Mother, do not rush with the fieldwork. Take your time. Just wait for Zhigua and me to return in the afternoon. There remained an acre of rice field to harvest, and the rice collected yesterday still needed drying. Following that, they had to transplant the newly sprouted late rice seedlings into the paddy. There was much labor to be done. All right, but you must be cautious, understand? Xiong Fingxia nodded. Though unspoken words lingered in her mind, she wished to caution her two sons to flee if they encountered the red armbands, abandoning the fish if necessary. Yet, such words felt ominously inappropriate, so she refrained from voicing them. Understood. Shu Zhiqiang waved his hand and led the donkey towards the main road. Brother, give me a ride for a bit. Shu Zhiqiang, with her backpack, hurriedly dashed out. Without waiting for Shu Zhiqiang's consent, she plopped down onto the cart. Miss, please hold on tight. Shu Zhiqiang smiled slightly, not taking her antics to heart. The sight of the three siblings setting off was fortuitously witnessed by the Shu Long couple, who emerged with hose in hand. Upon seeing the two large basins of fish on the cart, Zhou Mu Ying's expression fluctuated between envy and disbelief. Nikita, how is it that your nephew has once again filled a cart with fish to sell? Are the fish in Yinsi Lake truly so easy to catch? Perhaps we should give it a try? Those two basins of fish must weigh dozens of pounds, translating to quite a sum. How long would it take their family, who tilled the land and grew vegetables, to earn such a fortune? Such wealth was enough to incite envy in anyone. You were going to do all the field work alone, right? Well, I could certainly give it a shot. Shu Long glanced at her, internally resisting the notion. He had previously fished in Yinsi Lake, but the most he ever caught in a day was 1 or 2 fish. While he could enjoy a good meal, he would still endure Zhou Mu Ying's complaints all day long due to the lack of help in the fields. To put it bluntly, the absence of male laborers at home made productivity insufficient. You useless thing, marrying you has brought nothing but hardship. Zhou Mu Ying shot him a glare and trudged toward the rice field with her hoe. Shu Long shook his head helplessly, lamenting that she did not appreciate the good times they could have. 2 nephews treating him to a day of meat was a delightful occasion, but she had to make a fuss about it. Now that his nephew had begun to earn money, the comfortable life he could have enjoyed was slipping away. If only she could bear him 2 sons, he would not have to endure the scorn of his brother's family. Sigh, brother. What if you prepare 20 small steamed buns for me? How will I finish them all at noon? On the donkey cart, Shu Zhiqiang beamed at Shu Zhiqiang, pulling the lunchbox from her bag. Early that morning, Xiong Fengxia had made a total of 80 dumpling skins, resulting in 80 small steamed buns, paired with some porridge. Their family of 5 each consumed 12 buns, leaving the remainder packed for Shu Zhiqiang. Shu Zhiqiang glanced back at his sister, a nagging sense that something was amiss in her smile. Instead of responding, he countered her inquiry. What do you wish to do then? Upon hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang immediately grinned and declared, I want to share some with Teacher Xiao. Such delectable soup dumplings, I am certain she would enjoy them. Shu Zhiqiang scrutinized her for a moment, unable to decipher her intentions. Meanwhile, Shu Zhigua, intrigued, turned to Shu Zhiqiang, inquiring with a hint of gossip, Xian. Who is this Teacher Xiao? You are willing to share such a delightful treat with her? Their family had subsisted on meager fare for decades, indulging in meat only during festive occasions, and the quantity was scant. The notion of his sister generously offering meat buns to a teacher piqued Shu Zhigua's curiosity about this Teacher Xiao. Teacher Xiao, Shu Zhiqiang replied, casting a glance at her elder brother before addressing Shu Zhigua slowly. She just started working a couple of days ago. However, she is the most wonderful and beautiful teacher I have ever encountered. She invites me to her dorm for lunch and lets me rest on her bed. I truly wish for her to become my sister-in-law. What on earth is this child thinking? Shu Zhiqiang was somewhat speechless, taken aback by his sister's peculiar thoughts. Shu Zhigua, as if he had stumbled upon a remarkable revelation, looked at Shu Zhiqiang with an expression of gossip-laden intrigue. Brother, you actually fancy Xuanxuan's new teacher? What nonsense. I only met her for the first time yesterday, Shu Zhiqiang retorted, casting a bemused glare at the two. By the parameters of Rebirth, he indeed had only encountered Xiao Wenyan the day prior. It was impossible not to be enamored by such a beautiful and cultured young woman. Yet his foremost desire was to repay her kindness. Oh, the first meeting, Shu Zhiqiang nodded, his demeanor serious. As the conversation flowed, he abruptly shifted his tone, however. To be so cherished by Xian and you after just one meeting. It seems this teacher Xiao possesses extraordinary qualities. At this, Shu Zhiqiang's eyes widened in indignation as he exclaimed, "Get lost." It appeared that these two had formed an alliance, which was somewhat amusing. Shu Zhiqiang and Shu Zhiquan exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Huh? Soon, they arrived at Baiguo Primary School, and Shu Zhiquan dashed inside with her lunchbox. "Don't worry, big brother, as your sister, I will surely support you." Shu Zhiqiang's expression darkened as he glared at the snickering Shu Zhiqiang, chiding, still laughing. Shu Zhiqiang trembled slightly, ceasing his jest as he sat on the cart. Meanwhile, Shu Zhiquan, with her lunchbox in hand, inadvertently collided with someone. Ouch! They both cried out in pain, stepping back while clutching their respective injuries. Looking up, Shu Zhiquan gasped, "Teacher Xiao." The thought of having accidentally harmed her future sister-in-law filled her with dread, prompting her to rush forward to check on her. "I'm so sorry, Teacher Xiao. I didn't mean to. Are you all right?" Xiao Yun rubbed her abdomen, intending to scold but instead shook her head in exasperation. "What's the rush? Is someone chasing you?" Shu Zhiquan's eyes darted, and she replied, "Yes, my elder brother." "Your brother? Why is he pursuing you?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun paused, momentarily envisioning a handsome, yet modestly dressed man. He woke up early to prepare a basket of dumplings, claiming he wanted to bring them for you. "Teacher Xiao, I saw he had quite a few fish to sell, so I didn't let him come, and he got upset, wanting to spank me." Shu Zhiquan, with a serious demeanor, continued her playful banter while promptly opening the lunchbox and presenting it to Xiao Yun. "Teacher, these are the dumplings my brother made early this morning for you. He hardly slept last night to prepare this. You must try them." Hearing Shu Zhiquan's words, Xiao Yun, already somewhat dazed, felt her face flush as she gazed at the dumplings before her. Chapter 42. Taking brother to the city to sell fish. Has your brother gone to sell fish again? Xiao Yun inquired, foregoing the dumplings to ask about Shu Zhiqiang. Shu Zhiquan's eyes brightened, and she nodded eagerly. "Yes, my brother is quite remarkable. He caught dozens of fish in just a few hours. The market in another village is quite far, so he had to sell them in the city. Dozens of fish in just a few hours is indeed impressive." Xiao Yun acknowledged, feeling a sense of admiration. She hadn't realized that all of Shu Zhiqiang's fish were caught by him. It seemed he truly possessed significant skills. "Of course, he is my brother," Shu Zhiquan said proudly, then lifted the lunchbox once more. "Teacher, you must try it quickly. It will get cold. I want to eat it. You should hurry to your classroom." Xiao Yun gently declined the offer. She was not foolish and could easily deduce that this was the lunch Shu Zhiquan had brought for herself, and she was not convinced by the notion that it was specially made for her by her brother. Unexpectedly, Shu Zhiquan stepped forward and tugged at her sleeve. "Oh, teacher, please pity my brother who woke up early to make breakfast. Just try one. One to you?" Well, I suppose," Xiao Yun relented, feeling somewhat helpless. Agreeing to taste just one. Under Shu Zhiquan's expectant gaze, she slowly placed a dumpling into her mouth. In truth, as someone who had studied away from home, she had tasted many delicacies. However, aside from the spicy crayfish Shu Zhiqiang had made the day before, an experience that was truly her first, she had grown somewhat weary of dumplings. Yet, as she bit into the dumpling, the rich flavor of the broth flooded her mouth instantly. The chewy skin and tender meat filling, was this truly the sort of culinary delight found in the countryside? "Teacher, what do you think?" Seeing Xiao Yun's expression, Shu Zhiquan feigned innocence, while Xiao Yun noticed a glimmer of cunning in the young girl's eyes. How could an 8-year-old possess such cleverness? Xiao Yun felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, but smiled and nodded. "Very good. Besides being adept at fishing, has your brother also studied culinary arts?" Yes. "Teacher, what dishes do you usually enjoy?" Shu Zhiqiang was unaware that his sister was engaged in a multitude of cunning schemes. After a 2-hour journey, he and his brother Shu Zhiqiang finally arrived at the county town. The sky had brightened completely, with the morning sun casting its rays upon the earth from the east. "Brother, where shall we go to sell the fish?" Shu Zhiqiang, although familiar with the county town, was selling fish for the first time and was filled with curiosity. Shu Zhiqiang had not visited this place often in his lifetime, yet in his past, he had explored the entire county. Understanding that the best places to sell fish were those with the most foot traffic, he opted for the largest textile factory's residential building in the county. After half an hour, The two brothers arrived at the foot of the building, surrounded by numerous vendors. However, the faces of these vendors were devoid of smiles, sitting like statues in their spots, embodying a serene but detached demeanor. Zhigua, when customers arrive, you'll be responsible for collecting payments and giving change, all right? Shu Zhiqiang directed the donkey cart to a large tree and glanced at his younger brother, who was looking around with a hint of nervousness. Okay. It was Shu Zhigua's first experience selling goods, and he appeared somewhat apprehensive. Shu Zhiqiang did not mind, knowing that a thick skin is developed over time. Nearby, an elderly man selling candy held an iron awl and a block of iron. Upon spotting the donkey cart, he glanced up and asked, "Young man, what are you selling?" "Good day, sir. We are selling fish, fresh and plump live fish," Shu Zhiqiang replied with a slight smile and a cheerful greeting. The candy he sold was white on the outside and a creamy yellow once cracked open, notoriously sticky when eaten. Most vendors of this candy roamed the streets, with children exchanging their worn-out sandals for a piece. Selling fish? The supply and marketing cooperative has that covered. Who would come here to buy your fish? The elderly man shook his head skeptically upon hearing they were selling fish. Shu Zhiqiang maintained a subtle smile, raising his gaze to the bustling pedestrians. Fresh fish. Large and plump live fish. 75 cents for a pound of carp, 80 cents for a 2-pound grass carp. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed, startling not only the passers-by, but the other vendors as well. Why was this fellow shouting about selling fish? What a nuisance! As all eyes turned to the two brothers, Shu Zhigua felt a rush of embarrassment, wishing to find a hole to hide in. He never imagined that selling goods could be done in such a boisterous manner. He thought it would be like other vendors, simply sitting quietly. Just as the crowd began to murmur about Shu Zhiqiang's unusual approach, a few women approached them. "Selling fish, are you? How fresh is it?" one of them inquired. In response, Shu Zhiqiang swiftly pulled a lively carp weighing over a pound from the basin. "Ma'am, this fish was just caught from the lake this morning. Do you see how fresh it is?" Upon hearing him address her as ma'am, the woman felt a flicker of delight, nodding at the thrashing fish in his hands. "Very well. How much is this carp per pound?" she asked. 75 cents, ma'am. "You are my very first customer today, so I'll give it to you for 70 cents, Shu Zhiqiang replied sweetly, causing the woman's heart to swell with joy at his generous offer. The aunt waved her hand and exclaimed, "All right, I'll take this one." "Very well," Shu Zhiqiang replied with a slight smile, promptly beginning to weigh the fish. 1 pound and 2 ounces, 8 mao and 4 fun. "I see you, sister. And you remind me of my own sister, so I'll charge you 8 mao. Hey, you young man are quite charming. Since you've called me sister, I can't take advantage of you. 8 mao and 4 fun is indeed 8 mao, and from now on, I shall only buy fish from your stall." The aunt chuckled to herself, producing 8 mao and 5 fun from her pocket to hand over. "Zhigua, collect the money," Shu Zhiqiang called, but after a moment, he noticed that Shu Zhigua had not extended his hand to accept the payment. Although puzzled, he chose to take the money himself. "That is splendid. I look forward to your patronage, sister." The aunt waved her hand dismissively, beaming as she left with her fish. "Young man, your fish is quite plump. How much for the Crucian carp? Give me a piece." Shu Zhiqiang turned around only to find that his brother had actually sneaked away to the side. With a personality like that, perhaps he should consider farming instead of engaging in business. With a slight sigh, Shu Zhiqiang turned back to greet his customer. 75 mao per pound? Indeed, that previous customer was my first, hence the discount. No problem, if you come first next time. I will certainly give you a discount of 1 mao. 1 pound and 3 ounces, 9 mao and 7 fun. Sister, 9 mao and 5 fun will suffice. How much for the grass carp? Grass carp? Is it 8 mao? Please give me a large one. All right, please wait a moment. Chapter 43. The most talkative vendor. The textile factory in Zhongling County is quite expansive, employing several thousand individuals, and naturally, the number of residents in the accompanying housing is also considerable. Shu Zhiqiang's fish stall, with its sweet-talking and generous pricing, attracted numerous customers. Upon seeing the lively and plump fish in his basin, patrons could not help but sing his praises. Observing Shu Zhiqiang's flourishing business, neighboring vendors rolled their eyes in disdain. Their own approach to business was rather laid back, and as individual entrepreneurs, they were often looked down upon. Thus, they would never resort to shouting and drawing attention to themselves as Shu Zhiqiang did, as they deemed it embarrassing. Yet, those who understood the situation knew that their disdain stemmed from envy and jealousy. "Young man, do you have any eels? How much are you selling them for?" "Eels are on special today, only 50 mao per pound. Would you like some, sir?" "Yes, give me 2 pounds, and also 1 mandarin fish." "Sir, The mandarin fish weighs 8 ounces. That will be 160 ml. For the eels, 2 pounds will be 100 ml. Thank you. And have a safe journey. Comrade, how much is the Wanjin fish? Is it fresh? Sister, what a question. Just look at the size of this Wanjin fish. It's livelier than I am. As more and more people gathered at the stall, Shu Zhiqiang dared not show any sign of negligence, striving to respond to each inquiry. The sun had risen high, and beads of sweat had soaked through his shirt. Shu Zhiqiang stood not far from the stall, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. He had never imagined that his elder brother sold fish in such a manner. Observing the surrounding vendors sitting quietly while his brother boldly shouted for customers made him feel particularly ashamed. Yet, witnessing his elder brother drenched in sweat, flustered and anxious, a pang of guilt washed over him. It was he who had implored his brother to bring him to the city to experience the world, yet here he was, cowering in the shadows. His brother toiled alone, striving to ensure that their family could enjoy meat daily, while he had become like a timid turtle. No, he could not allow his brother to fight this battle alone. Taking a deep breath, Shu Zhiqiang summoned his courage and approached Shu Zhiqiang's side. Brother, he called out weakly, lowering his head in shame, bracing himself for a reprimand. However, Shu Zhiqiang was too busy greeting customers with a smile to scold him. He handed a perch strung with rice straw to a middle-aged woman before collecting the money and passing it to Shu Zhiqiang. Take this and tuck it safely in the cash box. Shu Zhiqiang was momentarily taken aback, looking up at his brother's beaming face. Realizing that he had no intention of scolding him. Hurry up, I'm still busy, urged his brother, prompting Shu Zhiqiang to accept the money and deposit it in the cash box. As he gazed at the pile of coins accumulating within, a sudden thrill coursed through him. In the brief moment he had hesitated, his brother had already earned so much. If he hadn't succumbed to his timidity, perhaps he could have already earned the money for tomorrow's braised pork or his sister's snacks. Overwhelmed with self-reproach, Shu Zhiqiang then fixed his gaze resolutely on Shu Zhiqiang. Brother, I will help you collect the money. Upon hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang smiled brightly, his joy unmistakable. He did not take his brother's shyness to heart. Instead, he intended to guide him once the rush was over. To his surprise, his brother had already come to this realization. Indeed, he was a true man of the Shu family. Shu Zhiqiang smiled faintly, accepting $1 from the woman's hand and passing it to Shu Zhiqiang. Here, give our sister 2 cents and change. Ah, our sister? Shu Zhiqiang was taken aback, staring at the woman, who appeared to be in her 50s or 60s. How could his sister, so beautiful, possibly resemble this? Hurry up. Stop dawdling. At that moment, Shu Zhiqiang's sharp reprimand made Shu Zhiqiang cast aside his doubts. Tossing the money into the cash box and retrieving 2 cents to hand to the woman. His face contorted with a mix of hesitation and distress, he stammered, Sister, your change. The sight of him elicited hearty laughter from the woman. As she accepted the money from Shu Zhiqiang, she turned to Shu Zhiqiang and remarked, Young man, is this your brother? Sister, what do you mean? Isn't he our brother? Shu Zhiqiang replied with a feigned sternness, then smiled. It's his first time out with me to sell fish, and he's a bit shy. Please be understanding. Of course, we must take care of our own brother. The woman chuckled, waving her hand dismissively before turning to leave. Watching her friendly smile, Shu Zhiqiang suddenly felt that calling her sister was indeed worthwhile. Shu Zhiqiang quickly sold the fish, though Shu Zhiqiang's slow handling of the change had significantly delayed the customers. Nevertheless, under Shu Zhiqiang's charming persuasion, the customers seemed unbothered, each wearing a smile. As Shu Zhiqiang's actions of counting money and giving change became increasingly adept, the pace of selling fish improved significantly. By midday, more than half of the 80-odd pounds of fish had been sold, with 10 pounds of eel also finding buyers. The remaining fish, however, would need to be sold gradually. Nevertheless, Shu Zhiqiang was confident they would sell out, especially considering the densely populated residential building nearby, home to thousands. Selling over 100 fish was hardly an insurmountable task. Was it? Brother, I've counted it all, 48 yuan and 65 cents, Shu Zhiqiang exclaimed. Excitement illuminating his face as he looked at Shu Zhiqiang after tallying the coins in his 2 money boxes. That amount exceeded what their father earned in a month. And he and his brother had managed to earn it in just half a morning. The thought of his contribution filled him with a profound sense of accomplishment. Indeed. Your performance today has pleasantly surprised me, Shu Zhiqiang said with a slight smile, giving him a thumbs up. At his words, Shu Zhiqiang immediately felt a wave of shame wash over him, lowering his head in self-reproach. Brother, I know I held you back. If I hadn't been so timid at the start, we could have sold even more. Had he not shied away initially, Shu Zhiqiang would not have been so flustered. If Shu Zhiqiang had not been overwhelmed, they would surely have sold out all the fish. This thought filled Shu Zhiqiang with regret. Do not say such things. Your performance has exceeded my expectations, Shu Zhiqiang replied, smiling gently as he gazed up at the azure sky. When I first set up a stall, I was too nervous to utter a word. Your ability to compose yourself and assist is already a remarkable improvement over my initial attempts. Really? Shu Zhiqiang's eyes brightened, surprised to hear such praise from his brother. However, he soon furrowed his brow in confusion, wondering when Shu Zhiqiang had ever set up a stall. Shu Zhiqiang opted not to clarify, for he could not reveal that he had once sold woven baskets in a past life. Quite the young entrepreneur. I see you've sold a fair amount of fish, suddenly interjected an elderly man selling candied hawthorn on a stick, his tone somewhat peculiar. In my years of wandering the streets, you are the most loquacious vendor I have encountered. Your incessant chatter can be quite irksome. Thank you for the compliment, sir. Would you care to purchase a perch to take home and savor? Shu Zhiqiang chuckled heartily, pulling a perch weighing about a pound from the basin. The old man's expression shifted, realizing the audacity of this young man. Despite his veiled criticism, the vendor was still attempting to sell him the most expensive fish. One should not be so shameless. Such individuals are best avoided, he thought. I can't afford that. Shaking his head, the old man stood to pack up his stall. It's a rare occasion for us to share a stall. It must be fate. Allow me to offer you a 1-pound carp instead. The old man's eyes brightened at the proposal. You're giving it to me? Shu Zhiqiang hesitated, then chuckled. How about I give you a discount of 20%? The old man's countenance morphed into one of incredulity, cursing the young man internally. Despite the fact that the other party had already offered a discount of 20%, the price still hovered around 6 or 7 dimes. Did he appear to be someone who could afford such an expense? Certainly not. He waved his hand dismissively and prepared to head home for dinner. His dear partner was busy preparing corn porridge and winter melon soup for him, and he must not be late. Sir, I'll trade you fish for some candy. Suddenly, Shu Zhiqiang shouted, causing the elderly man's steps to falter in place. Trade for candy? The elder hesitated, and Shu Zhiqiang quickly approached to elaborate. Sir, you are out here alone running your stall, while your partner takes care of everything at home. Isn't she? She has labored for decades for this family. Would it be too much to ask for a fish? Just look at her frail figure. Doesn't your heart ache at the thought of not providing for her? Taking home a fish not only offers a treat for yourself, but also nourishes your partner. What is not to like? The elder's mind suddenly conjured the image of his busy partner, stirring emotions within him. Moreover, he found it difficult to endure the persistent chatter of the young man before him, so he waved his hand and acquiesced. All right, I will buy it. Upon hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang broke into a grin, promptly threading the fish onto a rice straw and handing it over. Sir, this fish weighs at least over a pound. How much candy can you offer in return? His sister, Shu Huijuan, adored this candy, which inspired this idea. Observing the young man's enthusiastic demeanor, the elder reluctantly used his iron spatula to knock out a significant portion of candy. The clattering sound echoed until he finally grasped the fish in his hands, at which point he realized the irony of his earlier disdain. He had become a supporter himself. Glancing back at Shu Zhiqiang, who was busy attending to customers, he shook his head with a sigh. Truly, a talented individual. As noon approached, the sun blazed overhead, and pedestrians on the street were drenched in sweat from the sweltering heat. Brother, we have 3 carp left, for Christian carp, 2 grass carp, and 2 perch. Shu Zhiqiang exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow as he looked eagerly at Shu Zhiqiang. Shu Zhiqiang nodded, handing over a bag of iced soda. That should suffice. Having sold over 70 pounds of fish and more than 10 pounds of eel in just the morning, they had already earned over 60 yuan, which was a satisfactory profit. He planned to give 2 fish to his sister, Shu Zhiqiang, and take the remainder home. Are we not selling any more? Shu Zhiqiang paused, his action of sipping the iced soda coming to an abrupt halt. Those 10 or so fish were worth more than 10 yuan, and they would likely perish on the way home. We won't sell anymore. We still need to visit our elder sister's house. Let us give them the perch to eat. As for the rest, this is how it will be. Shu Zhiqiang shook his head and stacked the fish basin atop the empty one he had already processed. Seeing his brother's firm decision, Shu Zhiqiang could only gather the money from the cash box and hand it over. This money was meticulously counted by him. It was quite exhilarating, but it still had to be submitted. Shu Zhiqiang accepted the money, tucking it into his trousers, and then mounted the donkey cart, preparing to depart. Wait, fish seller. Please hold on. At that moment, A woman around 50 years old came rushing from the nearby residential building. Upon seeing her, Shu Zhiqiang was momentarily taken aback. How could it be her? Was she perhaps also a family member of a textile factory employee? He waited for a moment, and the woman arrived at the donkey cart, breathlessly exclaiming, "Are you preparing to close up?" "Indeed, madam," replied Shu Zhiqiang with a slight smile and a nod. "If you are here to purchase fish, you have arrived just in time. Even half a minute later, you would have missed the tail end of our cart." At his words, the woman could not help but chuckle. "I just saw my neighbor buying a crucian carp weighing over a pound and inquired about it. When she mentioned she bought it here, I hurried over. Is this the place? If there are no other fish vendors here, then it must be me." Shu Zhiqiang affirmed with a nod and a grin. He then lifted the straw covering the fish basin, allowing the woman to see the fish within. "Madam, what kind of fish would you like? Given the heat, they will not fare well if left here much longer." The woman gazed at the dark fish in the basin, clearly satisfied. "My daughter-in-law is pregnant, so I wish to buy 2 crucian carp for her to make soup. Please select 2 for me, and I would prefer larger ones." "Your daughter-in-law is pregnant? Thankfully, it is not your daughter," Shu Zhiqiang thought to himself, feeling a sense of relief. He then fished out 1 large and 1 small crucian carp. "How about these 2, madam?" The woman frowned, noticing a larger crucian carp still in the basin. Why had he only selected 1 large and 1 small for her? She shook her head and voiced her confusion. "Comrade, please return the smaller one. I want that larger one." Upon hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang shook his head repeatedly. "Madam, that cannot be. My own sister is also pregnant, and I had intended to keep 2 large crucian carps for her. In light of your compassion for your daughter-in-law, I have made an exception and set aside 1 for you." Realization dawned on the woman, and she nodded in understanding. It was commendable to forego some earnings to leave a crucian carp for his pregnant sister. This young man possessed admirable character. Her initial reservations about Shu Zhiqiang dissipated, and her fondness for him grew. She pointed to the large and small crucian carp. "All right, I will take these 2. "Very well." Shu Zhiqiang smiled slightly and weighed the fish. The total weight was 1 pound and 8 ounces, costing $1.35, and he charged her $1.30. With a discount of 5 cents, the woman's mood brightened considerably. "Young comrade, you have a good character and a sweet tongue. Will you be selling fish here in the future? I will only buy from you. As long as you request, even if business is slow, I shall still come." Shu Zhiqiang replied with a gentle smile. He then brought over a basin containing loaches and mudfish. "Madam, as an apology for not providing you with 2 large crucian carps, allow me to gift you 2 pounds of mudfish. They are high in protein and nutritionally valuable, comparable to crucian carp." "Oh dear, how can that be?" No, madam. You must accept this today. I insist you take the mudfish." After some insistence, Shu Zhiqiang managed to gift her the mudfish. The woman's fondness for him soared as she left, carrying both the crucian carp and the mudfish. Chapter 45. Our family's benefactor after concluding their business. The brothers, Shu Zhiqiang and Shu Zhiguo, made their way to their eldest sister's home. Along the journey, Shu Zhiguo voiced the thoughts that had been troubling him. "Brother, you have already given that lady considerable discounts. Why do you still need to gift her 2 pounds of loach? Although loach and eel are not as valuable as fish, they can still fetch 50 to 60 cents per pound. To give away 2 pounds equated to gifting a pound of meat, which pained Shu Zhiguo immensely. In the past decade, they had scarcely indulged in meat, and now to give away a pound felt absurd. "Zhiguo, the loach is worth the gesture. And I actually feel it's insufficient," Shu Zhiqiang replied, shaking his head as he sat on the donkey cart, reflecting. "I would willingly offer all our fish if she wished for them." Hearing this, Shu Zhiguo was taken aback. "Brother, why is that? Are you well acquainted with her?" "Not particularly," Shu Zhiqiang replied, "but her daughter saved Xian, which is akin to saving our entire family." He shook his head again. The image of the woman weeping over Xiao Wenyun resurfacing in his mind. That day, he had rescued Xiao Wenyun from the lake, and he had been horrified by her condition. It took him some time to gather the resolve to inform the village, so that others could handle the situation. Subsequently, the village notified the school, which in turn informed Xiao Wenyun's family. Among those who came to claim the body was this very woman, accompanied by a middle-aged man and several robust men. While Shu Zhiqiang did not know the precise relationship between them and Xiao Wenyun, he was aware that this woman was indeed Xiao Wenyun's mother. The sacrifice she made to save her sister meant that she had lost her daughter forever. The anguish of a parent burying their child is a pain most unbearable. Ultimately, Xiao Wenyun's valiant sacrifice was reported in the newspaper. Although her parents did not hold Shu Zhiqiang's family accountable, they harbored resentment for a lifetime. Shu Zhiqiang had felt guilty about this incident for many years. After achieving prosperity, he had contemplated compensating her family, yet he could never locate them. Now, in this new life, he vowed to prevent such occurrences from happening again. Save Xianxian. What danger did Xianxian face? Shu Zhiqiang pondered, eager to inquire further. After all, Xianxian was his sister, and his concern for her was no less than anyone else's. However, Shu Zhiqiang shook his head gently and said, "Let bygones be bygones. Just remember that the lady we just encountered is our family's benefactor." Recognizing his brother's resolute demeanor, Shu Zhiqiang refrained from pressing further. The two then proceeded to the department store, where they spent $3.50 on a bottle of malted milk essence, intending to gift it to their sister's mother-in-law for her health. Aware that his sister was pregnant, Shu Zhiqiang deliberately spent $1.50 on a chicken for her to make soup. He also spent $2 on 2 pounds of meat, along with some fruit, preparing to visit his sister's home. On their way out, Xiong Fingxiao provided them with numerous receipts, without any markup on their purchases. "Brother, this money is too easily spent," Shu Zhiqiang remarked as he observed their expenses surpassing $10 in an instant. Just days prior, their family had subsisted on corn porridge and wild vegetable stems, barely saving $10 over several months. Yet now, it appeared they had bought little, yet had already spent over $10. The matter of money is such that it is as fleeting as a mere piece of paper. This money is intended for our sister, which makes it worthwhile. Shu Zhiqiang smiled faintly, patting his brother's shoulder. Shu Zhiqiang understood that the expenditure was justified. Yet he couldn't help but feel a tinge of melancholy. Half an hour later, the two brothers arrived at their sister Shu Zhiqiang's home, pulling a donkey cart. However, before they could step inside, they noticed their sister's mother-in-law reclining in a rocking chair beneath the eaves. Judging by her refreshed appearance, it seemed there was no grave issue at hand. Shu Zhiqiang felt a sense of relief and approached with a smile, greeting, "Aunt, are you resting? How are you feeling now?" Upon hearing the greeting, Li Huaying opened her eyes and frowned upon seeing the two brothers. The reputation of her daughter-in-law's brothers was far from pristine. It was said they were notorious for their misdeeds in the village. Moreover, with her daughter-in-law covertly assisting her family, Li Huaying harbored little fondness for them. Particularly, seeing them with a donkey cart, she suspected it might be ill-gotten. She lifted her eyelids slightly and regarded Shu Zhiqiang with indifference, saying, "Ah, it's you, Qiangzi. What brings you here?" Observing the old woman's demeanor, the brothers' expressions soured. Nevertheless, Shu Zhiqiang was aware of his poor reputation within his sisters-in-laws, and he recognized the city folk often looked down upon rural residents. Thus, he chose not to dwell on it. He took the already prepared crucian carp and mandarin fish from the cart and approached, saying, "I recall you were unwell, Aunt. This time, my brother and I happened to be in the city for business, so we thought we would come and visit you. Here are the crucian carp and mandarin fish we brought for my sister to help her regain her strength." As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed her expression darkening further. He could only speculate on her thoughts, perhaps believing he thought poorly of her treatment towards his sister, hence the gifts. Undeterred, Shu Zhiqiang signaled to Shu Zhiqiang, who promptly retrieved the items they had purchased. "Aunt, I know you're still recuperating, so I brought you a bottle of malt extract to aid your recovery. There are both chicken and fish, and it seems there are also some meats and fruits." "We have shown our sincerity enough," he asserted. The elderly matriarch realized that further pretense would be inappropriate. Thus, she smiled warmly, sat upright in her rocking chair, and welcomed them. "You, dear child, bringing so many gifts to your own home feels quite distant. Jihong is doing splendidly here. We treat her as our own daughter. Therefore, please take this fish and meat home for yourselves. There is no need for such extravagance." Shu Zhiqiang, still quite young, found such insincere niceties rather distasteful. As he watched the old woman's wrinkled hand extend towards him, he felt a surge of disdain. "You speak of not being distant, yet your hand reaches out so eagerly." However, Shu Zhiqiang was accustomed to such antics and played along with the old woman's performance. "What are you saying, Aunt? It is our duty as younger generations to show our respect to you, is it not? Moreover, once something is given, it cannot simply be taken back." At that juncture, Li Huaying dropped her facade and cheerfully invited the two brothers to sit inside. The two brothers, Shu Zhiqiang and Shu Zhihong, exchanged glances before entering the house. Upon stepping inside, Shu Zhiqiang surveyed the surroundings but did not see his sister. He turned to the elderly woman and inquired, "Auntie, where is my sister?" "She must be in the kitchen," the old woman replied. "It's almost time. She has to deliver lunch to your brother-in-law at the tea house." Shu Zhiqiang's husband spent his entire day at the tea house, and it was customary for her to bring meals there, which meant they generally prepared food earlier than others. Nodding in understanding, Shu Zhiqiang headed towards the kitchen. However, upon entering, he found no sign of his sister. Instead, he heard retching sounds emanating from the nearby restroom. Ugh. Ugh ugh. Chapter 46. It seems like my past life's death wasn't unjust. Realizing the commotion from the restroom indicated that his sister was likely experiencing morning sickness. Shu Zhiqiang recalled that in his previous life, it was around this time that his sister had a tragic fate. Just half a month later, it was discovered that she was already 2 months pregnant. Thus, Shu Zhiqiang must be 2 months along now, making her nausea quite normal. He hurriedly knocked on the restroom door and called out, "Sister, are you all right?" As soon as he finished speaking, a puzzled voice emerged from within. "Jiangzi?" The restroom door soon swung open, revealing a pale-faced Shu Zhiqiang. "What brings you here? Did your business fail?" "It's all right. Failure is the mother of success. I will support you." It became clear that since the moment Shu Zhiqiang had expressed his desire to become self-employed, Shu Zhiqiang had never believed in his potential for success. After all, she knew her brother's character better than anyone. He was inept at everything, a master of chaos. Just as Shu Zhiqiang was about to respond, the voice of the elderly woman, Li Huiying, interrupted from behind. "Support? With what? You plan to give all the family money to your brother and leave me to fend for myself?" Upon hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang frowned. While Shu Zhiqiang's complexion grew even paler, they both turned to face Li Huiying, who cast a concerned glance at Shu Zhiqiang and asked, "What happened to your face? Are you feeling unwell and trying to shirk your cooking duties?" Goodness, how can she speak like that? Both brothers widened their eyes in disbelief, taken aback by the old woman's insensitivity. Initially, they thought her words were sincere, but it seemed she was more adept at feigning concern than anyone else. "Mother, I'm not unwell. I will go cook right away," Shu Zhiqiang insisted, shaking her head as she leaned against the wall, determined to proceed to the sink to wash vegetables and prepare the meal. "Sister, you should rest for a while." Shu Zhiqiang quickly stepped forward to support her. Concern etched on his face. He had come to realize that his sister's life in this household was far from easy. In his previous life, he had been oblivious, solely focused on his own desires, neglecting how his sister fared. Only after her tragic demise did he recognize the irreplaceable value of what had been lost. Now, reborn? He understood the hardships his sister endured and felt compelled to protect her. He turned to Li Huiying, his voice firm. "Andy, my sister's face is ashen. How can you expect her to cook? Is this how you treat her, as if she were your own daughter? Is this how you care for your own child?" Upon hearing these words, Li Huiying unexpectedly displayed a rare hint of embarrassment. How foolish of her to be so impatient, revealing her own discomposure so swiftly. No, she must not allow this little rascal to have the upper hand over her. Therefore, she feigned indignation and exclaimed, "How could I not consider her as my daughter? Even if she were my daughter, she should be responsible for cooking and doing laundry, yet I have not imposed any additional burdens upon her. But she is unwell now." Shu Zhiqiang's expression hardened as he fixated on Li Huiying, speaking in a low tone. In this society, indeed, women are expected to shoulder all responsibilities. The notion that women can hold up half the sky is not mere rhetoric. Every woman strives to prove she is no less capable than a man, undertaking myriad tasks, often exceeding what many men accomplish. The women of this era are truly the most admirable generation. Shu Zhiqiang did not intend to express that his sister should feel aggrieved by doing a little work. Rather, he could not tolerate the idea of her laboring while being ill. "Sister, let us rest for a while. I shall prepare a meal for you shortly," he assured, gently supporting her as they moved outside. Shu Zhiqiang, indeed feeling quite unwell, recognized she could not manage to prepare lunch, and thus accepted her brother's assistance without protest. Watching the sibling duo pass by, Li Huiying leaned against the wall, conceding her space. Yet, at that moment, a smirk involuntarily crept onto her lips. "Jigua, pour a glass of water for your sister," Shu Zhiqiang instructed as he settled Shu Zhiqiang onto the wooden sofa, simultaneously enlisting his younger brother's aid. Shu Zhiqiang responded with an "oh," promptly retrieving the teapot and cup from the table. In no time, the teacup found its way into Shu Zhiqiang's hands, as he hastily assisted his sister in drinking. Observing the genuine concern from her two brothers, Shu Zhiqiang felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Ever since her brother had developed feelings for Fu Huijuan, he had ceased to show her such care. Now, as he reverted to his old self, she was reminded of the times he had protected her during their childhood. However, despite her discomfort, she was not incapacitated, and thus she shook her head. Jiangzi, I merely feel a bit nauseous. It is not yet to the point where I require you to feed me. Shu Zhiqiang understood that providing water could lead to choking, and thus he refrained from insisting. Meanwhile, Li Huaying, observing the deep bond between the siblings, began to feel somewhat extraneous. Yet, this was her home. Why did she feel like an outsider? She cast a glance at Shu Zhiqiang and coldly remarked, Zhiqiang, resting for a while will suffice. Daqing is waiting for you to deliver his meal. You cannot let him go hungry, and I am also feeling quite famished. As soon as her words left her lips, she was met with the piercing gazes of the two brothers, particularly Shu Zhiqiang's glare, which was so chilling it sent a shiver down her spine. This little brat was indeed no ordinary person. That look was not one that a typical individual would possess. He might have even taken a life. It would be wise to tread carefully around him. All right. Shu Zhiqiang had no objections to her mother-in-law's words and, gripping the armrest of the sofa, prepared to rise and cook. The other party was right. She still needed to deliver a meal to Daqing. Sister, do not move. Shu Zhiqiang urgently pressed down on Shu Zhiqiang, his demeanor serious as he spoke. You are currently feeling weak and unable to exert yourself. Coincidentally, today, together with Zhigua, I earned some money from selling fish, and thus I have purchased a chicken to nourish your health. Please wait. I shall go to the kitchen and prepare some chicken soup for you. After saying this, he turned to his brother, Shu Zhigua, and instructed, Zhigua, go wash some fruits, and then stay here to chat with your sister. All right. Shu Zhigua nodded, retrieving 2 melons from the fruits they had bought. No, Jiangzi, you have never cooked before, so don't mess around. Shu Zhiqiang had never witnessed her brother cooking, and she quickly rose to intervene. However, before she could act, Shu Zhigua waved his hands repeatedly, reassuring her, Sister, you can rest easy. Brother's culinary skills are actually quite impressive. His dishes are exceptionally delicious. Just the thought of his brother's spicy crayfish and soup dumplings made him swallow hard. You little rascal, don't you dare make a mess of my kitchen. Li Huiying, skeptical of Shu Zhiqiang's cooking abilities, rushed into the kitchen and scolded him. Upon seeing Li Huiying enter, Shu Zhiqiang frowned. It was the first time he realized how irritating this old woman could be. Perhaps in her previous life, she met a fitting end? Will you just listen and not make a mess in my kitchen? After entering, Li Huiying began to unleash a torrent of words at Shu Zhiqiang. Seemingly convinced of his incompetence in the kitchen, Shu Zhiqiang set the chicken aside and turned to Li Huiying, suggesting, why don't you take over? I won't cook. Let your sister handle it. Li Huiying shook her head, her expression filled with resistance. In her mind, a daughter-in-law was meant for bearing children and managing household chores for the men. With a daughter-in-law already present, it seemed unreasonable to expect the mother-in-law to cook. If you want to cook, then shut your mouth. Shu Zhiqiang glared, his voice firm. My sister is currently unwell. If you continue to make things difficult for her, I will take her back to her family. I assure you, your entire family will regret it. Old hag, if it weren't for my sister, I wouldn't even bother with you. I even carried you to the hospital last time. I should have let you burn yourself to a fool. Li Huiying was taken aback by Shu Zhiqiang's fierce gaze and tone, and she dared not utter another word. Yet, she rolled her eyes, dismissing his words. In this day and age, a daughter-in-law returning to her family would earn a bad reputation, and few would dare to do such a thing. Moreover, if Shu Zhiqiang wished to return, she would need her son's consent. As for regret, whoever regrets is a fool. Shu Zhiqiang was unaware of Li Huiying's thoughts but could sense her ill intentions. However, he was solely focused on preparing a meal for his sister. So he began to clean the chicken's innards. He removed the gizzards, intestines, and liver, planning to wash them and stir-fry a mixed chicken dish later. In this era, chickens were natural and free of feed, boasting exceptional nutritional value. Priced at just over $1 each, could anything be more affordable? Shu Zhiqiang smiled faintly, then placed the chicken on the cutting board, deftly chopping off the wings and legs, while the body was diced into smaller pieces. After preparing the chicken, he eschewed blanching it and instead directly tossed it into the pressure cooker, adding a couple of slices of ginger before stepping aside to draw well water. This well water, however, was not akin to that found in rural areas. The original wellhead had been sealed and a metal pressure apparatus constructed above it. By inserting a stick into the aperture of the pressure chamber and pushing it up and down, water would flow forth. This well water was warm in winter, cool in summer, and remarkably sweet. After exerting himself a couple of times, Shu Zhiqiang filled a bucket to the brim. He ladled out 1.5 generous spoonfuls, pouring it into the pressure cooker until it submerged the chicken by more than double its height. Once this was accomplished, he secured the lid on the pressure cooker and placed it on the nearby coal stove. Most urban dwellers do not rely on traditional stoves. Instead, they utilize honeycomb coal stoves, a cylindrical apparatus with a central opening perfectly designed for 3 honeycomb coal pieces. Beneath the stove, there is a vent. When opened, the flames intensify, and when covered, it ensures that the coal remains usable for the next meal. After arranging the chicken, Shu Zhiqiang hesitated for a moment, glancing towards the entrance where Li Huaying watched him intently. Should he continue cooking, or would it somehow benefit the old woman? What are you staring at? I haven't said a word. Li Huaying exclaimed, her eyes narrowing defiantly. Shu Zhiqiang ignored her, shaking his head to elevate his perspective. It was merely a meal. He would treat it as a favor for his sister. If he denied this old woman a meal, who knew what difficulties she might impose on his sister after his departure? With this thought, he turned back to clean the chicken offal and celery. The dirtiest parts of the chicken offal were the gizzards and intestines. As he cut the gizzard open, a pungent odor assaulted his senses. Within lay a mass of fecal-colored grains and digested secretions, a rather unpleasant sight. Shu Zhiqiang discarded these remnants into the trash bin, methodically scraping off the yellow membrane. After thoroughly cleaning the gizzards and intestines, he switched to a new bucket of water to wash the celery. In Zhongling County, there is a specialty known as bulajiao, or pickled peppers, which are salty and spicy, perfect for stir-frying with chicken offal and fatty intestines. Having prepared one dish, Shu Zhiqiang stepped out of the kitchen to search for the meat he had purchased. He glanced at the sofa, where his younger brother, Jigua, was animatedly discussing the prospect of selling fish with their sister, Shu Zhiqiang. Jigua spoke vividly, prompting Shu Zhiqiang to praise her 2 brothers for their talents. Shu Zhiqiang smiled gently, clutching the meat, and returned to the kitchen. With vegetables available at his sister's home, a stir-fry of chicken offal and twice-cooked pork, accompanied by chicken soup, should suffice. As the pork hit the hot oil, the fragrance of scallions, ginger, and garlic sizzling in the pan wafted through the room. Li Huaying, who had been watching Shu Zhiqiang intently, sniffed the air and scoffed inwardly. He seemed quite adept. Yet, what prospects could a grown man who cooks possibly have? Chio. Soon, the kitchen was filled with a tantalizing aroma, prompting Li Huaying to stifle a sneeze. She furrowed her brow and waved her hand in front of her face, then turned her back on Shu Zhiqiang. His culinary skills surpassed even those of her daughter-in-law. It was hard to believe he was indeed a man. How delightful. So, it seems Qiangzi really knows how to cook? As the fragrant scent of spices and chicken broth wafted through the air, Shu Zhiqiang's spirits were instantly lifted. Cooking is an art that calls for a perfect blend of color, fragrance, and flavor, and this aroma was without peer. Having watched her younger brother grow up, she recalled his mischievous antics, but he had never set foot in the kitchen to prepare a meal. What could this mean for today? Dear sister, not only can elder brother cook, but he does so exceptionally well. You have no idea. Even the destructive pests from the irrigation ditches in our rice fields become a delicacy in his hands. Shu Zhiqiang exclaimed excitedly, elaborating on the exquisite taste of the crayfish. The notion that such insects were edible initially shocked Shu Zhiqiang, but soon piqued her curiosity about their flavor. For half an hour, the sound of Shu Zhiqiang's voice resonated from the kitchen. Jigua, please help serve the dishes. It was only when 3 dishes and a soup were presented at the table that Shu Zhiqiang emerged from the kitchen, wiping his hands. He turned to the curious Shu Zhiqiang and smiled. Sister, come over and have some chicken soup first. The nausea that had plagued her subsided, and her complexion was now flushed with health. She declined Shu Zhiqiang's offer to assist her, gradually approaching the dining table to survey the 4 dishes laid out before her. Well done, Qiangzi. You certainly have hidden your talents well. I had no idea you could cook. If that girl marries you, she will truly be blessed. Shu Zhiqiang smiled modestly and brought over a bowl of carefully prepared chicken soup. Li Huaying also approached, her expression darkening upon seeing the chicken pieces in the bowl. Chicken legs and wings, such delicacies were all in that bowl. Chapter 48, Pregnancy. What pregnancy? Why have you given all this to me? You and Jigua are still growing. You should be eating more. As she gazed at the chicken wings, legs, and feet in her bowl, Shu Zhiqiang felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. The brother she once knew had returned, once again showing concern for his elder sister. However, instead of indulging herself, she chose to share, dividing 2 chicken legs and wings between her 2 younger brothers. As for herself, she was content with just 2 chicken feet. Sister, I bought this chicken specifically for you. I won't eat any, Shu Zhiqiang insisted, retrieving the bowl and pushing back the chicken legs that Shu Zhiqiang offered. When she persisted, he hurriedly replied, Sister, please don't push it back to me. I'm not refusing to eat entirely. There is plenty of chicken left in the pot. Rest assured, I will enjoy the other parts. Otherwise, in this heat, they might spoil. Seeing his elder brother decline the chicken leg, Shu Zhiqiang naturally followed suit. With both brothers so resolute, Shu Zhiqiang could only shake her head and smile wryly. Just as she resigned herself to the situation and prepared to take a bite of her chicken leg, a peculiar cough interrupted the moment. Ahem. If you cannot eat, then please send some food to Daqing. At this moment, Li Huaying felt a profound discomfort in her heart, wishing fervently to expel her brother from her home. The three siblings flaunting their deep familial bonds within her abode. Do they truly consider this place their own? And then there is Shu Zhiqiang, who only knows to reserve the best for her brother, while her husband toils away at the shop. Such a woman, oblivious to her husband's plight. If only she had never allowed Daqing to marry her. Alas, I shall send the meal to Daqing shortly. Upon hearing her mother-in-law's words, Shu Zhiqiang glanced at the chicken in her bowl, pondered briefly, and nodded. Truth be told, she had been feeling nauseous lately, often vomiting upon consuming food, and thus had little desire to eat. Yet, this was her brother's heartfelt gesture. She could not possibly refuse to lift her chopsticks. If she truly could not eat, she would send the food to her husband later. Send it later? Look at the time. Daqing must be starving. You should take it to him now, Li Huaying exclaimed, her frustration palpable as she pounded the table and pointed at the clock on the wall. Her demeanor indicated an unwavering determination to trouble her daughter-in-law. Living with such a mother-in-law, Shu Zhiqiang could hardly imagine the hardships his sister endured. However, he was not intimidated by this old woman, and with a decisive motion, he slammed his chopsticks onto the table, startling everyone present. He stood, casting a disapproving glance at Li Huaying. Auntie, your son is starving. Does that mean my sister isn't hungry? He is a robust man. Will he truly perish from hunger? And please, spare us the table slamming. Who are you trying to impress? Li Huaying was taken aback by his outburst, and the ensuing reprimand left her utterly bewildered. It dawned on her that this daughter-in-law and her brother were indeed challenging her authority. Whenever she requested her daughter-in-law to perform a task, these two would rise in defiance. Yet, she spoke the truth. Her son was indeed suffering from hunger at the shop. As Li Huaying fell silent, Shu Zhiqiang resolved to appeal to reason. Sister, you eat first. I will take food to my brother-in-law later. He aimed to reassure his sister before turning to Li Huaying. Auntie, while it is understandable that you care for your son, please remember that your daughter-in-law is my sister, and our family cares for her just as much. Since she is married into your family, I hope you can treat her as your own daughter. It may be one thing on ordinary days, but when she is unwell, I kindly ask you to prepare a meal for her. After all, keeping active is beneficial for longevity. Wouldn't you agree? Shu Zhiqiang could have lashed out at Li Huaying, but he refrained. The rumors of this era could be as pernicious as modern-day online harassment. Should he bring his sister back home, whispers would surely follow. He also could not afford to alienate Li Huaying entirely, for she would undoubtedly target Shu Zhiqiang in retaliation. Thus, he chose to engage Li Huaying in a respectful dialogue. Yes, Li Huaying nodded, then turned to Shu Zhiqiang. First, let us ensure you have a hearty meal. Upon uttering those words, she let out a silent huff in her heart. So what if she was the daughter? Did the daughter not have to work at home as well? How could she expect this old woman to cook? Such arrogance. What use is a daughter-in-law who does not attend to her family? The chicken purchased by Shu Zhiqiang was exceptionally large, weighing 2.5 pounds before plucking, still yielding 2 pounds afterward. Although Shu Zhiqiang typically could not eat much, the chicken broth was simply exquisite. The chicken offal was savory and spicy, and the twice-cooked pork was rich, yet not greasy. She never anticipated that her brother's culinary skills were so remarkable. Thus, even though her stomach felt a bit uneasy, she consumed more than usual. The two brothers, Shu Zhiqiang and his sibling, each finished half a bowl of chicken and soup, as well as a considerable amount of stir-fried meat. Though Li Huaying was irked, she would not let her displeasure interfere with the meal. She consumed at a pace that matched the brothers. Once she set down her bowl and chopsticks, she looked at Shu Zhiqiang with a sense of entitlement. Are you full now? Can you go deliver the food to Daqing? Before Shu Zhiqiang could respond, Shu Zhiqiang interjected, I'll take it. I need to discuss something with my brother-in-law anyway. Li Huaying was indifferent to who delivered the food, as long as her son was not left hungry. With that, she placed her bowl and chopsticks down and exited the room. Shu Zhiqiang glanced at her retreating figure and sighed in resignation. Shu Zhiqiang approached his sister and softly suggested, Sister, perhaps you should consider staying at home for a while? Upon hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang immediately shook her head. No, outsiders will talk. With that, she rose and retrieved a lunchbox from the cupboard, separating the chicken soup and dishes within. It's fine not to go home, but you must inform that old hag about your pregnancy. Otherwise, she will continue to treat you poorly in the future. Shu Zhiqiang did not wish for his sister to be the subject of gossip, nor did he want her to suffer any indignities. If Li Huiying were to learn of her daughter-in-law's pregnancy, she would undoubtedly refrain from causing any trouble. However, upon hearing his words, Shu Zhiqiang's pupils dilated in shock. Pregnant? What do you mean by pregnant? Nausea, the way you feel sick after eating, could very well be a sign of pregnancy. Perhaps I should take you to the hospital for a checkup? It was evident that Shu Zhiqiang was entirely unaware of her own condition, likely a result of her family's lack of concern for her. As a mother, how could Li Huiying be oblivious to the fact that pregnancy could induce nausea? Ultimately, it was a matter of insufficient care. I think I'll go to the hospital myself later, Shu Zhiqiang stammered, her face tinged with a blush at the mention of her pregnancy. Chapter 49. The brother-in-law's attitude. Although it was clear that Shu Zhiqiang was indeed pregnant, Shu Zhiqiang still wished to take her to the hospital. Only by understanding her own physical condition could she begin to take it seriously. In the future, should Li Huiying attempt to make her life difficult, she would possess the courage to stand up for herself. The saying, women are inherently gentle, but motherhood grants them strength, holds true. Yet, Shu Zhiqiang was reluctant to go, fearing that a trip to the hospital with her brother might invite gossip about her husband. Shu Zhiqiang understood her concerns and did not press further. He resolved to visit his brother-in-law and discuss the matter at a later time. Although the happiness gained through the sacrifice of a child may not necessarily be virtuous, the elevation of a woman's status is undeniably significant. It is my fervent hope that Li Huiying and her son will treat Shu Zhiqiang with kindness upon learning of her pregnancy. Should they continue in their old ways, Shu Zhiqiang will undoubtedly insist on bringing his sister back home. Sister, Zhigua and I shall take our leave now. For the sake of my nephew, please take care of your health. Do you understand? He added, and do remember to make soup with the crucian carp I brought for you. It is beneficial for your well-being. After reiterating his advice, Shu Zhiqiang departed, leading the donkey cart while under Shu Zhiqiang's watchful gaze. However, Shu Zhigua did not follow. Instead, he turned and entered the room. With a guilty glance toward Li Huiying's quarters, he then shifted his focus to the cluttered table. After rummaging through a pile of items, he retrieved a box of malted milk and a half-piece of candy. That old man bullies my sister and still wants to eat what we've bought? How absurd. It's $3.50 a box. Does he think he deserves it? After a moment of scornful muttering, he flashed a mischievous grin at the astonished Shu Zhiqiang and hurried off to catch up with his brother. Shu Zhiqiang, waiting at the doorway, was momentarily taken aback when he saw his brother emerge, clutching the malted milk. This brother of mine is quite the character. He managed to return with what was meant to be given away. Brother, this is too expensive. I believe it would be better for Mother and Shin to have it. Shu Zhiqiang explained as he settled onto the cart, cradling the malted milk. Reliable. Shu Zhiqiang nodded approvingly, giving his brother a thumbs up, which elicited a chuckle from him. Lanhila Road is the most bustling street in Zhongling County, lined with department stores, cinemas, water parks, and snack streets. Within a shop along this thoroughfare, a man in his 30s was sipping tea, rubbing his stomach, and furrowing his brow in contemplation. What is going on today? Zhiqiang has yet to bring my meal. I've been busy all day, and my stomach is growling. Perhaps she has gone to her family to visit her brother again? Or is it that Mother has fallen ill once more? While he pondered, he suddenly noticed two young men leading a donkey toward him. Brother-in-law, are you on your lunch break? Shu Zhiqiang greeted him with a light-hearted smile. Well, a rare visitor. Chen Daqing, upon recognizing his brother-in-law, immediately began to tease him. His perception of this brother-in-law was not particularly favorable, as the latter's reputation in the village was less than stellar. Moreover, his wife often intervened in family matters, largely due to this brother. However, given that the previous day Shu Zhiqiang had carried his mother to the hospital, he was willing to extend a cordial welcome. I brought you your meal and wanted to discuss a few matters, Shu Zhiqiang said, handing over the lunchbox with a gentle smile. His feelings toward Chen Daqing were similarly negative, tinged with resentment, for in a past life, the man had directly caused the death of his sister and his unborn nephew. Although that tragedy had arisen from his own actions, which had inadvertently led to the demise of Chen Daqing's mother, he was determined in this life to ensure his sister's well-being by doing everything possible to prevent such events from recurring. Upon seeing the lunchbox, Chen Daqing's brow furrowed. Did you visit your sister? The expression on his face made it clear to Shu Zhiqiang that he was not expecting anything favorable. However, he refrained from elaborating further and continued to engage in the conversation. Yes, I noticed she seemed unwell before, and since she was in town today for errands, I thought I would check on her. Jihong is unwell. Why didn't she inform me? Chen Daqing halted his hand over the lunchbox. A look of concern etched across his face as he glanced at Shu Zhiqiang. Previously, he had only heard his mother lamenting about how distressing her condition was. Why was his daughter-in-law neglecting her? This thought ignited a wave of indignation within him, prompting him to question Shu Zhiqiang. Could it be that his slightly harsh tone had caused her distress? Observing that Chen Daqing was unaware of his own wife's condition, Shu Zhiqiang immediately surmised that he did not care for his sister either. Thus, he stepped forward, indignantly exclaiming, "Your entire family is making things difficult for my sister. Does she even find it worthwhile to speak to you? Making things difficult for your sister? Who told you that?" Chen Daqing, unable to stomach his meal any longer, set the lunchbox down and rose to confront him. Ever since Shu Zhiqiang married into the family, though he hadn't treated her like a precious gem, he certainly hadn't made her life difficult. It is worth noting that on the very day after their wedding, he entrusted her with all their savings, demonstrating his utmost trust. The only time he had reprimanded her was when his mother nearly caused a serious accident the other day. His father had passed away early, leaving only his mother to care for. Who wouldn't be upset? Apart from that instance, he had never treated Shu Zhiqiang poorly. Was this brother-in-law merely seeking a quarrel? Brother-in-law, are you aware of how my mother usually treats my sister? Shu Zhiqiang raised his hand to halt his brother from speaking further and turned to Chen Daqing with a questioning gaze. My mother? How could she treat Jihong poorly? Chen Daqing fixed his gaze on both brothers, his expression darkening. I acknowledge that her words can sometimes be harsh, but she would never deliberately torment her daughter-in-law. Furthermore, during my time at home, their relationship appeared quite harmonious. Jihong had never mentioned any grievances regarding my mother. Shu Zhiqiang watched Chen Daqing as he spoke, seemingly oblivious to the reality of the situation. However, since Li Huiying was his mother, he should be familiar with her temperament. Perhaps she was simply concealing her true nature. Nevertheless, Shu Zhiqiang had no desire to listen to Chen Daqing defending his mother, so he got straight to the point. Brother-in-law, my sister's health has indeed been poor lately. She frequently experiences nausea and a desire to vomit. I recall my mother mentioning that she had similar symptoms when she was pregnant with my sister. Therefore, I suspect my sister may be expecting. Yet, my mother continues to make her do chores. Is she not concerned about my sister overexerting herself? After all, my sister is carrying your Chen family's child. What? Jihong is pregnant. Chen Daqing's pupils contracted, and he immediately grasped Shu Zhiqiang's shoulders with a look of astonishment and joy. Qiangzi, is that truly the case? Is your sister really pregnant? Shu Zhiqiang furrowed his brow, wondering if this man truly comprehended the implications of his words. I cannot say for certain, as I have merely heard that nausea is a symptom of pregnancy. Thus, I would like to request that you take my sister for a medical examination and ensure she does not overexert herself. Very well. I will take her to the hospital for a checkup immediately. Chapter 50, The Barbecue Business. Do not rush. First, finish your meal, for I have some matters to discuss with you. Upon encountering Chen Daqing, who was on the verge of closing his shop, Shu Zhiqiang promptly spoke up. His purpose for being there extended beyond merely gauging Chen's attitude. He had another matter of significance to discuss. If Chen were to leave without further ado, it might be a considerable time before they would meet again. Chen Daqing glanced at Shu Zhiqiang with urgency, then turned his gaze back to the lunchbox on the table, his stomach protesting with a series of complaints. Indeed, he had been hungry for quite some time. Consequently, he suppressed his inner excitement, took a seat, and opened the lunchbox. All right, go ahead, he said. I wish to partner with you in business and earn some money through this shop. Without hesitation, Shu Zhiqiang responded directly. Partner? In business? Chen Daqing was taken aback. His shop had always engaged in the tea trade, barely earning a couple of coins each day. If they were to partner up, life would undoubtedly become much more arduous for them. What makes you consider venturing into business? Chen Daqing refrained from giving an immediate consent and instead frowned at the chicken in the lunchbox while looking at Shu Zhiqiang. You are aware of my family's circumstances. My father is the sole breadwinner. Thus, I aspire to earn some money to improve our family's living conditions. Shu Zhiqiang shrugged nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Chen Daqing regarded his brother-in-law as if he were meeting him for the first time. Shu was notorious in the village for his mischief, having dismantled a craftsman's bamboo basket at the age of 6 without facing any consequences and subsequently learned the craft himself. At 8, he had secretly watched a widow bathing, even organizing a group to witness the spectacle, causing quite the ruckus. By 12, he had begun pursuing young women, notably a girl from the Fu family who was 3 or 4 years his senior. Now, It was rumored that she was considering marriage with him, and he had even set his sights on a city girl. Was she truly blind enough to marry someone like him? Had he not been in his 30s? Hastily seeking a wife, he would never have considered marrying such a person as sister. Nevertheless, it seemed he had turned over a new leaf. Now understanding the importance of earning money for his family. My establishment is too modest. The earnings barely suffice for my family's sustenance. If you wish to engage in business, I can teach you how to brew tea, and you might consider renting a storefront. It was not that Shu Zhiqiang was unwilling to support his brother-in-law's entrepreneurial endeavors. Rather, the small tea house yielded insufficient profits. Partnering with Shu Zhiqiang would mean sharing half the profits, which was tantamount to giving away money. However, he was not entirely unhelpful. He could teach him the art of tea brewing, which could potentially yield a modest income of a few coins each month. Brother-in-law, you misunderstand. I'm not here to learn your craft or share your profits. On the contrary, my intention in partnering is to enhance your tea shop's success. And I shall also pay you rent. After all, your wife is my sister, and I wish for her to enjoy a better life. Shu Zhiqiang waved his hand, swiftly clarifying his position. Your jest is hardly amusing. Shu Zhiqiang shook his head, then focused on his meal. As he ate, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The flavor of the dish was not reminiscent of his wife's culinary skills. Indeed, it bore no resemblance to her mother's cooking either. The disparity was striking. I am not jesting, Shu Zhiqiang remarked, shaking his head and gesturing towards the entrance of the tea shop. I require your assistance in constructing a shelter here, as my business will be conducted in this very spot. However, I will need to borrow your tables and benches. This is what I meant by collaboration. Upon hearing this, before Shu Zhiqiang could respond, Shu Zhiqiang, standing behind him, could no longer contain himself. Brother, are we not selling fish anymore? Selling fish yields high income. 70 to 80 yuan a day amounts to over 2,000 a month. If we rely on our father's small labor, it would take over a decade to earn that much. If we abandon this, I would never agree, even at the cost of my life. Zhiqiang. Selling fish does not equate to running a business profitably, Shu Zhiqiang replied with a slight smile, patiently explaining. Moreover, the fish we catch are from the Times Lake, and it is inevitable that someone envious will report us for encroaching on communal assets. Thus, we cannot persist in that line of business. Do you understand? Are you still selling fish? Shu Zhiqiang exclaimed, suddenly realizing the donkey cart behind the two men. He raised his head to glance at the red basin atop it, discovering several fish within. When did you come to the county? How many pounds have you sold? Not much, perhaps just a few dozen pounds. Shu Zhiqiang waved his hand dismissively. Good heavens, a few dozen pounds must be worth at least 30 or 40 yuan, more than I earn in a month, Shu Zhiqiang exclaimed, astonished. Such a lucrative business, and he claims he can simply walk away from it. Suddenly, Shu Zhiqiang was convinced that his brother-in-law could indeed make money, and he inquired, what business do you plan to pursue? I intend to start a small eatery, specializing in barbecued delicacies and river shrimp, Shu Zhiqiang replied candidly. Now that it is the hottest season of summer, many people will be out at night seeking a breeze. If I can establish the first specialty barbecue shop in Zhongling, it will undoubtedly be a lucrative venture. Moreover, there is no concern about being reported, as the profits will be legitimate and lawful. Brother, your river shrimp will surely be a bestseller, Shu Zhiqiang exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with confidence. He had tasted the shrimp and found them to be exquisitely flavorful and spicy, leaving one craving more. If he could sell such a dish, who could resist its allure? I understand barbecue, but what exactly is river shrimp? Shu Zhiqiang, having lived in the county his entire life, was genuinely unaware of what river shrimp was. In fact, no one in all of Zhongling County seemed to recognize that creature by such a name. Nevertheless, Shu Zhiqiang felt a twinge of concern and looked at Shu Zhiqiang, asking, but can you actually cook barbecue? I hope you don't suffer losses. This brother-in-law likely had never even cooked a meal before. Could he truly handle barbecue? Shu Zhiqiang felt it prudent to issue a warning, for if losses were incurred, his wife would undoubtedly have to cover them. Shu Zhiqiang chuckled dismissively, pointing to the chicken innards and meat in Shu Zhiqiang's lunchbox. What do you think of the taste of this dish? Quite good. Your sister's culinary skills are indeed improving. Shu Zhiqiang nodded appreciatively, savoring his meal. I made it. Shu Zhiqiang's pupils dilated in shock, nearly spitting out his food. He quickly covered his mouth, staring wide-eyed at Shu Zhiqiang. You made this. Indeed, the chicken was purchased by me, specifically for my sister's nourishment. Yet the matron insisted that I not reserve the best for her. Shu Zhiqiang nodded in acknowledgement and took the opportunity to report this to Li Huiying. Chen Daqing suddenly realized the reason behind the unexpected presence of chicken at home, along with the peculiar taste of the dish. One chicken represented a day's wages for him, which he would typically hesitate to consume. He had assumed it was a special purchase made by his sister-in-law in honor of his brother-in-law's visit. Having tasted his brother-in-law's culinary skills, he no longer felt inclined to refuse. Very well, I shall leave this matter to you. And once I accompany your sister to the hospital, I will assist you in erecting a shelter. Chapter 51. Has the deceitful husband appeared? After reaching an agreement, Shu Zhiqiang learned that his companion intended to close the tea house and return home in a few days. Chen Daqing was eager to discover whether his wife was indeed pregnant. Now in his early 30s, his yearning for offspring had reached its zenith. Observing Chen's anxious demeanor, Shu Zhiqiang felt a sense of relief. Surely, once the Chen family learned of his sister's pregnancy, they would treat her with greater kindness. Shu Zhiqiang could offer substantial support to his sister, but he must not jeopardize her marriage unless the Chen family acted excessively. The current era differs greatly from 3 or 4 decades hence. Divorce carries a stigma that can be as harsh as modern-day online harassment. Thus, Shu Zhiqiang resolved to strengthen himself to be the most formidable pillar of support for his sister. He aimed to ensure that as long as he was present, the Chen family would not dare to bully her. With this thought in mind, he turned and patted his brother's shoulder. Come, let us procure some items. Shu Zhiqiang nodded and inquired, what shall we buy? You may not comprehend if I tell you, but you will understand in due course. Shu Zhiqiang left a hint of mystery for his brother and then led him to the market, as he intended to engage in the barbecue business. A considerable amount of preparation was necessary. While the raw materials could await Chen Daqing's assistance in erecting the awning, the spices could be prepared in advance. Consequently, he deliberately purchased star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, fennel, Sichuan pepper, and other fragrant seasonings. This year lacked the 13 spices, so he also acquired pepper powder, cumin powder, chili powder, and several other powdered ingredients. Aside from chili, he had procured nearly every spice available. Dried chilies were plentiful at home, as unsold chilies were preserved each year. As the market lacked medicinal spices, he visited several traditional medicine shops, spending around 10 yuan to acquire a dozen different spices before concluding his shopping. After securing the spices, the brothers purchased some meat and vegetables, along with snacks, before preparing to return home. Chen Daqing was to accompany Shu Zhiqiang to the hospital for an examination, and after receiving the results, he would undoubtedly spend a few days by her side. Therefore, Shu Zhiqiang's barbecue venture would likely require a few more days of waiting. However, he did not mind, as he could continue to sell fish and engage in a no-cost business for the time being. After all, he only had around 100 or 80 yuan on him, insufficient for expanding his business. Having completed their purchases, the brothers trudged home under the scorching sun. Shu Zhiqiang leisurely sipped a cold soda from a bag, casting a glance at his elder brother, Shu Zhiqiang. Brother, can this barbecue business truly be profitable? He had spent most of his life in the countryside, rarely venturing into the city, and even during his schooling, it was within the confines of their rural home. Thus, he had never encountered the concept of barbecue until now. This was, indeed, the first time he had ever heard of it. Shu Zhiqiang turned to look at him and nodded affirmatively. Profitable, definitely profitable, and quite lucrative at that. However, compared to selling fish, running a barbecue stand requires a bit more effort. In truth, barbecuing cannot match the earnings from selling fish, as the latter is a business with little overhead. Yet, it is precisely because of this lack of initial investment that one may feel less secure in their dealings. Brother, as long as it brings in money for a better life, I am not afraid of hard work, Shu Zhiqiang proclaimed, taking a deep gulp of soda and thumping his chest. However, just as he finished his exclamation, his eyes narrowed, and he pointed ahead in surprise. Brother, look, isn't that Fu Huijuan? And who is that old fellow beside her? Upon hearing his brother's words, Shu Zhiqiang quickly followed his brother's gaze. Not far away, at the entrance of a factory, Fu Huijuan, clad in a floral long dress, emerged riding a bicycle. Beside her was an elderly man in a gray shirt, sporting glasses, who appeared to be a figure of authority. The two of them exited the factory in succession and rode side by side. Shu Zhiqiang instantly recognized the man. Indeed, he was Li Dong, the production manager of the candy factory and also Fu Huijuan's superior. Shu Zhiqiang recalled that during the first month of his eldest son's life, Li Dong had represented the factory leadership to visit Fu Huijuan. Moreover, he had significantly assisted Shu Zhiqiang in his business endeavors. Back then, he had been puzzled as to why Li Dong would help him prosper without any apparent reason. However, Fu Huijuan had explained that they shared a good rapport, and he could not bear to see her family suffer. Shu Zhiqiang had thought little of it at the time, considering that he had indeed received help from Li Dong. But now, a troubling thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Li Dong was the biological father of the child Fu Huijuan was carrying? How could Fu Huijuan, so much older, still engage in such affairs? A surge of resentment washed over Shu Zhiqiang, his teeth gritting in anger as he realized he had raised the son of a man who had continuously humiliated him for 30 years. Brother, what's wrong? Shu Zhiqiang, observing his brother's reddening face and clenched fists, grew concerned. Could it be that you still have feelings for Fu Huijuan, and seeing her with another man has upset you? But if you truly had feelings for her, why didn't you marry her after she explicitly stated she didn't want a bride price? Shu Zhiqiang, confused, could only wait for his brother's explanation. I'm fine. I'm merely curious about that man's identity. Didn't I hear that Fu Huijuan was expecting a child out of wedlock? I wonder if this man is involved. Shu Zhiqiang replied, concealing the truth of his rebirth from his brother while revealing nothing else. Suddenly, he recalled that Li Dong had been imprisoned for smuggling at the end of the 1980s. Yet, Fu Huijuan's third child was born the year after Li Dong was incarcerated. Could it be that the eldest and the second are his sons, while the third is not? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Shu Zhiqiang suddenly felt a weight pressing down upon him. If his suspicions were indeed accurate, then Fu Huijuan must have had more than just 2 men in her past life. Brother, should we follow them and eavesdrop on their conversation? Shu Zhiqiang suggested, curious about the nature of their relationship. However, Shu Zhiqiang glanced at the distance between the two ahead and shook his head. Let it be. We cannot keep up. Even if we did, we wouldn't hear what they are saying, and if we got too close, we would risk being discovered. All right, Shu Zhiqiang nodded in agreement, choosing not to press further. Meanwhile, Shu Zhiqiang fixed his gaze intently on the couple ahead, lost in his own thoughts. Comrade Fu, to compensate for the harm my son has caused you, I have arranged for you to work at the factory. He is at a crucial juncture for his promotion to deputy director. You both should maintain some distance, Li Dong remarked, glancing sideways at Fu Huijuan as he rode his bicycle along the narrow path. Furrowing her brows, Fu Huijuan replied with a firm voice, What do you mean? Does that imply he does not intend to take responsibility for the child I am carrying? Fearful of this very scenario, Li Dong hastily clarified, I meant for you to find someone to marry quickly. Once he becomes deputy director, I will provide assistance to your family. Chapter 52. Report him. I do wish to marry someone, but my mother has complicated things, hasn't she? Moreover, I cannot shake the feeling that that rough man knows I am pregnant. The words Shu Zhiqiang had spoken haunted Fu Huijuan, instilling a profound fear within her. How could someone who had pursued her so ardently suddenly decide against marriage? This only reinforced her belief that he was aware of her pregnancy and wished to evade his responsibilities. What if this news were to spread? Would she still be able to show her face to anyone? If word reached the factory, would she lose the job she had worked so hard to secure? How could anyone know about this if you aren't spreading rumors? Li Dong retorted, I believe he is merely slandering you. You could easily report him for defamation. And why must you only focus on marrying one particular person? Why not consider someone else from the village? Li Dong found himself at a loss for words regarding Fu Huijuan's perspective. Did she still believe she could find true love at this juncture? What was needed was to quickly find someone to take on the burden, ensuring mutual well-being. And your mother, just a farmer, has become so pretentious? What? Even if your son is irresponsible, you expect me to just find someone to live with? Fu Huijuan exclaimed. Even if I were to marry someone I did not care for, I would at least want someone I find somewhat agreeable. Besides, I cannot report him. If I did, everyone would say I am carrying a child born of infidelity. Upon hearing Li Dong's words, Fu Huijuan's mood soured. Would she have compromised her virtue if it weren't for the promise of a stable job from his son? Even if he did not intend to marry her, it was unreasonable to expect her to just marry anyone at random. There were indeed many suitors in the brigade, but only Shu Zhiqiang appeared somewhat appealing, a tall and handsome youth, the most attractive young man in the surrounding villages. Had it not been for some misfortune and financial struggles, one could only imagine the multitude of women vying for his hand in marriage. If one is to marry, it stands to reason that they would desire a partner of handsome visage, someone capable of providing protection, does it not? Enough of this. Li Dong, unable to endure the tempestuous cries of Fu Huijuan, hastily gestured for her to cease. He glanced around, his gaze lingering on the 2 figures harnessed to the donkey cart. Turning back to Fu Huijuan, he proposed, Here's the deal. I shall grant you an additional 200 yuan. You will spread the word in the village that you are willing to marry the man of your choice, forgoing any bride price, and moreover, offering a dowry of 200 yuan. Any rustic fool, upon hearing of such an offer, would surely be inclined to marry you. Does that sound agreeable? In an effort to shield his son from the stain of corruption, Li Dong resolved to make this sacrifice. 200 yuan represented several months of his earnings. Yet he could hardly believe that such a sum would fail to entice the man Fu Huijuan had set her sights on. Upon hearing about the 200 yuan, Fu Huijuan was momentarily taken aback by Li Dong's generosity. Such a sum would require a year of labor at the candy factory to earn. Surely, the ne'er-do-well Shu Zhiqiang had never encountered such wealth in his lifetime. How fortunate for him. Observing Fu Huijuan's lack of refusal, Li Dong promptly retrieved a stack of banknotes from his pocket. This was the fruit of many years of toil, now squandered by that ungrateful son. Suppressing the anguish within, he counted out 20 notes and handed them to Fu Huijuan, saying, "Take this. Unless a significant matter arises, refrain from coming to my office again. Furthermore, my son and his wife are happily married. Do not seek him out again." With that, he resumed pedaling his bicycle, turning at the next intersection. Fu Huijuan, watching his retreating figure, smirked with disdain, then bent down to count the money once more. Why should I not seek such a benefactor? If I do not pursue them, how shall I secure a good life in the future? Even if I do not marry, I shall bear a child and rely on them. Having resolved her intentions, Fu Huijuan glanced around and then mounted her bicycle, pedaling towards Changhu Brigade. "Brother, do you think they've noticed us? What should we do?" Shu Zhiqiang inquired from his position atop the donkey cart, lifting his head to address Shu Zhiqiang, who was concealed behind the donkey's rear. Seeing that Fu Huijuan had not glanced back, Shu Zhiqiang breathed a sigh of relief. He shook his head and replied, "Even if they did notice, it matters not. Li Dong does not know us." The moment Li Dong turned around had startled him to the point of hiding behind the donkey. However, it soon dawned on him that he had never been acquainted with Li Dong in his life. "Li Dong, brother, do you know that man?" Shu Zhiqiang exclaimed, curiosity evident in his voice. That slipped out. I don't know him. I was merely commenting on their character." Shu Zhiqiang hastily defended himself. Shu Zhiqiang's expression was one of inquiry, but he did not dwell on the matter. Instead, he raised questions regarding Li Dong's financial gift to Fu Huijuan. "Brother, what does it mean that fellow gave Fu Huijuan money, and it appears to be quite a substantial amount?" "How would I know?" Shu Zhiqiang retorted with a glare, leading the donkey towards a nearby general store. The nature of the relationship between Li Dong and Fu Huijuan remained unclear to him, yet it was undoubtedly significant. At this moment, he finally comprehended why Fu Huijuan had been exceptionally recruited into the candy factory. There was undoubtedly some clandestine secret shared between her and Li Dong. Perhaps the illegitimate child she bore was his. The thought of having worn a green hat for decades filled Shu Zhiqiang with uncontainable rage. He stepped outside the grocery store and inquired of the middle-aged man inside. "Comrade, do you sell envelopes and paper?" "Yes. How many do you need?" "Just one envelope will suffice. And may I borrow a pen?" "Of course, feel free to use it." After handing over a penny for the paper and envelope, Shu Zhiqiang borrowed the man's pen and began to compose a letter right there at the table. Complaint letter. Shu Zhiqiang, witnessing this scene, was taken aback and cast a surprised glance at Shu Zhiqiang. What immense grudge must one harbor to write a complaint against someone at their workplace? That man clearly appeared to be married. Should the factory discover that he had fathered a child out of wedlock, it would be a ruinous affair, potentially leading to imprisonment. Before long, Shu Zhiqiang completed the letter, sealed it in the envelope, and handed it to Shu Zhiqiang. "Zhiqiang, take this letter to the security department of the candy factory and say it's a complaint for the factory manager." "Brother, is it really appropriate to do this?" Shu Zhiqiang hesitated, acutely aware that such actions could irrevocably destroy a person. "Zhiqiang, if you had endured what I have, you would surely wish for his demise even more than I do." Shu Zhiqiang shook his head, fixing a serious gaze upon his brother. "Trust me. Everything I do is for a reason." Seeing the gravity in his brother's demeanor, Shu Zhiqiang relented, nodded, and took the letter before hastening toward the candy factory. Observing his brother's retreating figure, Shu Zhiqiang wore a twisted smile of vindication. He yearned for Li Dong's downfall, seeking revenge against him and that woman, Fu Huijuan. He believed that all of this was entirely justified, for no one could fathom the depths of his suffering. Chapter 53. 3 Suggestions. "Brother, I delivered the letter. The security personnel assured me it would be submitted." Shortly after, Shu Zhiqiang returned, breathless, looking at Shu Zhiqiang with concern. Though he did not understand why his brother would engage in such self-destructive actions, he chose to place his trust in him. Shu Zhiqiang smiled faintly, patting his brother's shoulder. Let us go home. He eagerly anticipated the fallout when Li Dong's corrupt misdeeds would be unveiled. As for Fu Huijuan, Shu Zhiqiang could never forget her countenance before his demise. After more than an hour of travel, the two brothers finally returned to Changhu Brigade. It was already past 4 o'clock, yet the sun still blazed in the sky, making the heat unbearable. First, take the donkey back. I need to have a word with old man Fu, Shu Zhiqiang instructed his brother before making his way toward the Fu residence. Shu Zhiqiang cast a curious glance at his brother's silhouette before shaking his head and leading the donkey home. Given the events of the previous night involving the interception of Fu Huijuan, that fellow was likely still fuming. Thus, Shu Zhiqiang intended to discuss matters with him, hoping to persuade him to lend the donkey for a few more days. Just as he reached the doorstep of Fu Huijuan's home, a woman's furious shout echoed from the distant courtyard. No, I absolutely disagree. That little rascal must not benefit from this. One could only wonder what schemes Su Xiaoying and her daughter were concocting. Curiosity piqued, Shu Zhiqiang tiptoed to catch a glimpse, but saw nothing of consequence. Disinterested in the unfolding drama, he strode into Fu Huijuan's abode. Uncle Yinshan, Shu Zhiqiang called out, raising his voice, only to encounter Fu Huijuan at the entrance. The man's face was marred by bloodshot streaks and scratches, clearly the aftermath of a bamboo broom's assault. Aunt Yuqin's hand was indeed ruthless. She had left him disfigured. How dare you show your face here? I asked you to return my donkey, yet you feign ignorance, do you? Fu Huijuan exclaimed, craning his neck to peer outside. Shu Zhiqiang smiled faintly and gently placed a hand on his shoulder. Uncle, let us not be hasty. Don't call me uncle, even if you called me father. It would be of no use. Fu Huijuan waved his hand angrily, his gaze fixed on Shu Zhiqiang. Hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang's expression darkened instantly. Fu Huijuan, you took 2 fish from me, worth a couple of coins. Can you earn that much by using a donkey cart for 2 days? Don't even think about it. I am merely looking out for you, and you still dare to sulk? Fu Huijuan fell silent, glaring at Shu Zhiqiang for a prolonged moment before finally gesturing dismissively. I don't care. You must return my donkey immediately. Ah, so you refuse to reason, do you? Shu Zhiqiang shot a furious glance at Fu Huijuan, then broke into a sarcastic smile. Uncle Yinshan, I see through your thoughts. You're merely longing for Aunt Yuqin. After being single for so long, you can hardly bear the solitude, can you? Fu Huijuan's family was not impoverished. Both his brothers were married with children. His father had intended to find him a bride, but misfortune had befallen him. In his youth, he suffered a grave illness, which deterred any young woman from marrying him. By the time he recovered, he was already advanced in age and had developed a slothful disposition. Yet, despite his past affliction, how could a normal man have no desire for companionship? However, with age, where could he find a wife? Thus, he resorted to secretly watching Shu Yuqin bathe for amusement. Later, Shu Zhiqiang discovered that Fu Huijuan was not merely spying. He was safeguarding. Who could truly endure loneliness? It was not the case. Stop your nonsense. Fu Huijuan's face flushed crimson as he exclaimed in irritation. In truth, he had harbored feelings for Shu Yuqin long ago, but she had already committed to another man. After that man abandoned her, Fu Huijuan's interest resurfaced. Yet, with his father long deceased and his brothers having separated, he found himself in dire straits. After years of laziness, how could he possibly provide for Shu Yuqin? Uncle Yunshan, don't I know you well enough? Shu Zhiqiang raised an eyebrow, dismissing Fu Huijuan's feeble justifications. I have a suggestion that could enable you to marry Aunt Yuqin. Would you be interested? This was no mere whimsy, having lived a second life. He was acutely aware of Fu Huijuan's feelings for Shu Yuqin. Within the entirety of the Changhu Brigade, there were numerous individuals who clandestinely observed Shu Yuqin while she bathed. Yet Fu Huijuan stood apart from the rest. He confronted all those who dared to peep, ultimately remaining the sole observer. One might label him as lewd and overbearing, however. Whenever Shu Yuqin struck him, he never retaliated. Although his actions were indeed inappropriate, he managed to protect her in his own way. Later, when Shu Yuqin faced bullying from others, it was Fu Huijuan who rushed to her aid first. Regrettably, he was devoid of wealth and confidence, while she battled her own insecurities and fear of gossip, leading to their unfulfilled union until death. Little rascal, do not cause a ruckus. The donkey can be lent to you for a few more days. Upon hearing Shu Zhiqiang's words, Fu Huijuan's tone shifted, revealing a hint of interest. At your age, still so timid, Shu Zhiqiang remarked disdainfully before turning to leave. Fu Yunshan, with a glint of determination in his eyes, hurriedly approached him, exclaiming, "Xiangzi, Xiangzi." Shu Zhiqiang turned back with a slight smile, teasingly asking, "What is this? Changed your mind?" Fu Yunshan awkwardly chuckled, then shamelessly leaned in closer. "Xiangzi, how reliable are the ideas you proposed?" "You will know their reliability once you hear them," Shu Zhiqiang replied, shrugging his shoulders. Despite his disheveled and lazy demeanor, Fu Yunshan showed no hesitation when it came to the prospect of marrying Shu Yuqin. He looked at Shu Zhiqiang and said, "Speak, and if it proves useful, I shall do whatever you ask regarding the donkey." Initially intending to offer the donkey to Shu Zhiqiang, he suddenly reconsidered, realizing the donkey was his prized possession. Shu Zhiqiang smiled faintly, not coveting Fu Yunshan's donkey, but rather having other intentions. He looked at Fu Yunshan and proposed 3 suggestions. First, abandon the slovenly habits, dress appropriately, and display a more diligent demeanor to showcase his transformation to Shu Yuqin. Second, support Shu Yuqin, whether she was being bullied by men or quarreling with women. He should step in to assist. "No way, I've grown accustomed to laziness. I can hardly change now. And what can I do as a man to help when women are bickering?" Merely hearing Shu Zhiqiang's 2 suggestions, Fu Yunshan immediately shook his head in refusal. Having been lazy for over 20 years, the idea of becoming industrious felt like a daunting task. The brigade had explicit rules against intervening in disputes among women. Wouldn't he just become the subject of ridicule? Are you foolish? Precisely because men are expected to refrain from meddling in women's quarrels, your assistance will have an impact. Only by undertaking what others are unwilling or afraid to do will Aunt Yuqin recognize your worth. Do you understand? You must become diligent. How will Aunt Yuqin and her son survive if you do not? Surely you cannot expect a grown man to have Aunt Yuqin earn a living for you. Fu Yunshan soon found himself swayed by Shu Zhiqiang's persuasion, lost in contemplation without responding. He maintained his stance against the notion of being supported by Shu Yuqin. Indeed, since you refuse to be sustained by her, it follows that you must provide for them, correct? First, diligently demonstrate your capability to support a spouse, allowing everyone to witness your potential. Subsequently, assist Aunt Yuqin and her family to win their favor, and soon you shall embrace the beauty of love. Shu Zhiqiang patted Fu Yunshan on the shoulder, his voice brimming with encouragement. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Fu Yunshan finally nodded with determination. "All right. From tomorrow onward, I shall toil in the fields to ensure I can fill my belly. I want Yuqin to see that I am not merely a scoundrel who lurks to steal glances at others bathing. Such a pupil is worthy of guidance." Shu Zhiqiang was pleased with Fu Yunshan's resolve and encouraged him once more before preparing to leave. If Fu Yunshan could truly transform, marrying Aunt Yuqin would pose no challenge. However, just as he turned to depart, Fu Yunshan grasped his sleeve once again. With a look of gratitude, Fu Yunshan asked, "Xiangzi, I truly appreciate your advice. But you mentioned 3 suggestions. Why have you only provided 2? Shu Zhiqiang paused for a brief moment, then, filled with chagrin, smacked his forehead. "Look at me. Engrossed in conversation that I forgot the essentials." Observing Fu Yunshan's eager expression, he presented his thoughts. It was quite simple. Enable the other to earn money, and earn it abundantly. Upon hearing this, Fu Yunshan's previously bright demeanor instantly faded. Who wouldn't desire wealth? The crucial factor was his own capability. As a slovenly and indolent man for decades, how could he amass great riches? "I am well aware of what you propose. Do you think I lack awareness of my own shortcomings? If I could help you earn money while acquiring a skill, would you be interested?" Shu Zhiqiang declared while thumping his chest. "Just you?" "Forget it," Fu Yunshan replied, scrutinizing Shu Zhiqiang from head to toe before shaking his head with a smile. "I have no desire to learn your skill of weaving vegetable baskets. It hardly yields substantial profit." Shu Zhiqiang understood him well, and Fu Yunshan's understanding of him was not far behind. Both had spent their days idly, with little more experience in the fields than the other. The solitary skill of weaving bamboo baskets was something that Shu Biao had stubbornly insisted on learning. If Fu Yunshan were to learn basket weaving, he might as well seek out the craftsman directly. "What weaving of baskets? Do you think I would use that unprofitable skill to deceive you?" Shu Zhiqiang retorted. Then added earnestly, "What about repairing bicycles? Would that count as a profitable skill?" At this, Fu Yunshan regarded Shu Zhiqiang with newfound interest. "You can repair bicycles?" In the modern world, this may not seem significant, but at present, it was undoubtedly a lucrative skill. After all, even the least expensive bicycles cost over 100 yuan, akin to luxury vehicles. Even mending a tire or replacing a chain could earn a decent profit. Repairing 10 or more bicycles in a single day could yield a higher income than a stable factory job. Yet, given the lucrative nature of this skill. Fu Huijuan found it hard to believe that the young man before him possessed it. Repairing bicycles is a mere trifle, Shu Zhiqiang waved his hand dismissively. But as he finished speaking, he caught Fu Huijuan's skeptical gaze. He understood that his companion was unconvinced. He himself would have been doubtful in the past. However, he truly possesses the skill to repair bicycles, having acquired it through clandestine means. In his previous life, he was compelled to weave bamboo baskets to support his family. And the adjacent stall happened to be a bicycle repair shop. After spending several months weaving baskets there and becoming familiar with the mechanic, he surreptitiously learned a considerable amount of technical knowledge. Had he not later ventured into business, he would have certainly pursued a career in bicycle repair. As for why he now wishes to teach Fu Huijuan, his intentions are indeed purposeful. Uncle Huijuan, let me ask you directly, do you wish to learn this skill? Shu Zhiqiang, wanting to avoid unnecessary arguments, asked straightforwardly. Fu Huijuan dropped his pretense and nodded in response. If you can teach me, I would certainly be willing to learn. However, even if you possess the expertise, you wouldn't be so altruistic as to teach me without any ulterior motives, would you? Their relationship was not particularly close. Merely that of fellow villagers, and Fu Huijuan was not foolish enough to believe that Shu Zhiqiang would offer his assistance without expecting something in return. Shu Zhiqiang did not conceal his intentions. He articulated them clearly. Firstly, since Shu Yuqin was his aunt by marriage, a branch of the family, he genuinely hoped for her well-being. It was precisely because he recognized Fu Huijuan's unwavering dedication that he intended to let him fulfill this responsibility. Secondly, possessing such a lucrative skill naturally warranted its monetization. He subsequently proposed a profit-sharing arrangement, which piqued Fu Huijuan's interest. Uncle Huijuan, we have two options. One is that I provide the capital and technical expertise while you contribute labor, and we share the profits 80-20. In other words, if we earn 10 yuan, I would allocate 2 yuan to you. Upon hearing such a meager share, Fu Huijuan promptly shook his head and inquired about the second option. The second option is that you provide the capital and time, while I offer the technical know-how, and we would then split the profits 70-30. With a time frame of 3 months. Shu Zhiqiang gestured 7 for himself and 3 for Fu Huijuan. Wait, why is my share still so scant after providing the capital? Fu Huijuan waved his hand, a hint of discontent evident on his face. Are you foolish? This business relies on my craftsmanship. Do you understand? Go take a look at the repair shops on the street. Which master would ever share profits with their apprentice? If you wish to learn from a master, you often have to pay them for good cigarettes and fine liquor. The fact that I can offer you even 1 or 2% is solely out of respect for Aunt Yuqin. If you manage to master the repair skills, that would be your greatest share, understand? Despite Shu Zhiqiang's seemingly harsh words, Fu Huijuan found them to be quite reasonable. Such was the reality of the era. To learn the craft of a master, one must respect and honor them. The opportunity for Shu Zhiqiang to impart his bicycle repair skills was already a tremendous favor. Uncle Huijuan, do not be disheartened. Even with a 20% share, your earnings will not be insignificant. Seeing that Fu Huijuan grasped his point, Shu Zhiqiang began to elaborate on his vision. Imagine if we invest 30 yuan to acquire a pile of discarded bicycles. Then we can assemble usable parts into a second-hand bicycle and sell it for 60 yuan. We would then make a profit of 30, and you would pocket 6 yuan. If we were to assemble 1 bicycle a day, how much would you earn in a month? Fu Huijuan's eyes gleamed with increasing brightness, and he began to feel a surge of excitement. Qiangzi, no, master, please teach me how to do it. Chapter 55, Can you make Peking duck? Shu Zhiqiang's words filled Fu Huijuan with exhilaration. If he could earn 30 yuan in a day, that would amount to 6 yuan for him. Over the course of a month, that would total 180 yuan, which is several times more than a stable job. With such a substantial income, supporting Yuqin and her child would be a trivial matter. Faced with Fu Huijuan's eager and fervent gaze, Shu Zhiqiang revealed his plan without hesitation. It's quite simple. Starting tomorrow, you will roam the streets collecting discarded bicycles. We only accept those that are beyond repair, but they must have some usable parts. For instance, if the tire is worn out but the gear and handlebars are functional, or if the handlebars are broken but the tire is still good. Collecting scrap? Upon hearing Shu Zhiqiang's words, Fu Huijuan was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this merely collecting junk? Occasionally, there were people in the village who specialized in collecting scrap. For a grown man like him to engage in such work, wasn't he that utterly humiliating? Do you think collecting scrap is shameful? If you were aware of their earnings, you would probably rush to join them. Besides, our endeavor differs slightly. We primarily focus on collecting discarded bicycles. Here, Let me pour you a cup of tea. Shu Zhiqiang continued to impart his theories, speaking until his throat felt parched. However, even when he wished for a sip of tea, Fu Huijuan shook his head. There's no tea at home. I only drink well water. I have no inclination to boil water for tea. Shu Zhiqiang was left speechless, pondering that this fellow might indeed be a bit too lazy, uncertain if he could rely on him for this task. Since there was no tea, he suggested that Fu Huijuan fetch a cup of well water instead. Yet, Fu Huijuan shook his head once more. The well water is also finished. How about this? I'll go to the communal well and bring you a bucket. Seeing that the other party was still intent on fetching water, Shu Zhiqiang decided not to waste any more time and directly asked if Fu Huijuan was willing to proceed with the plan. If he uttered a single no, Shu Zhiqiang would immediately seek someone else to assist him in collecting discarded bicycles. Of course I will. Fu Huijuan was no fool, despite the potential embarrassment. The allure of earning money was too compelling to resist. However, he did have some questions regarding Shu Zhiqiang's arrangements, so he inquired, Xiangzi, why only collect discarded bikes? Can't we take old bicycles as well? Since Fu Huijuan had broached this serious topic, Shu Zhiqiang was more than happy to discuss it further. Old bicycles can certainly be collected. However, we cannot offer a high price. Otherwise, there would be no profit for us. Discarded bicycles are sold as scrap metal. Hence the lower price, which allows us to enjoy higher profits. Of course, the prerequisite for collecting discarded bicycles is that they must possess usable parts. Additionally, any unusable parts that are removed can also be sold as scrap, providing another source of income. As long as the handlebars are broken, but the tire, gears, and chain are still in good condition, that is not considered discarded, it's genuine waste. Alright, I understand now. I will start collecting old bicycles on the streets tomorrow. After an extensive 30-minute discussion, Fu Huijuan finally acquiesced. Shu Zhiqiang let out a sigh of relief, then retrieved some money from his pocket. He intended to provide Fu Huijuan with 50 yuan as initial capital, allowing him to procure a scrap bicycle to assemble. Once the first bicycle was obtained, the funds for a second would naturally follow. However, upon seeing the money, Fu Huijuan waved his hand to decline. No need for that. I prefer the 70-30 split, he asserted. Shu Zhiqiang was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled as he pointed at him. Uncle Huijuan, you're impressive. After years of idleness, you've managed to save some money? It was truly unexpected for Shu Zhiqiang, as Fu Huijuan seldom ventured out and lacked any source of income, yet he had savings. I'm lazy, but I don't eat any better than others. I simply save on food and drink, Fu Huijuan replied with a chuckle, providing an explanation for his financial status. Shu Zhiqiang pondered this and found it quite reasonable. Indeed, with minimal consumption, every bit saved contributed to his savings. Impressive. All right. I'll jot down the tools you need to purchase. Remember to bring them back. And when collecting items, don't forget to bargain. Just like you would at the market with the aunties and uncles, Shu Zhiqiang instructed Fu Huijuan before turning to leave after writing down a list of tools. Fu Huijuan watched with hopeful eyes as Shu Zhiqiang's figure receded. Suddenly his eyes widened in realization. Wait, Xiangzi. You'll need to return my donkey for me to collect the items. How can I traverse the streets without the donkey cart? Am I to rely solely on foot? He still required the donkey for a few more days. He would have to devise his own means to gather the items. Shu Zhiqiang did not look back, but left him with a parting remark to sort it out himself. That little rascal. Fu Huijuan fumed, ultimately sitting down in contemplation. After a considerable time, he rose and set out to find his two elder brothers. Once Shu Zhiqiang departed from Fu Huijuan's abode, he returned home. His intent in teaching Fu Huijuan bicycle repair was straightforward. He wished for those around him to lead better lives. In his previous life, both Shu Yuqin and Fu Huijuan had endured tremendous hardships, leaving anyone who heard their tale heartbroken. Having been granted a second chance at life, he found joy in the prospect of earning money while also lending them a hand. Additionally, he sought Fu Huijuan's assistance in procuring a pair of quality tires. The village had commenced harvesting rice, and the village chief's cart would undoubtedly need to be returned. He aspired to construct a cart of his own, but wooden wheels would not suffice. The journey from the village to the county town was too far, and with heavy cargo, a breakdown midway would be disastrous. Therefore, teaching Fu Huijuan the art of bicycle repair was undeniably advantageous. Before long, Shu Zhiqiang arrived back in his own courtyard, only to find that his parents seemed to be absent. The donkey cart, which Shu Zhiqiang had brought back, was in the barn munching on straw, emitting soft grunts. He hurried into the house, parched and nearly desperate for water. Shu Zhiqiang was bent over the table, diligently doing her homework. Upon seeing her elder brother return, her face lit up. "Big brother, you're back." Shu Zhiqiang nodded, picked up the teapot from the table, and began to drink. As he noticed his elder brother drenched in sweat, Shu Zhiqiang hurriedly took up a fan and began to wave it. "Brother, are you still hot?" Shu Zhiqiang exhaled deeply and turned to look at his attentive sister, chuckling softly. Shu Zhiqiang was momentarily taken aback, then joined in with a light laugh. "All right, just tell me what's on your mind. I still need to go chop some bamboo." Recognizing that his sister had something to discuss, Shu Zhiqiang was eager to move past any small talk. "As expected of my elder brother, you truly understand me," Shu Zhiqiang said, giving a thumbs up and playfully slapping the back of his leg, before breaking into laughter. "Brother, may I ask you a question? Can you make Peking duck?" Chapter 56, The Duck Slaughtering Ceremony? How do you know about Peking duck? Shu Zhiqiang set down the teapot, gazing at his sister in astonishment. After all, she had hardly ventured into the city, and knowing about the capital was already quite remarkable. Yet, she was aware of its famous dish, and even inquired if he could prepare it. It was absurd. Shu Zhiqiang's eyes sparkled mischievously as she replied, "I heard it from teacher Xiao. She mentioned that when she was a student, she had tasted Peking duck and described its flavor in such a way that it made my mouth water. I know my elder brother is capable of anything, so I came to ask if you could make this dish." This little one, where did she acquire such eloquence? For the first time, Shu Zhiqiang realized he didn't truly understand his sister. With such a lively and clever disposition, what kind of torment must she have endured in her past life to resort to such despair? Ultimately, it was his insufficient care for her that led to the regrets of the previous life. "Brother, will you or one you?" Seeing Shu Zhiqiang lost in thought, Shu Zhiqiang urged him. Initially, he wouldn't have known how to prepare it, but if his sister wished for it, he would certainly learn. Shu Zhiqiang snapped back to reality, ruffling his sister's hair with a smile. Although he had never made Peking duck, he had learned to roast duck in a different style. Coincidentally, he had purchased a good amount of spices today, so he could indeed prepare a roasted duck. He handed Shu Zhiqiang 5 yuan and asked her to buy a duck from Grandma Mei. Since the fields were divided in the village and the work point system was abolished, villagers now raised their own chickens, ducks, and pigs. Grandma Mei, an elder in the village, also had chickens and ducks, so Shu Zhiqiang naturally wanted to support her. "Brother, do you think Mom and Dad will punish me?" Initially thrilled to hear that her brother could make Peking duck, Shu Zhiqiang grew anxious upon receiving the 5 yuan. Previously, she had been afraid of getting scolded for spending just a few cents. Now she dared to ask for such a luxury. If her parents found out, they would surely reprimand her. "Don't worry, they won't scold you. We're not lacking that 10 or 8 yuan. Besides, look at me. I bring back over 10 yuan worth of goods every day, and Mom and Dad have nothing to say about it." Shu Zhiqiang affectionately ruffled Shu Zhiqiang's hair and said, Xian, your brother earns money to ensure you all live well. It was merely a singular indulgence in duck. There is no need for you to feel any psychological burden." "Very well, I shall proceed to purchase a duck." Before the elder brother could finish his words, Shu Zhiqiang had already turned and dashed outside. Shu Zhiqiang shook his head with a wry smile, reflecting on how swiftly the emotional fluctuations of children occur. He had initially intended to venture out to gather some bamboo for crafting a fish basket, but it now seemed that preparing a meal was the more reliable course of action. There was still a moo of rice to harvest at home, and he could only hope to spare his parents and Jigwa some labor. Time to prepare a meal for the family. With a slight smile, Shu Zhiqiang turned and walked into the backyard. He first placed the iron pot onto the small iron stove and filled it with water, covering it with a lid. Next, he gathered some dry stalks and extracted a match from the box. With a swift strike, the match ignited, and he quickly set the dry stalks alight. He placed the burning stalks beneath the iron pot, then added a few pieces of dry firewood on top, to prevent the flames from extinguishing before the firewood ignited. He placed another handful of stalks over the firewood. Once this was accomplished, he turned to the fish basin and retrieved a perch weighing over a pound. The night prior, his father had expressed a desire for perch, but they had dined on meat and winter melon soup instead. Since he hadn't purchased much in the way of vegetables today, he decided to prepare a braised perch for the family. This fish was not inexpensive. The cost of one could purchase 2 to 3 pounds of pork, and its nutritional value was quite high. Grasping the perch just beneath its head while pinning its dorsal fin down, he took heed of its sharp spines, which could cause considerable pain if they punctured the skin. Once he had secured the fish, he forcefully slammed it onto the ground. Bang! The perch collided violently with the earth, writhing for a moment before falling still. Although this type of fish appears to lack scales, it actually has them, albeit minuscule. carrying the knife and the fish. He made his way to the river beside the gate of the backyard to commence the fish's disemboweling. In the 1980s, not every household in Shu Zhiqiang village had a well. Some relied solely on a communal well located in the village center. Shu Zhiqiang's backyard led to a small hill, where dew and mountain spring water flowed down the rocks. Though the water was not particularly clean, it was what the Shu family utilized for washing vegetables. And even their drinking water came from this spring. After scraping off the fish scales with the knife, he proceeded to perform an abdominal incision. However, there were no offspring within the belly, only some internal organs. Once he had prepared the fish, he noticed that the firewood beneath the iron stove had caught flame. "Brother, I'm back." Shu Zhiqiang's excited voice rang out from outside, followed by her entering the backyard, clutching a duck in her right hand. Hurry, hurry. I can't hold on." Shu Zhiqiang's expression changed as he quickly stepped forward to take the duck from her grasp. Was Grandma May truly so careless? She had sold a duck to an 8-year-old without even tying its feet with a string. "Brother, Grandma May said this duck weighs a total of 3 jin and 2 liang, so it's a collective cost of 1 pound and 3. Here is the change she gave me, 84 cents. You hold on to it." Once her hands were freed, Shu Zhiqiang, panting, fished a handful of coins out of her pocket and handed them to Shu Zhiqiang. "Xian, please bring a bowl." After receiving the money, Shu Zhiqiang asked his companion to fetch a bowl for the duck's blood. The siblings made their way to the backyard, where Shu Zhiqiang grasped the duck's wings and neck, requesting his sister to hold the duck's feet. Xian promptly placed the bowl beneath the duck's neck and extended her hands to lift the feet, tipping the duck over. Quack, quack, quack. The duck seemed to sense its impending fate, beginning to struggle vigorously and squawk loudly. Shu Zhiqiang paid no heed, directly plucking a few feathers from the duck's neck before presenting the blade, just as he was about to sever the blood vessels in its neck with determination. A muttering sound arose beside him. Amitba, Amitba. Shu Zhiqiang paused, turning to look at Xian, who had her eyes closed and was incessantly murmuring. "What are you doing?" he inquired. "This girl, is she really getting nervous over the act of killing a duck?" "Huh?" Xian opened her eyes in confusion and replied. "I was just observing the village elders during the New Year when they slaughter chickens and ducks. They always chant like this. I thought it was some sort of ritual before taking a life. Is it unnecessary?" Shu Zhiqiang shook his head helplessly and chuckled. "It's unnecessary. Those people are merely hypocritical." Chapter 57. A dowry of 150? After finishing with the duck, Shu Zhiqiang added some salt to the duck's blood and set it aside to coagulate. Once solidified, the duck blood could be transformed into a delicious soup. He then tossed the lifeless duck into a basin and ladled hot water from the iron pot. Instantly, a thick cloud of steam billowed up, accompanied by an overwhelming stench that was quite nauseating. "Ugh," Xian grimaced, covering her face and stepping back as she watched Shu Zhiqiang and the duck in the basin. "You should go rinse the rice and prepare the meal. I will fry the perch later," he instructed before commencing the plucking of the duck's feathers while they were still warm. The skin of the duck loosened after being scalded, allowing the feathers to come off with ease. If it weren't for the scalding water, Shu Zhiqiang could have plucked an entire leg's worth of feathers in one go. Xian glanced back at him before turning to the large stove to rinse the rice. Observing the few remaining pounds of rice in the jar, she turned to Shu Zhiqiang and asked, "Elder brother, how much should I rinse?" Having primarily subsisted on corn porridge and sweet potatoes, they had only recently enjoyed white rice. Accurately measuring the right amount of rice was indeed a challenge for her. 2.5 bowls will suffice for our meal. Shu Zhiqiang pondered for a moment before responding. Afterward, he lowered his gaze and cut open the plump duck's belly with scissors. "Hey, there are 2 complete duck eggs." Inside the duck's belly were 2 intact eggs, clearly destined to be laid the following day. Additionally, there were several small eggs of red and yellow hues, indicating that this was quite an old duck. It was unlikely that Grandma May would have sold such an old duck, likely doing so out of consideration for Xian. After cleaning the duck, Shu Zhiqiang placed the duck gizzards and intestines in the basin for later washing. He then rose and retrieved some spices from the assortment he had purchased that day, tossing them into the iron pot on the small iron stove. Initially, he had boiled a pot of water and used part of it to soak the duck feathers, leaving half a pot remaining. After infusing some spices into the water, Shu Zhiqiang unearthed the liquor concealed by his father. He had 2 unfinished bottles from yesterday. Did he think Shu Zhiqiang was unaware? With a cold smirk, he poured the liquor into the iron pot, adding a pinch of coarse salt and white sugar. Once these preparations were complete, he covered the pot, allowing the brine within to boil vigorously. Meanwhile, Shu Zhiqiang had already rinsed the rice and was eagerly watching him. What's the matter? I have never cooked white rice before. It would be better if you handled it. Let me tend the fire for you. Shu Zhiqiang responded to Shu Zhiqiang before turning to the back of the large stove. No need to start a fire. There's already kindling ready over there. Just fetch a couple of dry sticks, Shu Zhiqiang directed, pointing to the firewood beneath the small stove, then began preparing the steamed rice. Once the rice was ready, he proceeded to score the mandarin fish in preparation for frying. In the fields, Shu Biao wiped the sweat from his brow and observed Shu Zhiqiang loading rice onto a small cart. Zhiqiang, what on earth is your brother doing with that bachelor Fu Huijuan? There is still work to be done in the fields. Does he have time to waste on that fellow? Brother is a man of great ambition. How could I possibly know what he intends? Besides, hasn't this acre of rice been harvested? Doesn't the land need to be plowed again with the ox? Shu Zhiqiang huffed as he hoisted a bag of rice onto the cart, boldly confronting his father for the first time. His experiences that morning had illuminated the path to prosperity through business. The two brothers had earned 80 in just one morning, equivalent to what their father would make in over 2 months of labor. Thus, he held deep admiration for his brother and began to view their father's profession with disdain. Now that he was earning alongside his brother, he felt a newfound confidence in speaking to their father. Hey, you little rascal, a trip with your brother has given you wings, hasn't it? You dare to argue with me? Shu Biao glared at Shu Zhiqiang, scolding him while gesturing towards a figure in the distance. Our family has finished. But your uncle hasn't he? It was perplexing that only Shu Long was busy today. Had he quarreled with his wife, causing him to neglect the work in the fields? Shu Zhiqiang glanced over and quickly scoffed. Dad, even if brother were here, it would be futile. He wouldn't help uncle again. We might have meant well in offering assistance, yet they treated us poorly. The thought of his uncle and aunt's behavior yesterday ignited Shu Zhiqiang's ire, and thus he had no intention of offering help, believing that even if his brother were present, he would abstain as well. He then firmly grasped the wooden wheel of the cart and pushed it towards home. Observing his son's attitude, Shu Biao turned his gaze to Xiong Fengxia beside him. If you wish to go, I will accompany you. Xiong Fengxia, a kind-hearted and simple woman, nodded in agreement upon seeing her husband's dilemma. Then let us go, Shu Biao sighed, lifting his leg to head towards Shu Long's place. Breaking bones still has sinews attached. Their quarrel is but a minor misunderstanding. If we sever ties over trivial matters, it would be quite laughable. Have we arrived? As the couple approached, Shu Long exhaled a sigh of relief. The fact that his brother and family were willing to come and assist him indicated that they had forgiven both him and Muing. Given the tension that had existed within the family, his sister would undoubtedly have unleashed her wrath upon them if she had known. Let us help you pack the rice, they offered. Shu Biao nodded, and together they made their way to the rice separator to begin bagging the harvest. Having already cut 3 to 4 acres of rice, it was imperative to separate the grains from the ears of rice. Shu Biao lifted a bundle of rice and placed the end with the grains into the separator. As he exerted pressure with his foot, the gears within the machine began to whirl vigorously, continuously separating the grains from the rice ears. Xiong Fengxia held a burlap sack, diligently collecting the rice at the machine's output. Brother, where's sister-in-law? After finishing one batch of rice, Shu Biao casually inquired while turning back to grab another bundle. Last night, Qingqing insisted on having some crayfish, so your sister-in-law went to help catch them. Shu Long replied with a hint of complaint in his voice as he bent down to continue cutting rice. What on earth is crayfish? I've never heard of such a creature being edible. Upon hearing crayfish, Shu Biao and his wife couldn't help but recall the delicious meal from the previous day, their mouths watering at the thought. Just then, Zhou Muing rushed over from a distance, shouting excitedly, Big shelled head. Big shelled head. The three of them straightened up, puzzled by Zhou Muying's fervent approach. Biaozi is here too? Perfect. Zhou Muying glanced at Shu Biao and chuckled. Your family's Qiangzi must have accumulated great blessings in his past life. Wei Wan just mentioned that as long as Qiangzi is willing to marry her, she not only won't ask for a bride price, but is also willing to contribute 150 yuan as a dowry. Chapter 58. The purpose of childhood friends. What? 150 yuan. Upon hearing Zhou Muying's words, Shu Long and the others were instantly rendered speechless with astonishment. In Zhongling County, the customs typically dictated that the groom would provide a bride price while the bride would contribute 2 quilts, with no luxurious items involved. But what was this about Fu Huijuan? Not only was she foregoing a bride price, but she was also offering several months' wages? Xiong Fengxia was the first to regain her composure, looking towards Zhou Muying with curiosity. Why is Huijuan so determined to marry Qiangzi? And how did you know about this, sister-in-law? As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Muing felt 3 scrutinizing gazes upon her, making her somewhat uncomfortable. She quickly waved her hand, explaining that she had encountered Fu Huijuan while catching crayfish with Qingqing. They had chatted for a while, and she had specifically mentioned this matter to her. After providing a vague explanation, Zhou Muing then turned her attention to Shu Biao and Xiong Fengxia. Biaozi Fengxia. They say that an elder brother is like a father, and an elder sister-in-law is like a mother. You truly must heed my advice this time. Huijuan possesses remarkable talent. How many people in the entire village can secure a stable job like hers? A person with such skills, willing to marry your Qiangzi without a bride price, is an extraordinary opportunity. She genuinely likes Qiangzi, and that's why she is willing to part with 150 yuan, which is half a year's salary for her. Biaozi, how many bricks would you need to move to earn that amount? You cannot allow Qiangzi to continue being obstinate. Huijuan must be wed. Zhou Muing extolled Fu Huijuan as if she were the most perfect woman in the world. If Shu Zhiqiang were to marry her, it would surely be the fortune accrued by the Shu family over generations. Shu Long cast a peculiar glance at his wife, sensing something amiss. Given the other party's temperament, they should not be so concerned with Qiangzi's situation, especially after the significant quarrel just yesterday. However, upon receiving a subtle signal from her, he understood he needed to cooperate. Otherwise, the evening would likely descend into chaos. Indeed, little brother, Huijuan has already made considerable concessions, and failing to respond would risk offending her. Besides, Qiangzi has long harbored affection for her, so why not let him marry her? Hearing his siblings-in-law express their opinions, Shu Biao began to waver. Initially, considering that his son was already earning money, he intended to let things unfold for a while. Yet, Fu Huijuan's advances were undeniable, and he had always held a favorable view of this potential daughter-in-law. Just as he prepared to speak, Xiong Fengxia, positioned nearby, asserted her stance firmly. No, this matter must be decided by Qiangzi himself. If he declares he does not wish to marry, we cannot compel him to wed the daughter of the Fu family. Zhou Muying's expression soured instantly, taken aback by her sister-in-law's rebuttal. However, she realized she could not push her too hard, otherwise, the task assigned by Huijuan would remain unfulfilled. Fengxia, what kind of talk is that? As parents, how can we let our children run amok? She retorted. Even if you care for the child, you must consider the tireless efforts Biaozi expends day and night as a laborer. 150 yuan, have you ever contemplated how many calluses he must bear? Zhou Muying's words struck a chord, rendering Xiong Fengxia speechless. Indeed, her husband had labored long and hard. There was no counterargument to be made. Enough, Shu Biao interjected, recognizing the validity of his elder sister-in-law's perspective. With a decisive gesture, he asserted his authority as the head of the family. Let us return and instruct Qiangzi to marry Huijuan tomorrow. If such a fine girl is taken by another, our elder sister will surely have much to say. With that, he placed down his sickle and strode out of the rice field, with Xiong Fengxia hastily following. Only Shu Long glanced back at the remaining portion of the rice field, then turned to push Zhou Muing. What are you doing? The work in the field is not yet complete, even if you have gained some benefit from the Fu family. Hastening your nephew to marry Fu Huijuan does not absolve you of the responsibility to ensure your brother's family assists in harvesting our own rice. What else is there to do? Completing this task will equate to several months of your labor. Zhou Muing shot Shu Long a glare, pulling him along to catch up with Shu Biao. Hearing her words, Shu Long thought to himself that indeed, his wife would not undertake this endeavor without some advantage. Unbeknownst to Shu Zhiqiang, he was about to face a significant turn of events, yet even if he did know, he would remain indifferent. After seasoning and covering the perch he had fried, and placing the duck into the marinade, a man of similar age to him entered. The man was exceedingly enthusiastic, bursting into the courtyard with a hearty shout. Brother Chang. Oh, how's he? What brings you here? Shu Zhiqiang's eyes brightened, and he chuckled heartily. The man before him was Shu Hao, a childhood companion, though not one of his closest friends. They had shared moments of fishing, raiding bird nests, sneaking glances at Aunt Yuqin while she bathed, and harboring affections for Fu Huijuan. However, the fish they caught and the eggs they collected mostly belonged to Shu Zhiqiang, while the blame for their voyeurism fell on Shu Hao. In the end, despite their rivalry, it was Shu Zhiqiang who wed Fu Huijuan. Their shared history of mischief and competition had created a persistent rift between them, preventing their relationship from deepening. Owing to Shu Hao's scrawny physique, he had earned the nickname Mouse. Today, he approached Shu Zhiqiang seeking advice. With a sly grin, he suddenly inhaled sharply, his pupils narrowing. Brother Chang, What delectable dish are you preparing? It smells absolutely divine. He had caught a whiff of the savory aroma wafting from Shu Zhiqiang's home the previous day. Rumored to be stir-fried meat and bone soup. Today, the rich scent of meat was even more pronounced. Have you forgotten how to live? Shu Zhiqiang smiled faintly and lifted the lid of the pot, revealing the braised perch within. How about this? Braised mandarin fish. As the lid was removed, the enticing fragrance intensified. Shu Hao immediately swallowed hard, then shot Shu Zhiqiang a displeased look. Brother Chang, you're being unfair. You went fishing without inviting me? That perch cost a fortune. And only you would indulge in such a feast. Shu Zhiqiang waved dismissively and invited him to join for a meal. They had only been apart for a few days. Yet in Shu Zhiqiang's memory, it felt like decades. Now reunited, he genuinely wished to catch up. Seeing the sizable fish in the pot, Shu Hao could not refuse the invitation. He jovially accepted, yet did not forget his primary purpose, asking again, Brother Chang, I heard you're marrying Huijuan? Congratulations. After all this time competing, you've emerged victorious. Shu Zhiqiang covered the pot and glanced at him intently, a smile creeping across his face. Your tone seems tinged with a hint of sourness, does it not? Shu Hao's face flushed with embarrassment, and he shook his head. Brother Chang, are you feigning ignorance? While I may not entirely accept your union with Huijuan, I genuinely wish you happiness. Chapter 59. What mischief are you up to now? Mouse, spare the theatrics. After all these years, do you think I don't know you? Shu Zhiqiang scoffed, then clapped Shu Hao on the shoulder. Speak plainly, are you here to investigate whether I truly intend to marry Fu Huijuan? The news of his impending marriage had already spread far and wide, and it was no secret among the neighboring villages. This fellow had come to congratulate him, but was merely pretending to be oblivious. Shu Zhiqiang suspected he was here to ascertain the truth of his intentions regarding Fu Huijuan. Once confirmed, Shu Hao would undoubtedly rush to inform her. Sure enough, upon hearing Shu Zhiqiang's words, an awkward smile broke out on Shu Hao's face. No wonder you are my childhood friend. You know me so well, Zhiqiang. He laughed heartily, striving to mask his embarrassment. After a brief laugh, he turned to Shu Zhiqiang with a serious expression and inquired, Do you truly have no desire to marry Huijuan? Shu Zhiqiang, irritated, retorted, Your incessant prattle is tiresome. If I said I wouldn't marry, then I want tea. He then began to drain the sauce from the mandarin fish, placing it on a plate, garnishing it with a sprinkle of celery leaves, and ladling some fish broth evenly over it. The aroma was delightful. Completing this task, he glanced over at the braising pot. The duck had taken on a lovely hue and would soon be ready to eat, although it was intended to be marinated for hours before roasting. The limited resources at home necessitated an alternative approach. He decided to braise the duck first and then roast it on the stove, achieving a semblance of roasted duck. However, lacking the authenticity of the Peking duck, Shu Zhiqiang was not overly particular. With the duck still uncooked, he resolved to stir-fry a couple of vegetables. Just as he turned, he noticed Shu Hao standing behind him, swallowing hard. Why haven't you left yet? Shu Zhiqiang asked with a furrowed brow. Upon hearing this, Shu Hao's expression darkened. You bastard! Who was the scoundrel that invited me to stay for dinner? And now, just minutes later, you want me to leave? Yet, he was not one to cling stubbornly, so he confirmed once more before preparing to depart. Xiangzi, if you don't marry Huijuan, I might have to take action. When I marry her, don't blame me for being unbrotherly. All right, I understand, Shu Zhiqiang replied dismissively, returning to the bitter melon on the cutting board. Ah, this bitter melon is truly vibrant. Recognizing Shu Zhiqiang's attitude, Shu Hao decided not to linger and promptly exited the kitchen. Brother, is that the roasted duck? Once Shu Hao had finally left, Shu Zhiqiang stepped forward, pointing at the duck in the braising pot. Shu Zhiqiang shook his head, clarifying that it was merely braised duck. To achieve roasted duck, it would need to be placed on the large stove for roasting in the morning. Tomorrow morning? Shu Zhiqiang pondered for a moment before nodding excitedly. That sounds wonderful. Shu Zhiqiang found his sister's enthusiasm somewhat peculiar, yet she appeared to bear no mental issues. Xian, please take the mandarin fish to the table while I stir-fry a couple of vegetable dishes. All right. Watching her lively figure, Shu Zhiqiang reassured himself that he was likely overthinking. He sought a vibrant green bitter melon and then prepared a spicy dish with chili and pork cracklings. The cracklings from yesterday were not entirely consumed, as they were not palatable on their own. Once all three dishes were ready, he checked the braised duck, which was nearly done. He prodded it with chopsticks. The breastbone gave way easily, indicating it was tender. He quickly lifted the duck from the pot, placed it on a cutting board, and chopped off the legs, feet, and wings. The remaining carcass, consisting of just the body and neck, was set aside to cool, destined for roasting in the morning. Authentic roasted duck is not consumed with bones, but rather wrapped in thin pancakes accompanied by vegetables and duck skin brushed with sauce. Thus, the wings and legs were set aside to be enjoyed as braised duck. After chopping the parts into bite-sized pieces and plating them, Shu Zhiqiang finally made his way outside. As he emerged from the kitchen into the hall, he was taken aback to find his parents already seated at the table. To his surprise, Shu Hao, who had just departed moments ago, was also present, albeit with a grim expression as he occupied the lower seat. "Ah, rat, you really decided to stay for dinner?" Shu Zhiqiang jested, approaching the table to place the 3 pieces of braised duck upon it. Shu Hao's countenance darkened. He cast a sidelong glance at Shu Biao before turning to Shu Zhiqiang. "Xiangzi, I have heard differing news from uncle, which is why I chose to remain and hear your final thoughts." "Differing news?" Shu Zhiqiang raised an eyebrow, glancing at his father, who wore a serious expression. Noticing that all eyes had shifted to him, Shu Biao cleared his throat and directed his gaze at Shu Zhiqiang. "Xiangzi, your mother and I have discussed this and believe it would be best for you to marry that girl, Huijuan." No sooner had he spoken than Xiong Fengxia stood up, exclaiming, "Nonsense! When did I agree to that?" The sudden undermining from his wife left Shu Biao's face somewhat pale. However, the prospect of 150 yuan, equivalent to half a year's salary, was undeniably tempting. He had intended to remind Xiong Fengxia to take this matter seriously. Yet before he could utter a word, he noticed that Shu Zhiqiang's expression was even more displeased than his own. With a firm rap on the table, Shu Zhiqiang declared, "Father, what kind of nonsense are you up to now?" Realizing the situation had escalated, Shu Biao coughed twice and revealed the matter of the 150 yuan. Upon hearing this, Shu Hao looked at Shu Zhiqiang in disbelief. "Xiangzi, have you perhaps enchanted Huijuan with some spell? Not only are you foregoing your bride price, but you're also offering her this much money?" Shu Zhiqiang cast a glance at him, but chose to ignore his comment, instead fixing a scornful look on his father. "You truly are a wonderful father. Sold for a mere 150 yuan. Are you really so foolish as to believe Su Xiaoying would agree to such an arrangement? If she had no ulterior motives, would she act in such a manner? Or is it simply that you are so blinded by money that you think I am worth just that amount?" He was baffled by what could possibly occupy his father's mind. He had already demonstrated a degree of earning potential, yet his father remained oblivious. 150 yuan was hardly a significant sum. He could easily earn that in just 2 days. "Do not speak so harshly. What do you mean sold?" Shu Biao's expression darkened, and his tone grew serious. "Your current business is ultimately transient. How many fish are there for you to catch in that lake? Thus, your future with Huijuan cannot be compared. Do you understand? We must know when to hold back. You still need to marry. Does Huijuan not deserve you? Enough. If you wish to marry, I will not be the fool in this transaction." As his father persisted in his reasoning, Shu Zhiqiang abruptly raised his hand to interrupt him. Chapter 60. How to Speak to Your Father. The heated argument at the dinner table left Shu Biao, the head of the household, in a fit of anger. However, no one offered him sympathy. Even Xiong Fengxia and the Shu siblings thought it was of his own making. Shu Zhiqiang paid him no mind, turning instead to invite his mother and younger siblings to begin their meal. After finishing their meal, they were eager to go fishing, which made Shu Zhiqiang even more restless than he had been during dinner. Only Shu Hao, sitting nearby, felt a bit uneasy, as he did not wish to intrude upon the family matters of others. It was not until Xiong Fengxia handed him a bowl of rice that he snapped back to reality. "Haozi, I apologize for making you laugh. Hurry and eat." "Thank you, Auntie," Shu Hao replied, choosing not to mention the earlier conversation, and instead took the bowl and began to eat. This was white rice, a luxury his family had not enjoyed in ages. Their meals typically consisted of corn porridge paired with sweet potatoes, and even the one occasion they had white rice. It was mixed with various beans. While filling, it certainly did not agree with his stomach. After just a few bites of the fragrant white rice, he felt he could forego vegetables altogether. It was simply delightful. "Haozi, eat your vegetables," Shu Zhiqiang remarked, gently nudging the vegetable bowl with the end of his chopsticks. "You needn't pay heed to what my father says. I will absolutely not marry Fu Huijuan, so feel free to pursue her without reservation." Their relationship was hardly profound, and it was evident that the other party had a liking for Fu Huijuan. Thus, Shu Zhiqiang had no qualms about letting the other test the waters, hoping it might reveal all of Fu Huijuan's romantic interests. When the time came for him to exact his revenge, he could also lend a hand to the young man. "Are you serious?" Shu Hao looked up, scrutinizing him as if attempting to discern the truth in his words. However, after a brief moment, he returned to his meal. The white rice was exquisite, The crispy bits were delectable, the perch was tender and fresh, and the braised duck was delicious. Goodness, how wonderful it would be to indulge in such delightful fare every day. Believe it or not, it is as I say. Shu Zhiqiang replied with a faint smile, having no intention of elaborating further. With these reassurances and a satisfying meal, Shu Hao felt content. He reluctantly set down his bowl and chopsticks and smiled at the solemn Shu Biao and the troubled Xiong Fengxia. Uncle and auntie, thank you for your hospitality. I shall take my leave now. Xiong Fengxia quickly rose to offer polite farewells, but Shu Hao waved his hand and departed without looking back. This time, he didn't even feel inclined to greet Shu Zhiqiang. Shu Zhiqiang watched his retreating figure and smiled nonchalantly before placing the empty bowl and chopsticks on the table. Seeing this, Shu Zhiqiang promptly set down his chopsticks and stood up. Brother, shall we go fishing? Shu Zhiqiang nodded and then turned to his father, who wore a dark expression. Father, allow me to advise you. Do not listen to the nonsense from uncle and auntie. They care not for our well-being. Nor would they advocate for Fu Huijuan without reason. It is clear that Fu Huijuan's condition cannot be concealed much longer, which is why she is in such haste to marry. If you desire a grandson from another man, that is your affair, but I will not wear a green hat. Should you persist in this matter at home, I will leave with mother and my siblings. He believed it was time to assert his dominance, ensuring that such nonsense would not arise again in the future. Xiangzi, what on earth are you doing, speaking to your father in such a manner? This time, even Xiong Fengxia felt compelled to reprimand her eldest son. There is no way a son should speak to his father in such a manner. Is this not a display of filial disrespect? Shu Zhiqiang waved his hand without looking back, carrying the fishing net and basket as he made his way towards Yanxi Lake. Mother, could you please take care of the dishes? Shu Zhiqiang smiled at Xiong Fengxia and hurried to catch up with his elder brother. Be careful, you two brothers. Xiong Fengxia called out with concern, then turned her gaze towards the fuming Shu Biao. Shu Biao, with a darkened expression, remained silent for a long while before slapping the table with great force. The sudden noise startled both Xiong Fengxia and Shu Zhiqiang. Fearing that he was still in a fit of anger, Xiong Fengxia advised, Old Shu, what are you doing? Xiangzi has a point. It is unlikely that Huijuan would make such a significant concession without reason. Even if that girl were willing, do you think that sharp-tongued woman, Su Xiaoying, would agree? She had increasingly come to believe her son's words. Fu Huijuan had undoubtedly made a grave mistake. The charming girl they had watched grow up, known throughout the villages, had such an outrageous lifestyle. I, too, understand that there is an issue at hand. What infuriates me is that this boy dares to threaten me. He says if I intervene, he will separate from me. Is this how a son should speak? Shu Biao exclaimed, his face flushed with anger as he pounded the table. In truth, after Shu Zhiqiang's warning, she had already become somewhat alert. However, before she could speak, that boy had already berated himself. After all, as the head of the family who had toiled for decades to support this household, how could he dare to act so brazenly after earning just a few days' wages? Observing her husband's aggrieved expression, Xiong Fengxia let out a sigh of relief. No matter what, as long as he could comprehend the situation, that would suffice. Muing, did Huijuan truly promise you 30 yuan? Would Su Xiaoying actually part with that? Xu Long, from next door, looked at Zhou Muing with curiosity. He knew she would not be so benevolent as to consider his brother's family. It turned out that when Fu Huijuan sent word, she had promised 30 yuan as a reward upon successful completion of the task. 30 yuan. Their family barely earned over 100 yuan for a year's worth of farming, and that was without eating or drinking. No wonder his wife was tempted. Even he had to support her decision. As for his nephew Shu Zhiqiang, marrying Fu Huijuan was ultimately a gain. After all, she had a stable job. Unlike his own relentless nights spent fishing and mornings selling the catch. Perhaps in a few years, his eldest nephew would even express gratitude to him and his wife. What could they do if they were unwilling? Would his daughter dare to go back on her word to her mother? Zhou Muing responded defiantly to Xu Long, then turned to her daughter, who wore a bitter expression. Qing, did I not prepare the big worms for you to eat? Don't you want to eat them now? Yesterday, her daughter had been clamoring for the big worms, and she truly did not understand how such a thing could be edible. Nonetheless, since the worms were plentiful in the fields, she had indulged her daughter's wishes. But now that the big worms were prepared, her daughter was not even touching them? What was going on? Playing games with herself? Mother, the heads of the large insects prepared by Brother Chong are all peeled, and yet your dish is quite unpalatable. Shu Qingqing disdainfully handed over the lobster head, expressing her distaste. If Shu Zhiqiang were present, he would discern that not only was the lobster's helmet unpeeled, but its excretory canal had also been left intact. Furthermore, it was evident that the lobster had merely been boiled in water without any oil, rendering it inedible. Chapter 61. The fishing spot has been occupied. Brother, I believe your manner of addressing Dad is rather excessive. Shu Zhiqiang and his brother, carrying their fishing gear, were en route to Yinsi Lake when Shu Zhiqiang, having held his tongue for quite some time, finally voiced his thoughts. In the past, regardless of how his elder brother argued with their father, he considered it inconsequential. However, this time, the suggestion of separating from their father struck Shu Zhiqiang as rather extreme, especially given his usual filial piety. He was acutely aware of the arduous labor their father undertook daily at the construction site. Compared to farming in the countryside, such small-scale work is not only more exhausting and hotter, but also perilous. Their father truly sacrifices his life to support the family, and Shu Zhiqiang felt it was only right for a son to empathize with his father. You certainly exhibit a sense of filial piety, showing understanding towards Dad, Shu Zhiqiang remarked, casting a glance at him before shaking his head. But who will show me understanding? Have you forgotten how Fu Huijuan accepted money from that man during the day? She had just finished collecting money from others at noon, and in the afternoon claimed she would even pay to marry me. There must be something amiss here. The child in that woman's womb cannot remain a secret. Her intent in seeking financial assistance is undoubtedly to secure a future for her child. If I were to marry her, not only would I bear the shame of infidelity, but my entire life would be fraught with unrest. Upon hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang suddenly recalled the scene from noon. He had been puzzled as to why that old man had handed Fu Huijuan a wad of cash. Now, with his brother's explanation, he nodded in realization. This woman is truly despicable, engaging in affairs and attempting to drag my brother into her mess. If she were to join their household, wouldn't their entire family be obligated to raise another's child? With this thought, he quickly turned to his brother and urged, "Brother, you must not heed Dad's advice. Children are still children. Their dispositions can change at any moment." Just moments ago, he had felt Shu Zhiqiang's treatment of their father was excessive, yet now he found himself in agreement. Shu Zhiqiang chuckled and shook his head, stating, "I never intended to follow his counsel. I will not marry Fu Huijuan. No amount of persuasion will sway me. Our father lacks education and is easily deceived. Uncle and aunt must have received some benefit from Fu Huijuan, otherwise, would they genuinely offer us assistance?" Shu Zhiqiang nodded, affirming his resolve to keep his distance from uncle and aunt in the future. As the two conversed while walking, they did not encounter Fu Yunshan spying on Shu Yuqing as she bathed. Perhaps Shu Yuqing had become more vigilant this time, or perhaps Fu Yunshan was genuinely intent on change. Regardless of the reason, the outcome was favorable. Before long, they arrived at Yinsi Lake. But Shu Zhiqiang suddenly pointed ahead in astonishment. "Brother, there are people at the spot where we fished yesterday. There, in the very location where Shu Zhiqiang had previously fished. Two shadowy figures were moving about. As the evening darkness enveloped the area, Shu Zhiqiang could not discern the features of the two figures before him. But he could ascertain that they were indeed men. He had been fishing at this spot for 2 days, having prepared the bait meticulously, only to discover today that someone had encroached upon his territory. Who would dare disturb his fishing at such a late hour? With a hint of perplexity, he and his companion strode purposefully towards the silhouettes. "Wengu, this place is absolutely fantastic. In just half an hour, we've already caught 3 or 4 fish. If we were to fish here for an entire day, we could easily reel in dozens." Shu Zhiqiang mused, incredulous that he had stumbled upon such a prime location. If he fished here for a day, he would likely earn more than most would in a month. No wonder his family feasted on meat at every meal. They must have been selling fish caught from this very spot. The two figures exchanged hushed whispers, and as they approached, Shu Zhiqiang suddenly recognized their voices. Despite the decades that had passed, "Zhangwen, Fu Jun," he exclaimed loudly, startling the two men, who nearly toppled into the river. In the commotion, Fu Jun's fishing rod slipped from his grasp and fell into the water. "Damn it," he shouted, quickly grabbing a nearby branch with one hand while desperately retrieving the rod with the other, leaning precariously forward, at risk of losing his balance. The man referred to as Wengu, Zhangwen, turned around upon hearing the commotion. Upon seeing Shu Zhiqiang and his brother, his eyes briefly darted away before he burst into laughter. "Ah, it's you two brothers. I thought some stray dog had come to scare us. Your shout nearly sent my brother into the river." Hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang's face flushed with anger, and he shouted at Zhangwen, "Who the hell are you insulting?" "Don't misunderstand, Brother Zhiqiang. I meant no offense. I was merely speaking figuratively," Zhangwen replied dismissively, casting a glance at Shu Zhiqiang before locking eyes with Shu Zhiqiang. With a chuckle, Shu Zhiqiang retorted, "What brings you here, Brother Zhang?" From a distance, I saw two sneaky figures, reminiscent of thieves. I was astonished to see such a large rat. Had the circumstances permitted, I might have drawn my knife. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be not a rat but rather mosquitoes. Can you believe it? Zhang Wen, hailing from the Zhang family on the left side of Shujia village, was a few years older than Shu Zhiqiang and held a certain notoriety in the village. Tall and robust, his eyes were squinted like slits. Those who respected him called him Wengu, while others simply referred to him as Mosquito. Unmarried and unemployed, he was considered a vagabond. Both he and Shu Zhiqiang were known troublemakers in their respective villages, often at odds with one another. However, Zhang Wen had slightly better connections, knowing several unsavory characters from the outside world. Brother Chong, I see you have come equipped for fishing as well. Let us fish separately, and may our waters remain distinct. Zhang Wen proposed, eager to catch a few fish for a meal without engaging in a war of words with Shu Zhiqiang. He glanced back and discovered that Fu Huijuan had already climbed up with his fishing rod, prompting him to negotiate with the other party. By what right? You are occupying our spot, Shu Zhiqiang exclaimed indignantly, pointing at Zhang Wen. They had been fishing here for 2 days, and the fish had already taken this place as their haven. How could he possibly accept relinquishing it to others? My brother is right. What do you think, Mosquito? Shu Zhiqiang smiled slightly, his lips curling as he looked at Zhang Wen. Fighting was out of the question. He could not take on 2 men in their 30s by himself. Moreover, if things went awry, his brother could get hurt. What do you mean, yours? This lake belongs to the entire brigade and the government. Fishing here for profit without permission is an infringement on collective property. It's fortunate I haven't reported you. Fu Huijuan stepped forward from behind Zhang Wen, glaring at Shu Zhiqiang and shouting with righteous indignation. Shu Zhiqiang was taken aback, surprised that this fellow had quite a bit of knowledge. Brother Chong, in my opinion, you should choose another spot. Let us each fish in peace without conflict, shall we? Zhang Wen was unwilling to yield his position, yet he did not wish to escalate matters with this ruffian. Joking was one thing, but a real fight would only bring him trouble unless he sought his brother's help in the county town. However, after the recent crackdown on criminals, his brother had instructed him to remain low-key. Shu Zhiqiang, feeling quite aggrieved, was about to voice his complaints when he was stopped by Shu Zhiqiang. With a calm smile, Shu Zhiqiang turned to Zhang Wen. It can be arranged, but since you have taken our spot, at least provide an explanation, would you? Upon hearing his words, Zhang Wen hesitated and asked, what do you want? As long as the demands were not excessive, he could entertain them. After all, this location could yield a few dollars worth of fish in half an hour. He could never let it go. Shu Zhiqiang wasted no time and pointed toward Fu Huijuan. I need to teach him a lesson. I hope you refrain from interfering. Consider it my explanation. I believe even you wouldn't want to be threatened and allow the other party to have it easy, right? A flush of anger crossed Fu Huijuan's face, and he began to curse Shu Zhiqiang. Shu Zhiqiang, who do you think you're going to teach a lesson to? I am Huijuan's elder brother. Don't you want to marry my sister? Not at all, Shu Zhiqiang replied with a smile, then turned to Zhang Wen. Seeing Zhang Wen deep in thought, Fu Huijuan panicked. Brother Wen, I am your ally. How can you just stand by? If I get beaten in front of you, where will your reputation be? Zhang Wen shot Fu Huijuan a stern look, then turned to Shu Zhiqiang. Don't go too far. With that, he stepped aside, clearly acquiescing to Shu Zhiqiang's terms. Compared to making money, a useless brother truly meant little. You were just going to let this happen as the elder brother? Who would dare stand by you again? Fu Huijuan, utterly despondent, unleashed a torrent of curses at Zhang Wen. As tempers flared, Shu Zhiqiang delivered a swift kick to his opponent's abdomen. Ouch! Fu Huijuan cried out, rolling on the ground in agony. Yet, he had no time to assess his injuries. He scrambled to his feet and fled in haste. You beast, Shu Zhiqiang. How dare you strike me? You will never marry my sister in this lifetime. Fu Huijuan was self-aware. Despite being a few years older than Shu Zhiqiang, his lazy demeanor rendered him no match for his adversary. However, he was acutely aware of Shu Zhiqiang's affection for his sister, which he leveraged to manipulate him. It was precisely this knowledge that allowed him to exploit Shu Zhiqiang relentlessly in their previous life. Shu Zhiqiang vividly recalled that Fu Huijuan was like a leech, with every paycheck vanishing into Fu Huijuan's hands under Shu Zhiqiang's influence. After building his fortune, he was further coerced by Fu Huijuan to purchase cars and houses for this leech, who clung to him like a parasite. In short, a considerable portion of the grievances Shu Zhiqiang endured in his past life stemmed from Fu Huijuan. Now, confronted with this opportunity once more, it was imperative to unleash his pent-up frustration. Zhiqiang block him. Upon hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang snapped back to reality, setting down his belongings to obstruct Fu Huijuan's path. However, lacking experience in fighting, he was momentarily unsure of how to proceed and simply charged forward with outstretched arms. "You little brat!" Fu Huijuan's face darkened as he prepared to retaliate with a kick. While he could not overpower Shu Zhiqiang, he was confident in his ability to best this younger opponent. Yet, just as he lifted his foot to strike Shu Zhiqiang's abdomen, the latter suddenly clasped his hands together. Fu Huijuan's expression shifted as he felt an unexpected force begin to propel him. He quickly leapt on one leg, following the momentum with frantic jumps. "Brother, I've got him!" Shu Zhiqiang exclaimed, gripping Fu Huijuan's right leg and swinging him to the side. However, he did not release his hold but instead began spinning in place. "Let go of me, you brat. I swear I'll make you pay." Before he could finish his threat, Fu Huijuan felt a heavy blow to his back, causing him to lurch forward and crash onto the grass with a thud. "Who do you think you're threatening?" Shu Zhiqiang sneered as he kicked Fu Huijuan down and advanced with a flurry of punches and kicks. "I let you ask me for money to buy cars. I let you ask for money to buy houses. I let you laze about like a parasite." At that moment, Shu Zhiqiang resembled a frustrated father, unleashing his wrath upon his son with a blend of blows and scolding. Fu Huijuan lay on the ground, clutching his head while hurling curses at Shu Zhiqiang and Zhang Wan, interspersed with pitiful cries. Although Shu Zhiqiang contemplated delivering a few kicks himself, he observed that his brother seemed to be venting, and thus refrained. After 2 to 3 minutes of relentless punishment, Zhang Wan finally approached with a stern expression to intervene. "Brother Chong, that's enough." He stepped forward to grasp Shu Zhiqiang's shoulder, intending to halt the onslaught. "Step aside." To his surprise, Shu Zhiqiang pivoted and delivered a resounding slap to Zhang Wan's face. Smack! Zhang Wan was knocked back several meters, covering his face in anger as he glared at Shu Zhiqiang. As Wang Badan was about to unleash his wrath upon the other party, the individual unexpectedly turned around, revealing a look of astonishment. "Oh, it's you, Brother Wen. I thought it was some fool," he said, feigning contrition. "I sincerely apologize. I hope your face is all right." Shu Zhiqiang approached with a mask of insincerity, offering his apologies while simultaneously taking jabs at his opponent. As the conversation unfolded, he brazenly leaned in closer, suggesting, "How about this, Brother Wen? You can slap me back, as a way of returning the favor." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wen's eyes lit up, and he raised his robust right hand, his broad palm poised to strike Shu Zhiqiang's face. However, Shu Zhiqiang swiftly seized his hand. "I knew Brother Wen wouldn't be able to go through with it. We're brothers, after all, right? In that case, I'll let you have this spot. I'll go fishing with Zhiqiang elsewhere." Without waiting for Zhang Wen's response, he called his brother and walked upstream, carrying their gear. Zhang Wen's expression shifted through shades of green and white. Words hung on his lips, but he swallowed them back, ultimately resorting to an awkward fidget. Lowering his gaze, he noticed the bruised face of Fu Huijuan and extended his hand. "Are you all right?" Fu Huijuan touched the blood beneath his nose, his eyes flickering with hatred. Yet, he lacked the courage to sever ties with Zhang Wan and merely shook his head, accepting the other's pull. "Brother, you must understand, Brother Wan. That fellow can fight even better than I can, and there are plenty of brothers in the Changhu Brigade. But rest assured, I will certainly aid you in avenging this. Consider this a debt owed to you by Brother Wan. In the future, when I earn money, I will share a portion with you. As long as I have a piece of meat to eat, I will ensure you receive half." Chapter 63. Sneaky Intentions to Learn. After dealing with Fu Huijuan and Zhang Wan, Shu Zhiqiang took his brother to the waters of Yanxi Lake. Compared to the downstream, the current here was noticeably swifter. Yet it did not hinder their fishing endeavors. Once they set down their equipment, he began to stir the fish bait with a stick. In truth, he did not mind relinquishing his original spot to Zhang Wan. After all, even without a designated area, he could continue to fish. As long as his fishing skills remained intact, he had no fear of coming up empty-handed. His primary grievance lay in the fact that he would not feel at ease without giving them a good thrashing. "Brother, did you hit Fu Huijuan to settle the score for the trouble he caused you earlier?" Shu Zhiqiang inquired while assisting with the bait, observing his brother's demeanor. He could discern that Shu Zhiqiang's aggression toward Fu Huijuan was fueled by personal vendetta. Previously, when his brother pursued Fu Huijuan, he had faced considerable harassment from Fu Huijuan, leading him to suspect that this was the underlying motive for the confrontation. Shu Zhiqiang glanced back at him, pondering for a moment before shaking his head with a smile. "No, that guy just irritates me. I simply dislike being threatened. You needn't concern yourself with that. Take the traps and set some yellow eels and loaches. By the time you return, the bait will be ready. The fish-selling business will only last a few more days, so we should aim to catch as many as possible. Understood. Shu Zhiqiang did not press further, taking the 2 traps and sprinting off in the opposite direction. Only after his brother's silhouette vanished did Shu Zhiqiang return to the task at hand, evenly dispersing the egg-infused bait into the water. It remains unclear who carelessly divulged his lucrative fishing venture, which subsequently attracted the attention of both Fu Huijuan and Zhang Wen. In the ensuing days, it is certain that more individuals will flock to this fishing spot. He had anticipated this development, which is precisely why he suggested to his brother-in-law, Chen Daqing, to conduct business from his shop. He was indifferent to the previous fishing location. Even if it fell into Zhang Wen's hands, it mattered little to him. Yet, he felt compelled to feign concern, as this would allow him to manipulate the situation and deliver a sound beating to Fu Huijuan. His rationale for the confrontation was solid, and he was unafraid of any repercussions from the brigade. Furthermore, while the others were aware that fish were plentiful at that spot, they remained oblivious to the fact that it was his baiting that had drawn them in. Following Zhang Wen's and his partner's method of fishing solely with earthworms and without baiting the area, it would not be long before the fish returned to their previous elusive state. Moreover, their supply of earthworms was limited, and the sweltering heat made it difficult to dig for them. Unlike in the future, where individuals utilized battery-operated devices for worm extraction regardless of the season, such ingenuity had yet to occur to anyone in the present. Brother Wen, where did that fellow go? Fu Huijuan, swatting away mosquitoes, spotted Shu Zhiqiang and promptly called out to Zhang Wen. Zhang Wen merely glanced in that direction before returning his focus to the fishing line on the lake surface. Indeed, without a bobber, he had to intently watch for any movement of the line. Suddenly, it twitched. He gasped in excitement and yanked the rod with vigor, but alas, the hook emerged from the water empty. To his dismay, the movement of the line had been nothing more than the wind stirring the lake's surface. Damn it! Zhang Wen cursed under his breath, casting the hook back into the water with renewed fervor. Observing Zhang Wen's indifference, Fu Huijuan dutifully concentrated on his own fishing line. Curiosity piqued, he stole a glance toward Shu Zhiqiang. Though the distance was considerable, he could still make out the silhouette of his rival reeling in a catch. The end of the fishing line glimmered in the moonlight, revealing unmistakable signs of fish scales. Goodness, that must be a hefty fish, weighing at least 2 pounds. Jealousy swelled within Fu Huijuan, yet he refrained from making any rash moves. He was outmatched, and with his elder brother nearby offering no protection, what could he possibly do? However, over the next 10 minutes, his eyes widened in disbelief, and his internal confusion deepened. Brother Wen, that foolish Shu Zhiqiang must possess some fishing technique. In just a few minutes, he has caught over 10 fish. The thought of over 10 fish, each weighing around a pound, nearly equaled his sister's monthly salary. Hearing this, Zhang Wen furrowed his brow. Could it be that the other truly had some fishing expertise, leading him to abandon this prime spot? But that didn't tee it up. If he possessed such skills, why hadn't he showcased them before? Or perhaps the location he had found was even superior to his own. Just then, Shu Zhiqiang returned after setting his traps, heading straight for Shu Zhiqiang. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Wen promptly patted Fu Huijuan on the shoulder. Let us go find out what's going on. If it's merely a matter of location, we can reclaim it tomorrow. But if that guy truly understands fishing techniques, we'll need to devise a plan to acquire them. Upon hearing those words, Fu Huijuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately rose to investigate. However, just as he stood, he felt a twinge in his injured waist, prompting him to exhale softly and crouch back down. With a grimace, he looked at Zhang Wen and said, Brother Wen, I truly cannot go. Whether I can or not is one matter, but I fear being discovered and receiving another beating. That fellow seems to have changed. He is no longer susceptible to my sister's threats. It appears what my mother and sister said was indeed true. This scoundrel no longer wishes to marry my sister. Damn it, what a worthless fool. Zhang Wen glared at Fu Huijuan, cursing under his breath, and left him with a parting remark as he headed towards Shu Zhiqiang. Take good care of the fishing rods. How much we earn tomorrow depends on how many fish you can catch. Hearing this, Fu Huijuan bared his teeth in frustration at Zhang Wen's retreating figure. Meanwhile, Shu Zhiqiang quickly returned to Shu Zhiqiang's side, ready to take over the 4 fishing rods. He then recounted what he had just witnessed. Brother, I saw Zhang Wen and Fu Huijuan staring at us the whole time. Upon hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang immediately glanced back at the direction indicated, spotting a furtive shadow swaying among the wild grass not far away. It seemed that unless this matter was resolved, they would be unable to fish in peace today. Just focus on fishing. Leave the rest to me. He shook his head, handing the 4 rods to his brother before rising. Be careful, brother. Shu Zhiqiang glanced at the rods in his hands and then at his elder brother's retreating figure. Feeling compelled to offer a warning, Shu Zhiqiang waved him off and soon approached the thicket. Zhongwen, hiding within, realized he could not remain concealed any longer and stepped out confidently. Haha, brother Qiangzi, I didn't expect my hiding place to be discovered so easily. Shu Zhiqiang, somewhat speechless, stared at him, taken aback by his lack of embarrassment. Did he not realize how poor his hiding was? Speak, what were you sneaking around for? Surely you're not hoping to learn some tricks? Taken aback by the direct approach, Zhongwen paused, then nodded without hesitation. Calling it stealing knowledge sounds harsh. I was merely curious. Have you learned any fishing techniques, brother Qiangzi? Indeed, I have, Shu Zhiqiang replied with a nod. Hearing this, Zhongwen's eyes brightened, eager to inquire about the techniques. However, Shu Zhiqiang merely smirked disdainfully and said coolly, what does that have to do with you? The atmosphere seemed to freeze at that moment, with only the gentle summer breeze brushing against their cheeks. Zhongwen's lips twitched, then he burst into laughter. Brother Qiangzi, you truly have a knack for humor. We've known each other since childhood. Such remarks feel rather distant. He strode over to Shu Zhiqiang, attempting to place a hand on his shoulder to draw closer, but was deftly avoided. Embarrassed, he shot a glance at Shu Zhiqiang before pointing downstream at Yanxi Lake. Chuckling, do you remember? We used to swim here together when we were kids. I remember. Of course I remember. The scene where you pushed me into the water remains vividly etched in my mind. Had it not been for you, I would not have learned to swim so swiftly. Would I? Shu Zhiqiang nodded with a smile, lifting his gaze to meet Zhongwen's penetrating eyes. Most children from rural backgrounds delight in playing in the water, and Shu Zhiqiang was no exception. The nearby Yanxi Lake, particularly its downstream, was the favored swimming spot for villagers from surrounding areas, as it was a source of fresh water, remaining relatively untainted regardless of how many times one might relieve themselves in it. By the time Shu Zhiqiang was learning to swim, Zhongwen had already mastered the skill and often bullied him. It could be said that much of the water Shu Zhiqiang swallowed while learning to swim was due to Zhongwen's antics. This led to Shu Zhiqiang gaining a notorious reputation in Shu Zhiqiang, while Zhongwen was similarly infamous in his own circle. Yet, the two never quite got along. Are you bringing up old grievances with me? Zhongwen asked, his expression darkening, his tone tinged with impatience. He had already extended his goodwill, yet this fellow seemed ungrateful. Were it not for his elder brother advising him to keep a low profile, he would have certainly made the other pay for his insolence. In response to Zhongwen's probing, Shu Zhiqiang merely scoffed, Mosquito, I know what you're thinking. You are simply envious of my fishing skills and wish to learn the trade from me. Do you have any idea how much I earn selling fish these days? At least 60 a day, sometimes even 100. As Shu Zhiqiang spoke, his tone was grave, and he waved his fingers before Zhongwen's eyes when discussing his earnings. Anyone familiar with him would recognize that such a demeanor indicated he was concocting something mischievous. Indeed, upon hearing about the potential earnings, Zhongwen's pupils dilated with visions of wealth. Earning 80 to 100 a day translates to 2,000 to 3,000 a month. How much does an ordinary job pay in a month? Relying solely on fish sales could yield a sum equivalent to more than a decade's salary of a typical factory worker. It was akin to effortlessly collecting money. With this realization, Zhongwen's expression shifted dramatically, adopting a sycophantic demeanor as he looked at Shu Zhiqiang with a smile. Brother Chang, I acknowledge my past mistakes. I apologize for my misdeeds. After all, we have played together since childhood. Our bond remains intact. Could you find it in your heart to forgive my transgressions? Such a theatrical scene holds immense educational significance. Shu Zhiqiang ought to show this to his younger brother, Shu Zhiqiang, to help him comprehend that in any society, wealth affords one the freedom to act as they please. Mosquito, since you're willing to swallow your pride and apologize, it would be unreasonable for me to hold on to past grievances. Shu Zhiqiang sighed, extending his arm to clasp the other's shoulder. Zhongwen's eyes brightened, nodding enthusiastically in agreement. Yes, yes. I knew Brother Chang wouldn't be so petty. Shu Zhiqiang, feigning modesty, waved his hand dismissively, then led the way towards their fishing spot. Mosquito, are you not curious about how I fish? Come along and see. Upon hearing this, Zhongwen could hardly believe his ears, but soon his face flushed with excitement. He quickly grasped Shu Zhiqiang's arm, looking conflicted as he advised, Brother Chang, is this really appropriate? This is a skill you have acquired. Can it be something I can peruse at will? Observing the insincerity etched upon the other's face, Shu Zhiqiang couldn't help but smirk disdainfully. It was evident that the other party had come for this very purpose, and hearing such words must have delighted him immensely. Now, to feign an air of superiority was simply a tactic to provoke irritation. To toy with him. You're right. I shall refrain from looking. Shu Zhiqiang retracted his smile and released Zhang Wen's shoulder. Ah? Zhang Wen was indeed taken aback, never anticipating that Shu Zhiqiang would employ such a strategy. Had he known, he would have assented immediately instead of indulging in such mundane games with a cunning fox. Watching Zhang Wen's bewildered expression, Shu Zhiqiang stared at him for a moment before bursting into laughter. I was merely jesting. Why did you take it so seriously? With a feigned grin, Shu Zhiqiang stepped forward and embraced Zhang Wen's shoulder once more. Come, let us take a look. Ha ha ha, Xiangzi, you are increasingly fond of jesting, Zhang Wen chuckled awkwardly, wishing he could press this rascal into the ground. Nevertheless, the outcome was rather favorable. This fellow had indeed led him to the fishing platform. Cough, cough, Shu Zhiqiang. While continuously reeling in his line and pondering why his elder brother had not yet returned, was startled by the sound of two heavy coughs from behind. Turning around, he discovered his brother Shu Zhiqiang alongside Zhang Wen. Indeed, it was him behind the weeds, but why had his brother brought him along? Surely, he intended to learn the technique. This was something he could not allow. With this thought, he hastily deposited the bait into a nearby cloth bag, then calmly fixed his gaze upon the bobber on the lake's surface. The line tugged. It was a crucian carp. Shu Zhiqiang's eyes brightened as he swiftly lifted the rod, a 1-kilogram crucian carp thrashing wildly at the end of the line. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by the approaching Zhang Wen, who exclaimed internally, "What a catch!" Despite having reeled in a few fish throughout the night, none were of such size. Shu Zhiqiang did not introduce him to his brother, but instead examined the fish in the basket. He nodded approvingly. Not bad. It must weigh over 20 kilograms. What? Over 20 kilograms? Zhang Wen's pupils contracted as he hurriedly approached for a closer look. The basket appeared dark. Yet under the moonlight, glimmers of light danced across its surface. The numerous scales reflected a wealth of fish inside. With a slight tug, he confirmed its considerable weight. But how could these two brothers have caught over 20 kilograms of fish in just over half an hour? Zhang Wen was eager to uncover the secret. Glancing at the fishing rod beside Shu Zhiqiang, to his astonishment, Shu Zhiqiang was reeling in fish with every cast. Yet, this fellow was not using bait, and simply cast the line back into the water. What was going on? Was he playing a game akin to Jiang Taigong's fishing? Chapter 65. Are you obsessed with money? Xiangzi, what does your brother mean by this? Fishing without bait. Does he suspect me? Upon witnessing Shu Zhiqiang's actions, Zhang Wen cast a discontented glance at Shu Zhiqiang. He understood that the other would not easily impart his fishing techniques, but he expected it to be so overt. One cannot be foolish enough to believe that one can catch fish without bait. What nonsense are you spouting, mosquito? I would never consider you a threat. Fu Zhiqiang promptly waved his hand in denial and urged his brother to take out the bait. They would fish as usual. Brother. Upon hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang grew anxious and adamantly refused to retrieve the bait in front of Zhang Wen. He understood well the caliber of Zhang Wen. If the latter were to acquire their technique, they would be left without a path forward. Bring it out. Listen to your brother, Shu Zhiqiang said patiently. Moving to his sibling's side, observing the brothers' interaction, Zhang Wen felt a flicker of emotion stir within him. Truly, they are brothers, willing to share such a lucrative technique. However, that sentiment quickly faded, and he smirked disdainfully, thinking Shu Zhiqiang a fool for not safeguarding this skill and instead showcasing it to an adversary like him. Yet, when he witnessed Shu Zhiqiang extracting the bait from the cloth pouch, he was taken aback. How could it resemble cornmeal so closely? Could this substance truly be used for fishing? Zhang Wen furrowed his brow, intently watching the brothers' actions, his gaze fixed upon them and the fishing line. Merely seconds passed before the fishing line and float suddenly stirred. Goodness, they've actually hooked something? Upon seeing Shu Zhiqiang lift the rod, two fish weighing over a pound each struggling wildly, Zhang Wen could no longer remain seated. He rushed forward, grasping Shu Zhiqiang's hand, and inquired urgently, Xiangzi, is the bait you're using cornmeal? Pfft. Hearing Zhang Wen's words, Shu Zhiqiang burst into laughter. You brat, what are you laughing at? Zhang Wen frowned, his expression darkening. He felt as though the youth was mocking him, yet he could not fathom what had provoked such laughter. Zhiqiang. Shu Zhiqiang pretended to glare at his brother before holding the bait up and addressing Zhang Wen. Mosquito, this is not cornmeal. It is my specially formulated secret bait. Once it is cast into the water, a swarm of fish will immediately come rushing to compete for it. You just witnessed it. It took less than a minute for a fish to bite once the hook was cast. Shu Zhiqiang's tone seemed imbued with a kind of enchantment. drawing Zhang Wen into his words. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Wen could not contain his curiosity and asked, "Secret bait. How is it made?" He had indeed observed the brothers' earlier performance. It truly took only seconds for a fish to bite. No wonder this fellow set up 4 fishing rods. He intended to deplete the fish population in Yinsi Lake. If he possessed this secret bait, would he not catch hundreds of pounds of fish in a day? Within a month, he could purchase a house and marry. With that thought, Zhang Wen's gaze toward Shu Zhiqiang grew ever more fervent. This is my means of livelihood. Do you think I will divulge it so easily? Noticing Zhang Wen's intense stare, Shu Zhiqiang immediately adopted a wary expression. Observing the basket full of fish and glancing again at the so-called secret bait, Zhang Wen became agitated. He rose in indignation, pointing a finger at Shu Zhiqiang, and raised his voice. "Shu Zhiqiang, we have been childhood friends, brothers since our youth. How could you embark on such a lucrative venture without including me?" At that moment, he had become intoxicated by the allure of immense profit, completely forgetting the grievances between him and Shu Zhiqiang. His singular desire was to acquire the secret bait-making technique from Shu Zhiqiang in order to amass wealth. However, he overlooked the fact that Shu Zhiqiang had not forgotten. He had been eagerly anticipating this moment. With a disdainful glance at Zhang Wen, he scoffed, "Mosquito, have you lost your senses? While we may have been childhood friends, when did we become brothers? Do you understand what this is? This is a technique that can yield over 10,000 a month. You profess brotherhood, but would you freely offer this technique to me?" As the two began to bicker loudly, Shu Zhiqiang, gripping his fishing rod, felt his hands turn pale. He harbored a genuine fear that his older brother and Zhang Wen might come to blows. As for the 10,000 a month that his brother mentioned, he had secretly calculated the potential himself. With one person responsible for fishing and the other for netting, they could easily catch 80 to 100 pounds of fish in just 2 hours. If they were to fish for more than 8 hours a day, earning over 10,000 a month was indeed a possibility. Yet, a significant issue loomed. "Chang, what price must I pay for you to share this secret bait method with me?" Zhang Wen recognized that Shu Zhiqiang was correct. If the roles were reversed, he would never give this away for free, especially to a rival. Thus, he abandoned his demands and instead began to negotiate terms. Upon hearing Zhang Wen initiate the discussion of terms, Shu Zhiqiang felt a wave of relief. It was evident that Zhang Wen was fervently interested, as anyone would be, considering this was a business that could yield over 10,000 a month. In the 1980s, the term 10,000 household was not yet in use, but such money could easily purchase 2 apartments in the city. Recognizing the temptation was substantial, Shu Zhiqiang unhesitatingly raised one hand. "What does that mean?" Zhang Wen frowned at the 5 fingers extended before him. 5,000. I will teach you how to make the bait step by step, and show you how to attract more fish." Shu Zhiqiang stated calmly, no longer hesitating. "What? 5,000? Have you gone mad?" Zhang Wen gazed incredulously at Shu Zhiqiang, unable to fathom his audacity. In an era where one might earn mere dozens, 5,000 was an astronomical sum. He had hardly ever encountered such an amount, let alone the prospect of paying it. The demand for 5,000 was akin to madness. "I believe it's you who has lost your mind over money," Shu Zhiqiang retorted with a derisive smile, striking at Zhang Wen's core. If Zhang Wen were not desperate for money, why would he seek out his rival for the secret bait technique? Zhang Wen was acutely aware of the potential profits, yet 5,000 was simply too steep. He shook his head, stating, "I cannot produce such a sum." Hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang rolled his eyes and turned to cast his line again. "If you have no money, then be on your way." Zhang Wen felt a surge of frustration at Shu Zhiqiang's dismissive attitude, yet found himself powerless against it. Finally, he extended a single finger and spoke in a low voice, 1,000. "That is all I can offer." Shu Zhiqiang did not receive a response from his superior. With a loud shout, he hoisted a 2-kilogram fish from the water. Zhang Wen's complexion darkened further, his face a mask of unrestrained fury as he extended a finger once more. 2,000. This is the utmost limit my family can muster. Chapter 66, 3005. Deal. Shu Zhiqiang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Zhang Wen's family could produce 2,000 yuan. Though there were workers in the family employed at the factory, their monthly earnings barely reached 30 or 40 yuan, and they still had to cover their living expenses. However, upon reflection, Shu Zhiqiang surmised that perhaps the young man was using his wife's savings and borrowing a little besides. A business venture without capital ultimately involved collective assets. And if scrutinized closely, Shu Zhiqiang would find himself in a precarious situation. Thus, his intention was to extract every last bit from Zhang Wen. taking advantage of this opportunity to release the fish-selling business. When confronted with the offer of 2,000 yuan, he resolutely shook his head. Yet, he feared that Zhang Wen might lose patience and resort to other methods to force him to surrender the secret bait recipe. Hence, he turned back. Mosquito. I must reiterate the significance of the secret bait. With it, I can catch 40 kilograms of fish in an hour, and at least sell 30 yuan worth in a day. Imagine, if you were to fish alone with 4 rods for 10 hours a day. How many kilograms would you catch, and how much would that translate to in monetary terms? Upon hearing this, Zhang Wen's eyes glimmered as he put aside his dark thoughts and began to calculate. With fish priced at 7 to 8 jiao per kilogram, 10 kilograms would yield 7 to 8 yuan, and so forth. Zhang Wen, not particularly well educated, ultimately concluded that the monthly profit would not be less than 5,000 yuan. Upon further reflection, the 5,000 yuan for the secret bait did not seem exorbitant. He could recoup his investment in a month. As long as he worked diligently for 30 days, all subsequent earnings would be profit. However, he truly could not produce 5,000 yuan, not even through borrowing. Thus, for the first time, he turned to Shu Zhiqiang with a conciliatory smile, murmuring, "Jiangzi, could you perhaps lower the price a bit? I'll try to borrow some more. Would you sell it to me for 3,000? In response, Shu Zhiqiang scrutinized him closely for a moment, nearly causing Zhang Wen to feel utterly humiliated before retracting a finger for 1,000. Zhang Wen shook his head. That's impossible. I can only manage to borrow 3,000. Even if I sell everything I own. 3,005. Impossible, it's 3,000. 3,005. 3,000. 3,005. 3,000. 3,000. 3,005. Deal. Beside them, Shu Zhiqiang could not contain his laughter upon hearing their haggling. Although he did not comprehend why his elder brother was engaging in such negotiations, he could ascertain from their demeanor that they were indeed at an advantage. Shu Zhiqiang smiled slightly and patted Zhang Wen on the shoulder, pleasure in cooperation. Zhang Wen's face was filled with chagrin, unable to fathom how he had fallen into the other's trap. He contemplated retracting his agreement, but feared that Shu Zhiqiang might change his mind as well. Ultimately, he refrained from shaking hands with him, instead coldly stating, I currently cannot provide the money. I will need a few days to gather the funds. Since the terms had been settled, there was no further need for him to feign cordiality. That's fine. Come back when you have the money, Shu Zhiqiang replied. However, I must be clear. If anyone else expresses interest in the secret bait and offers me money, I may consider selling it. Shu Zhiqiang shrugged and spoke. You. Zhang Wen, in a fit of frustration, pointed at Shu Zhiqiang, remaining silent for a long moment before finally standing up and departing. Just wait. I will deliver the money within 3 days. Shu Zhiqiang had grasped his weakness. He would never relinquish such a lucrative opportunity to anyone else. As for why Shu Zhiqiang chose to sell to him, he decided not to ponder that for the time being. Brother, are you truly planning to sell the secret bait recipe to Zhang Wen? After Zhang Wen left, Shu Zhiqiang couldn't help but inquire. Upon hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang chuckled and retrieved the eggshell he had just broken. He tapped the bait bowl with the eggshell and remarked meaningfully, It's merely an egg mixed with cornmeal. And it can fetch 3,005. What more could you want? Indeed, Shu Zhiqiang exclaimed, his smile broadening. There is no technical complexity to it. It's just 2 inexpensive ingredients mixed together. To sell something so trivial for 3,005 is truly a windfall. Shu Zhiqiang laughed heartily, clearly delighted. That fellow has wasted quite a bit of time. You take your time fishing. I'll head over there to catch a few nets of fish. Shu Zhiqiang patted his brother's shoulder and then made his way upstream with the bait and net. In a couple of days, this business will be unfeasible. We should relish this moment. Meanwhile, Zhang Wen returned with a sullen expression. Upon seeing him, Fu Huijuan promptly approached. What happened, Brother Wen? Did you see how that rascal Shu Zhiqiang managed to fish so quickly? I did, Zhang Wen replied with a sidelong glance before sitting down. Deep in thought about how to acquire money. The so-called secret bait was something he was determined to obtain, as the allure of making hundreds of dollars a day was simply too great. However, the dowry his family had saved for him was barely 1,000, and he intended to save enough for a wedding with a city girl. The 2,000 he promised Shu Zhiqiang had already accounted for all the money he could borrow from relatives and friends. Brother Wen, what method is that rascal using? Please tell me. As Zhang Wen fell into silence, Fu Huijuan grew anxious. He suspected that Zhang Wen might be hoarding the fishing technique for himself, treating him like an outsider. However, upon hearing the urgency in Fu Huijuan's voice, Zhang Wen's eyes suddenly brightened. He turned to Fu Huijuan and asked earnestly, Fu Huijuan, let me ask you something. I heard that your sister is willing to pay 150 to marry Shu Zhiqiang. Is that true? Fu Jun, puzzled by the unexpected question, nodded without giving it much thought. Indeed. Every time this comes up, it infuriates me. My foolish sister seems to be oblivious. She insists on marrying that rascal Shu Zhiqiang and even claims she will pay $200. This was after my mother and I vehemently opposed it. And it was only after that it was brought down to 150. $200. Zhang Wen's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he firmly grasped Fu Jun's shoulder. Fu Jun, are we not brothers? Confused by Zhang Wen's sudden enthusiasm, Fu Jun nodded. All right. Then listen to me. Zhang Wen eagerly nodded and proceeded to share all the information he had gathered. Upon hearing that Shu Zhiqiang could earn over 10,000 a month from fishing, Fu Jun was utterly taken aback. His immediate reaction was one of disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could that good-for-nothing, who always trailed behind his sister, possibly earn such a fortune? Yet, a sudden thought struck him. His sister was willing to marry that man despite the odds, which seemed to lend some credence to the situation. She was such a shrewd individual. How could she engage in such folly? Unless, of course, Shu Zhiqiang possessed something she desperately desired. Observing Fu Jun's astonishment, Zhang Wen seized the moment to entice him further. Brother, find a way to get that 200 yuan for me. Given our good relationship, I'll offer you a 10% share of the profits. With over 10,000 a month, you'd be pocketing over 1,000. Chapter 67. How fragrant. How delicious. After Zhang Wen's persuasion, Shu Zhiqiang and his brother returned home after catching 70 to 80 pounds of fish at Yanxi Lake. He had resolved that once the money was in hand, he would cease selling fish. Early the next morning, both brothers rose early. Shu Zhiqiang, yawning, hurried to the fields where the traps were set, while Shu Zhiqiang ventured into the kitchen. He moved the pot from the stove to the iron rack and retrieved the marinated duck from the brine, hanging it over the fire pit. The duck had been marinated the previous day and soaked overnight, allowing the seasoning to permeate the meat. Now, with just a little fire, it would emerge crispy on the outside and tender within, surpassing even the most authentic roast duck in flavor. As he prepared to make the wrappers, Xiang Fingxia entered the kitchen with a puzzled expression. Xiangzi, why are you up so early? Shu Zhiqiang turned to explain that his sister wished to enjoy roast duck, prompting him to rise early to hang it up. In the midst of his explanation, he handed her some flour. Mom, could you help me roll out some wrappers? They should be slightly larger and thinner than dumpling skins. We'll need them for the roast duck. Unfamiliar with roast duck or its preparation, Xiang Fingxiao simply understood that her son needed her assistance. Watching his mother knead the dough, Shu Zhiqiang moved behind the stove to start the fire. Soon, flames leapt up, engulfing the marinated duck above the fire pit. The little foodie, still half asleep, stumbled in, rubbing her eyes. Upon seeing her mother and brother busy, along with the duck on the stove, all sleepiness vanished. Brother, is that how we roast the duck? She exclaimed excitedly, rushing to the stove to gaze up at the duck enveloped in flames. The intense heat caused the skin to release a copious amount of oil, sizzling delightfully. The already fragrant marinade intensified in aroma under the fiery heat. Xiang Fingxia and Shu Zhiqiang couldn't help but inhale deeply, nearly entranced by the unfamiliar fragrance. Shu Zhiqiang glanced up and playfully warned, Xian, step back. Don't let the oil splatter on you. No sooner had he spoken than the oil beads on the duck's skin erupted, producing several loud pops. A sudden cry of pain escaped Shu Zhiqiang as she stumbled back, clutching her forehead. Xian, Shu Zhiqiang and Xiang Fingxia's expressions changed in unison, rushing forward to check on her. Let me see, where are you hurt? The two individuals examined Shu Zhiqiang's face, finding no discernible red spots. If she had been scalded by hot oil on her cheek, it would have left a scar, an exceedingly grave matter for a young girl's visage. With a choked sob, Shu Zhiqiang pointed to her forehead, feeling aggrieved. Upon hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang and Xiang Fingxia hurriedly parted their bangs to inspect, only discovering a couple of insignificant red dots. They finally breathed a sigh of relief. You shouldn't have gotten so close. Your brother even told you to keep your distance, Xiang Fingxia reproached, then returned to the stove to continue kneading the dough. Seeing Shu Zhiqiang pouting in discontent, Shu Zhiqiang affectionately ruffled her hair. It's nothing. Go brush your teeth and wash your face. Your second brother brought back a can of malted milk yesterday. After you're done, make yourself a cup. And don't forget to prepare one for our mother as well. Xiang Fingxia, who was busy kneading, quickly interjected that she had no intention of drinking that concoction. Initially, she considered scolding Shu Zhiqiang for wasting money, but thought better of it and refrained from voicing her displeasure, since it was already purchased. It would be best left for Zhigua and Xian to enjoy. Shu Zhiqiang did not linger and promptly turned to brush her teeth and wash her face. She had only heard that malted milk was delectable, but had yet to taste it herself. Now that her elder and second brother had brought some home, she was determined to savor it. Don't use too much. A spoon and a half will suffice for 1 cup, Shu Zhiqiang called out. Then returned to the stove to tend the fire. Half an hour later, Shu Zhiqiang returned with 2 baskets containing a bounty of lobsters and eels. The aroma was intoxicating. He inhaled deeply, following the scent to the stove. The braised duck on the fire had shrunk considerably, its skin gleaming with a rich sheen. This was the same duck they had eaten yesterday, yet it seemed somewhat different. Xiang Fengxia had prepared numerous delicate sheets of dough and was now looking at Shu Zhiqiang with a puzzled expression. Having made dozens of wrappers, what should she do next? The sight of the glistening roast duck made her swallow hard. Where had her eldest son acquired such culinary skills? As a mother, she was completely unaware. With the spicy crayfish, soup dumplings, and now this roast duck, one could easily mistake him for a chef from a state-run restaurant. Mom, leave this to me. You can wash rice and prepare some porridge, Shu Zhiqiang said, taking over the task from his mother and assigning the fire tending to his younger brother. He placed the layers of dough into the steamer, then set it in a large pot to steam. He removed the now smaller roast duck from the fire, turning to place it on the cutting board. Finding it too hot to handle, he decided to brush his teeth and wash his face first. A few minutes later, as the skin of the roast duck had cooled considerably, he began to carve. He first chopped off the duck's head, then with a diagonal cut. He sliced off 2 pieces of skin and meat from the neck and chest. He set the severed duck meat aside on a tray and continued to slice along the established lines. After being braised, the duck meat was exceptionally tender, practically falling apart at the slightest pressure. After a night of cooling, the meat had become considerably firmer. Following another half-hour of roasting, it transformed into a delightful combination of crispy exterior and tender interior. The glistening duck skin was sliced down, the skin and meat evenly cut into portions, piece by piece. They were arranged neatly on a tray. Suddenly, 2 hands, one large and one small, reached out and snatched away the freshly placed duck meat. Shu Zhiqiang was taken aback, turning to see Shu Zhigua and Xian, who were already devouring a piece of the warm roasted duck. Wow, it smells so good, and it tastes amazing. Observing their expressions of pure enjoyment, Shu Zhiqiang could only smile helplessly. Xian, please help your brother pick some cucumbers from the garden. There's no lettuce in this season, otherwise it would be perfect. Oh, sure. A few minutes later, the 5 family members gathered around the 8 immortals' table, with 4 of them looking at Shu Zhiqiang with curiosity as he demonstrated. Now, let us place the duck meat into the pancake, add a slice of cucumber, and then brush on some sauce before rolling it up. Shu Zhiqiang patiently demonstrated, taking a bite of the rolled roasted duck pancake. It still has the flavor of the marinated duck, but the texture is far superior to eating the marinated duck alone. Witnessing Shu Zhiqiang's expression of delight, Shu's parents and the others began to imitate him earnestly. After just 1 bite, they unanimously approved of the dish. Xian even rushed to grab a lunchbox, preparing to pack some for teacher Xiao, insisting that they shouldn't consume all the roasted duck. Chapter 68. It turns out to be for the sister-in-law after a hearty meal. Everyone rose from the table, slightly unsatisfied. Shu Biao let out a loud belch, frowning at the lunchbox in Xuan's hands. She had only packed a third of the entire roasted duck. Could she really eat that much at lunch? She didn't respond when asked, and her brother supported her. It seemed their bond was growing distant. With a sigh, he returned to the courtyard to continue mixing cow dung in a basin. At this time, the village lacked cement flooring, so they had to find a place to dry rice. Drying it on the yellow mud ground was out of the question. Thus the villagers resorted to using cow dung water to irrigate the land. This involved mixing cow dung into water and then splashing it on the courtyard to dry. Once the cow dung water dried, the ground would solidify, allowing villagers to dry rice on it. It may sound unappealing and unsanitary, but during this era, without cement, it was the only viable method. In fact, the rice bran and rice would eventually separate, not affecting the rice's hygiene. While Shu's parents remained busy with farm work at home, Shu Zhiqiang and his brother were heading towards the city with a donkey cart, taking Xian along for the ride. Xian, can you finish all that roasted duck you've packed? Shu Zhiqiang asked, observing his sister, who had just finished her meal and was now chewing on a candy. He still hadn't had enough of the roasted duck, mainly because his sister had packed too much. Of course, I can't finish it all by myself. But there's also teacher Xiao, Xian replied with a beaming smile while holding her lunchbox. However, She quickly realized she had misspoken and promptly covered her mouth, casting a guilty glance towards Shu Zhiqiang. Upon noticing his steady gaze upon her, she instinctively recoiled and chuckled nervously. "Brother, you wouldn't mind, would you?" In response, Shu Zhiqiang offered a faint smile. "Not at all. You may share with whomever you wish, especially if it is a teacher who has been particularly kind to you. I am even less inclined to object. It is merely a few dollars, and I certainly would not restrict my sister's desires for such a trifling sum." In truth, he had grown somewhat suspicious when she had expressed a desire for roast duck the previous day, and his certainty solidified when she requested to pack a bit more in the morning, to say nothing of just preparing a dish for Xiao Wenyun. He would have no qualms about doing so daily. Compared to the sacrifice he made to save Xuanxuan's life, this matter was truly insignificant. "See, I told you that you have a fondness for our teacher Xiao. Now you have admitted it," Shu Zhiqiang teased as Shu Zhiqiang giggled, indicating that she had seen right through him. After that, she leaned closer to Shu Zhiqiang, whispering animatedly in his ear. Enlightenment dawned on Shu Zhiqiang as he nodded and said, "So you brought it for sister-in-law? Then I have no objections." At these words, the two siblings erupted into hearty laughter. Shu Zhiqiang, however, felt a shadow pass over his face, realizing he was at a loss with these two younger siblings. Yet, he soon smiled faintly, thinking how delightful this feeling was, a sensation he had never experienced in his past life. Before long, the donkey cart arrived at the school gates, and Shu Zhiqiang leapt down, waving as she dashed towards the school. "Goodbye, big brother and second brother. Be careful on the road." Watching her lively figure disappear, the two brothers exchanged a knowing smile before heading towards the city. The pace of the donkey cart was not particularly swift, as it was primarily designed for transporting goods and conserving energy. While the brothers conversed cheerfully about their future plans, a middle-aged man on a bicycle gradually matched their pace. "Xiangzi, are you two heading to the county to sell fish?" The brothers turned to look, momentarily stunned. Good heavens, Fu Yunshan. Upon closer inspection, they noticed he was riding a dilapidated tricycle with a basket. Shu Zhiqiang blinked in surprise and chuckled. "Uncle Yunshan, you are quite impressive. Where did you acquire such a tricycle?" It was still early in the morning, and based on his usual habits, this fellow should not have even risen yet. Today, however, he was up early and had prepared a tricycle. It seemed he was indeed determined to associate with Shu Zhiqiang. This was understandable. Who would not seize the opportunity to learn a skill and earn money? "I borrowed it from my older brother and second brother, though I am unsure how many disdainful looks I received from my sister-in-law and second sister-in-law. If only you had returned my donkey, I would not have needed to seek them out," Fu Yunshan grumbled, recalling the disdainful attitude of his sisters-in-law when he had borrowed the cart. "Is it such a crime to be a bit lazy at times? I never asked for their assistance. Is it necessary for them to give me such looks?" He resolved to earn a substantial profit, so he could one day confront them with pride. With determination in his eyes, Fu Yunshan turned to the awkward Shu Zhiqiang and said, "Qiangzi, whether or not I can regain my dignity depends on you." Observing the gaze and tone of the other party, Shu Zhiqiang instantly discerned that they were undoubtedly aggrieved, since they placed their trust in him. He felt compelled not to disappoint them, thus he nodded affirmatively. "Rest assured, I will ensure that your circumstances surpass those of others." Fu Yunshan exhaled in relief. But just as he was about to speak, he heard the request for assistance. He regarded Shu Zhiqiang with a hint of caution, clearly indicating that he could not extend help with anything overly burdensome. "It is nothing significant. I merely wish to ask if you could retrieve a pair of tires for my tricycle," Shu Zhiqiang remarked, shaking his head with a smile while gesturing towards Fu Yunshan's tricycle tires. Presently, he was still utilizing the cart from the village chief's household, and it was evident that the other would need it for collecting rice. If he delayed returning it, who knows how the village chief's wife might curse him. However, he could not be without a cart. He would surely need it for future endeavors, such as barbecuing crayfish. Thus, he resolved to construct his own cart, necessitating tires made of rubber. Bicycle tires were too diminutive, easily prone to bursting under the weight of several hundred pounds, while tricycle tires were more suitable. These tires were larger than those of a bicycle and featured a supporting iron rod. Fu Yunshan was set to collect scrap today, making him the ideal candidate for this task. As for the cart's framework, there was an abundance of bamboo available for use. "All right, I shall inquire further for you." Fu Yunshan nodded in agreement. He instantly recognized that the cart pulled by his donkey belonged to the village chief of Shu's village, leading him to surmise that Shu Zhiqiang intended to fabricate his own cart, and he was merely asking as a formality. Upon receiving Fu Yunshan's consent, Shu Zhiqiang promptly retrieved 5 yuan from his pocket and handed it over. The second-hand tricycle tires were neither excessively expensive nor particularly cheap. 5 yuan should suffice. Very well. I shall take my leave then. Fu Huijuan accepted the money without hesitation, pressing down on the pedal with vigor, causing the tricycle to swiftly overtake the donkey cart. The donkey brayed a few times, quickening its pace considerably. Shu Zhiqiang, curious about Fu Huijuan's endeavors, turned to inquire of Shu Zhiqiang. Without reservation, Shu Zhiqiang shared the details as they walked along the path to the city. Chapter 69. Brother, are you serious? Inside the office of the county candy factory, Li Dong stood outside the desk, his demeanor fraught with trepidation as he pondered the reason for factory director Wang's summons. There have been no recent incidents at the factory. Could it be a discussion regarding a raise? Just as Li Dong indulged in such fanciful thoughts, the middle-aged man seated at the opposite side of the desk spoke up. Director Li, have you heard that we have a new female employee at our factory? Li Dong was taken aback. Why would the director concern himself with matters regarding new employees? Had the situation involving Fu Huijuan, that woman from the countryside, come to light? Confusion flickered across his mind. Yet his expression remained one of feigned ignorance as he looked towards the director. Director, there have been several new female employees recently. I am uncertain which one you are referring to. What? Are there many employees who came in through your connections? Director Wang's brow furrowed, his tone turning somewhat hostile. Upon hearing this, Li Dong immediately grasped that the director was indeed referring to the woman, Fu Huijuan. Recently, the factory's performance has been lackluster. Yet he has refrained from haphazardly hiring new employees, with the exception of the woman who is expecting a child by her own cultivation. But why has the factory manager selected her? Although Li Dong felt a twinge of confusion, he raised his head and smiled at Manager Wang, saying, Are you referring to Comrade Fu Huijuan? Indeed, she entered through my connections. She came from the countryside to the city, not only diligent and unpretentious, but also exceptionally capable of enduring hardship. It was precisely her commendable qualities that led me to consider her a promising addition to our workforce. Is that so? That contradicts what I have heard, remarked Manager Wang, who internally scoffed at Li Dong's absurdity. The factory's performance continues to decline, largely due to the reckless actions of these lower-level leaders, relying on the explicit regulations that prevent arbitrary dismissal of employees. They wield their authority without regard for the factory's survival. If this persists, the entire confectionery factory is bound to be ruined by their hands. Upon hearing Manager Wang's veiled criticism, Li Dong's heart sank. His lips twitched, and with a face filled with trepidation, he hastily defended, Manager, you must not heed the slanderous words of the petty. Our nation's agrarian comrades are indeed industrious and genuine, and Comrade Fu Huijuan perfectly embodies this noble tradition. Enough. Before Li Dong could further argue, Manager Wang interrupted him with a wave of his hand, tossing an envelope from his drawer onto the table. Director Li, perhaps you should review this before offering further explanation. Li Dong swallowed his words, casting a cautious glance at the manager before gingerly taking the envelope from the table. As he opened it and unfolded the letter within, his pupils dilated dramatically. A thunderous shock struck him, nearly rendering him unconscious. Slander. This is unequivocally slander, Manager. Li Dong was infuriated, perplexed as to which wretch had concocted such a vile rumor against him. To be accused of corruption as a director and of engaging in an inappropriate relationship with Fu Huijuan, resulting in her pregnancy, is a claim that cannot be made lightly. Should this rumor solidify, it would irreparably tarnish his reputation for life. Are you suggesting that someone is deliberately framing you? Manager Wang did not immediately accept the claims in the letter, nor did he readily trust Li Dong. Instead, he demanded evidence or for Fu Huijuan to confirm her innocence regarding the pregnancy. Manager, Comrade Fu Huijuan is engaged and on the verge of marriage. Fabricating such lies about her could have dire consequences. Li Dong found himself at a loss, ultimately fabricating a non-existent individual to defend her honor. Fortunately, he had previously conferred with Fu Huijuan about this matter, and she would undoubtedly corroborate his story. Upon hearing Li Dong's words, Manager Wang promptly instructed his assistant to summon Fu Huijuan. Meanwhile, the Shu brothers, Shu Zhiqiang and his sibling, arrived once again at the textile factory's residential complex, which could be deemed one of the largest in the county. Having previously sold goods here, they naturally chose this location as their first option. The elderly vendor of the sugar candies was absent, possibly deterred by Shu Zhiqiang's earlier encounter. If he were to be coerced into exchanging candy once more, how would he carry on his days thereafter? Observing the gazes of all the vendors upon him, Shu Zhiqiang smiled and began to make his presence known. Freshly sold fish, lively crucian carp, grass carp, and bighead carp. As Shu Zhiqiang began his call, Shu Zhiqiang beside him couldn't help but take a deep breath. He was still somewhat unaccustomed to this, but after a few deep breaths, he felt much better. He sorted through the change in the money box and looked up with a beaming smile at the elderly gentlemen and ladies approaching. "Ah, you two brothers are quite early today." A middle-aged woman stepped up to the fish stall and quickly placed her order. While she couldn't quite bring herself to call a young man in his 20s brother, these two lads were sweet-tongued and pleasant to her eyes, so she felt no hesitation in saying it. "Sister, your support is indeed timely. My heart is truly touched." Shu Zhiqiang chuckled, his face unflushed and his heart steady as he flattered her. "I don't believe it. If you're really touched, how about gifting me 2 Christian carps?" The middle-aged woman felt quite pleased upon hearing this and began to joke in return. Shu Zhiqiang's expression changed instantly. He thought to himself that this woman was rather shameless. To ask for 2 Christian carps right off the bat, did she really think of herself as our sister? However, since his elder brother remained silent, he too could not voice a refusal. Yet, noticing the woman's demeanor, Shu Zhiqiang laughed heartily and nodded in agreement. "Of course, it's only right for a brother to gift his sister 2 Christian carps. Let me pick out 2 big ones for you." He proceeded to fetch 2 sizable Christian carps, stringing them together with a piece of grass rope, and without weighing them, handed them over. "Are you serious?" The middle-aged woman was taken aback by Shu Zhiqiang's actions. She was merely joking, yet he seemed to take her seriously. Seeing him nod affirmatively, she quickly waved her hands and laughed. "I was just kidding. How could I take your things for free? Let us weigh the fish, and I'll pay you." Shu Zhiqiang didn't continue the jest. After weighing the fish, he charged her 1 yuan for 2 pounds, giving her a significant discount. This delighted the middle-aged woman, who then inquired whether Shu Zhiqiang was married. He chuckled and brushed off the question, returning to serve other customers. "Sir, what fish would you like to buy?" "Perch." "Perch is 1. 2 yuan per pound." "All right, this one weighs 1 pound and 2 ounces. Youth, please give me a big head carp. The larger, the better." "How much for the yellow eel?" The earlier lady, seeing Shu Zhiqiang didn't engage with her, shook her head with a smile and turned to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Shu Zhiqiang let out a sigh of relief while making change. He had thought his brother was genuinely giving away fish. But it seemed there were still many good-hearted people in this world. Chapter 70. My daughter-in-law is about to give birth freshly sold fish, lively Christian carp, grass carp, and bighead carp. "Sir, Christian carp is 0.7 yuan per pound. For over a pound, it's 0.75 yuan. All right, I'll pick out 2 large ones for you." "Ma'am, grass carp is 0.75 yuan per pound, and for over 2 pounds, it's 0.8 yuan. Bighead carp is 0.6 yuan. "What? Sister, are you talking about a daughter-in-law? I live in the countryside." Shu Zhiqiang's fish stall continued to attract a steady stream of customers, many of whom returned to support him after purchasing fish the previous day. There is no alternative. Primarily, this place is conveniently close to home, and the young man possesses a charming demeanor that brings joy to those around him. Additionally, the fish here is considerably cheaper than that at the market, which naturally encourages many to purchase from him. Thus, in merely half a morning, Shu Zhiqiang managed to sell off a substantial portion of his fish, reaping a profit exceeding 30 yuan. Though this may not seem like a significant sum, it is essential to recognize that an ordinary factory worker earns merely that amount over an entire month, rendering it quite substantial. Shu Zhiqiang clutched a handful of small bills and coins, his fingers somewhat cramped from counting, yet his face was alight with a jubilant smile. He realized that if he could earn this much daily, it would mean he could indulge in meat every day. As he counted the money in his hands, he absent-mindedly inquired, "Brother, shall we dine at elder sister's place for lunch today?" Being in the county town, their options for lunch were limited to either restaurants or the homes of elder sister or aunt. Shu Zhiqiang nodded affirmatively. "Yes, let's bring a chicken along." Although he was aware that his elder sister was pregnant, he was more curious about the attitude of his brother-in-law's family upon hearing the news. After all, Qin Daqing should have taken his sister to the hospital for an examination after learning about the pregnancy yesterday. He wondered if they would take good care of her upon receiving the results. If not, he would have to take it upon himself to bring his sister back. As the two conversed, the mother of the benefactor from yesterday approached once more. "Young man, do you have any Christian carp for sale today?" she asked, her face adorned with a warm smile and her tone exceedingly friendly. The sight of his benefactor's mother filled Shu Zhiqiang with joy. He promptly greeted her with a beaming smile and selected 2 Christian carp, each weighing over a pound, from the basin. "Elder sister, do these 2 fish look sufficiently large?" As he spoke, the fish in his hands flailed their tails energetically, as if to showcase their liveliness. This display pleased the woman greatly, and she declared her intention to purchase both. Without hesitation, Shu Zhiqiang threaded a piece of straw through their mouths and weighed them. The two fish totaled 2 jin and 6 liang, and he calculated the price at 7 mao per jin, charging her a total of 1 yuan and 80 cents. Where are you from, young man? Have you just started selling fish here in the past couple of days? Su Chunfang expressed a fondness for the young fishmonger, prompting her to inquire about his background. Unlike many urban dwellers, she held no prejudices against rural individuals. Rather, she appreciated the diligence and simplicity of country folk. Elder sister, I am from Changhu Brigade in Huangling Township. Since there are no markets in the village, I decided to come to the city to sell fish, Shu Zhiqiang replied candidly, revealing his residence without reservation. Upon hearing Huangling Township, Su Chunfang suddenly fell silent, as if lost in thought. Within 3 seconds, her eyes widened with excitement as she fixed her gaze upon Shu Zhiqiang. Young man, is Baiguo Primary School located in your Huangling Township? Observing her animated expression, Shu Zhiqiang discerned that she was certainly thinking of Shaowenyan. He nodded in affirmation, confirming her inquiry. What a coincidence! My daughter is a teacher at your Baiguo Primary School. Is that so? What is your daughter's name? Perhaps she teaches my sister's class. After much effort, Shu Zhiqiang finally struck up a conversation with the mother of his benefactor, feigning ignorance as he engaged in light banter. Observing this, Shu Zhiqiang, his younger brother, deftly took over his elder brother's role in selling fish. After spending 2 days alongside his brother in this endeavor, he gradually shed his reservations and began to call out with enthusiasm. As time passed, Su Chunfang and Shu Zhiqiang found themselves increasingly impressed by this young man. Despite his seemingly flippant demeanor, he spoke with such clarity and conviction that he did not resemble a mere rustic laborer skilled only in agriculture. When he mentioned his limited education, claiming only to have completed elementary school, Su Chunfang could scarcely believe it. Chunfang, aren't you supposed to be home preparing dinner? A sudden shout from a passerby jolted her back to reality, prompting her to rise abruptly. Oh dear, how could I lose track of time? My daughter-in-law is waiting for me at home, she lamented, lightly tapping her forehead before turning to Shu Zhiqiang with a look of genuine apology. Jiangzi, I must take my leave now. I quite like you, and we shall converse again when time permits. Certainly, auntie, take care, Shu Zhiqiang replied, smiling as he watched her cheerful figure retreat. The amiable exchange had opened up further opportunities for him to repay his benefactor's kindness. Regaining his composure, Shu Zhiqiang turned to his brother, who was still busy selling fish. Throughout the past half hour, Shu Zhiqiang had been diligently attending to customers, and it seemed he had grown quite adept. Brother, we have about 20 fish left. What should we do? Shu Zhiqiang inquired anxiously, glancing at the remaining fish in the basin. It was evident that today's sales had not matched yesterday's, which was perfectly understandable. After all, the workers from the textile factory could not possibly consume fish every day. However, the factory had not yet closed, and there would likely be another surge of customers at quitting time. Many employees would not have dinner waiting for them at home and would need to prepare their meals after work. Thus, they decided to wait a little longer, confident that the fish would eventually sell out. During the next hour, the brothers refrained from aimless chatter, only calling out to passing women to inquire if they were interested in purchasing fish. As the sun climbed higher in the sky and time slipped away, Shu Zhiqiang sensed it was nearly time to wrap up. If they continued to linger, they would miss lunch at their sister's house. He waved to his brother, Jigua. Time to close up. Reluctantly, although he wished to sell all the fish before departing, Shu Zhiqiang chose to heed his elder brother's command. The two brothers clinked their basins together before preparing to head to the supply and marketing cooperative for some provisions. Just then, a familiar and urgent voice called out from behind them. Jiangzi, Jiangzi. Shu Zhiqiang halted, turning to see Su Chunfang hurriedly approaching with a middle-aged woman. Seeing the urgency on her face, Shu Zhiqiang quickly stepped forward. Auntie, what is the matter? My daughter-in-law is about to give birth. Su Chunfang gasped, pointing towards the residential building. My husband and son haven't finished work yet, and I need you to help take my daughter-in-law to the hospital. Upon hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang's expression shifted dramatically, and he promptly urged her to lead the way. Follow me. Su Chunfang nodded, turning and racing back toward the residential building. Shu Zhiqiang, not daring to delay, swiftly followed suit. Chapter 71. Taking the pregnant woman to the hospital. Within 2 minutes, Shu Zhiqiang emerged, cradling a heavily pregnant woman who was drenched in sweat. There were foreign substances on her legs, unmistakably the result of ruptured amniotic fluid. Shigua, bring everything down. Shu Zhiqiang shouted, then carefully transferred the woman into his arms. Su Chafang, her face etched with worry, trailed closely behind, accompanied by several neighbors, mostly elderly women and children. It was the middle of the workday. Anyone employed would be away from home, leaving behind only the elderly and women to tend to household duties and children. Unaware of the situation, Shu Zhiqiang sprang into action upon hearing his brother's call, hastily moving to unload the basin. Just as the two fish basins were set down, Shu Zhiqiang placed the woman atop one of them, then removed his shirt to fashion a makeshift pillow for her head. He approached the donkey, untying its rope, and turned to Shu Zhiqiang. "Zhiqiang, lead the donkey to my sister's house. I will take this sister to the hospital." Without waiting for a response, he grasped the handles of the cart and addressed Su Chunfang. "Sister, let us head to the Red Cross Hospital. It is nearby, in the county. There are no schools or hospitals comparable to those in the city. One can only rely on the Red Cross or the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Typically, families would hire a midwife to assist with childbirth at home, lacking any high-tech facilities. However, with the rupture of amniotic fluid, it would be more prudent to transport her directly to the hospital rather than seek out a doctor at the Red Cross." "Thank you for your help," Su Chufeng said, gripping her daughter-in-law's hand firmly, giving a nod of agreement to Shu Zhiqiang, indicating that she had not entirely lost her composure. Seeing her consent, Shu Zhiqiang tightened his grip on the cart's handles, striving to maintain balance as he dashed towards the Red Cross hospital. Su Chunfang steadied herself against the edge of the cart, glancing at her pale daughter-in-law as they ran. "Do not fear, my dear. Take deep breaths. We will be at the hospital shortly." The Red Cross hospital was not far from the textile factory's residential building, and they managed to reach it in just over 10 minutes. The midday sun blazed fiercely. Shu Zhiqiang ran with urgency, his hands firmly pressing down on the handles to keep the cart steady. By the time they arrived at the hospital, his dark skin glistened with sweat, and his face was flushed from the heat. Yet, Shu Zhiqiang paid no mind, bursting into the hospital and calling out as if his own wife were in labor. "Doctor! Doctor! Hurry! My sister-in-law is about to give birth." At the sound of Shu Zhiqiang's cries, the staff in the hospital turned their attention to him. A male and female doctor quickly approached, exchanging a glance at the pregnant woman on the cart. "Prepare for a natural delivery," the male doctor instructed, swiftly heading towards the delivery room, while the female doctor looked at Shu Zhiqiang. "Bring your sister-in-law over." She did not question why it was not the woman's husband present, as such urgent matters often left uncertainty in their wake. Shu Zhiqiang glanced at Su Chunfang, who tightly held the pregnant woman's hand. "Do not fear, my dear. We have arrived at the hospital. Patients will see us through. I shall promptly notify when how to come. We are all outside, cheering you on, you know." Upon receiving the consent of the other party, Shu Zhiqiang lifted his daughter-in-law and entered the operating room. The Red Cross Hospital's diagnostic equipment consisted solely of a few blood and urine testing devices and a single ultrasound machine. The only operating room available was specifically designated for expectant mothers. After the pregnant woman was wheeled into the surgical chamber, Shu Zhiqiang did not choose to leave. Instead, he donned a shirt and slumped down onto a chair outside. Su Chufeng, though equally fatigued and breathless, did not take the opportunity to rest. She exchanged a brief greeting with Shu Zhiqiang before making a call to inform her family. In this era, mobile phones were non-existent. Only pagers, large mobile phones, and landlines were available. Although Su Chunfang's family was not impoverished, they were not affluent enough to afford a large mobile phone worth thousands. Thus, she had to borrow the hospital's landline to contact her husband and her son's factory. Shu Zhiqiang, panting heavily, gazed at the door of the operating room and mused. Perhaps this could be considered a way to repay a benefactor? While delivering his daughter-in-law to the hospital hardly compared to losing a daughter, he felt he had at least contributed something. It was a far cry from his previous life, where he had not even had the opportunity to lend a hand. In this life, he would have many chances to repay the kindness he had received in the past. Contemplating this, a subtle smile graced his lips. A few minutes later, Su Chunfang returned, carrying 2 bottles of Laosing soda, and took a seat opposite Shu Zhiqiang. She handed him a bottle with a face full of gratitude, saying, "Xiangzi, I truly thank you today. Without your help in getting my daughter-in-law to the hospital, I would have been at a loss." Shu Zhiqiang took the soda, drank deeply, and exhaled before waving his hand dismissively. "Auntie, you are being too kind. Given our rapport, it was only right that I assist you. Moreover, we are all striving to do good deeds, following the exemplary spirit of Lei Feng. As a youth of the new era, I cannot fall behind." Su Chunfeng nodded repeatedly, her fondness for Shu Zhiqiang growing as she observed him. This young man was diligent and hardworking, helping to support his family by selling fish with his brother. He was articulate and eager to assist others. If only his education were a bit more advanced. Qiangzi, I owe you a favor this time. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my help. As long as it is within our family's capacity, we will not refuse. Su Chunfeng appreciated the young man. Thus she was eager to cultivate a good relationship with him. Were it not for his educational background, she might even consider introducing him to her daughter. All right then. I shall not hold back in the future, Shu Zhiqiang replied with a slight smile. Su Chunfeng returned the smile, nodding in agreement. The operating room was not situated on a different floor. The Red Cross hospital only had 2 stories. Thus, the anguished cries from within the surgical chamber resonated clearly in the ears of Su Chunfeng and Shu Zhiqiang. In a moment of anxiety, Su Chunfeng sprang to her feet. Forgetting her conversation with Shu Zhiqiang, she began to pace back and forth in agitation, muttering incessantly to herself. Approximately 10 minutes later, 3 men rushed into the hospital, their faces flushed with urgency. Ignoring the curious glances of those around them, they hastened to the surgical area on the 2nd floor. Chunfeng, mother, where is my daughter-in-law? How is my grandson? Mother, where is my wife? Is she all right? They exclaimed in distress. She is fine. Xiao Xue is still in the operating room. She will surely deliver the child safely, Chunfeng reassured them. As these 3 men expressed their anxiety, Shu Zhiqiang was struck by a vivid recollection of a scene from his previous life. It was on a similar day that they had mournfully cradled the lifeless body of Zhao Wenyan, with the 2 middle-aged men even striking their own faces in despair. Chapter 72. Where is Jigua? Brother Chang, I cannot thank you enough for today. If it weren't for your timely intervention, I shudder to think what might have happened to my wife. The family of Xiaos expressed their gratitude after Chunfeng's explanation revealed that Shu Zhiqiang was their savior. One of the men, who seemed only slightly less robust than Shu Zhiqiang, approached him and bowed deeply in thanks. Before Shu Zhiqiang could respond, another man, aged 50 or 60, followed suit with a bow. Comrade, your assistance has truly saved our entire family. We are at a loss for how to repay you. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask. Rest assured, our family is capable of fulfilling your needs, he proclaimed confidently. Shu Zhiqiang was taken aback by the audacity of such a statement from a man of his age. Although he had encountered this group in his previous life, he was unaware of their true circumstances. Nevertheless, he had no intention of accepting any form of gratitude, as his desire was simply to repay their kindness. Since your family has arrived, I shall take my leave, he said politely, waving his hand to decline their offers. He stood up, greeted Chunfeng with a nod, smiled at the others, and turned to descend the stairs. Chang, allow us to treat you to lunch. Chunfeng, filled with gratitude, sought to invite him for a meal. No need. You are pressed for time, and I must visit my sister, Shu Zhiqiang replied without looking back, quickly reaching the 1st floor. The family exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a mix of embarrassment and uncertainty. Having received such significant assistance, they felt compelled to show their appreciation. Thus, Zhao Wenyan's father, Zhao Renyi, promptly retrieved a bundle of cash from his pocket and handed it to the man in his 30s. Wenhe, take this money to him. He has saved my grandson and your wife and children. We must return this favor. Upon hearing this, Chunfeng did not protest, and Zhao Wenhe, casting a worried glance at the operating room, accepted the money. As he watched his son pursue Shu Zhiqiang, Zhao Renyi turned to Chunfeng, seeking clarification. How could the waters have broken a month before the due date? And what is the story behind Shu Zhiqiang? Why was he carrying my daughter-in-law to the hospital? Upon hearing his inquiries, Chunfeng's expression turned remorseful as she began to explain. When she mentioned that Shu Zhiqiang was from Huangling Township, Zhao Renyi was taken aback. After all, his daughter teaches in Huangling Township. Perhaps these two are acquainted. It is a pity, however, that this young man possesses merely an elementary education, which may hinder his future endeavors. Just as the two were engaged in conversation, Zhao Wenhao returned, panting and clutching a stack of money. Zhao Renyi furrowed his brow and said in a low voice, Didn't I instruct you to give him the money? Why have you brought it back? He saved your wife and child, and you are reluctant to part with a few hundred yuan? Upon hearing this, Zhao Wenhao exclaimed in indignation, his face etched with a sense of grievance as he began to explain, Dad, it's not that I refuse to give it. It's that the young man doesn't want it. I insisted on giving it to him, and he indignantly claimed I was insulting his dignity. Tell me, should I continue to force it upon him? Hearing this, Xiaorenyi became somewhat intrigued by the young man and admired his character. He is willing to contribute to the nation's call and has chosen to become a self-employed individual at such a young age. His willingness to help others and perform good deeds anonymously is indeed commendable. Since he does not want the money, so be it. Did you leave him your contact information, in case he might need our assistance in the future? Upon hearing his father's words, Xiao Wenhao quickly stated that he had shared his identity, name, and work address with the young man, hoping that he would reach out if he ever faced difficulties. Satisfied, Xiaorenyi nodded and then sat down, gazing into the operating room. Meanwhile, Shu Zhiqiang hurried back with his cart, feeling astonished by the Xiao family's status. The individual who had just given him money was Xiao Wenhao, the deputy director of the county printing factory, a significant leader indeed. Furthermore, the entire family resided in the textile factory's dormitory, indicating that Xiaorenyi worked there. As for Xiao Wenyun's elder brother, Shu Zhiqiang refrained from inquiring further, but he presumed his standing was also impressive. It was hard for him to fathom that a family of such stature could be so rational and considerate, especially given that the youngest sibling, Xiao Wenyun, had likely never lacked affection and care. Yet in her previous life, she had perished while saving Shu Zhiqiang. How could this family have refrained from causing trouble for his household? If even one of them had been heartless, their influence could have led to his family's ruin. Reflecting on this, Shu Zhiqiang felt a growing sense of gratitude towards them. An hour later, he arrived at his sister Shu Zhiqiang's home, dragging his cart. Upon entering the yard and surveying the surroundings, he furrowed his brow. He quickly set down the cart and approached the door, preparing to knock. Just as he reached the entrance, the door swung open, revealing his brother-in-law, Chen Daqing, who was holding a bowl and chopsticks. He looked at Shu Zhiqiang in surprise before breaking into a friendly smile. "Xiangzi, you're here? I just heard some noise in the yard and was wondering who it was." As he spoke, voices from within the house called out, "Is it Xiangzi? Oh my goodness. My dear ancestor, sit still and don't move. You mustn't disturb the pregnancy." "Mom, I'm not that delicate." Hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang deduced that his sister had undergone a checkup the previous day. Moreover, the attitude of the mother-in-law has shifted. She has begun to show concern for others, albeit primarily for the child she carries within her. "Regardless, my sister's situation has improved considerably. Dinner has just been prepared at home. Come in and join us for a meal." Chen Daqing stepped aside with a smile, inviting Shu Zhiqiang to enter and dine. "Where is Jigua? Did he not accompany you?" Shu Zhiqiang did not enter, but rather responded anxiously, asking, "I was just about to inquire about that. Is Jigua not here?" It had been over an hour since he sent Xiao Wenhao's wife to the hospital, and according to the timeline, Shu Zhigua should have arrived by now. However, the donkey belonging to Fu Huijuan was absent from the yard, indicating that his brother had yet to arrive. "No, he did not come with you?" Chen Daqing shook his head, his expression reflecting his confusion as he regarded Shu Zhiqiang. "Xiangzi, is Jigua missing?" Shu Zhihong approached with an anxious demeanor and inquired of Shu Zhiqiang. "It's nothing. I'll check the family quarters at the textile factory. Sister, do not worry. He is a grown man and cannot simply disappear." Fu Jiqiang reassured her before promptly turning and rushing out of the yard without hesitation. Chen Daqing observed his retreating figure and then glanced at his wife before ultimately handing over the bowls and chopsticks. "Jihong, do not fret. I will go with Xiangzi to search for him." Chapter 73. Painting Dreams for My Brother Xiangzi. "How is it that you came to the city to sell fish with Jigua, yet you are the only one remaining?" Chen Daqing caught up with Shu Zhiqiang, walking alongside him while asking curiously. Shu Zhiqiang glanced at him and recounted the events that had transpired, omitting any mention of the Xiao family's identity. Upon hearing that his brother-in-law had engaged in acts of kindness, Chen Daqing felt a surge of relief. It seemed he was not entirely lost. Able to earn a living and willing to assist others, traits not typical of a mere wastrel. "You left the donkey and the basin of fish for Jigua. He should not have been burdened with too much. Do you think he is still waiting for you at the textile factory's family quarters?" Chen Daqing pieced together the events and speculated to Shu Zhiqiang. In response, Shu Zhiqiang nodded, indicating that he was indeed heading to the family quarters at the textile factory. Thus, the two men exchanged no further words and began striding purposefully toward their destination. Before long, they arrived at the family quarters of the textile factory and spotted Shu Zhigua beneath a large tree not far away. He squatted in the shade, a red basin filled with fish before him. A rope was tied to the tree, with Fu Yunshan's donkey grazing nearby. A woman stood opposite Shu Zhigua, seemingly haggling over the fish in the basin. "Sister, 2.5 jin of wanfish for 75 cents is truly not expensive at the market. It would be at least 85 cents per gene. I understand that 75 cents is reasonable, but your fish look lifeless and on the verge of death. Surely you can offer a better price? Ultimately, Shu Zhiqiang could no longer tolerate the back and forth of bargaining and sold the fish for 70 cents. The woman, satisfied, took the 2.5 gene of wan fish and departed. Shu Zhiqiang, gazing down at the few remaining limp fish in the basin, shook his head with a sigh. Zhiqiang. Suddenly, the voice of brother Shu Zhiqiang resonated, prompting him to swiftly lift his head toward the source of the sound. Upon spotting Shu Zhiqiang and Chen Daqing, a smile illuminated his face. Brother-in-law? He noticed Shu Zhiqiang panting slightly, gazing at him with a hint of reproach. Why are you still here? Didn't I ask you to go to your sister's house? In response, Shu Zhiqiang promptly began to elucidate the reasons for his delay. As Chen Daqing had anticipated, when Shu Zhiqiang departed, there were still over 10 fish remaining in the basin, with only a donkey and no cart at his disposal. Shu Zhiqiang found himself unable to transport them. He had also heard Shu Zhiqiang mention that there would be another wave of customers finishing work, hoping to sell the fish completely. However, the oppressive heat coupled with the absence of an oxygen pump caused the fish to perish at an alarming rate. After relentless haggling from customers, only a few feeble fish remained unsold. Upon hearing his brother's explanation, Chen Daqing immediately raised his thumb in commendation, exclaiming, "Well done, Zhiqiang. You're already capable of handling things on your own. When I was your age, I was still dependent on my family's provisions." Shu Zhiqiang, feeling a bit shy, chuckled and turned his gaze toward brother Shu Zhiqiang. More than the praise from his brother-in-law, he yearned for his brother's approval. Indeed, but there is still much to learn. In the future, we are destined to engage in grand business ventures. At that time, you shall assume the role of general manager. Merely selling fish won't suffice. Shu Zhiqiang stated, patting his brother's shoulder, his tone infused with confidence regarding their future plans. Shu Zhiqiang's heart raced with excitement at the thought of becoming a prominent businessman. However, he soon looked at his brother with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Brother, what exactly is a general manager?" After a moment's contemplation, Shu Zhiqiang replied, "The general manager is the one who will oversee thousands of employees in our future company." Chen Daqing, overhearing this, felt a mix of astonishment and amusement. His brother-in-law's lofty aspirations unveiled themselves once more. It was rather presumptuous. After selling fish for just 2 days, he had lost sight of reality. Did he truly believe that establishing a company was a trivial endeavor? Their county's largest factory hardly employed thousands. What kind of daydream was he indulging in? Yet, Shu Zhiqiang was undeterred, his expression brimming with anticipation as he gazed at Shu Zhiqiang. "Brother, can I really become a general manager?" "Absolutely. Just keep learning." Shu Zhiqiang replied with a gentle smile, patting his shoulder before loosening the donkey's tether. Shu Zhiqiang's heart raced with longing for that managerial position, convinced that his brother would indeed start a company, and he was determined to learn alongside him. Observing the two brothers lost in their daydreams in broad daylight, Chen Daqing merely shook his head. Subsequently, the trio began to gather their belongings and headed toward Chen Daqing's residence. Meanwhile, at the teacher's dormitory of Baiguo Primary School, Xiaowen once again brought Shu Zhiqiang and her sister back to the dormitory, where they commenced preparing a meal together. While teachers in this era were undoubtedly responsible, it did not imply that they were entirely attentive to their students' needs. It must be said that few could match the dedication exhibited by Xiaowen. "Ms. Xiao, could you please help me steam the food?" Shu Zhiqiang carefully handed her lunchbox to Xiaowen, who was busy cooking. "Of course," Xiaowen replied, glancing back with a light chuckle as she accepted the lunchbox. "Thank you, Teacher Xiao. I'll help you with the fire," Shu Zhiqiang said with a grin. Turning to dash to the stove, Xiaowen hesitated for a moment but ultimately did not refuse the girl's kind gesture. She was not accustomed to using this kind of stove, finding it considerably more troublesome than the honeycomb coal stove. "Qingqing, do you need your meal heated?" Xiaowen inquired, opening the lunchbox while casting a glance at Shu Qingqing. Shu Qingqing looked down at her own lunchbox and, contemplating its contents, shook her head. "Thank you, teacher. Mine doesn't need heating." Upon hearing this, Xiaowen immediately deduced that the girl's meal was likely sweet potatoes and potatoes. She had noticed yesterday that although these two students were cousins, their meals varied greatly. Shu Zhiqiang's lunch consisted of over 20 small steamed buns, 2 full baskets that a little girl could hardly finish, while Shu Qingqing's lunch was far less substantial, comprising just 2 sweet potatoes and some wilted greens. Fortunately, Shu Zhiqiang was quite considerate and willing to share some of her buns with her. Xiaoyan shook her head in disbelief as she gazed into Shu Zhiqiang's lunchbox. Xiaoyan, is this truly your lunch for today? This pancake, this cucumber, and the beautifully roasted duck, how could it not resemble Peking duck? She recalled that the day before, when asked about her favorite food, she had mentioned Peking duck. Today, Shu Zhiqiang had brought it for lunch. Does your family run a hotel or something? How is this even possible? Indeed, Teacher Xiao, Shu Zhiqiang nodded, a glint of mischief in her eyes. I told my brother yesterday that you enjoy Peking duck, and without hesitation, he bought one. This duck was marinated overnight and roasted for most of the morning. Upon hearing Shu Zhiqiang's words, Xiaoyan felt a surge of admiration for the girl's cleverness. Yesterday, she had spoken of her brother in a manner that suggested he was quite remarkable, and today she continued in the same vein. While her claims about the steamed buns could be dismissed as exaggeration, what about the roasted duck? She had indeed mentioned her fondness for Peking duck, and here it was. She found it hard to believe that a rustic man from the countryside could master such a dish. It must have been a skill he learned intentionally. Could it be that her brother had truly prepared this duck for her? The image of the handsome, robust figure of the man immediately surfaced in her mind. Did he genuinely have feelings for her? But they had only met twice. How fragrant. Teacher Xiao, what delectable dish are you preparing? Just as Xiaoyan was lost in her thoughts, a voice of surprise from Teacher Chen interrupted her. Xiaoyan quickly regained her composure and placed the roasted duck into a large pot to steam. Hello, Teacher Chen. Upon seeing Chen Yuding enter, Shu Zhiqiang promptly greeted her with a charming smile. Xiaoxian, you're so well-behaved, Chen Yuding replied with a gentle smile. Stepping closer to Xiaoyan to peek into the pot for steaming rice was covered, obscuring her view. Yet she could see another pot nearby containing stir-fried meat and green beans. No, the scent wafting through the air was not from that dish. Shaking her head, she gazed at Xiao Wenyun and inquired, Teacher Xiao, have you hidden something delicious? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wenyun promptly clarified that it was lunch brought by her student, which she was merely warming up. At this revelation, Chen Yuding turned to Shu Zhiqiang with eager anticipation. Xian, what delightful treat have you brought today? Yesterday, she had savored 2 of the small steamed buns brought by the girl. The dough was delightfully chewy, and the filling was rich and succulent, bursting with savory juices that lingered in her memory. Such delectable buns, akin to lobster, were a taste she felt she could never forget. Thus, when she learned of today's lunch offerings, her eyes sparkled with fervent excitement, especially at the scent of braised delicacies that hinted at a truly exquisite meal. Teacher Chen, I have brought roast duck for lunch today, Shu Zhiqiang revealed without hesitation, looking up at Chen Yuding. For some reason, my brother gave me half a duck, and I certainly cannot finish it. To avoid waste, you and Teacher Xiao must help me share it. Surely, you wouldn't mind partaking of my leftovers, would you? The girl's charming manner of speaking and her gracious invitation made it impossible for Chen Yuding not to feel fondness for her. It was evident that her brother intended for her to share, and upon hearing Shu Zhiqiang's words, Chen Yuding's affection for the little girl only deepened. She reached out to gently ruffle the girl's hair, smiling as she said, of course, the teacher would not refuse. On the contrary, I must thank you for the delicious meal you have brought us. To repay you, how about I bring you some sweets when we have a holiday? As teachers, Chen Yuding and Xiao Wenyun were technically not supposed to partake in their students' food. However, previously, Shu Zhiqiang had graciously allowed them to indulge in a delightful experience of spicy crayfish. Yesterday, Shu Zhiqiang had playfully coaxed them into trying the small steamed buns, and they had already found themselves ensnared in this delightful habit. Now, with the prospect of roast duck, Chen Yuding could hardly resist the temptation to sample this culinary creation. Yet, she deemed it inappropriate to continually accept her students' offerings without reciprocation, thus deciding to buy some sweets for the girl as a gesture of gratitude. Teacher Chen, that's not necessary. You are merely helping me avoid wasting food, Shu Zhiqiang replied, waving her hand, displaying remarkable maturity for her age and ensuring that her teachers felt no obligation. In truth, she had indulged in too many treats these past few days. Debedu, ding-ding candies, and peach crisps, all had passed her lips, so she felt no overwhelming desire for the sweets mentioned by Chen Yuding, allowing her to graciously decline. Meanwhile, Shu Qingqing, standing a short distance away, could not help but swallow hard, her mouth watering at the thought. Chen Yuding engaged in cheerful conversation with Shu Zhiqiang for a while before rising to poke Xiao Wenyun playfully in the side. Teacher Xiao, I recall you mentioning yesterday that you enjoy Beijing roast duck, correct? Today, she has brought roasted duck. Are you certain this is not a special dish prepared by her elder brother, just for you? Do not speak nonsense. She merely happened to have duck at home. Xiao Wenyun's cheeks flushed as she shot a glare at Chen Yuding, vehemently denying it. Subsequently, she lifted the pot lid, and a rich aroma of roasted delicacies instantly permeated the entire room and continued to waft outside. Xiao Wenyun's delicate nose twitched, unable to resist inhaling the fragrance a few more times. Although the flavor was somewhat unorthodox, it was far more aromatic than the roasted duck she had tasted in the capital. Could such a delightful scent and vibrant color truly emanate from the hands of a rustic man? Once again, she felt a twinge of regret for underestimating that dashing fish vendor. Oh my, it truly smells delightful. Chen Yuding inhaled deeply, her face alight with rapture. Gazing at the generous portion of duck meat, she could not help but glance at Xiao Wenyun again. Are you still claiming this was not prepared for you? Just look at this ample serving. It must weigh over a pound. Can an 8-year-old even consume that much? Close your mouth. Xiao Wenyun shot her another glare before retrieving the roasted duck with a cloth. Xianxian, Qingqing, it's time to eat. Observing her retreating figure, Chen Yuding shrugged and could not suppress a laugh. Our Xiao teacher is shy. Xiao Wenyun had purchased some chopped pork, the kind with a balanced mix of fat and lean meat, intending to render lard for cooking. Thus, the table was adorned with a dish of stir-fried meat with green beans, water spinach leaves, and the roasted duck brought by Shu Zhiqiang. There were 4 people at the table, and apart from Xiao Wenyun, the others were all fixated on the platter of roasted duck. Xian, why does this roasted duck come with pancakes and cucumbers? Chen Yuding inquired, looking puzzled at the accompanying ingredients in the lunchbox. The teacher's salary was not particularly high, barely amounting to 20 or 30 yuan a month. Since she rarely dined out, she had never actually tasted such roasted duck. Teacher Chen, this is meant to be wrapped in the pancake. Shu Zhiqiang tore off a piece of pancake and slowly demonstrated to Chen Yuding. Following the guidance of her elder brother Shu Zhiqiang, she quickly wrapped a piece of roasted duck and looked at Chen Yuding. Is it like this? Chen Yuding's eyes brightened, marveling at the intricacies involved in consuming such a dish. She looked at Shu Zhiqiang, curious. Xian, did your brother teach you this as well? Indeed. My brother is exceptionally skilled. Shu Zhiqiang nodded proudly, and then handed the wrapped roasted duck to Xiao Wenyun. Teacher Xiao, please have a taste. Chapter 75. The beverage business awaits you. Shu Zhiqiang was unaware that his sister was assisting him in winning Xiao Wenyun's favor. Had he known, he would certainly have remarked on what a wonderful sister he had. After locating his younger brother, he returned to dine with his brother-in-law, Chen Daqing, and confirmed the news of his sister's pregnancy. His brother-in-law's mother had significantly softened her attitude, even going so far as to apologize to Shu Zhiqiang and his brother. She assured them that henceforth, she would ensure Shu Zhiqiang took good care of herself and would not burden her with heavy chores in the kitchen. Shu Zhiqiang understood that this leniency was granted due to his sister's pregnancy, but he found it agreeable, at least for this year. His sister would lead a comfortable and contented life. During this period, it is essential for one to earn more, as long as one possesses sufficient fame and substance. Li Huiying would undoubtedly refrain from causing trouble for Shu Zhiqiang, seizing the opportunity during their meal. Shu Zhiqiang and Chen Daqing deliberated on the subsequent tasks for the snack shop. The day after tomorrow, I will accompany your sister for a couple of days and help you set up the awning. It's quite simple and won't take more than a few hours. Since Chen Daqing had promised his brother-in-law, he naturally would not go back on his word. However, having just learned of his wife's pregnancy, he genuinely wished to spend more time with her. Shu Zhiqiang was also pleased with this outcome, but he hoped to see Chen Daqing earn a bit more income, thus proposing that he take charge of the beverage business for the snack shop. It is well known that the majority of a hotel's profits come from drinks, representing a substantial opportunity. If Shu Zhiqiang's snack stall thrived, Chen Daqing would undoubtedly reap considerable rewards. Yet, upon hearing Shu Zhiqiang's suggestion, Chen Daqing hesitated unexpectedly. He had grown accustomed to tending the tea stall, earning a stable 30 yuan a month. Was that not sufficient? If he were to engage in business with his brother-in-law, he would need to invest several hundred yuan. With his wife's pregnancy, he was indeed reluctant to spend recklessly. Observing his brother-in-law's demeanor, Shu Zhiqiang felt a twinge of helplessness but felt compelled to persuade him. Brother-in-law, you know my sister is pregnant and in need of financial support. Raising a child will require funds, and your monthly income of merely dozens of yuan is far from adequate. As the child's uncle, I cannot bear to see my nephew suffer. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Huiying interjected, unable to restrain herself. Oh dear, Jiangzi. Do not say that I am being unreasonable. Is it not absurd that a few dozen yuan is insufficient to raise a child? How large is your heart? How many of you are earning in your family? Did you not grow up with your siblings on such meager means? Indeed, her words held truth. Everyone had endured hardships, and no one was significantly more privileged than another. Some families, relying solely on farming, managed to support over 10 members. Yet, can a life of meager corn porridge truly be compared to one of abundant pork and rice? As a reborn individual, Shu Zhiqiang's purpose was to ensure his family enjoyed good food and drink. If he allowed them to become as thin as sticks, what meaning would his rebirth hold? He then turned to Li Huaying, patiently stating, "Auntie, you must understand the difference between raising a child in poverty and in wealth. Do you wish to see your grandson malnourished and as frail as my younger siblings? Even if you are willing, I, as the uncle, certainly am not. But can you guarantee that your so-called business will be profitable?" Li Huaying grasped this principle, yet she remained skeptical of Shu Zhiqiang's ability to generate income for them. If it turned out to be a loss, it would mean that her son had worked hard for months in vain. Wouldn't it be better to save that money to buy something for her eldest grandson? Upon hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang rolled his eyes, thinking how naive the old lady was. Even if he was confident in making a substantial profit, no businessman would assure others of success. However, Shu Zhiqiang, not wanting to witness a quarrel between her brother and mother-in-law, reached out to Chen Daqing and began to negotiate. "Daqing, perhaps we should contribute some money. I firmly believe Qiangzi will undoubtedly turn a profit." Upon hearing this, Li Huaying, who was nearby, immediately adopted a stern expression, for she despised her daughter-in-law's inability to distinguish between her own family and her in-laws. Even after marrying, she still frequently bails out her brother, ultimately causing her own family to suffer. Had it not been for Shu Zhiqiang's pregnancy, she would have already unleashed a torrent of insults, since her brother-in-law was unwilling. "So be it. I shall continue to charge you a mere 10 yuan monthly rent." Observing that his brother-in-law's family was reluctant, Shu Zhiqiang, of course, would not humiliate himself by offering money. Thus, he set down his chopsticks, preparing to take his brother home to gather the necessary items. Once he earns money, he will ensure that his sister's child enjoys a prosperous life. "Qiangzi, please don't be hasty." Upon noticing Shu Zhiqiang's growing irritation, Chen Daqing quickly stood and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Though I am not new to business, this barbecue venture is indeed my first experience. Should I not proceed with caution? I have sampled the dishes you prepared, and they were quite delectable, hence I am willing to invest, but please enlighten me on what I need to prepare." Seeing his mother, Li Huaying, poised to interject, Chen Daqing swiftly raised his hand to silence her. With his wife recently pregnant, he truly wished to shield her from undue negativity. While he could concede part of the shop as per his brother-in-law's suggestion, he harbored no intentions of investing. Yet, not wanting to put his wife in a difficult position, he resolutely decided to invest a modest sum. Shu Zhiqiang regarded Chen Daqing for a moment before nodding and smiling. "There's nothing much to procure. Simply stock up on beer and beverages. My barbecue and lobster will have a bit of spice, so I'm certain the drink sales will be substantial." "Very well, I shall have everything ready. Just come by in a couple of days," Chen Daqing affirmed. Choosing not to elaborate further, Shu Zhiqiang did not linger, reminding his sister to rest well before departing with his brother from the Chen household. On their way home, Shu Zhiqiang could not resist glancing at Shu Zhiqiang and inquired, "Elder brother, surely we have sufficient funds for the beverages?" Brother-in-law's demeanor clearly indicates he does not wish to participate. What is the point of our actions? In recent days, they had earned over 200 yuan. Acquiring a barbecue grill and several kilograms of meat would still leave them with a tidy sum, making it entirely feasible to procure some drinks. "It's of no consequence. I simply wish to enhance my sister's quality of life and ensure that our nephew receives ample nourishment upon his arrival," Shu Zhiqiang replied with a faint smile. Despite brother-in-law's current reluctance, I assure you he will eventually utter 2 words. Shu Zhiqiang was taken aback, curiosity piqued. "What words?" "Delicious." In a couple of days, the barbecue business would commence, prompting Shu Zhiqiang to purchase a barbecue grill and some coal. He intended to create a barbecue experience distinct from what was currently available on the market, thus he acquired an array of spices. With these enhancements, his barbecue would surely waft enticing aromas for miles. As for bamboo skewers and meat, he resolved to procure them once the stall was erected. Chapter 76, Is Fu Huijuan getting married? Having procured the necessary items, Shu Zhiqiang also purchased some meat and snacks before heading home. As he passed by the candy factory, he instructed Shu Zhiqiang to gather information from the security department. "Yesterday, I pinned a letter to the candy factory, reporting the illicit affair between Li Dong and Fu Huijuan, though I remain uncertain about the outcome." Soon after, Shu Zhiqiang hurried back, prompting Shu Zhiqiang to eagerly inquire about the news. perhaps fueled by a deep-seated resentment. He found himself fervently anticipating the misfortune of Fu Huijuan and her paramour. Consequently, as he awaited his brother's return with information, his heart raced with anticipation. The security officer mentioned that nothing significant had occurred at the factory, but he was hesitant to elaborate. Shu Zhiqiang shook his head, casting a peculiar glance at his elder brother. He couldn't shake the feeling that his brother was not quite himself. After all, he had once held a fondness for Fu Huijuan. Yet, following the humiliation inflicted by Shu Zhiqiang, he seemed to harbor a grudge against her, seemingly wishing for her and her lover's downfall. Could it be that love had morphed into hatred? Nevertheless, change had occurred, and at least his treatment of family had improved considerably. Nothing significant? How could that be? Shu Zhiqiang furrowed his brow, urging the donkey cart onward toward home. Engaging in extramarital affairs was a serious offense in this era, with public condemnation being the least of the repercussions. If the situation were severe, imprisonment could ensue. Yet, why had his letter failed to bring punishment upon Li Dong and Fu Huijuan? Had this scandalous couple devised some clever scheme to evade consequences? With a heart full of questions, the two brothers returned to Changhu village. Upon entering the village, they encountered several villagers, armed with hoes, preparing to tend to their gardens. Given the sweltering heat, many villagers opted to work during the cooler hours of late afternoon, making it unsurprising that Shu Zhiqiang crossed paths with them. What struck him as odd was the peculiar smiles that appeared on their faces upon seeing him. "Xiangzi, have you been to the city again?" one of them inquired. "Indeed. Uncle, are you all heading to the fields?" Shu Zhiqiang replied with a slight smile and a nod. Yes, the man affirmed, then leaned closer to Shu Zhiqiang, uttering something that left him bewildered. "You must be regretting your decision now, huh?" "Unfortunately, regret is of no use." "Regret? What regret?" Shu Zhiqiang was taken aback, intending to clarify the matter, but the man merely shook his head with a sigh and walked away toward the fields. Shu Zhiqiang glanced at the others, only to find their expressions filled with mockery. What was going on? Had he inadvertently offended this group? "Brother, what do they mean by that?" Shu Zhiqiang asked, equally perplexed. "Whatever it is, it can't be anything of great importance," Shu Zhiqiang replied, shaking his head and continuing his journey homeward. His greatest regret in his previous life was marrying Fu Huijuan, and he believed he had no cause for regret in this life. Fu Huijuan? Shu Zhiqiang suddenly felt that the remarks from the villagers might be related to her. However, he refrained from making assumptions. In this village, significant events could seldom remain concealed. He decided to let the situation unfold, confident that the truth would soon reach his ears. Upon returning home, the two brothers found their mother, Xiong Fengxia, busily gathering rice from the ground with a wooden rake, clearing away the cow dung. The rice began to dry in the morning. Early rice typically consists of broken grains, making it less palatable when cooked. A day's exposure to sunlight is sufficient. It is now around 5 o'clock, the time to gather the rice. "Mother, let me assist you." Shu Zhiqiang leapt down from the donkey cart and seized the wooden rake from Xiong Fengxia's hands, starting to push the rice. This rake has one side with spikes, akin to the weapon of Zhu Beiji used to disperse the rice for more even sunlight exposure. The other side is a flat board, employed to level the rice or to gather it into a pile, which will later be scooped up with a dustpan and placed into woven bags. "Xiangzi Zhiqiang, you have returned?" Upon seeing her son, Xiong Fengxia's face brightened with a benevolent smile. She then casually inquired, "How did the fish sell today?" "Not bad." Today, Zhiqiang contributed significantly, as he was primarily responsible for selling the fish. Shu Zhiqiang replied with a slight smile, leading the donkey into the pig pen while speaking. "Is that so? My son has become so capable." Xiong Fengxia's eyes sparkled as she gave Shu Zhiqiang a thumbs up. His face flushed with pride, and he chuckled as he continued to push the rice. Hearing the praises from his mother and brother, he exerted himself with even greater vigor in his agricultural tasks. "Mother, has something remarkable happened in the village?" After feeding the donkey some straw, Shu Zhiqiang exited the pig pen and turned to Xiong Fengxia with a query. He had not forgotten the words of the villagers and had been pondering them. Upon hearing the question, Xiong Fengxia immediately scanned the surroundings and then looked at Shu Zhiqiang with an air of mystery. "Xiangzi, just remember not to act foolishly in the future, all right?" Shu Zhiqiang was taken aback, then laughed. "Mother, don't you know what kind of person I am? Honestly, besides you two, there's nothing that could lead me astray." Xiong Fengxia shot him a knowing glance, silently acknowledging her understanding of her son. After a moment's consideration, she leaned closer to Shu Zhiqiang and whispered, "I heard that the mouse is getting married. Your aunt went to the city early this morning to order quilts and even borrowed money and tickets, claiming she needs to buy a set of wedding necessities. Shu Hao's getting married. So soon? Shu Zhiqiang was slightly taken aback, speculating, Mother, could it be Fu Huijuan? You already know, and still ask me. Xiang Fingxia rolled her eyes and turned to fetch the dustpan to gather the rice. Goodness. Truly remarkable. Shu Zhiqiang mused, shaking his head in disbelief. Just yesterday, that lad had boasted about marrying Fu Huijuan before snatching her away, and now the developments were so swift. However, upon reflection, it made sense. If he didn't find a willing partner soon, the situation would become more evident. Contemplating their impending marriage, Shu Zhiqiang suddenly wondered if Fu Huijuan's lack of punishment was somehow connected to Shu Hao. Perhaps she was attributing the child in her womb to Shu Hao, thus evading the repercussions from the candy factory. Did Shu Hao know about this? Shu Zhiqiang chose not to dwell further on the matter and turned, carrying a load of supplies towards the house. As he stepped beneath the eaves, he suddenly noticed a pair of tricycle tires and several iron frames stacked nearby. The frames appeared somewhat rusted, clearly removed from an old cart. After pondering for a few seconds, he turned back to Xiong Fingxia. Mother, has Fu Huijuan been here? Upon hearing this, Xiong Fingxia quickly slapped her forehead in regret. How could I have forgotten about this? He came by at noon, mentioning that he had purchased everything you needed and asked you to drop by. He also left the tires behind, saying they were what you had asked him to buy. So it's all ready? Quite efficient, indeed. All right, I shall pay a visit. Shu Zhiqiang nodded, placing the items in the back kitchen before emerging with 2 fish and a bottle of liquor. Chapter 77. Small business, is it serious? With his left hand carrying 2 fish and a bottle of strong liquor, and his right shoulder bearing the tires and iron frame, he approached a walled residence at a leisurely pace. Master, are you home? He craned his neck to glance inside and called out loudly. After a brief pause of 5 or 6 seconds, the creaky sound of the courtyard gate being opened resonated. A man in his 20s stood at the threshold, gazing out in confusion. Upon recognizing Shu Zhiqiang, his expression brightened instantly. Changgu, what brings you here? Bingwen, I came to see Master. Is he at home? Shu Zhiqiang responded with a slight smile, extending the liquor and fish towards him. However, the man did not take the items. Instead, he stepped outside to grasp the tires and iron frame from Shu Zhiqiang's hands. My father is in the backyard. You can go in. I'll take care of this. Shu Zhiqiang, feeling no need for formality, handed the tires to him and proceeded toward the backyard. Upon entering the courtyard, he was greeted by the familiar sight of yellow earthen ground and a thatched roof, indistinguishable from other homes. The only difference was the bamboo shavings scattered across the ground and a pile of bamboo beside the wall. As he surveyed the familiar surroundings, he ambled toward the backyard, which was smaller than the front, cluttered with various bamboo-crafted items. Memories long buried surged forth, overwhelming Shu Zhiqiang's mind with nostalgia, evoking a sense of reflection. Here, he had dismantled numerous bamboo baskets and had been compelled to learn the craft for 2 years, his very first skill acquired. Decades later, he found himself once again in this cherished courtyard. Not far from a large stone, a stooped figure wielded a saw, diligently cutting through a piece of wood. Just as Shu Zhiqiang was about to greet the individual, a gentle voice called from behind. Xiangzi, you've come. Shu Zhiqiang swiftly turned around, arms wide open for an embrace as he beamed at the kindly woman. Ha ha ha, Shermu, it's been too long. Rascal, it's only been a few days. Why the dramatic reunion? The woman did not flinch, instead lovingly scolding him. She was Shu Zhiqiang's master's wife, the kindest person he had known during his years of apprenticeship. For her, it was merely a brief separation, but for Shu Zhiqiang, it felt like an eternity. After a warm embrace lasting several moments, he stepped back and presented the liquor and fish. Shermu, these are the fish I caught yesterday. Please share them with Master. All right. You've grown up and learned to be considerate. You know how to honor your master, she replied with a smile, accepting the fish and placing them in a nearby water tank. Had the fish been purchased, she might have declined, but since they were caught by him, she felt no need for formality. Shu Zhiqiang smiled faintly and continued towards the hunched figure, observing the silver-gray hair and the swollen back of the other. He couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. In his childhood, he had mischievously dismantled dozens of bamboo baskets belonging to this very person, yet in the end, he had still been taken in as an apprentice. It would be disingenuous to claim there was no temper involved, but the family had treated him with exceptional kindness in the years that followed. Perhaps it is a testament to the inherent simplicity of human nature. Even in moments of anger, one cannot bear to direct their ire towards others. This was the artisan who taught Shu Zhiqiang the craft of basket weaving, Shu Zhiqiang. Master. Upon hearing Shu Zhiqiang's call, the bent figure paused momentarily before slowly turning around. Shu Zhiqiang's dark face bore no expression as he replied tersely, it's you, Jiangzi. Have you finished the farm work at home? Yes, I've come to see you. Shu Zhiqiang nodded respectfully. Shu Zhiqiang, taken aback by this, scrutinized Shu Zhiqiang for a few seconds before suddenly waving his hand. Don't play coy with me. I know you too well. If you have something to say, just say it. The moment you shift in your seat, I can tell what you're up to. What nonsense are you spouting, you old man? Jiangzi has come specifically to see you, and has even brought along some liquor and 2 perch. Can't you be a bit more gracious? The voice of the master's wife drifted from the kitchen, causing Shu Zhiqiang to shudder slightly. He brought gifts. It must be something greater, he muttered, shaking his head as he turned back to his work, pulling the saw back and forth across the wood. My master remains unchanged. Shu Zhiqiang thought with a wry smile, and then he articulated his intention. Master, I truly wish to request your assistance. Shu Zhiqiang, unsurprised, nodded and replied, go on. I am starting a small business and require a cart. I would like to ask you to help construct one. I have already brought the wheels, and they are in the front yard. Shu Zhiqiang was renowned in the village as a carpenter. Many of the villagers' tables and benches were crafted by his skilled hands, and his craftsmanship was beyond reproach. In his spare time, he enjoyed weaving bamboo baskets. Perhaps due to this side endeavor that he did not hold a grudge against the mischievous Shu Zhiqiang. A small business. Is it legitimate? Shu Zhiqiang chuckled silently, but nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it is. Very well. Come by tomorrow to collect it, Shu Zhiqiang said without turning back. Engrossed in his captivating carpentry work, he did not mention compensation, nor did he invite Shu Zhiqiang to stay for dinner. All right, Shu Zhiqiang replied, and then turned to leave the backyard. He understood his master well. If he were to bring up payment at that moment, he would undoubtedly be met with scorn. According to his master's philosophy, the master-apprentice relationship should remain untainted by monetary concerns. If one were to charge for small favors, it would lose its purity. However, Shu Zhiqiang was not entirely averse to receiving something. At the very least, he would accept wine and meat, which was precisely why Shu Zhiqiang had brought the liquor and fish. Master's wife, I'm leaving now, he called out as he passed the kitchen. The master's wife hurried out, calling after him, Jiangzi, where are you going? Stay for dinner. Not today. I shall return tomorrow. Shu Zhiqiang waved his hand without looking back. The family of his master had kind hearts, charging the lowest prices for furniture for the villagers, thus leading a modest life. Once his business flourishes, he will certainly take care of this family. As he contemplated this, Shu Zhiqiang's son, Shu Bingwen, hurried out to catch up with him. Changge, wait a moment. Shu Zhiqiang halted his steps and turned around, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. What is it? Shu Bingwen, somewhat bashful, scratched his head and murmured, Changge, what kind of business are you engaged in now? I don't wish to toil in the fields anymore. Could you possibly take me and Fong Fong along? Though he was merely a year younger, he had already taken a wife named Tan Fong. This was precisely why Xiong Feng Xia was so eager for him to marry. Shu Zhiqiang glanced at his back and chuckled, I suspect your father may not approve. Even if he disapproves, he will have to consent. What future is there in farming? We can barely make ends meet. I desire to provide a better life for my parents and ensure Fong Fong enjoys 3 meals of white rice daily. As he uttered these words, he cast a furtive glance behind him, harboring a tinge of apprehension regarding his father. After a moment of contemplation, Shu Zhiqiang nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall call for you once my situation stabilizes. Chapter 78. The Principles of Fu Huijuan. Upon departing from Master Shu Zhiqiang's home, Shu Zhiqiang made his way directly to Fu Huijuan's residence. His acquiescence to Shu Bingwen's plea was not without its own considerations. Should the barbecue business thrive, he would certainly require assistance in skewering the food, with a preference for employing his master's family, enabling them to earn a little extra. Moreover, he was confident that the spicy crayfish would become immensely popular, necessitating help to catch the crustaceans. The most effective approach would involve collecting crayfish from the village, thereby allowing everyone to profit. Of course, these were matters to be pondered in due course. Before long, he arrived at the Fu household and entered Fu Huijuan's abode. The front yard was devoid of activity, while the sounds of scraping echoed from the rear. Without lingering, Shu Zhiqiang traversed the main hall and ventured into the backyard. There, on the yellow earth, lay a collection of peculiar, old bicycles. Some bore the marks of age, rusting profusely, while others showed signs of significant accidents, their contours uneven. Shu Zhiqiang surveyed the scene and spotted Fu Huijuan squatting nearby, seemingly engaged in some task. Fu Huijuan, you've done quite well. Collecting so much scrap in a single day? He called out to him, stepping closer. He discovered that Fu Huijuan was meticulously polishing the iron rims of a tire with a piece of sandpaper. How leisurely can you be? Have you arrived? Fu Huijuan looked up and, upon seeing him, gestured toward the heap of discarded bicycles with a grin. I maintain that city folk are just the same. Although most households possess bicycles, their lives are not much different from ours. They cling to their broken bicycles, reluctant to part with them, and consider selling them as scrap too paltry. I called out high prices for old bicycles in every street and alley. Guess what? They all rushed to bring these out, lured by the promise of a good price. A look of pride illuminated Fu Huijuan's face, delighted by the revelation of a shared trait between himself and the city dwellers. As a rural man, he found solace in the notion that his life was not inferior to that of those in the city. Observing the other person's expression, Shu Zhiqiang felt a surge of joy within himself. Indeed, one must possess a sense of comparison and hope to lead a more vibrant life. Without such comparisons, existence would merely devolve into a monotonous drift through the days. Approaching the pile of discarded bicycles, Shu Zhiqiang glanced at Fu Huijuan and asked, "How much did you spend on these?" In response, Fu Huijuan slowly raised 3 fingers and replied, 30 yuan, plus some tools you had me buy, totaling just under 40. Remarkable. You acquired 5 or 6 discarded bicycles for merely 30 yuan. Your high price isn't much different from that of a scrapyard, Shu Zhiqiang exclaimed, giving a thumbs up before extracting a bicycle from the pile. He lifted it slightly, scrutinizing it from various angles. The frame bore slight dents, and the tires were warped. Only the frame was salvageable. Fu Huijuan, flattered by the praise, maintained a modest demeanor, focusing instead on whether these scrap bicycles could be assembled into a complete one. Hand me the tools. I will first dismantle what can be used, he instructed. Upon hearing this, Fu Huijuan eagerly presented the purchased screws, wrenches, and other tools. Shu Zhiqiang accepted the screwdriver and wrench, commencing the disassembly of the bicycle's frame and tires. As time ticked away, piles of metal scraps accumulated in the corner of the backyard. Repairing a bicycle isn't particularly difficult. Disassembly and reassembly are not overly complex. As long as you understand its frame and structure and apply some techniques, you can manage, Shu Zhiqiang taught earnestly, leaving no detail unshared. His motivation was not monetary gain, but rather to ensure Fu Huijuan's improved circumstances, providing some security for Shu Yuqing's family. Fu Huijuan recognized this as a pivotal moment in his life, thus he approached the learning process with utmost seriousness. He valued this opportunity greatly, rising early and shedding any semblance of pride to wander the streets. To save a few cents in collection fees, he engaged in spirited debates with local women of his age. It was only when he witnessed Shu Zhiqiang's adeptness in disassembling and reassembling bicycles that his apprehension began to dissipate. The materials used were from his meager savings, earned amidst the disdainful glances of his 2 sisters-in-law. Half an hour later, a complete bicycle stood before them. This model, known as the 2/8, was nearly intact, save for the main bar. The iron frame, though somewhat aged, showcased a pair of tires with gleaming rims. "Come, give it a try," Shu Zhiqiang said, patting the seat and turning to Fu Huijuan with a smile. Fu Huijuan was still somewhat incredulous, unable to fathom that a heap of scrap had been transformed into a functional bicycle. Trembling slightly, he grasped the handlebars and pushed it toward the front yard. The rusty chain, after some lubrication, moved smoothly, presenting no issues at all. "Uncle Huijuan, you can't leave these items in the front yard, can you?" Shu Zhiqiang inquired, trailing closely behind Fu Huijuan as they surveyed the scattered metal pieces. Fu Huijuan immediately shook his head in response. "That won't do. What if someone steals them?" "Oh, you make a valid point," Shu Zhiqiang conceded. "Though the people of this era are largely sincere, there inevitably exist those with ulterior motives, driven by greed." Fu Huijuan positioned the bicycle in the front yard, then forcefully pedaled twice with his left foot, swiftly mounting the seat with his right leg. He began to pedal gently, and the bicycle glided smoothly around the yard. Excitement radiated from his face, his inner exhilaration beyond words. After a few minutes of confirming that everything was functioning properly, he eagerly pushed the bicycle towards Shu Zhiqiang. "How much do you think this bike can sell for?" Upon hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang gestured towards the rusted frame and replied, "Polish it up. You might fetch around 40. "Only 40? Fu Huijuan's expression fell, and his earlier excitement quickly diminished. He had already spent 40 today and invested an entire day's time, only to earn nothing? What does only 40 mean? Aren't those useless iron scraps in your backyard worth something? Tomorrow, sell this bicycle to recoup your costs, and then offload those useless iron pieces as scrap. You should at least make a few bucks. As for my share this time, you can keep it. Shu Zhiqiang regarded Fu Huijuan with a newfound respect, generously allowing him the profits. Upon hearing this, Fu Huijuan experienced a moment of clarity, realizing he wasn't walking away empty-handed. He was, in fact, making a considerable profit. The tools and parts he had were worth over 10 bucks. That was indeed a profit. Coupled with the scrap metal, he could claim to have earned nearly 20 bucks today. Earning 20 in a day amounts to 600 in a month. An extraordinary windfall. In light of Shu Zhiqiang's generosity, he resolutely replied, "No. Although I, Fu Huijuan, may be lazy, I have my principles. We agreed on the division, and I will give you your share once the items are sold." Hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang's perception of Fu Huijuan shifted once more. Chapter 79. Winning a woman's heart through her stomach? Exiting Fu Huijuan's home, Shu Zhiqiang glanced up at the sky. The azure expanse was dotted with fluffy white clouds, and the sun descended slowly in the west, casting a golden glow. The skies of the 1980s and 1990s were the most beautiful, the twilight's red hues were poignant, and the stars at night sparkled brilliantly. For reasons unknown, Shu Zhiqiang felt a lift in his spirits at that moment. He declined Fu Huijuan's generosity, suggesting he retain the proceeds to continue selling the old bicycles. Once a significant amount was accumulated, they could divide the earnings. "Brother." Upon returning home, Shu Zhiqiang rushed over, brimming with excitement. "Have you finished your homework?" Shu Zhiqiang smiled slightly, just reaching out when she enveloped him in a hug. "That's not important," she said, shaking her head, her arms around him, speaking in a conspiratorial whisper. "Brother, I have wonderful news to share with you." Fu Zhiqiang raised an eyebrow, intrigued, uncertain of the good tidings she might impart. "Come with me." Shu Zhiqiang pulled him outside, glancing around before speaking softly. "Brother, I served the roast duck you made to Teacher Xiao and Teacher Chun, and they both praised your culinary skills," she exclaimed, her face alight with the anticipation of praise. Shu Zhiqiang gazed at her in silence for several seconds, a series of question marks surfacing in his mind. "Is this the good news you wish to share with me?" He had already inferred from the sight of Shu Zhiqiang carrying a box brimming with duck meat that it was intended for Xiao Wenyun. Confident in his culinary skills, Shu Zhiqiang believed that anyone from this era would certainly give a thumbs up after sampling his dish. Thus, it was only natural for Xiao Wenyun and Shen Yuding to express their approval after indulging in his creation. Furthermore, just 2 days prior, they had praised him for his lobster dish. "Brother, surely this cannot be anything but good news? The fact that Teacher Xiao has commended your cooking is a clear indication of her fondness for you. It is often said that to win a woman's heart, one must first captivate her palate. You need to exert more effort." Upon hearing his sister's words, Shu Zhiqiang quickly raised his hand to interrupt her continued ramblings. He grasped Shu Zhiwan's shoulders, his gaze serious as he fixed his eyes upon her. "Xiaoxian, you must honestly tell your elder brother, where did you learn such words? Good heavens! This notion of winning a woman's heart through her stomach is something one would expect from the 1980s. What is even more absurd is that it is uttered by a child. I overheard it from Teacher Chun. She said this to Teacher Xiao. She believes you must have feelings for Teacher Xiao and suggested that you use delicious food to win her over." Shu Zhiwan replied innocently, her eyes wide with sincerity. With her innocent demeanor, Shu Zhiqiang found it hard to ascertain the truth of her words. For the first time, he realized that his sister was not merely innocent and lively but also quite perceptive. Nevertheless, he deemed that Teacher Chin was somewhat unreliable. Such remarks should not be made so casually. After mentally critiquing her, he affectionately ruffled his sister's hair. "All right, do not heed the nonsensical words of your Teacher Chin. Matters concerning your elder brother are not for you to worry about. Do not let this interfere with your studies. Moreover, if you take it upon yourself to make decisions for me, there is no telling if Teacher Xiao might end up disliking you." Shu Zhiwan responded with a soft "oh," appearing dejected as she followed him into the house. Since Shu Zhiqiang had returned busy, dinner was prepared by Xiong Fingxia and Shu Zhigua. Xiong Fingxia, accustomed to frugality, certainly did not share Shu Zhiqiang's lavish ways. Thus, the evening meal consisted of red bean and broad bean with white rice, accompanied by a dish of green beans and braised Christian carp. Upon sampling the fish with his chopsticks, Shu Zhiqiang immediately recognized it as one that had not sold well during the day, looking rather lifeless. Observing the spread before him, both Shu Biao and Shu Zhigua found it somewhat unappetizing. It is human nature to find it easy to transition from frugality to extravagance. yet difficult to revert to a more modest fare. After enjoying a few days of fine dining, returning to such a meal was indeed challenging. Shu Zhiqiang also set down his chopsticks, casting a playful glance at Xiong Fengxia. Mother, we've only been eating well for 2 days. Why are we back to this coarse fare? If we eat another bite, one tea, we end up expelling everything we've just consumed? Xiong Fengxia, taken aback by his words, held her bowl and chopsticks, unsure of how to respond. After all, they had always eaten this way. And today they even had a braised fish. Observing his mother in such a state, Shu Zhiqiang couldn't help but let out a sigh in his heart. He rose to grasp Xiong Fengxia's hand, pressing 50 yuan into her palm. Mother, please listen to me. Your son has learned to earn money, and in the future, he will earn even more. We need not be as frugal as before. We mustn't restrict ourselves to plain meals, understand? Look at Xianxian and Zhigua. They are so thin that if they don't eat better, they won't grow tall. From now on, whatever I bring back, you should prepare. If there's nothing, buy it yourself, all right? Seeing the hopeful expressions on his son and daughter's faces, Xiong Fengxia, despite her reluctance, had no choice but to acquiesce. However, having her own savings, she naturally declined the 50 yuan Shu Zhiqiang offered. Shu Zhiqiang had also been doing well, and since he was earning, it was only natural for him to contribute to the household expenses. The two were at an impasse until finally, Shu Biao slammed his hand on the table. All right, keep the money. From now on, let us have some meat with every meal. After raising them for over 20 years, it's time they show us some filial piety. One cannot deny that Shu Biao played a significant role in this family. Besides supporting his wife and 4 children with his own hands, he also managed to command Xiong Fengxia's compliance. Ultimately, after muttering a few complaints, Xiong Fengxia accepted the money Shu Zhiqiang had offered. Having resolved Xiong Fengxia's reservations about the meals, Shu Zhiqiang turned his attention to his younger sister. Xianxian, your elder brother will be going to the market to sell fish tomorrow and will return by noon. What do you wish to eat? I will prepare it for you. Upon hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang suddenly fell into deep thought, her eyes rolling around. After a few seconds, she exclaimed, I want to eat spicy tripe and fried sauce noodles. Upon hearing these 2 words, Xiong Fengxia and Shu Zhigua exchanged puzzled glances with Shu Zhiqiang. Xian, I understand the fried sauce noodles you mentioned, but what is spicy tripe? Shu Zhiqiang ignored them and looked up at Shu Zhiqiang. Brother, can you make it? Shu Zhiqiang's expression turned slightly peculiar. Realizing that this girl was resolute about managing her own desires, facing her eager gaze, he smiled and nodded. I can. Wonderful. Shu Zhiqiang clapped her hands excitedly, happily devouring 2 large bowls of soy-braised rice. After finishing their meal, the 2 brothers once again headed to Yinsi Lake for fishing. Zhang Wen and Fu Jun were absent today, likely busy figuring out how to gather enough money. The brothers enjoyed themselves, managing to catch 40 to 50 pounds of fish before calling it a day. Chapter 80. Brother, this feeling is truly delightful. The next day, at the break of dawn, Shu Zhiqiang got out of bed and headed straight to the dry pit. He kicked aside the planks on the ground, revealing a plethora of pale objects before his eyes. His brow furrowed as a wave of nausea, long absent for decades, washed over him once more. Despite having been reborn for several days, he still couldn't acclimate to this unpleasant sight. While he could temporarily forego purchasing a house in the city, he resolved to repair this dry pit when time allowed. Thankfully, he had previously bought some toilet paper. Otherwise, after enduring the discomfort and emptying his stomach, he headed to the kitchen to find his mother already preparing breakfast. Mother, let us have the remaining white noodles with boiled eggs. I will buy more when I return at noon. All right. After exchanging pleasantries with his mother, Shu Zhiqiang completed his morning routine, then took a perch he had caught and made his way to Master Shu Qingshan's home. The master's door was left ajar, perhaps anticipating his arrival to collect the cart. He stepped into the front yard and immediately spotted Shu Bingwen and a young woman, Tan Fong, emerging from the main entrance with bowls in hand. Tan Fong was Shu Bingwen's wife, whom he had married the previous year. Diligent and industrious, she performed her tasks with equal fervor as any man. Changge, you've arrived. Come, join us for breakfast, Shu Bingwen exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the sight of Shu Zhiqiang, quickly inviting him in for a meal. I won't be having breakfast. My mother is still cooking, Shu Zhiqiang replied, waving his hand dismissively as he offered the fish he had caught. This is a perch I caught last night. Take it to let master and mistress savor it at noon. No sooner had he spoken than the voice of the mistress rang out from within. Xiangzi, you've brought fish again. We haven't finished what you brought yesterday. Besides, this dish consumes a lot of oil. Perhaps it would be better to sell it instead? Shu Zhiqiang was not there for idle chatter. After handing the fish to Shu Bingwen, he got straight to the point, unable to refuse. Shu Bingwen passed the fish to Tan Fong and proceeded to assist Shu Zhiqiang in pushing the cart. Within minutes, a brand new bamboo cart appeared before Shu Zhiqiang. Dozens of 4-meter-long bamboo slats were meticulously arranged to form a rectangular platform, supported underneath by 2 iron frames. Surrounding it were railings constructed from several bamboo slats, with cylindrical bamboo handrails on either side, featuring additional texturing to prevent slipping. The cart was clearly the result of considerable effort. Its appearance was striking, and its safety features were commendable. The edges of the bamboo slats had been intentionally smoothed to avoid splinters. My father worked until midnight last night to finish this cart for you. Even the lights, which he usually refrains from using, were on until 12:30. Shu Bingwen whispered as he glanced back at the main hall. Hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang felt a swell of gratitude. He patted Shu Bingwen on the shoulder and sincerely remarked, "Your master has worked hard. Just wait a few more days. I will arrange a job for you. And the salary will be no less than that of a secure position." Although Shu Qingshan had crafted the cart without charge, he felt compelled to offer them something in return. If possible, he would subtly enhance their living standards. Upon hearing this promise, Shu Bingwen was instantly filled with excitement and urged Shu Zhiqiang to join him for breakfast. Shu Zhiqiang quickly insisted he needed to sell the fish and promised to accompany the master for a drink next time. After some polite exchanges, he finally managed to extricate himself from Shu Bingwen's grasp and exited Shu Qingshan's home with the cart. Gazing at the spacious, stable, and aesthetically pleasing cart before him felt akin to possessing his very first vehicle. With this cart now his own, he reveled in the newfound freedom from the village chief's wife's scrutiny. Upon reaching his doorstep, he encountered Shu Zhiqiang, who was returning with a fishing net. Spotting the cart in Shu Zhiqiang's possession, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he sprinted over. "Well, big brother, this cart is far more beautiful than the village chief's. Did Uncle Qingshan make this?" Shu Zhiqiang reached out to caress the contours of the cart, much like a man admiring a coveted sports car. Shu Zhiqiang smiled faintly. He had felt the same thrill when purchasing his first vehicle in a past life. Every man harbors a dream of owning a sports car, and a cart is no different. Later, return that cart to the village chief and bring him a bream as a token of gratitude. Shu Zhiqiang pushed the cart into the courtyard, gesturing towards the cart that had accompanied him for several days. "Another fish for him?" Shu Zhiqiang exclaimed, his face displaying clear discontent. Over the past few days, while delivering fish to the village chief's home, it was evident that the chief had taken advantage. Yet, he still faced the cold shoulder from the chief's wife. Now that they were no longer seeking favors, why should they offer a fish without compensation? Zhiqiang, broaden your perspective and think long-term. After all, he is the village chief. We cannot offend him over such trivial gains. Do you understand? Shu Zhiqiang patted his younger brother's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Although Zhiqiang did not fully comprehend, he sensed the wisdom in his elder brother's words. He nodded in agreement, indicating that he would promptly return the cart and the fish. Shu Zhiqiang smiled faintly before entering the house to have breakfast. A few minutes later, while he was enjoying his egg noodles, Shu Zhiqiang returned, brimming with excitement. "Brother, it felt incredible." Seeing his brother's radiant expression, Shu Zhiqiang curiously inquired about what had transpired. Zhiqiang chuckled and recounted the events that unfolded when he returned the cart to the village chief. Initially, Song Huaji had been grumbling about the cart, expressing her grievances over the perceived loss. However, upon hearing that Zhiqiang intended to return the cart, she panicked, forcing a smile as she urged him to keep it for a few more days. One fish a day? Who wouldn't want to partake in such a delightful arrangement? Her incessant complaints were merely an attempt to avoid the appearance of having taken advantage. "Brother, you cannot imagine how assertively I returned the cart." I still vividly remember her woeful expression. The more Zhiqiang shared, the more boastful he became. Fortunately, Shu Zhiqiang promptly placed a hand on his shoulder to temper his exuberance. "All right, it's time for you to eat. Afterward, help Mom with the rice drying." "What? You're not taking me to sell fish?" Zhiqiang exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Having accompanied his brother to sell fish, he had grown increasingly enamored with the sensation of counting money. Earning dozens of yuan daily meant they could enjoy meat at every meal. Who needed to toil in the fields? Dad needs to borrow the ox to plow the land. And Mom will be home alone. You must stay and help. Today, I can manage the fish market alone, Shu Zhiqiang replied, disregarding his brother's pleading gaze as he beckoned him to transfer the fish to the new cart. 10 minutes later, after dropping his sister off at school, he headed straight to the market in Huangling Township. It was the 4th day of the lunar month, a bustling market day. Shu Zhiqiang dashed towards school, empty-handed, and collided with someone as she entered the campus. Ouch! They both exclaimed in unison as she rubbed her forehead and looked up at the person opposite her. Ah, Teacher Xiao, are you all right? Zhiqiang, why are you always so careless? Do you wish to injure your teacher and have your brother take care of me for life? Xiao Wenyun, clutching her abdomen, gazed at the student with a hint of exasperation. The other party's temperament is exceedingly impulsive. This is not the first time she has collided with me. This makes Xiao Wenyun question whether this girl intends to injure herself and subsequently compel her brother to assume lifelong responsibility for her. She is perplexed as to how such thoughts could arise. Perhaps it is the overt nature of Shu Zhiqiang's intentions that leads her to contemplate this direction. Upon hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang's eyes brightened, and she eagerly nodded in agreement. That sounds wonderful. Xiao Wenyun found herself at a loss for words regarding this student's thought process. She scrutinized her companion and noticed that today, remarkably, she had not brought a lunchbox. Although they had been dining together for lunch recently, her friends typically brought their meals. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she inquired, Zhiqiang, why haven't you brought your lunchbox today? What will you eat at noon? In response, Shu Zhiqiang promptly replied, Teacher, my elder brother said he would bring me lunch. He asked what I wanted to eat, and I mentioned that you enjoy zhajiangmian and baozi, without a second thought. He agreed. Wait, your brother asked what you wanted to eat, and you told him what I like? Xiao Wenyun held her forehead, regretting having divulged her culinary preferences to this student. This student consistently informed her brother of her likes, resulting in daily meals tailored to her tastes. Although she had no desire to partake in her student's offerings, the allure of her favorite dishes proved irresistible. Xiao Wenyun sighed inwardly, and then looked at Shu Zhiqiang, saying, Is your brother not selling fish today? Oh, he is, but he is at the market today and can return by noon. That's why he agreed to bring me lunch and even asked me to inquire about your favorite dishes. All right, enough of this nonsense. Hurry to the classroom. Xiao Wenyun said, wishing to disengage from the conversation but unable to admonish her. Instead, she urged her to prepare for class. Oh, Shu Zhiqiang obediently nodded and then dashed off toward the classroom. Watching her retreating figure, Xiao Wenyun suddenly recalled that today was already the 4th day of the lunar month. With the market in Hualing Township, she could purchase some of her favorite vegetables. However, Shu Zhiqiang mentioned that her brother would be delivering baozi and zhajiangmian. Oh heavens! Surely, I must be losing my mind. Why would I wish to sample that man's culinary creations? Indeed, it must be that he is preparing exactly what I adore. Xiao Wenyun raked her fingers through her hair, her thoughts in disarray as she made her way to the office. Shu Zhiqiang, unaware that his sister is once again attempting to impress her teacher, would undoubtedly find it both amusing and perplexing if he knew. Driving his donkey cart, he arrived at the Hualing Township market after more than half an hour. He tied the donkey cart in the same spot as before and called out cheerfully, Fresh and plump fish for sale. The first customer will receive a discount. The promise of a discount immediately drew the attention of passers-by. A middle-aged woman approached, momentarily taken aback by Shu Zhiqiang's appearance. Oh, it's you, young man. I bought your fish last time. Why didn't you come the next day? She had hurriedly purchased his fish previously, which had indeed been fresh and succulent, and he had offered her a considerable discount. Originally intending to purchase his fish the following day, the individual was surprised to find that the vendor did not appear. Shu Zhiqiang, unable to recall this woman, recognized through his astute business acumen that candor could be a disadvantage. With a hearty laugh, he exclaimed, So it's you, dear sister. My sincerest apologies. I was busy with the market earlier, and the next day, I ventured to other towns. To express my gratitude, I shall offer you this fish. Originally priced at 85 cents, for merely 80 cents. He seized a sizable fish weighing 2 to 3 pounds, generously discounting it by 5 cents. The woman's eyes sparkled with delight, and she immediately declared her desire for the fish, although she initially intended to purchase 2 carp. The substantial discount on the fish proved irresistible. Upon overhearing their exchange, others waiting to buy fish grew displeased. Hey, sister, why are you cutting in line? Are you the first to buy fish? Upon hearing this, the woman became indignant and shouted back, What do you mean cutting in line? Who's cutting? Am I not the first, or are you? The onlookers frowned, sensing that this woman was not one to be trifled with, and redirected their frustration towards Shu Zhiqiang. Young man, that doesn't count. I was here first. You can't favor her just because you know her. Excuse me. Who arrived first? We arrived together, didn't we? As the crowd engaged in a heated debate over a trivial discount, Shu Zhiqiang, feeling overwhelmed, raised his hand to quell the commotion. Ladies and gentlemen, in business, harmony is paramount. Since you all have graciously chosen to patronize my humble fish stall, I shall not be stingy. Today, I will take a loss for the sake of goodwill. Fish that typically cost 75 cents per pound will be sold at 70 cents. And those at 85 cents will be available for 80 cents. Does that satisfy everyone? Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes gleamed with excitement. They had initially planned to buy fish for a meal, and now with an additional 5-cent discount, it felt like a remarkable bargain. One individual stepped forward excitedly, exclaiming, "Young man, you are truly generous. You will surely prosper. I'll take 2 large head fish, the 4 to 5 pound variety. And I want 2 of those sizable wanzhou fish. Make mine 2 carp, but not the small ones." Shu Zhiqiang's fish stall quickly became a hub of activity, with eager customers clamoring to make their purchases. Although he found himself inundated with requests, he remained composed, addressing each customer in turn, weighing their fish before moving to the next. Despite the urgent pleas of those behind him to expedite their orders, Shu Zhiqiang maintained his pace, unfazed. Passers-by, intrigued by the lively scene, gathered to inquire about the situation. Upon learning of the promotional event at the fish stall, some who had intended to buy fish for a meal decided to stay. As time passed, the fish in Shu Zhiqiang's basin dwindled one by one. By mid-morning, only a few smaller fish remained. Shu Zhiqiang smiled gently as he meticulously organized the day's earnings. As he prepared to close his stall and purchase ingredients to prepare lunch for his younger sister, a familiar voice reached his ears. "Comrade Shu Zhiqiang, do you still have fish for sale?" Shu Zhiqiang paused momentarily, raising his head to behold the visitor, a radiant smile spreading across his face. "The larger ones are gone. I'm afraid you won't be able to finish the smaller ones." "Then I'll take 2 small wanfish, please," said Xiaowenyan, leaning against her bicycle and smiling at Shu Zhiqiang. Upon hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang remained still, incredulity etched on his face as he retorted, "2? Are you sure you can manage that? Teacher Xiao, are you planning to treat 2 students to fish again?" He had heard from his sister that this teacher would often take her and Qingqing back to the dormitory for lunch. It seemed somewhat biased. Yet Shu Zhiqiang sincerely appreciated her kindness. This was one of the reasons he did not dissuade his sister from bringing so much food to school for Xiaowenyan. He genuinely hoped she enjoyed his cooking. After all, was this not a form of gratitude? "What's wrong with that?" Xiaowenyan replied, a smile gracing her lips and her chin held high. She had only recently arrived at Baigua Primary School and was still unfamiliar with her surroundings. Dining at someone else's home felt awkward, and cooking for herself would lead to uneaten leftovers. In the sweltering heat, any unfinished meal would surely spoil by the next day. Moreover, dining alone was rather dreary. Having 2 students to share the meal alleviated these concerns. Shu Zhiwen was a bright and cheerful student, and she held great affection for her. However, she often found her thoughts wandering, seeking validation from the man before her. "Very well. Of course, it's acceptable. But I must insist that I cannot accept your money for this fish." Shu Zhiqiang nodded with a smile, retrieving a fish weighing over a pound from the basin. He threaded a piece of grass twine through the fish's mouth and handed it over without weighing it. Seeing this, Xiaowenyan instinctively took a few steps back, quickly waving her hands in refusal. No, I cannot possibly accept something for free from a student's parent. That would be a grave error. You cannot put me in such a compromising position. As a dedicated teacher, she felt it imperative to set a good example and absolutely could not condone any form of corruption. Shu Zhiqiang's expression turned serious as he gazed intently at her. "Teacher Xiao, therein lies your misunderstanding." "Ah?" Noticing her confusion, he continued, "Please, let us deliberate this matter. If teachers can invite students home for a meal, why can't the parents of those students reciprocate? If this is deemed corruption, then what has happened to the age-old adage of reciprocity?" Xiaowenyan was rendered speechless by Shu Zhiqiang's reasoning, bewildered by the fact that a humble fishmonger was schooling her, a respectable primary school teacher. Amused, she chuckled and turned her inquisitive gaze towards him. "Comrade Shu Zhiqiang, are you truly only educated to the level of a primary school student?" As her words hung in the air, she suddenly realized that he was not responding. Instead, he was intently observing her. "Hey, what are you staring at?" Xiaowenyan's cheeks flushed as she waved her hand in front of Shu Zhiqiang. "Oh, it's nothing." Shu Zhiqiang immediately shook his head, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, "Teacher Xiao, your smile is truly enchanting." Indeed, he had been captivated by her delightful laughter, which was simply exquisite. In his previous life, He had been entranced by the charms of Fu Huijuan, yet he had never noticed that this teacher possessed an even greater beauty. Furthermore, he had been startled by her towering figure when she had drowned. Now, all the negative images he had harbored in his mind were obliterated by her radiant smile. What nonsense are you saying? Xiaoyan gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, lowering her head in mild reproach. How can a man openly compliment someone in public like this? If others heard you, you might be accused of being a rogue. Realizing his faux pas, Shu Zhiqiang awkwardly chuckled and quickly shifted the topic. Teacher Xiao, how about this? I promised Xian I would bring her lunch. She mentioned you enjoy dishes from the capital, particularly tripe and zhajiangmian. I suggest you skip the fish. I can prepare boiled fish at home and bring it along with the tripe and zhajiangmian to your dorm. Just leave me a couple of bowls and chopsticks. And consider it my treat in return for your kindness towards Xian. All right, it's settled then. I'll go buy some lamb tripe. He declared decisively before Xiaoyan could respond. He stacked 2 bowls together and untied the rope from the donkey. Seeing Shu Zhiqiang genuinely preparing to purchase ingredients, Xiaoyan finally came to her senses. She hurriedly stepped forward and instinctively grasped his arm. Xuanchuan's brother, wait a moment. Shu Zhiqiang froze, surprised to feel her hand on his arm. What a bold gesture. Xiaoyan quickly realized her impulsiveness, her face turning crimson as she released his arm. I'm so sorry. No worries, Teacher Xiao. Is there anything else you need? Shu Zhiqiang shook his head, chuckling lightly. He was no fool. He certainly did not assume that this teacher had feelings for him simply because of her forwardness. If he entertained such thoughts, he would inevitably part ways with this benefactor. Xian mentioned that you can catch dozens of pounds of fish in just 2 hours. But you have to run to the market or county town every morning to sell them. Don't you find that quite troublesome? Xiaoyan collected her thoughts and looked at Shu Zhiqiang earnestly. It is rather troublesome, but do you have any good suggestions, Teacher Xiao? He replied with a faint smile. He was well aware that this method was not particularly lucrative. If he could connect with someone from a state-run restaurant to supply them with fish daily, it would certainly simplify matters and yield profit. However, he did not know anyone from such establishments, making that approach impractical. Thus, he opted for selling local delicacies, which, while not significantly easier than selling fish, would likely be no less profitable. Since Xiaoyan broached this topic today, he was willing to listen to her thoughts. My sister-in-law works at a state-run restaurant, where she is tasked with procuring a substantial amount of ingredients each day. If you are willing, you could deliver fish to the restaurant daily, thus sparing yourself the trouble of commuting between the market and the county town. As she gazed into Xiaoyan's earnest eyes, Shu Zhiqiang felt a stir of astonishment within him. Just how formidable could this woman's family background be? It was possible that her entire family held high executive positions in state-owned enterprises. If he were to marry her, would he not ascend to the pinnacle of life? Unbeknownst to him, Shu Zhiqiang began to envy her future husband. Comrade Shu Zhiqiang, what do you think? Xiaoyan inquired again, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Of course, that sounds wonderful. However, how can I express my gratitude for your kindness? Naturally, Shu Zhiqiang could not refuse the prospect of easily earning extra income. Yet, this arrangement would leave him indebted to this woman in a significant way. You need not thank me. The restaurant is already in need of certain ingredients. I am merely facilitating an introduction to my sister-in-law. Her agreement is still uncertain, Xiaoyan replied, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto her face. This idea had come to her spontaneously, and she was unsure of the motivation behind it. Perhaps it was simply a desire to assist a student, or perhaps it was an expression of gratitude for his culinary skills. I must express my gratitude. Your assistance in making this connection is immensely helpful. Please do not cook when you return. I will prepare a meal and bring it to you. By the way, do you still enjoy lobster, Teacher Xiaoyan? Shu Zhiqiang smiled slightly, eager to invite his benefactor to sample his culinary creations once more. Hearing his words, Xiaoyan, who had initially intended to decline, fell silent for a moment. The memory of the lobster's flavor caused her tongue and lips to tingle. She could not help but swallow, her face flushing with color. Comrade Shu Zhiqiang, you should handle it, she replied, not explicitly accepting, but her words implied a willingness. Shu Zhiqiang had never anticipated that he would find himself indebted to Xiaoyan so soon after his rebirth. He even experienced a fleeting notion that perhaps she was a significant figure in his life. Although he did not require the income from the state-run restaurant, he would not overlook any opportunity to earn money. Thus, even if it meant relying on Xiaoyan's connections, he felt no shame. Given her unwavering support, he felt compelled to treat her to a meal. After a bit of back and forth, Xiaoyan ultimately blushed and agreed to dine with him. As for the subsequent arrangements regarding the delivery with the restaurant manager, that could be discussed at the dining table. After finalizing their plans, Xiao Wenyun rode away on her bicycle. Watching her delicate figure recede, Shu Zhiqiang experienced an unfamiliar sensation. He knew it was the feeling of infatuation, and it was truly troubling. He shook his head, unwilling to dwell on it, and proceeded to the meat processing plant to procure ingredients. Xian wanted to eat spicy tripe and fried sauce noodles, which was likely something Xiao Wenyun had informed her about, as it was also her favorite dish. In this era, the variety of sauces is rather limited. Shu Zhiqiang casually purchased 2 bottles of sweet bean paste and yellow soybean sauce. Subsequently, he acquired lamb tripe and pork belly from the meat processing plant, and then made his way to the grain store to buy flour. Having consumed all the rice he had purchased in recent days, there was no need for further purchases at the moment. Over the past 2 years, the rice his family cultivated had been sold off, merely to fetch a meager sum of 100 or so yuan, leaving the household reliant on corn porridge and potatoes. Now that he was earning money, there was no necessity to sell the harvested rice. With all the ingredients secured, Shu Zhiqiang returned home with his donkey cart. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he noticed his younger brother, Shu Zhiqiang, and their mother idly shucking corn beneath the eaves. Seeing his elder brother return, Shu Zhiqiang immediately dropped what he was doing and rushed over. "Brother, why are you back so early?" As he spoke, he raised his head to glance at the cart. Upon discovering only a few small fish remaining in the basin, his heart was filled with both joy and disappointment. He rejoiced at the thought that his brother had earned a few dozen yuan today, yet felt a pang of sadness realizing that his brother seemed no longer in need of him. After selling his wares, he had returned to prepare a meal for Xian. He feared she might go hungry if he delayed too long. Shu Zhiqiang smiled faintly, choosing not to mention the matter concerning Xiao Wenyun. He handed the donkey cart to his brother and unloaded all the ingredients. Shu Zhiqiang accepted the cart and took it to the pig pen to feed the animals. Nodding in acknowledgement, Shu Zhiqiang proceeded directly to the kitchen. This season marked the ripening of corn and peanuts, and this year was indeed a bountiful harvest. The family's 2 acres yielded approximately 900 jin of rice, alongside 4 mu of corn and peanuts. While these figures might sound substantial, selling them would yield no more than 100 yuan. Moreover, after deducting the costs of seeds, urea, and labor, the profit would amount to little more than a few dozen yuan. Shu Zhiqiang truly could not fathom how experts in later years could claim that farmers were the most prosperous. Upon entering the kitchen, Shu Zhiqiang hesitated for a moment before directing his gaze towards a nearby water bucket. Within it swam a sizable portion of large prawns, waving their dark red pincers. Both fried sauce noodles and spicy offal required sauce, and if left to cool, the taste would inevitably be affected. Thus, he resolved to prepare the prawns first. As for the noodles, his mother made them quite authentically, and he would wait for her return to knead the dough. "Brother, are we having spicy prawns for lunch today?" Shu Zhiqiang, having finished feeding the donkey, entered and immediately brightened at the sight of his brother's actions. He quickly grabbed a low stool and sat opposite Shu Zhiqiang to help peel the prawns. After they had been peeling for a while, an idea struck Shu Zhiqiang, prompting him to look up at his brother. "Zhiqiang, this afternoon, go to the fields and catch some eels and loaches." "Brother, what do we need those for?" Shu Zhiqiang asked, puzzled, as he looked up at his elder brother. "You will know in due time," Shu Zhiqiang replied enigmatically. He believed that Xiao Wenyun would not jest with him. If he suggested it, it would surely be feasible. After all, his sister-in-law held a position of authority in a state-owned restaurant and had the power to select suppliers. Although the fish trade is often regarded as a business with minimal investment, the associated risks remain excessively high. Thus, once Xiang Wen's money is secured, I shall cease this endeavor. However, dealing in yellow eels and loaches presents a different scenario. These delicacies are hardly consumed in rural areas, allowing for the opportunity to procure them at a low price from local villagers. By purchasing them inexpensively and reselling to state-owned restaurants, the profit margin becomes apparent. In this manner, not only do the villagers benefit financially, but I too can earn a modest profit. Before long, a large basin of crayfish was prepared, weighing a substantial 4 to 5 pounds. Gulping, Shu Zhiqiang felt his mouth water, anticipating a delightful feast. "Zhiqiang, build a fire," Shu Zhiqiang called out, then proceeded to wash the pot. The flames soon roared to life, and only when the pot was glowing did Shu Zhiqiang pour in the oil. Once the oil reached a sizzling temperature, he introduced the cleaned and drained crayfish. The oil crackled and popped, prompting him to swiftly cover the pot. After a mere 10 minutes, the entire kitchen was enveloped in a tantalizing aroma, wafting enticingly through the air. Jiangzi, are you preparing crayfish again? Xiang Fingxia approached, her expression a mix of concern and displeasure as she gazed at Shu Zhiqiang. Cooking this dish consumes an exorbitant amount of oil, which cannot be repurposed for other dishes. Indeed, Xian has been craving this, Shu Zhiqiang replied, his words half-truths. Mother, let us prepare a main dish of noodle with sauce. Could you assist me in kneading the dough? Chapter 84. A warning to Uncle. The rich aroma permeated the entirety of Shujia village, causing Zhou Muying, residing nearby, to sneeze. She glanced next door, wiping her nose before turning back to Shu Long with evident displeasure. What is your brother's family cooking now? It's suffocating. They feast on fish and meat daily, as if they have no intention of living frugally. I tell you, when their money runs out, do not offer your help. Do you understand? Speaking of this stirred a mix of envy and anger within Zhou Muying. Ever since her brother-in-law's engagement with Fu Huijuan was called off, the family had transformed entirely. Not only had Shu Zhiqiang become industrious, but their meals had also escalated to extravagant levels. Such lavish consumption cannot be sustained indefinitely. You ought to reconsider. Jiangzi catches dozens of pounds of fish daily, earning considerable sums. At this rate, they could feast without exhausting their wealth, Shu Long retorted, casting Zhou Muying a pointed glance, tinged with jealousy and a hint of helplessness. The two nephews had always been dutiful, treating their uncle with respect. However, circumstances had shifted. With the elder nephew now prosperous, his wife was less than pleased. What should have been a harmonious familial relationship had nearly devolved into discord. In another household, Zhou Muying would have faced a stern reprimand, for women nowadays possess little standing. Yet Shu Long dared not confront her, for she had an elder brother, 2 younger brothers, and several nephews, an assembly of 10 men, while he had only 1 brother and 2 nephews, leaving him at a numerical disadvantage. Moreover, having offended his brother's family, he could hardly expect their support. If Zhou Muying were to suffer any grievances at home again, he would undoubtedly face a thrashing from his 3 uncles. Is selling fish truly that lucrative? After murmuring a few words to himself, Zhou Muying's eyes suddenly lit up. The big-headed one. My elder brother once mentioned that a friend of his sells fried dough sticks in the city and can earn around 100 to 180 a month. If business is really that profitable, why don't we go to the city to sell fried dough sticks? But what about our land? Shu Long felt a surge of excitement. Yet he remained hesitant. As a farmer, how could he abandon the family land to pursue a business? However, the prospect of earning that much from selling fried dough sticks was indeed tempting. Land. That's all you think about. Zhou Muying glared at him, berating him fiercely. You don't even have a son, so what good is it to cling to those 2 acres? Are you planning to toil in the fields when you're old, or do you expect your 2 daughters to plant rice and husk corn? At her words, Shu Long felt a sharp pang in his heart. The greatest pain in his life was not marrying Zhou Muying, but rather the fact that he had no son. Yet, his wife continued to rub salt into the wound. Who could he blame? Not wishing to continue the quarrel with Zhou Muying, he waved his hand dismissively. Let me think about it. Or perhaps I'll wait for Dan to return and let her decide. She is a university student and likely has more advanced ideas than we do. Zhou Muying scoffed, thinking him a useless man, lamenting her poor judgment in marrying someone like him. He couldn't even decide on such a trivial matter without relying on their eldest daughter. When she returned, it would still be her who called the shots, and he would have no choice but to follow her into the city. Humph. Shu Long glanced at Zhou Muying's expression and knew that she was belittling him again. He sighed inwardly, then gathered his bowl and chopsticks and walked outside. Hey, where are you going? Can't you even eat in peace? Upon hearing this, Shu Long paused momentarily before continuing towards the exit. It's too hot inside. I'm going out for some fresh air. Zhou Muying rolled her eyes, also feeling that it was indeed a bit warm. She considered buying a fan, but the electricity bill would be far more expensive than the fan itself. Meanwhile, as Shu Long stepped outside with his bowl and chopsticks, he happened to see Shu Zhiqiang propping up his bicycle. He quickly called out, Jiangzi. Shu Zhiqiang halted his bike, looking back at the approaching Shu Long with a puzzled expression. Is there something wrong? A hint of embarrassment crossed Shu Long's face as he struggled to find the right words to address his nephew. He glanced back at the door and then turned to Shu Zhiqiang, saying, I caught a whiff of the delicious meat from your home. Aren't you going out without eating? Upon hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang immediately raised the several food containers in his hand, indicating that he was headed to deliver lunch to his sister. As for dining with Xiaoyan, he hadn't even informed his parents and certainly wouldn't mention it to Shu Long. I heard from Qingqing that every noon, Xian shares her food with her. It's always meat and shrimp. I heard she even shared roast duck with her yesterday. Thank you so much. Reflecting on what his daughter had said last night, Shu Long felt a wave of guilt wash over him. His daughter resembled her mother, always materialistic, and her relationship with her cousin Shu Zhiqiang had never been good. Without the indication from Shu Zhiqiang, it would have been impossible for the other party to share the sumptuous meal with his daughter. Reflecting on this, he looked at Shu Zhiqiang with a mix of guilt and gratitude. Qiangzi, I must apologize for my aunt's previous misdeeds. Your uncle lacks the means to manage her and provide better for the children. Let us not dwell on this matter, Shu Zhiqiang interrupted with a wave of his hand. I understand your aunt's character, and there is no need for you to apologize to someone of my generation. However, I do wish to offer your uncle a piece of advice. Whether you choose to heed it is beyond my concern. No one understood the character of Uncle Shu Long better than the reincarnated Shu Zhiqiang. His grandparents passed away early, and his father and uncle had lost their parents at a young age. Were it not for the support of his eldest aunt, neither of them would have found wives. Originally, Uncle Shu Long had a decent disposition, but he was overshadowed by his wife's family and lacked personal capabilities. Thus, although he was the head of the household, most decisions were made by his wife. In contrast, Shu Biao was far more assertive at home, usually having the final say. What advice do you have, Qiangzi? Shu Long trusted his nephew would not lead him astray, and nodded for him to continue. Shu Zhiqiang raised his gaze towards his uncle's front door, then turned his serious expression back to Shu Long. Uncle, I do not know if aunt has mentioned moving to the city. However, I must convey that the nation is currently undergoing reform and opening up. To improve one's circumstances, one must venture into the city, regardless of what you do there. It will undoubtedly be better than life in the countryside. Your aunt's family has many men. You should learn to leverage this connection. Having said this, Shu Zhiqiang refrained from elaborating further and departed on his bicycle. He was aware that eventually, they would be selling fried dough sticks in the city. His words were merely a nudge towards making an early decision. Watching his nephew's retreating figure, Shu Long pondered deeply, contemplating whether to continue farming or to take a chance in the city. Chapter 85. The blushing Xiao Wenyun after leaving Shujia village. Shu Zhiqiang rode his bicycle directly to Baigua Primary School. His remarks to his uncle held no ulterior motive. He merely hoped for a better life for him. His words were simple, a mere catalyst for the future, without any tangible cost. Whether or not his uncle remembered his kindness was of no consequence. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the playground of Baigua Primary School, where the bell had rung and clusters of students were gathered playing together. Some sat on nearby stones or sloping ground, enjoying potatoes and sweet potatoes from their lunchboxes. Shu Zhiqiang spotted the son of Shu Yuqing, ergo, not far away, engaged in a paper wrapping game. Not every child from a poor family could pursue education, and this boy was a case in point. Despite Shu Yuqing's struggles to support him, ergo had dropped out early to work in the previous life. Shu Zhiqiang did not approach him, but instead steered his bicycle towards the dormitory of Xiao Wenyun. Since classes had concluded, she was likely returning to rest. He had already made prior arrangements, and Xian and Qingqing should also be returning to the dormitory. A few minutes later, he spotted Shu Xian and Shu Qing at the entrance, eagerly gazing out. Brother. Upon seeing Shu Zhiqiang approaching on his bicycle, Shu Zhiqiang immediately stood up. A genuine smile illuminated her face as she hurried towards her elder brother, wrapping her arms around his hand, and plaintively complained. Why did you take so long to arrive? Teacher Xiao and I are utterly famished. Hungry, are you? Big brother has brought you some crayfish, Shu Zhiqiang chuckled, ruffling her hair before handing over the delicacy. The zhajing noodles and spicy tripe need to be cooked. You should enjoy the crayfish first. Hearing the exchange from outside, Xiaoyan and Chen Yuding emerged from the house. Upon noticing Shu Zhiqiang carrying several food containers, Chen Yuding exclaimed, I wondered why Teacher Xia didn't tea cook today. It seems she had a rendezvous planned. Teacher Chen, what nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Wenyun retorted, her eyes narrowing in embarrassment as she playfully swatted at her. What is this woman babbling about? If the other teacher's here, how will I ever face them again? Chen Yuding laughed heartily, evading her playful swats while teasing Shu Zhiqiang. So, comrade Shu Zhiqiang, what delectable treats have you prepared? I can smell the aroma even before opening the containers. You must have gone to great lengths to prepare such a feast for our teacher Xiao. At this, Shu Zhiqiang was taken aback for a moment. He glanced at Xiao Wenyun and noticed a flicker of anger in her eyes. Hastily shaking his head, he chuckled, Teacher Chen, please don't jest. I merely came to deliver food for Xian and brought along some of your favorite crayfish as well. Such remarks could easily lead to misunderstandings. Certain jokes can be quite irksome when taken too far. He sensed that Xiao Wenyun did not harbor such intentions, but such humor could provoke annoyance. What? More crayfish? Save some for me. Chen Yuding, noticing Xiao Wenyuan's displeasure, wisely decided to retreat, following Shu Zhiqiang inside, leaving Shu Zhiqiang and Xiao Wenyuan outside. Shu Zhiqiang awkwardly smiled at Xiao Wenyuan, lifting the food containers slightly. Teacher, I have some sweet sauce and hand-pulled noodles, along with sliced lamb tripe. They need to be heated before eating. May I borrow your kitchen? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wenyuan suppressed her irritation and turned towards a small room nearby. Of course. Come with me, Xianxian's brother. Shu Zhiqiang followed closely, entering the kitchen and observing the stark differences from his own. His home kitchen resided in the backyard, equipped with a stove, a small cooking area, a cutting board, and a cupboard. In contrast, this kitchen was cramped, accommodating only a stove and a cupboard, with a pile of firewood in the corner, leaving little room to move. I apologize, it's a bit small here, Xiao Wenyuan remarked, noticing the surprise in Shu Zhiqiang's eyes, feeling somewhat embarrassed. There is no choice, all the houses in the village are occupied, and the village head could only allocate this small room for me. However, I live here alone, and occasionally Chen Yuding visits, so this space is sufficient. It's quite all right. This place may be small, but it certainly doesn't do you any injustice, Shu Zhiqiang remarked, waving his hand dismissively before opening several lunchboxes. Inside, a generous portion of hand-pulled noodles awaited, crafted by his mother, Xiong Fengxia, showcasing remarkable elasticity. As for the sauce accompanying the zhajiangmian, he had prepared a potful, reserving half for home. Additionally, there was half a box of finely sliced lamb tripe, which would soon be blanched and dipped in sauce. I'm not feeling any injustice. After all, I live alone, Xiao Wenyuan replied, shaking her head as she observed Shu Zhiqiang busily at work and felt compelled to assist him. Thus, she promptly approached the corner to gather firewood, intent on helping him start a fire. However, at that moment, a robust, dark hand emerged to halt her. You need not trouble yourself with this. You should go enjoy the lobster instead. As she felt the grip of that strong hand on her own, a flush of crimson instantly spread across Xiao Wenyuan's cheeks. She quickly yanked her hand away, her face ablaze, and fled outside. Then you can manage it yourself, she called back. Shu Zhiqiang stood there, momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend how he had ended up in such a situation. He flexed his fingers, still lingering with a faint fragrance. What a predicament! He chuckled to himself before taking the matches and firewood to kindle the flames. In a few minutes, the fire in the stove began to rise gently, the large iron pot sizzling merrily. After adding a couple more pieces of firewood, he approached the pot, wiping it clean with a cloth. He then ladled some water into the pot and poured in the prepared sauce. Before long, the water reached a boil, and Shu Zhiqiang diligently stirred the sauce with a spatula. Once the sauce and water melded into a thicker consistency, he ladled it into a bowl. Subsequently, he cleaned the pot and added 2 scoops of fresh water. While waiting for the water to boil, Chen Yuding appeared at the kitchen door, her lips a fiery red, clutching a lobster. Comrade Shu Zhiqiang, how did you just bully our teacher Xiao? Huh? Shu Zhiqiang was momentarily taken aback, looking up in confusion, still pretending. When teacher Xiao returned to her room, just now, her face was as red as a monkey's backside. Do you dare claim this was not your doing? Chen Yuding declared, tossing a piece of lobster meat into her mouth, glaring fiercely at Shu Zhiqiang. Ah, well, that must have been my fault, I suppose, he stammered. Chapter 86. Chen Yuding's gossip. No, it was merely a misunderstanding. Shu Zhiqiang shook his head, realizing he couldn't confess to intentionally holding Xiao Wenyuan's hand. If that were to get out, he might be accused of indecency and face dire consequences. Upon hearing his explanation, Chen Yuding's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Ah, so you really did bully our teacher Xiao, didn't you? She quipped. Her brows arched as she feigned seriousness while scrutinizing Shu Zhiqiang. Confess honestly, what inappropriate things did you do to her? Shu Zhiqiang cast a keen glance at Chen Yuding. Recognizing her intent to stir up drama, he merely smiled and silently dropped the sliced lamb tripe into the boiling water. This delicacy was exceptionally tender. In other words, it was delicate, unlike the tougher beef tripe. A brief boil would suffice to cook it through. Shu Zhiqiang plunged the tripe into boiling water for a brief moment before promptly retrieving it. After draining the excess moisture, he placed it on a plate for dipping in sauce, ready for consumption. Hey, speak up, Chen Yuding exclaimed, her impatience flaring as she noticed Shu Zhiqiang's disregard for her. The abrupt halt in conversation left her feeling quite vexed. She was genuinely curious about what this rustic man had done to their esteemed teacher Xiao just moments ago. Xiao Wenyuan's flushed face was even redder than when she had been joking around. Come on, could you please bring it inside? Teacher Chen? Shu Zhiqiang tossed the chopped scallions into the sauce before handing the plate of tripe to Chen Yuding. As she gazed at the dish before her and then at Shu Zhiqiang's beaming smile, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Serves you right for what you've left behind. She huffed, taking the plate and turning back towards the house. Shu Zhiqiang paid little heed to her words, finding her quite endearing instead. He couldn't help but think that the young female teachers at Baigua Primary School were rather charming. Shaking his head with a smile, he replaced the water in the pot with a fresh batch. Once it boiled, he would cook the noodles and set the table for dinner. However, as he awaited the water to boil, Chen Yuding returned, clutching a lobster. Comrade Shu Zhiqiang, your dishes are truly delectable. Where did you acquire such culinary skills? Shu Zhiqiang hesitated momentarily before fabricating a perfect excuse. There's a master cook in the village who used to work in the factory's canteen. I learned from him. Really? Why would a strong man like you learn to cook? Chen Yuding was surprised, not expecting such a robust and handsome man to possess culinary talents. It was known that gentlemen typically steer clear of the kitchen, and men with any semblance of machismo would seldom deign to cook, especially in an era when women held a relatively low status, relegating such tasks to them. I cook for my family and for those I care about. Shu Zhiqiang replied matter-of-factly, casting a glance at her. To avoid any misunderstandings, he added, not that I'm implying you, of course. Chen Yuding, who had initially blushed, rolled her eyes at that comment. Pfft, who would care? Outside the kitchen, Xiao Wenyan, curious about the conversation between Chen Yuding and Shu Zhiqiang, approached just in time to hear him say he learned to cook to prepare meals for someone he admired. In this patriarchal society, it was rare to find a man willing to lower himself to cook for a woman. This statement suddenly endeared Shu Zhiqiang to Xiao Wenyan considerably. At that moment, Chen Yuding interjected, I know you have your sights set on Teacher Xiao. From the meals that Xianyuan brought daily, it was clear he intended to win over Teacher Zhao's heart through her stomach, wasn't he? At these words, Xiao Wenyan's face flushed once more. She had initially intended to strike Chen Yuding for her audacity, yet her legs remained rooted in place, perhaps out of curiosity, as she awaited a response. Soon, the kitchen was filled with sounds of applause and Shu Zhiqiang's praises. Did you really deduce all of this? Indeed. It is no surprise that a teacher possesses such meticulous thoughts. Before her words could fully escape her lips, Xiao Wenyan hurriedly turned and retreated into the room, overwhelmed by a wave of embarrassment. Unbeknownst to Shu Zhiqiang and Chen Yuding, their conversation had been eavesdropped upon. A hint of pride flickered across Chen Yuding's face upon hearing Shu Zhiqiang's response. Comrade Shu Zhiqiang, there are quite a number of male admirers of our teacher Xiao. What do you believe gives you the upper hand? If it's merely the trade of selling fish, I fear that may not suffice for our teacher Xiao. While her words bore a touch of disdain for fishmongers, such sentiments were not uncommon in the 1980s. The educated looked down upon the rustic, while those with stable jobs scorned the self-employed. This reflects the limitations of their era, which would surely evolve in the coming years. Teacher Xiao, with her beauty and intellect, naturally garnered many admirers. Shu Zhiqiang smiled faintly as he retrieved the boiled noodles from the pot and placed them onto a plate. He then turned to Chen Yuding, saying, But, Teacher Chen, do not underestimate the vendors. As he spoke, he carried a large bowl of noodles, making his way towards the main hall. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of his younger sister, Shu Xian, and cousin, Shu Qingqing, both sporting striking crimson lips and clutching a shrimp in hand. Xiao Wenyan, more reserved, had only 1 or 2 lobster shells before her, perhaps hesitant to indulge too much on her own. Brother, come quickly. I saved half a box of crayfish for you and Teacher Xiao. Upon seeing Shu Zhiqiang enter, Shu Xian eagerly waved him over, pushing the half-box of crayfish towards him. At her words, he smiled and strode over, praising, Ah, my dear sister, how thoughtful of you. He glanced at the table before him, cluttered with lobster shells, and felt a sense of exasperation. Fortunately, he had prepared a generous portion of crayfish today, otherwise, he might have had none to savor. Unbeknownst to Shu Xian, she beamed with pride, seeking recognition from Shu Zhiqiang. He chose to ignore her and instead turned his attention to the blushing Xiao Wenyan. Teacher Xiao, are these crayfish particularly spicy? I see you're flushed. Perhaps you might enjoy some fried sauce noodles to alleviate the heat, he suggested, reaching for her bowl in an attempt to mix the noodles with sauce. Xiao Wenyan instinctively tried to prevent him, but alas, she was a moment too late. Ultimately, she could only watch in bemusement as Shu Zhiqiang handed her the prepared noodles. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yuding, who had followed in, shook her head repeatedly, making a sound of disapproval. Look at that, Teacher Xiao. Comrade Shu Zhiqiang is quite the attentive gentleman. Those clumsy men at our school hardly compare to his thoughtfulness. Hearing this, Xiao Wenyun felt an urge to turn around and silence Chen Yuding, who appeared too easily swayed. Seizing the moment, Chen Yuding smiled at Shu Zhiqiang, saying, "Hey, Comrade Shu Zhiqiang, you just mentioned not to underestimate vendors. Do you truly believe that in the future, the self-employed will be more esteemed than those with stable jobs?" Chapter 87. A forthright discussion. Stable jobs? In a few years, that notion will be a laughingstock. In response to Chen Yuding's inquiry, Shu Zhiqiang merely shook his head with a smile. He handed the mixed noodles to Xiao Wenyun, who, taken aback by the gesture, graciously accepted them with a soft thank you. She placed the chopsticks and bowl on the table before her, then deftly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear to prevent it from dipping into the sauce while eating noodles. It is well known that the act of tucking hair is one of the most captivating gestures a woman can make. Observing her, Shu Zhiqiang found himself nearly entranced. Had it not been for Shu Zhiqiang's sudden interjection, he might have embarrassed himself today. "Brother, I also want to eat fried sauce noodles," she exclaimed, setting down her lobster, wiping her hands with a napkin, and tugging at her brother's sleeve. At her words, Shu Zhiqiang snapped back to reality, responding affirmatively before taking her bowl to mix the noodles. However, as he lowered his head to perform the task, he couldn't shake a sense of unease. Besides Xiao Wenyun, Chen Yuding witnessed this scene and couldn't help but smile in amusement. Yet, rather than jesting, she chose to continue the conversation initiated by Shu Zhiqiang. "Comrade Shu Zhiqiang, it's no laughing matter that the iron rice bowl has become a joke. Our country has explicit regulations against the arbitrary dismissal of on-duty employees." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wenyun, who had been savoring the delicious noodles, paused her actions. She hastily chewed and swallowed her noodles before looking up at Shu Zhiqiang, curious about what insights this man, unlike the typical rural folk, might have regarding the future development of the nation. "It is precisely this regulation that has caused harm to our state-owned enterprises," Shu Zhiqiang remarked as he handed the mixed noodles to his sister, then reached for Shu Qingqing's bowl. Shu Qingqing felt a twinge of anxiety, once again experiencing the warmth that her cousin brought. She looked up at Shu Zhiqiang and sincerely said, "Thank you, Brother Chang." Shu Zhiqiang smiled gently, handing her the mixed noodles before extending his hand towards Chen Yuding. His intention was clear. "Let me assist you all by mixing the fried sauce noodles. Thus you cannot accuse me of harboring ulterior motives. I don't need your help." "I fear someone might get jealous," Chen Yuding replied, shaking her head with a playful smile as she regarded his outstretched hand. "Please continue to elaborate on how the iron rice bowl regulations have harmed state-owned enterprises." Hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang glanced at Xiao Wenyun before refraining from immediately mixing noodles for Chen Yuding. Instead, he took the lid of the lunchbox, scooped some noodles and sauce, and began to mix them while articulating his explanation. Workers, emboldened by this regulation, approach their tasks with indifference, whether they exert effort or not, and their pay increases annually regardless of performance. This has led to a proliferation of idlers and the indolent within every state-owned enterprise. Just look at the salespeople at the supply and marketing cooperatives, who spend working hours cracking seeds and gossiping, treating customers with utter disdain. The situation is even more absurd in state-run restaurants, where waitstaff may assault diners without cause. Would you still choose to dine out if you risked being attacked while spending your money? Over time, people's desire to consume naturally wanes, leading to a decline in the national economy. The higher-ups gradually recognize this issue, prompting calls for economic and management reform. Have you not noticed the surge of individual businesses emerging like bamboo shoots after a spring rain in recent years? Though Chen Yuding intended to counter his points, she couldn't help but acknowledge the validity of his arguments. Thus, she and Xiao Wenyun fell silent, subconsciously nodding in agreement. Shu Zhiqiang did not hold back, continuing to share his insights with the two. Following the thorough reforms and opening up, speculation and opportunism transformed into legitimate business practices, resulting in an increasing number of affluent individual entrepreneurs and a proliferation of factories. In a bid to bolster national economic development, the leadership even permitted the transfer of underperforming factories to private operators. What does this signify? It indicates a retreat of the state and an advance of private enterprise. As state-owned enterprises transition to private ownership, the antiquated management systems are naturally discarded. If you were the owner, would you wish to witness your employees being indolent or even assaulting your customers? Shu Zhiqiang spoke with conviction, holding his lunchbox lid as he articulated his points, all of which were well-reasoned and substantiated. Observing his earnest and confident demeanor, a hint of admiration surfaced on Xiao Wenyun's face. She found his words credible. for she had heard similar sentiments from her father, who had merely hinted at the future dominance of individual entrepreneurs without such detail. Yet, her father was a factory leader, while the man before her was merely a fishmonger. Did this not imply that he possessed more talent and foresight than her father? Initially, Xiao Wenyuan's fondness for Shu Zhiqiang stemmed from his appearance, physique, and kindness towards her family, as well as his commitment to culinary arts for the sake of his loved ones. However, her admiration now blossomed from his confidence and extraordinary insight. She even felt a twinge of respect and curiosity. It became evident that a person's capabilities and thoughts are truly independent of their educational background. In matters of romance, curiosity often surpasses mere affection. For while affection may not draw one closer, curiosity compels one to approach and explore the depths of another's being. Shu Zhiqiang, are you suggesting that a significant number of workers will be laid off in the future? Chen Yuding ceased her use of comrade. Her amazement at the man before her palpable. Although she found his assertions somewhat astonishing, upon reflection, they held a semblance of truth. Forming friendships with a man who possesses both physique and charm, humor and culinary skill, as well as education and foresight, could yield nothing but benefits. It could be said that within the entire hall, only Shu Zhiqiang's younger sisters, Shu Xian and Shu Qingqing, remained oblivious to these discussions. They were still young and lacked comprehension of such matters. The wave of layoffs was inevitable. Those who were lazy and believed that merely entering a factory would guarantee a life of ease would surely face elimination. Yet, with the rise of individual entrepreneurs, job opportunities would naturally multiply. If one sought employment in the future, as long as they were capable and diligent, they would still be highly sought after by enterprises. Nevertheless, this also meant heightened competition within industries, inevitably increasing the pressure on ordinary citizens. In the coming decades, Huaguo would undoubtedly enter an era of economic competition. After taking a hearty slurp of his fried sauce noodles, Shu Zhiqiang expressed all these thoughts in one breath. Chen Yuding remained stunned for a while, unable to suppress a round of applause. Goodness, what you said is truly remarkable. I genuinely question whether you possess only a primary school education? Without a doubt. Shu Zhiqiang nodded with a smile, reaching for a piece of crispy beef tripe. This delicacy was delightfully crunchy and tender, enhanced by a savory sauce that rendered it utterly delectable. Upon receiving confirmation, Chen Yuding could no longer contain her curiosity. Given your extensive knowledge, why are you merely selling fish? As soon as the words left her lips, Xiao Wenyuan shot her a disapproving glance. Why do you have so many questions? Chen Yuding waved her hand dismissively. Oh, I'm just trying to gauge his true intentions, so we won't be deceived. Chapter 88. Can I address teacher Xiao as sister-in-law now? Watching as Xiao Wenyuan and Chen Yuding resumed their playful banter, Shu Zhiqiang could only smile helplessly. He chose not to maintain an air of mystery with Chen Yuding, but instead articulated his thoughts plainly. Selling fish was merely his first step, a means to earn a modest income to ensure his family could enjoy white rice and meat with their meals. Once he had a few hundred yuan in his pocket, he intended to rent a storefront in the city to venture into the snack business. Without aiming too high, he was quite confident in earning several thousand yuan a month. He gestured toward the small crayfish on the table. See, I plan to sell this. When I've accumulated around 10 or 8,000 yuan, I'll choose to delve further into the business world. To put it nicely, he would be engaging in commerce. To put it bluntly, he would be speculating, trading goods back and forth. Only by capitalizing on information discrepancies could one achieve rapid wealth. It was only through such swift financial success that he could leverage his earnings to establish a factory and tap into market profits. These crayfish are undeniably delicious. But how could they possibly fetch such a high price? Upon hearing the figure of several thousand yuan a month, Chen Yuding could only think that Shu Zhiqiang was lost in a dream. As teachers, they earn merely a few dozen yuan monthly. What kind of reality was it to earn thousands in a month? After over a decade of nurturing students, their earnings still paled in comparison to what he claimed to make in a single month. Was it really that lucrative to be self-employed? She was skeptical. Afterwards, she patted Xiao Wenyuan's shoulder and pointed at Shu Zhiqiang. This fellow might be suffering from delusions of grandeur, don't you think? Stop fooling around. Xiao Wenyuan pushed Chen Yuding aside and turned to Shu Zhiqiang with a questioning gaze. If you plan to open a shop in the city, will the fish still be delivered? We just discussed this morning about facilitating your supply to state-run restaurants. Now you're saying you want to open a snack shop in the city. I can't help but feel uneasy about this meal. Of course, it will be delivered. Why wouldn't it? Shu Zhiqiang nodded, his tone resolute. An additional source of income will hasten the realization of my aspirations to expand and strengthen my endeavors. There is no reason not to pursue it. As the conversation progressed, he suddenly shifted his tone. But, Teacher Xiao, could we possibly exchange the fish delivery for mudfish and eels? Xiao Wenyun paused, her curiosity piqued. Why? Aren't you able to catch 100 to 180 pounds of fish daily? That constitutes a substantial income. Although state-run restaurants offer significantly lower prices for ingredients than the market, it saves a great deal of time. Even at 6 jiao per pound, wouldn't I still earn 50 to 60 yuan a day? That already exceeds your monthly salary. Wouldn't you want to capitalize on this opportunity? What? You can catch 100 to 180 pounds of fish every day? Chen Yuding was slightly taken aback, her gaze toward Shu Zhiqiang shifting perceptibly. If he could earn over 1,000 yuan a month solely from selling fish, then earning several thousand from the snack business didn't seem so far-fetched after all. Well, it seemed she had underestimated the potential of self-employment. No, our Yin Siu has not been contracted for a day, so it will forever belong to the government. It is impossible to contract it now, thus it can only be considered a collective asset. If I were to engage in long-term fishing and reap substantial profits, it would not end well if someone reported me for encroaching on collective property. However, unlike eels, loaches can be acquired from villagers at a low price. This way, everyone can profit, and it would not be deemed as infringing on collective assets. Shu Zhiqiang covered the empty lunchbox with its lid and looked at Xiao Wenyun to explain. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wenyun nodded in realization. She couldn't help but think to herself, he is quite law-abiding, aware of the importance of not encroaching on collective property. Following his approach could stimulate the village's economic development, providing villagers with an additional income. Unbeknownst to her, her fondness for him had elevated to a new level. She glanced at him and shook her head, saying, I cannot guarantee this. Tomorrow, Saturday, bring the eels and loaches with you to the state-run restaurant. I will speak to the manager, and whether they will accept them depends on their willingness. She knew that the state-run restaurant would certainly sell fish and similar ingredients, but whether they would accept eels was uncertain. As for her sister-in-law's willingness to buy them, she needed to inquire, hence she could not promise Shu Zhiqiang. All right, then I will come to pick you up tomorrow, Shu Zhiqiang replied with a slight smile as he stood up. His words sounded somewhat ambiguous, causing Xiao Wenyun to blush as she nodded in agreement. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yuding immediately found it amusing. TSK, TSK, TSK. This is where the pairing of men and women begins, with husband and wife harmonizing. Shu Zhiqiang's younger sister, Shu Zhiqiang, playfully raised her head. Looking innocently at her elder brother, can I call Xiao Laoshi sister-in-law now? Shu Zhiqiang's expression changed, and he quickly covered her mouth, saying, Don't spout nonsense. Enough, class time is approaching. Xiao Wenyun, feeling tired, stood up expressionlessly. Although she seemed a bit angry, the blush on her cheeks was undeniable. She looked up at Shu Zhiqiang, extending her hand. Shall I help you wash the lunchbox? No need. You all go ahead. I can take care of this, he replied. As most of the lunchboxes on the table were brought by him, naturally not allowing her to do the cleaning. Then I appreciate it. Xiao Wenyun nodded slightly and spoke softly. Shu Zhiqiang, you've worked hard. I have great expectations for you, Chen Yuding said with a slight smile. Giving a gesture of encouragement before following Xiao Wenyun, Shu Zhiqiang tugged at Shu Zhiqiang's sleeve. Big brother, when can I call Xiao Laoshi sister-in-law? Have you eaten enough? If so, let us go to class. Do not speak nonsense, all right? Your Xiao Laoshi is already upset, Shu Zhiqiang said, gently ruffling her hair with a serious yet tender tone. Shu Zhiqiang responded with an "oh," waved her hand, and turned to follow. Brother Chong, goodbye. Shu Qingqing also rarely waved her hand before following suit. Watching the retreating figures of the group, Shu Zhiqiang sighed sincerely. He never intended to pursue Xiao Wenyun. He merely wished to do something in return for her kindness. Why do they gossip so much, always assuming he is after her? However, there are moments when he himself feels that Xiao Wenyun is indeed quite beautiful. Particularly when she playfully flips her hair, he finds himself captivated each time. Never mind, he thought, let fate take its course. Shu Zhiqiang shook his head, embracing his lunchbox, and turned to leave. Just as he exited the hall, he collided with a man. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, avoiding a direct encounter. Who are you? Why are you coming out of Teacher Zhao's room? The man scrutinized Shu Zhiqiang, his brow furrowed in suspicion. Hello, my sister is here with Teacher Xiao, and I came to deliver her meal. Shu Zhiqiang, unaware of the man's identity and indifferent to it, offered a casual explanation and turned to depart. The man observed him intently, recalling the 2 young girls that Teacher Xiao had brought back. This new teacher seems truly kind-hearted. willing to take students home for food and shelter. It is said that his family has considerable background. How wonderful it would be if he could form a connection with him. Chapter 89. Are you even a man? Shu Zhiqiang rode his bicycle away from the village where Xiao Wenyun's dormitory was located, making his way home. The man did not stop him, but peered into the hall instead. Upon discovering that Xiao Wenyun was not at home, he headed towards Baigua Primary School. Tomorrow, he needed to negotiate the procurement of ingredients at the state-run restaurant. He and his brother needed to catch more eels and loaches. The state-run restaurant purchases these river delicacies, which are less favored in the countryside due to their oiliness. However, they remain quite popular in the city, especially since the restaurant's dishes are inherently rich in oil, thus not deterred by the expense. In the early days of his rebirth, Shu Zhiqiang had contemplated selling fish directly to the state-run restaurant. However, lacking familiarity with the restaurant's staff, he realized that selling on the street would offer him more freedom. Now that someone was willing to facilitate a connection, he naturally did not intend to miss this opportunity. Upon returning home, Shu Zhiqiang noticed that no one was present and deduced that they had gone to transplant rice seedlings. The 2 acres of land had already been prepared, and it was time to transplant the healthy seedlings of late rice. Considering he needed to go to the fields to catch eels anyway, he secured his bicycle and a clean lunchbox before heading directly to the rice paddies. A few minutes later, he spotted his parents, rolled up pant legs, straw hats adorning their heads, bent over the fields, diligently planting seedlings. Aside from them, many others were busy in the fields, while the plot owned by his uncle, Shu Long, remained desolate, untouched by any labor. Shu Zhiqiang pondered for a few moments, suspecting that his uncle intended to move to the city. Unless something unexpected occurred, his uncle would likely come that evening to discuss the rice field leasing. Shaking his head, he approached Shu Zhiqiang, who was busy catching eels in the irrigation ditch. "Brother, why did it take you so long to deliver food to Xian?" Seeing his elder brother approach, Shu Zhiqiang inquired curiously. "Is it really necessary to spend several hours just to deliver a meal? Hurry up and catch some eels." "Don't worry about it." Shu Zhiqiang glanced at him, offering a few perfunctory words that silenced his brother's questions. Shu Zhiqiang understood that it was futile to pry further. His elder brother clearly did not wish to discuss it. Yet, he could not help but speculate that it likely had something to do with that teacher Xiao. At the same time, Fu Huijuan gazed at the man before her with a countenance of helplessness. "How go? Did you not promise to marry me? Why has no one come to propose yet?" Just a couple of days ago, someone had lodged a complaint against the candy factory, claiming that she was having an affair with Li Dong. While she was not a paragon of virtue, she was not desperate enough to engage in indiscretions with an older man. To dispel this rumor and protect her job, she felt compelled to fabricate a story about having a fiancé. It wouldn't be long before she was married. Such rumors could not be allowed to spread. Although this ruse might not fully convince Director Wang, retaining Li Dong in his position could certainly help her secure another job. Naturally, Director Wang did not easily believe her story and insisted that she summon her fiancé to provide corroboration. But how could she produce a fiancé? A lover, perhaps? But not a fiancé. Given that Shu Zhiqiang was unwilling to marry her, just when she was in despair, Shu Hao arrived at her door. After scolding Shu Zhiqiang, he boldly declared that he would marry her. Although Shu Hao was not particularly handsome and rather slender compared to Shu Zhiqiang, she could no longer afford to wait. Thus, she shyly and modestly accepted his pursuit, expressing her willingness to marry him. Yet, it had been 2 days, and although he had come, why had no matchmaker arrived? Was he not intending to follow through with the proper rituals? If that were the case, so be it. They could simply obtain the marriage certificate. Huijuan, don't fret. Since I have resolved to marry you, I will ensure you receive the finest. Shu Hao rose, patting his chest earnestly. That good-for-nothing Shu Zhiqiang cannot provide a proper dowry, but I can. I took your brother's advice and partnered with him on the fish-selling venture. I gave Zhang 500 yuan, and he promised me a 20% profit share. Just wait 1 month, and I will come to marry you with a proper dowry. Shu Hao himself was astonished that the goddess he had pursued for so many years had so easily accepted his advances. This was the woman he had cherished since childhood, and he wished to see her married to him in grandeur. However, after borrowing money, his family could only afford the dowry, leaving no funds for a wedding. So, when Zhang Wen mentioned a guaranteed profitable business, with Fu Jun as a guarantee, he unhesitatingly invested. Just 500 yuan could earn 2,000 in a month. Such an opportunity was too good to pass up. What? A month? Fu Huijuan's pupils dilated in shock as she exclaimed. Upon noticing Shu Hao's puzzled expression, She quickly transformed her demeanor into one of gentle charm. How go? I truly do not care for material things. All I need is you. Moreover, my brother is rather unreliable, so do not let him deceive you. Speaking of her brother, she was filled with ire. How could he conspire with their mother to abscond with all her savings, driving her away? That money was meant for her dowry, and he had left her with nothing. Did her brother, that good-for-nothing, truly know how to conduct business? And could Zhang Wan, who was even less reliable than Shu Zhiqiang, be trusted to share the profits? Having squandered his own wealth, he now seems intent on dragging Shaheo down with him. This could be perilous. A month has passed. While close kin may be patient, can this belly afford to wait? The symptoms of swelling are already apparent. In another month, it will be unmistakable. Huijuan, I am deeply grateful for your kindness, Shaheo exclaimed, grasping Fu Huijuan's hand with fervor. The more you care for me, the more I feel compelled to honor your sentiments. I shall make it known to the entire team that marrying me, Shaheo, is the wisest decision you could make. I want Shu Zhiqiang to regret not marrying such a wonderful woman. Correct. What a farce. Regret? If you don't marry me soon, I'll be the one regretting it. Fu Huijuan cursed inwardly, but ultimately suppressed her anger, leaning towards Shaheo with a radiant smile. Brother Hao, I truly cannot wait. I long to be your bride today. The unabashed declaration even made Fu Huijuan blush, let alone Shaheo. His heart raced with excitement, yearning to take Fu Huijuan home at that very moment. As her intoxicating fragrance enveloped him, Shaheo was utterly captivated. He slowly leaned in, wishing to savor her sweetness before the wedding. Fu Huijuan did not resist. In fact, she was even more eager. What did it matter? First, they would indulge in intimacy, and then she would hold on to him. At that point, he would have no choice but to accept. Their lips drew closer, breaths quickening. Yet just then, Shaheo pushed Fu Huijuan away. No, Huijuan, we cannot do this. Damn it, are you even a man? Chapter 90, Grilled Eel, Truly Delicious. Brothers Shu Zhiqiang and his siblings spent over an hour catching eels in the river amidst the fields. The eels, yet untouched by extensive fishing, and the absence of pesticides in the rice paddies meant that they were as thick as an adult's big toe. The shortest measured at least 40 to 50 centimeters, with some even exceeding a meter in length. Each eel weighed a pound or two, allowing the brothers to quickly amass 50 to 60 pounds of eels and several pounds of loach. Upon witnessing this, the villagers displayed looks of confusion. These creatures were rampant in the fields, with holes appearing everywhere, almost a plague. While they had considered consuming them, they found grilled eels to lack flavor, and boiling them resulted in a muddy taste. Only frying them in oil made them palatable, but that consumed too much oil. Villagers were thrifty with oil, often reluctant to use even a few drops for cooking, so it was no surprise that these eels were deemed nearly worthless, classified as pests. Yet today, these brothers had inexplicably caught dozens of pounds. Unable to contain his curiosity, one villager approached Shu Zhiqiang. Xiangzi, why aren't you two helping your parents transplant rice seedlings? What is the purpose of catching these? Hearing this, Shu Zhiqiang looked up and smiled. Uncle, these are precious. I'm planning to take some home. I've heard they are rich in protein and vitamins. What protein? What vitamins? It's just a waste of oil. The man shook his head, repeatedly murmuring about Shu Zhiqiang's squandering. Villagers, unfamiliar with scientific terminology, merely understood that such things were beyond their means. Upon learning of the intentions of the Shuji brothers, others also shook their heads. Observing their expressions and demeanor, Shu Zhiqiang couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head in return. Once he finalized discussions with the state-owned restaurant, he would return to collect the eels, hoping that this group would maintain their current attitude. Brother, isn't this enough? Shu Zhiqiang glanced at the basket half filled with eels and turned back to Shu Zhiqiang. Although he suspected that his elder brother intended to sell the eels, he doubted the feasibility of selling so many. All right, let's leave it at that. We can braise a dish tonight to taste. Shu Zhiqiang nodded and then looked towards their parents in the rice field. They had been planting seedlings all day and were nearing completion on an acre of land. He turned back to Shu Zhiqiang. You stay here and help Mom and Dad with the seedlings. I'll return to cook the eels for you. Shu Zhiqiang's expression soured, torn between reluctance and compliance, but he eventually nodded. He looked at the basket in Shu Zhiqiang's hands and asked, Brother, are the eels delicious when cooked? Of course. Do you doubt my culinary skills? Shu Zhiqiang replied with a slight smile. At this, Shu Zhiqiang swallowed hard and turned towards the rice field. Well then, hurry back to cook. Watching his brother's retreating figure, Shu Zhiqiang shook his head and turned homeward, the basket in hand. One must admit, youth is a tremendous asset. Lifting dozens of pounds feels effortless. Having experienced the weakness of illness in a past life, he cherished his current vigor even more. Upon returning home, Shu Zhiqiang had already finished school and was diligently working on her homework at the table. Though she possessed a lively spirit, she devoted herself to her studies and consistently achieved good grades. Seeing Shu Zhiqiang return, she immediately approached him. "Brother, what do you have there?" Curiously, she leaned her head into the basket, and Shu Zhiqiang did not stop her. The next moment, her pupils dilated and her complexion turned pale. "Well, a snake." She stumbled back a few steps, her face a mix of fear and anger as she glared at Shu Zhiqiang. "Brother, why did you catch so many snakes? You scared me." "You naughty boy. I didn't scare you. You leaned in yourself," Shu Zhiqiang chuckled, lifting the basket. "And by the way, these are called eels, not snakes." Perhaps it is an innate trait of women to fear such creatures. Despite being a native of the countryside, his sister was still terrified of snakes. "It's all the same. They're long and thick, coiling around your feet painfully." Shu Zhiqiang shook her head vigorously, her words painting vivid, unsettling images. "We're having this for dinner. It seems you won't be eating any." Shu Zhiqiang smiled slightly, carrying the basket towards the backyard. "Eat? Eat a snake?" Shu Zhiqiang shuddered, her face reflecting her aversion. "No, I don't want to eat this. I'd rather have vegetables." "Brother, if you keep this up, I want to help you pursue Teacher Xiao." Shu Zhiqiang turned back with a smile, placing a few 2-pound eels into a bag. Then, he closed the backyard gate, ensuring his sister wouldn't witness what was to come. He turned around, lifted the bag of urea above his head, and forcefully hurled it to the ground. Moments later, after a brief interval, Shu Zhiqiang extracted a battered and bruised eel from within. With a pair of scissors, he swiftly severed its neck, then followed the incision down its length. In an instant, the eel, measuring over a meter and weighing more than 2 pounds, was skillfully gutted. That evening, "Wow, this eel is absolutely delectable," exclaimed Shu Zhiqiang, as she hesitantly took a bite, only to be dazzled by the explosion of flavors. The unique freshness of the river delicacy, the fragrant essence of sesame oil, and the piquant spices danced upon her palate. A gentle savor transformed the tender eel flesh into a delightful mush, easily swallowed with just a few chews. "See? Brother didn't deceive you, did he? Even if you doubt the taste, you must trust in my culinary skills, right?" Shu Zhiqiang remarked, spitting out a vertebra of the eel, beaming at Shu Zhiqiang. He too was astonished by how delicious the eel turned out to be. He had eaten eel before, yet the grilled and boiled versions were hardly palatable. In comparison, this braised eel prepared by his elder brother was a culinary masterpiece. Hearing Shu Zhiqiang's words, Shu Zhiqiang nodded vigorously. "Elder brother is the best." "Xian, you weren't saying that just a moment ago," Shu Zhiqiang chuckled, serving a piece of eel to their mother. "Mom, do indulge. This has far greater nutritional value than pork." "All right, you all should eat more too," replied Xiongfengxia, nodding with a satisfied smile as she gazed at her 3 children. Her eldest son had finally matured and become responsible, allowing her to feel at ease. Yet, she pondered when he might bring a daughter-in-law home. "Xiangzi, such a fine dish deserves to be paired with some wine. Don't you think it would be a bit of a waste otherwise?" Seated at the head of the table, Shu Biao swallowed the eel, feeling that the exquisite flavor lacked something. However, with the eldest son now earning a living, he found it difficult to assert himself as the head of the household. Shu Zhiqiang shot him a glance and raised a finger. "One shot, not a drop more. One shot is far too little. 2 shots would be just right." Shu Zhiqiang shook his head, leaving no room for negotiation. Just then, Shu Long and his wife entered, carrying a bottle of liquor. Chapter 91. Uncle wants to go to town. "Biaozi, Fengxia, are you eating?" Shu Long greeted with a smile, holding a bottle of daku in hand. Looking at Shu Biao and Xiong Fengxia, nearby, Zhou Muying wore a slightly displeased expression, though she forced a smile. "Elder brother, elder sister-in-law, what brings you here?" Shu Biao and Xiong Fengxia quickly rose, feeling somewhat flustered. After their inquiry, their gazes collectively turned to Shu Zhiqiang, only to find him smiling. As elders, they naturally wished to avoid significant discord with their elder brother and sister-in-law. Yet, with their eldest son now mature and responsible, they felt compelled to consider his feelings. In truth, this was not the outcome that Shu Zhiqiang desired. He longed for a harmonious family. However, with his parents growing older and holding on to traditional values, certain decisions had to be made independently. "Xiangzi," Shu Long smiled at Shu Zhiqiang, then turned to Shu Biao. "Your sister-in-law and I have come to discuss a matter with you." Upon hearing these words, the expressions on Shu Zhiqiang and Shu Zhiquan's faces darkened. They were acutely aware that when their uncle and aunt spoke in such a manner, it invariably heralded trouble. Previously, when they had uttered similar sentiments, it was when their cousin, Shu Dandan, was preparing for university, and they had come to borrow money. The few dozen bucks lent at that time had yet to be repaid. However, what astonished them was their elder brother's unexpected interjection. "Zhiqiang, Xinyuan, please offer your seats to uncle and aunt," he said. The siblings were momentarily taken aback, casting incredulous glances at their brother. Shu Long, however, waved his hands dismissively. "No need. We will depart once our discussion concludes." No sooner had he spoken than Zhou Muying chimed in with a sarcastic tone. "We are not here for a meal, lest anyone accuse us of indulging without cause." "Hey," Xiong Fengxia frowned, casting an irritated look at Zhou Muying. "Sister-in-law, what do you mean by that? When have we ever said such a thing?" Just as Zhou Muying was about to retort, she was tugged back by Shu Long, leaving her to huff silently. "Uncle, if my guess is correct, you are preparing to head into the city?" Shu Zhiqiang, uninterested in idle chatter, directly addressed his uncle. "What, brother? You intend to go to the city?" Shu Biao exclaimed, his expression one of surprise as he turned to Shu Long for confirmation. Xiong Fengxia shared his astonishment, perplexed as to why they would wish to venture into the city. The two of them were farmers. How would they sustain themselves there? If life proved difficult, they would inevitably return to till the fields. Why engage in such unnecessary upheaval? "Indeed, my wife and I have discussed it thoroughly," Shu Long affirmed with a nod. "Once Qingqing completes this semester, we shall take her to the city. There, we will engage in some small business, which is certainly preferable to subsisting on sweet potatoes in the countryside." "But what about Qingqing's education? You cannot possibly let her drop out," Shu Biao interjected, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized his elder brother. Before Shu Long could respond, Zhou Muying interjected. "You need not worry about that. My brother has already made all the arrangements. Once Qingqing joins us in the city, she will enroll in a public primary school. The educational quality there far surpasses that of the countryside, thanks to my brother's efforts. The business that Takeda and I are planning has also been orchestrated by him, promising hundreds a month." As Zhou Muying continued, her enthusiasm grew, almost as if she were boasting about her remarkable brothers, while Shu Biao felt a sense of relief. He could not help but envy the capabilities of her siblings. He cast a glance at Xiong Fengxia, ultimately sighing inwardly. Xiong Fengxia had numerous siblings as well. 6 in total, yet they were all farmers. "So, uncle and aunt, are you here today to bid farewell or to flaunt your achievements?" Shu Zhiqiang interjected, cutting through Zhou Muying's chatter. Upon hearing this, Shu Biao turned to him, feeling a flicker of comfort. It was reassuring to see his eldest son finally showing some resolve. "Qiangzi, do not overthink it. Your aunt meant no offense," Shu Long reassured, pulling Zhou Muying back a step before explaining their true intentions to Shu Biao and Xiong Fengxia. Originally, he intended to wait until Qingqing completed her semester before the family ventured into the city in search of a livelihood. Upon closer calculation, there was just over a month remaining, which is why they had not even tilled the rice fields. Nevertheless, they possessed 4 acres of land, 2 acres of rice paddies, an acre of vegetable garden, and an additional acre of dry land for planting peanuts and corn. Being of agricultural descent, the land was akin to their lifeblood. Consequently, the Shu Long couple resolved to lease the land, seeking a modest annual sum. However, their anxiety about entrusting it to others led them to consider their brother, Shu Biao. Upon hearing his elder brother's words, Shu Biao hesitated immediately. "Biaozi, this is the wine your sister-in-law asked me to buy for you." Shu Long stepped forward, presenting the wine. "As brothers, we share everything. If you find it inconvenient, you need not pay. The land is our lifeline, and I fear others may mishandle it. You are my flesh and blood, and I trust you will manage these fields well. If my wife and I struggle in the county, we can always return to find sustenance here." Since that is the case, Dad. As a younger brother, Shu Biao naturally wished for his elder brother to have an escape route. Thus, he was inclined to agree without hesitation. Fortunately, Shu Zhiqiang intervened just in time, interrupting the impulsiveness of the moment. Noticing all eyes on him, Shu Zhiqiang calmly addressed his father. "One must act within their capacity. This is beyond your control. In the coming days, I shall take Zhiqiang to the city to prepare for opening a snack shop. It would already be a blessing if we could return for meals. Farming is out of the question. Do you believe that you and Mom can manage much land? Even with modern machinery, I would not take on these 4 acres, let alone now when farming relies solely on manual labor. I certainly cannot allow you to take it on." After hearing his words, Shu Biao's expression shifted. Ultimately, He could only turn back, looking apologetically at his elder brother and sister-in-law. Elder brother, what Xiangzi says does hold merit. Though I wish to assist, I truly lack the capability. Xiangzi has the means to earn money now. I cannot expect him to remain in the village farming alongside me. In response, Shulong pondered for a long while before glancing at Shu Zhiqiang. Xiangzi, is there no room for negotiation? Shu Zhiqiang remained silent, merely shaking his head with a smile. Very well. If we cannot lease it, we shall not starve in the city. My brother has stated that he can earn at least 100 or 80 bucks a month. Surely, we can survive somehow? Shu Muying, having faced few restrictions in her life, was naturally reluctant to continually bear the expressions of Shu Zhiqiang's family. Shu Zhiqiang did not intervene, allowing the two to depart from his home. Nevertheless, Shulong sought to maintain some goodwill and retained the bottle of wine. Chapter 92. Forgetting to dismantle the cart after watching Shulong and his companion leave. A silence enveloped the dinner table for a moment. The least concerned was Shu Zhiqiang, who, with a bowl in hand, devoured the eel voraciously. Xiangzi, do you think your uncle and aunt can find a way to survive in the city? While Shu Biao lacked understanding of the city's affairs, he felt that his elder son should have some insight by now. After all, those who have ventured into business have the most authoritative insights on its viability. You should be more concerned about yourself. Within 2 years, they will likely be able to purchase a home in the city. Shu Zhiqiang cast a sidelong glance at his father before finishing every grain of rice in his bowl. He distinctly remembered that his uncle and aunt had indeed bought a house in the city within a mere 2 years. Although the earnings from selling fried dough sticks were modest, they far exceeded those of an average factory worker. Furthermore, with current housing prices comparable to that of cabbage, his uncle's family managed to save enough in 2 years to acquire a 5th-floor apartment. At that time, his own family was burdened with significant debt, living in abject poverty. Consequently, his uncle's family grew increasingly reluctant to maintain ties with them. Over time, the relationship between the two families naturally deteriorated to the point where they were hardly better than strangers. For this reason, his aunt, Shu Fengjiao, had worried incessantly. Among the family, she was the one who felt the most sorrow due to their estrangement. What business could allow one to purchase a home in the city within 2 years? Shu Biao looked at Shu Zhiqiang in astonishment, then shook his head. I don't believe it. If you don't, just wait and see. It's not your concern. Shu Zhiqiang shrugged, then stood up to pat Shu Zhiqiang. Come on. Let us go fish. Shu Zhiqiang hastily set down his utensils and followed his elder brother. Watching the brothers' retreating figures, Shu Biao glared at Xiong Fengxia, pointing at them. Look at your son. His manners are deteriorating. Xiong Fengxia rolled her eyes and began to clear the dishes. This old fellow, after a drink or two, is becoming insufferable. Brother, aren't we supposed to sell eel tomorrow? As they exited the house, Shu Zhiqiang, carrying 4 fishing rods, turned to Shu Zhiqiang for confirmation. We still have around 50 to 60 pounds of eel at home. If we catch more fish, will we even be able to sell them? Upon hearing the inquiry, Shu Zhiqiang did not conceal anything this time and disclosed his plans for tomorrow with Xiao Wenyun at the state-run restaurant. I'll catch a few dozen fish as samples. I'll check what they're paying over there. If there's a profit, I intend to collect fish and eels in the village. Indeed. If the state-run restaurant purchases fish at 6 jiao each, he could try to buy fish in the village for 3 or 4 jiao. He could not rely indefinitely on the government's fish from the lake to engage in a no-risk business. However, if the profit margin was too slim, there would be no point in collecting fish. He could simply discuss it further tomorrow. In his pursuit of capital, he was willing to take risks. Brother, what kind of background does teacher Xiao have? How could she possibly know someone from the state-run restaurant? Shu Zhiqiang was astonished to learn that his sister's teacher could connect them with the state-run restaurant. Those who could gain entry into such establishments were invariably individuals of status or exceptional ability. Just knowing someone like that was remarkable. And for teacher Xiao to secure assistance was even more impressive. This indicated that his sister's teacher was undoubtedly not an ordinary person, regardless of her background. Just remember that we owe her a favor, Shu Zhiqiang replied, shaking his head lightly. He preferred not to delve too deeply into Xiao Wenyun's identity, as it felt as though he was approaching her solely because of her status. Seeing that his elder brother was reluctant to mention the matter, Shu Zhiqiang tactfully refrained from further inquiries. However, his mind began to wander, entertaining the thought that if that teacher Xiao truly became his sister-in-law, the two brothers, each with their own thoughts, strolled towards the scenic sea lake. Just as they turned a corner, they were compelled to halt, for a familiar voice echoed behind them. Xiangzi, stop right there. Upon hearing this voice, Shu Zhiqiang suddenly remembered that he had not sought out Fu Huijuan today. He had gone to the fields earlier to catch eels and loaches with his brother, and after returning to prepare a meal with the few pounds of eels he had caught, the day had slipped away into darkness. Lost in thought, he turned around to see Fu Huijuan approaching in a huff. "You little rascal, you thought you could come without a word to me, didn't you?" Fu Huijuan glared with his aged eyes, reaching for Shu Zhiqiang's neck. He had skipped lunch to collect more scrap bicycles, rushing home early, fearing that Shu Zhiqiang might come looking for him. Yet, he had waited at home for half the afternoon without a sight of him, which had infuriated him. "You expect to take the lion's share without offering me even a morsel, huh? Wait, Uncle Huijuan. I was too busy this afternoon and completely forgot." Shu Zhiqiang quickly grasped the hand reaching towards him and deftly restrained Fu Huijuan before continuing. "The old bicycles you collected won't run away, and neither will I. No need to rush." Initially, Fu Huijuan's irritation was mild, but his anger flared upon hearing Shu Zhiqiang's words. While the scrap bicycles wouldn't escape, they also hadn't been assembled into new ones for sale. Without recouped funds, how could he collect new scrap bicycles tomorrow? He vented his frustrations to Shu Zhiqiang, awaiting a satisfactory response. "Even the wisest can make mistakes," Shu Zhiqiang lamented, tapping his forehead in frustration as he looked at Fu Huijuan. "How about this? I will cover the payment for tomorrow's collection, and once the funds come in, you can repay me, all right?" It must be said that since Fu Huijuan agreed to collect scrap bicycles, he had transformed entirely. Perhaps the prospect of a new venture had invigorated him. Truly, one's life requires a glimmer of hope to thrive. Having handed over 40 yuan to Fu Huijuan, Shu Zhiqiang was left with only a few dozen yuan in his pocket. Fortunately, he had previously purchased a barbecue grill and various spices, and the remaining money would suffice for ingredients. Moreover, he would deliver a batch of ingredients to the state-run restaurant tomorrow, alleviating any financial concerns. After putting away the money, Fu Huijuan's anger had subsided significantly. He glanced at Shu Zhiqiang and inquired, "What kept you so busy today? You didn't even have time for me." Shu Zhiqiang shook his head. "Not much, just catching some eels." "What?" Fu Huijuan exclaimed in disbelief, astonished that his companion had squandered a whole day merely to pursue such trifles. Just as he was about to scold him, a woman's voice erupted from a distance, cursing loudly. "You vixen! All day long, you do nothing but entice men. No wonder that Jibin fellow ran off, who could stand your shamelessness. You foolish old hag! What nonsense are you spouting?" Upon hearing the cacophony of insults, Fu Huijuan's countenance shifted dramatically. Yuqin. Chapter 93. A clash erupts. "You foolish old hag! What nonsense are you spouting? Who has seduced a man? Who has spoken such slander? I am referring to you, you vixen. Bathing daily with the windows wide open is not an invitation to men? Who knows how many have spied on you, yet you refuse to cover the windows. Perhaps hoping to entice someone. You." Facing the accuser, an odious woman who hurled insults, along with the doddering old man by her side whose gaze flitted about. Shu Yuqin trembled with rage, her eyes misting with unshed tears. Did she intend to bathe while being watched? It was not her fault that the window had been shattered by some unknown assailant. She lacked the funds to replace it and could only cover the breach with a tattered cloth. Yet, how could a mere piece of cloth deter an ardent voyeur? In recent days, she had again been subjected to the indignity of being watched while bathing, but upon emerging, she had seen no one. Initially suspecting the miscreant Fu Huijuan, she was astounded to discover that it was, in fact, the husband of the foul-mouthed woman before her, the very man whose gaze shunned confrontation. Had his wife not caught him in the act, Shu Yuqin would have remained blissfully unaware, just as she was about to unleash a torrent of invectives upon the man. The woman took it upon herself to accuse Shu Yuqin first. How dare she label her a vixen, claiming she enticed men? The man, short and haggard, was hardly a figure worth seducing. "What do you mean, you? Am I mistaken? If a vixen wishes to be lewd, she should keep her distance and not attempt to ensnare another's husband." The old woman persisted, hands on her hips, one finger jabbing at Shu Yuqin's nose as she railed against her. Shu Yuqin's mother, leaning heavily on her cane, coughed in distress at the unfolding scene. It is often said that widows attract strife, and such individuals are the most susceptible to bullying. At that moment, the elderly matron regretted her decision to welcome a son-in-law into their home. Had she arranged for her daughter to marry elsewhere, they would not be enduring this humiliation. "You wretched fat hag, do not bully my mother." Just then, Ergo rushed out, clutching a stone, and hurled it at the old woman. "Ouch!" she cried, doubling over in pain, clutching her forehead, writhing in agony. Trembling, she gazed at her bloodied hands, a small pool of crimson visible in the dim light. Upon hearing that his wife had been struck by a stone, The previously evasive man suddenly became incensed. His gaze turned fierce as he strode towards Ergo. "You little brat! Do you dare throw stones? Son, quickly flee!" Shu Yuqing panicked, yanking her son back to shield him behind her. The atmosphere grew tense, and curious villagers began to gather. Meanwhile, Shu Zhiqiang and his brother, along with Fu Huijuan, emerged from around the corner, their expressions shifting upon witnessing the scene. "You haven't shown up these past few days?" Shu Zhiqiang inquired, glancing at Fu Huijuan. "I spent the day collecting scrap bicycles and collapsed into bed at night." Fu Huijuan replied, shaking his head, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. It was evident. If Fu Huijuan was absent, other men would inevitably come to spy on Shu Yuqing while she bathed. Once a peeping Tom is caught by his own wife, it is still Shuaikin who suffers the consequences. In this era, few women would openly acknowledge their husband's lecherousness in front of outsiders, especially formidable women like the one before them. They would instead blame the victimized woman for seducing their men, only to return home and reprimand their husbands. "Would you not hasten to assist?" Shu Zhiqiang glanced at Fu Huijuan and pointed to Ergo, who was being yanked by the ear by a man. Ergo's ear was turning red and purple from the grip, causing him to wail in pain. Shuaikin was on the verge of tears, repeatedly striking the man with no effect. "Rest assured, I shall hold off the others," Shu Zhiqiang assured as he patted Fu Huijuan on the shoulder. No sooner had he spoken than Fu Huijuan dashed out. "Frog, release Ergo at once," he bellowed, calling out the man's nickname before stepping forward to shield Shuaikin, delivering a swift kick to the aggressor. The man, already small and frail, could hardly withstand the blow and toppled to the ground, inadvertently releasing Ergo. "Are you all right, Ergo?" Fu Huijuan inquired as he steadied the boy, then gently rubbed his ear before pushing him behind him. "Hurry to your mother. I will handle this." In disbelief, Ergo stared at Fu Huijuan, who was now defending him and his mother. He distinctly remembered this man lurking outside their home every night. Although uncertain if he had indeed spied on his mother bathing, she had insisted he had. Yet, this lecher was now standing up for them. "Son." Shuaikin was momentarily taken aback but quickly embraced her child. The two clung to each other, anxiously gazing at Fu Huijuan, who stood protectively in front of them. "Fu Huijuan, how dare you strike my husband?" shouted the wife of the man, disregarding her own pain as she hurled insults. The two sons of the man rushed to assist their father, glaring at Fu Huijuan and roaring in anger. They had undeniably inherited their parents' genes, short and stout. Standing only about 5'6", yet weighing an impressive 160 to 70 pounds. In this era, such weight was quite rare. "Yes, I did strike him." "So what?" Fu Huijuan boldly affirmed in response to the family's accusations. A repugnant old man who thinks himself appealing, spying on others in the dead of night. And he believes he has the right to complain? And you, a woman whose husband you cannot control, have the audacity to accuse others of being seducers? Look at your useless family. How dare you bully a widow and her child? Fu Huijuan's scathing remarks shattered the spectators' perceptions, leaving them in shock. Goodness. Fu Huijuan has truly stepped up to defend Shuaikin and her son. I perceive him as exceedingly audacious. The Frog family comprises 3 men, not to mention their brothers and nephews, totaling over a dozen strong men. Provoking such a household would be tantamount to courting death. For the sake of an encumbered widow, it simply is not worth the risk. Nevertheless, I must commend Shu Zhiqiang for his remarkable courage in stepping forward. The frog, however, is utterly inept. Having been easily toppled by a slothful individual, with such meager skills, he dares to spy on others while they bathe. How utterly useless. A multitude of onlookers engaged in heated discussions, their words painting the Frog family in a furious light. The Frog's 2 sons could no longer contain themselves and advanced, delivering a punch straight to Fu Huijuan's face. "Old fool, I'll teach you to act so high and mighty." Chapter 94. Slap her twice. Fu Huijuan was caught off guard by the Frog's son's ambush, resulting in 2 darkened eyes. As the sting of pain radiated through him, he could not help but curse Shu Zhiqiang vehemently. "You little rascal, I thought you were supposed to help me fend them off. Is this how you do it? I've sustained injuries now. How will I venture out to collect scrap bicycles tomorrow? Father, this old bachelor dares to strike you, break his legs. Indeed. How dare this lazy old wretch meddle in our affairs and lay hands on us? He deserves to be taught a lesson." After the first punch, the 2 sons of the Frog had no intention of relenting, and with their parents egging them on, they were consumed by the urge to beat Fu Huijuan to death. They strode forward with purpose, raising their legs to kick him in the stomach. The surrounding villagers observed the scene, whispering among themselves, yet none stepped forward to assist. Fu Huijuan's reputation in the village was mediocre at best, known for his laziness and frequently beaten by the widow Shu Yuqin. What good standing could he possibly have? Moreover, this was not the Fu family's territory, but that of the Shu family, further dissuading anyone from confronting the Frog family on his behalf. Stop! Shu Yuqin cried out in alarm, her face betraying her fear. It was only after the events of the day that she realized this man was somewhat different from what she had assumed. Since Fu Huijuan had appeared at her doorstep, other peepers had ceased to intrude. The commotion he created outside, she had merely dismissed as the actions of a voyeur. Yet, in recent days, he had not shown up. And lo and behold, the frog, that lecherous fellow, had emerged instead. Reflecting upon it, could it be that he had been safeguarding her family all along? And his absence was due to her having struck his face with a broom? Just as Shu Yuqin came to this realization, the frog's two sons landed a kick against Fu Yunshan's abdomen. However, before they could exert any force, two figures suddenly lunged forth, delivering a kick to their midsection. Ouch! The two were taken by surprise, toppling to the ground while clutching their bellies in pain. Hey, are you all right? Shu Zhiqiang asked, having toppled the aggressors. Then turning to Fu Yunshan, who was covering his eyes. You little brat. What do you think? Fu Yunshan exclaimed, releasing his hands to reveal his panda eyes. You only come to my aid after I've been struck. Was this your intention all along? Upon witnessing the comical sight before him, Shu Zhiqiang could not help but stifle a laugh, though it quickly faded. Observing the furious expression on Fu Yunshan's face, he gently patted the man's shoulder and said, Uncle Yunshan, I am doing this for your own good. This beating will prove worthwhile. Soon you shall comprehend my heartfelt intentions. After uttering these words, he chose to disregard Fu Yunshan and strode boldly towards the frog family. What are you doing? Peeping on people while they bathe and plotting to silence them, are you? Do you believe I won't report you to the authorities, ensuring your entire family is subjected to hard labor? As soon as the words left his mouth, a flicker of panic crossed the faces of the frog family. However, the frog's wife, undeterred, pointed an accusing finger at Shu Zhiqiang and unleashed a torrent of insults. You little brat, what does this matter have to do with you? It's this vixen who bathes without closing the door, enticing my husband to look. And that old bachelor over there, clearly bewitched by this seductress, dares to strike my husband. A jilted vixen and a lonely old man. What a perfect match. Goodness. ISNT had often said not to argue with rural women. It's futile. One simply cannot win. Moreover, the onlookers from the village seemed to revel in the drama, pointing at Shu Zhiqiang and whispering among themselves. What is this young man thinking, getting involved in the affairs of the Fu family regarding Shu Yuqin? Regardless of how wrong the frog family may be, they are still part of the Shu clan. In my view, Shu Yuqin truly is a seductress. Even Chang has fallen under her spell. Do you remember when he sneakily watched her bathe as a child? Ah, yes. As he observed the crowd's escalating excitement, Shu Zhiqiang felt overwhelmed. He was not adept at arguing. It would be better to take decisive action. He glanced at the frog's wife, then retreated to Fu Yunshan's side. Uncle Yunshan, go give her a couple of slaps. I assure you, I will not let the frog family retaliate against you. Trust me. If we are to intimidate them, it is far more effective to act directly. As for how to quell the ensuing chaos, he had plenty of ways to manage it. Wait, strike a woman? Fu Yunshan exclaimed in disbelief, casting a perplexed look at Shu Zhiqiang. He could argue with the frog family in defense of Shu Yuqin, but hitting a woman seemed to exceed his moral boundaries. Are you foolish? This uproar is primarily instigated by this woman. Only by teaching her a lesson can Aunt Yuqin's anger be appeased and her heart set at ease. Did you not notice her concern and worry in the way she looked at you after you kicked the frog? Upon hearing this, Fu Yunshan turned to glance at Shu Yuqin and indeed perceived the worry etched upon her face. An overwhelming sense of joy surged within him, and he cleared his throat. Then I shall go. You must ensure to manage the situation. Rest assured. Shu Zhiqiang nodded, assuring him. No sooner had he spoken than Fu Yunshan took large strides forward, directly confronting the frog's wife. What do you intend to do? Startled by Fu Yunshan's predatory gaze, the frog's wife trembled, pointing shakily at him. What do you mean? I'm not here for you. Fu Yunshan shouted, then delivered a resounding slap across the frog's wife's face. That will teach you, you overstuffed woman. With a sharp crack, the frog's wife was instantly pushed back 2 steps. Due to her size, she did not fall. Fu Yunshan showed no mercy and struck her again in the face amidst her incredulous gaze. How dare you criticize me for not controlling my man and call him a seductress? The sound of slaps echoed repeatedly as the frog's wife covered her face, her eyes blazing with fury. I will not back down. Meanwhile, The frog and his two sons attempted to intervene, but were swiftly thwarted by the Shu brothers. You beast! Shu Zhiqiang, get out of my way. The frog's eldest son repeatedly tried to breach Shu Zhiqiang's defenses, cursing as he did so. Shu Zhiqiang, however, showed no leniency and delivered a swift kick. Who are you calling a beast? While he may not excel at insults, he was never afraid of a fight. On the other side, the frog's youngest son, held back by Shu Zhiqiang, was equally enraged, hurling curses at Shu Zhiqiang. Shu Zhiqiang, I once regarded you as a brother, yet today you side with outsiders against our family? The youngest son, only 19, had previously run with Shu Zhiqiang. Witnessing him ally with outsiders today shattered his expectations. Are you really that foolish, Liangzi? I am here to support you. Shu Zhiqiang glared, pointing an accusatory finger at him. At these words, confusion spread among the onlookers. How could it be that he was aiding Fu Huijuan in confronting the frog's family, and yet claimed to be helping them?